World type, biochemical apocalypse. Mission requirement, survive for 7 days. Talent, awakened, loading. Time until the apocalypse, 3 hours 15 minutes. Pain. The pain was excruciating. Jiang Chen had a dream. In the dream, the apocalypse had arrived. Zombies filled the world outside. One zombie chased him for ages, pinned him to the ground, and began ravenously gnawing on him. Could Jiang Chen swallow such humiliation? He bit back as well. Man and corpse began gnawing on each other. A hiss of pain tore from his throat. This dream felt far too real. Jiang Chen smacked his lips, unconsciously feeling as though a dull ache still lingered across his body. Had last night's green beans been undercooked? Did he get food poisoning? Wait, something was off. Jiang Chen looked around at the scene before him. A spacious, cozy bedroom. A large, soft double bed, sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows spilling over his body in a gentle warmth. Everything appeared leisurely and beautiful. Yet there was a problem. This was not Jiang Chen's home. He was utterly bewildered. Where on earth had he ended up? If he remembered correctly, he had just graduated and started working renting a tiny old apartment that was dark and cramped. It was worlds apart from this place. Had he transmigrated? Jiang Chen scratched his head. How could simply sleeping at home cause him to cross into another world? Had even truck drivers lost their jobs now with the economy so dire? And besides, what were those faint blue lines of text? Jiang Chen finally noticed the anomaly in his field of vision. He silently focused on the lines of text. Biochemical apocalypse, mission. Survive 7 days. Time until the apocalypse, 3 hours 13 minutes. What on earth was this? An apocalypse. Good news, he had transmigrated. Bad news, he had transmigrated into an apocalypse. He had often daydreamed about crossing into another world, but never once had he hoped it would be an apocalyptic one. This was almost worse than not transmigrating at all. Adjusting his mood with some effort, Jiang Chen once more studied the faint blue text before his eyes. He noticed one particular line. Mission requirement, survive for 7 days. A thoughtful glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. What is this supposed to be? A system? Or some kind of Lord God's space? Or perhaps, if I survive a week, I'll be able to return to the real world. The system gave no response. Clearly, it was not very intelligent. Still, whatever the case, he was already here. He could hardly sit around waiting to die. Jiang Chen had no desire to die. If possible, he wanted to live another 10,000 years. So he began to recall what he knew. It was a zombie apocalypse. Jiang Chen had read plenty of such novels and watched many films. He knew well what would happen when the world ended. Order would collapse and the social hierarchy would be thoroughly reshuffled. Whatever status or position one had held before the end, after the apocalypse, everything would be overturned and rebuilt. Supplies would become desperately scarce. Once the food at home was exhausted, people could very well starve to death inside their own houses. A single piece of bread or a bottle of mineral water would be enough to make a woman cast aside her dignity and wag her tail for a scrap of resources. Jiang Chen shook his head and glanced at the faint blue text again, as the countdown shifted from 3 hours 10 minutes to 3 hours 9 minutes. Even with his famously lazy, laid-back temperament, he could not help but feel a trace of urgency. His subconscious screamed at him that he could not delay any longer. He had to make preparations immediately and then wait for the apocalypse to arrive. Jiang Chen moved. He rolled over. What a spacious, wonderfully soft bed. Lying there soaking in the warmth of the sunlight, his face showed not the slightest hint of panic. Only the unhurried composure of an old-school master of slacking off. If the house were on fire, he would take photos. If the world fell into chaos, he would take a nap. He still had 3 hours and 9 minutes. What was there to be anxious about? He decided to sleep another 9 minutes just to make it a neat number. Time until the apocalypse, 2 hours 40 minutes. After lying there for another half hour, Jiang Chen finally dragged himself off the bed at a snail's pace. He took a general look at the layout of the apartment. 2 bedrooms and a living room and shaped floor plan, roughly 100 square meters in size. It was on the 7th floor and appeared to be part of a high-end apartment complex. There was not much food in the refrigerator. At most enough for 2 days. Jiang Chen found a smartphone and for some reason his fingerprint unlocked it perfectly. With the apocalypse about to begin, he had no time to dwell on the oddity. Jiang Chen deftly opened the WeChat wallet. There was only one bank card bound to it. He tapped to check the bank balance. 3,636.5 yuan. Well now. Jiang Chen arched a brow. Oh, misfortune within misfortune. At least there was still some money he could use. Even in a game you needed some starting funds or the difficulty would be absurd. After all, he was a transmigrator who knew nothing of this world. Without money, he would not even be able to stockpile supplies. He could hardly wait until everyone outside had turned into zombies, and then go to the supermarket for a free shopping spree. That would be far too dangerous. Jiang Chen simply wanted to hole up at home and quietly survive for a week. Then once the mission was complete, he would return to the real world. He rummaged through the wardrobe for a sweatshirt, pocketed the apartment key, and headed out to the elevator. There were roughly 2.5 hours left. The apocalypse was about to arrive. The time was too short. It would only be enough for Jiang Chen to go to the supermarket downstairs and buy some supplies. If he had more time, perhaps Jiang Chen could choose another place to lie low. For instance, going to the countryside or even into the mountains where the number of zombies would surely be far smaller. But buying supplies and transporting them would take time, and renting a place would as well. 3 hours would definitely. An advertisement blared in the elevator extolling an upscale luxury villa district with the perfect fusion of extravagance and comfort, claiming prices had dropped to 99,888 yuan per square meter. The voice urged potential buyers to act quickly. Listening to the ad, Jiang Chen could not help feeling speechless. Nearly 100,000 yuan per square meter, and they had the nerve to tell people to hurry and buy. By his calculation based on his salary in the real world, he would have to start working back in the Qin dynasty to afford such a place. Capitalists truly deserved condemnation. Fortunately, the apocalypse was about to arrive. No matter how high-end a housing complex was, it would soon be worthless. Thinking of that, he felt a tiny flicker of satisfaction. The elevator soon reached the first floor. Jiang Chen stepped out of the apartment building and scanned his surroundings. The building sat beside a commercial street with a supermarket, pharmacy, and vegetable market all within easy reach. Directly downstairs, there was a supermarket. In the apocalypse, when stockpiling supplies, the most important things were. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the supermarket, he headed straight for the food section, pondering which items had a long shelf life and tasted decent. Self-heating hotpot sausages, canned fruit. With a budget of 3,000, he was fairly well-funded. Chen-mo. A clear, pleasant voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Jiang Chen's train of thought. He looked up to see a pretty girl in a Jake-style school uniform glaring at him, her face full of anger. The girl looked 17 or 18 at most, still carrying a hint of childishness in her features. Though her brows were tightly furrowed, her striking looks gave her anger an oddly cute air. Me. Jiang Chen glanced around and, seeing no one else nearby, pointed at himself. Who else would I mean? Chen-mo, I already told you we're not suitable for each other. And now you've actually started following me around. Just because my mom is trying to push us together doesn't mean I have to be. She did not pause but raised her voice and continued. Give up already. There is no way anything is ever Huh? Jiang Chen was stunned. Buddy, who are you? Hey, what now? You're going to pretend you don't. You have the guts to follow me but not the courage to admit it. The girl was so angry she almost laughed. She had never expected someone could be this shameless. She raised her voice and declared. Then I'll spell it out for you. I am Chu Siwei, your classmate. Do you remember now? You confessed to me before, kept trying to please me. I ignored you and rejected you, and that should have been the end of it. Yet now you're actually stalking me. Isn't that going too far? Because the girl's voice was so loud, most of the people in the supermarket turned to watch the scene unfold. Many people loved a spectacle. The moment they sensed drama, they gathered around. Jiang Chen fell silent, staring at the crowd of onlookers slowly closing in. He finally remembered the question he had just brushed aside. Why had his phone unlocked with his fingerprint so easily? The answer was simple. This transmigration was of the soul. Only his consciousness had crossed over. But because this body was not much different from his previous one, he had failed to notice at first. Jiang Chen felt numb. Looking at the girl named Chu Siwei before him, he asked. Even if we are classmates, this is the building where I live. On what basis do you accuse me of stalking you? Hearing his retort, a look of even greater disdain swept across Chu Siwei's face. She replied impatiently. Because today is Wednesday and I only stayed home and skipped school because I took leave. And you? What's your reason for being here? Jiang Chen said nothing. He was doomed. It was bad enough to have transmigrated into an apocalypse, but his previous self had been a pathetic simp on top of that. Being a simp was bad enough, but to run headlong into the very goddess he had chased in vain. What a cosmic joke. Hearing Chu Siwei's words and seeing how Jiang Chen kept his head down in silence, the spectators began to form their own conclusions. Tisk tisk tsk. The kid looks decent enough, but who'd have thought he's a creep in private? Exactly. And not just any creep. An ultimate simp. Getting rejected over and over is one thing, but to actually stalk her afterward, tsk. The morals of society are really going downhill. In a situation like this, any ordinary person would be trapped, unable to advance or retreat. If you tried to explain, you could easily fall into a self-incriminating trap. The more you said, the more wrong you sounded. Yet, if you said nothing, it would be no different from a social death. Jiang Chen was different. He did not fear social death. A deep, powerful laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw that it was the boy himself who was laughing. What are you laughing at? Chu Siwei frowned, baffled. Jiang Chen lifted his head. His face was calm, his gaze clear. He fixed his eyes firmly on Chu Siwei. Her skin was fair, her eyes large, her features a bit childlike. She did not look particularly bright. For no reason, panic flickered in Chu Siwei's heart. She had never locked eyes with anyone like this before, but she quickly forced herself to snort and act composed. Humph, speak up, Chen-mo. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing. Because you've mistaken me for someone else. Jiang Chen's voice was low, as if it carried the weight of a painful past. Hoarsely he said, I am not the Chen-mo you speak of. My surname is indeed Chen, but my given name is Pinyin. Because my mother said, may every year be peaceful, every year be safe, every year Chen Pinyin. Chu Siwei's brows knitted slightly. Doubt stirred in her heart as she asked, half believing. Then, how do you prove it, Chen Pinyin? Jiang Chen glanced around. The supermarket was packed with onlookers. Some had even raised their phones eager to record everything. My life has been nothing but sorrow. The boy spoke, his tone tragic and desolate, as though his thoughts drifted back to a distant past. When I was 5, I became an orphan left to survive alone in this world. The onlookers collectively drew in a cold breath at these words. Was his life really that miserable? Chu Siue felt a little dazed. Most of all, it was the rage and grief hidden beneath the calm in the boy's eyes. She could even see a faint sheen of tears there. It didn't look like an act at all. It seemed far too real. I remember it was snowing that year. My mother was gravely ill, tormented by pain, but she clenched her teeth and made no sound, afraid I would worry. She told me, "Go outside and look at the snow, little Ping'an." When I came back, she had already passed away. Jiang Chen's voice was steady, as if he had long since grown used to such sorrow. Listening to him, Chu Siue felt a pang of compassion. She began to believe that perhaps the person before her truly wasn't her classmate, but someone who merely looked very much like Chen Mo. Otherwise, who could fabricate such detailed memories in such a short time? And that was only the beginning of my... Jiang Chen did not look at Chu Siue or at the others. Instead, he walked forward one step at a time, slow yet resolute. The crowd watched his determined back, hearts oddly moved. It was as if they could see the life he described. A path unimaginably bleak, yet walked with unwavering resolve. His voice drifted from that retreating figure, echoing in their hearts. I, Chen Ping'an. As a child, had my supreme bone dug out. As a youth, lost all my battle chi and suffered endless humiliation. My life, bound porcelain shattered, and every chance at fortune vanished. My clan was annihilated, and I lived in hiding. My childhood sweetheart Bai Yao died, shielding me from calamity. The one I loved, Xiao Long, was defiled by a villain, and in the end, after a lifetime, I discovered the world I lived in was a colossal lie, that everything on the 9th mountain was fake. Yet though the world was false, love was real. The crowd. Chu Siue. Somehow the more they listened, the more wrong it sounded. What on earth was what was battle chi? Everyone was dumbfounded, listening in a daze, even beginning to doubt their own understanding of life. Was he even still speaking Chinese? Did any of this make sense? By the time the crowd came to their senses, Jiang Chen had already reached the supermarket entrance. What remained to them was his back bathed in sunlight and a laugh that started soft but grew increasingly wild. Ha 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 ha. Does it not say that heaven never bars one's way? As long as I wish to walk, a road will appear beneath my feet. With that, his figure broke into a sprint and vanished in the distance. Damn, the kid ran. No way was he making that up just now. That exaggerated. I almost cried, seriously. And did you see how fast he ran? What a dog, damn, it must have trained for that. With no more drama to watch, and no one able to catch him anyway, the crowd soon dispersed, cursing under their breath. Only Chu Siue was left behind. She stood there in a daze, her face flushing red, then turning pale. She had never imagined she would be fooled like that. Worst of all, she had nearly believed Chen Mo's nonsense, almost convinced he really was some so-called Chen Ping'an, and that she had mistaken him for someone else. She was furious. She was so angry she almost laughed. Was she really that easy to deceive, ready to believe any nonsense? But it had all seemed so real. She couldn't help replaying Jiang Chen's expression and demeanor in her mind. That tear-filled gaze, yet still striding forward with determination. I think my mom once said he really is an orphan. Could it be? Chu Siue would never have guessed that the tears were from Jiang Chen's yun. He had just woken from a brief nap. Ha 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 ha, bet you didn't see that coming. That's my escape route. Jiang Chen glanced back and, seeing no one chasing him, secretly thought to himself that it went exactly as planned. He had no other real talent except that he could run incredibly fast. Pulling up the hood of his sweatshirt, Jiang Chen didn't flee farther away, but instead turned around and casually walked back. After all, the most dangerous place was often the safest place to be. Jiang Chen entered the supermarket again, and the journey was smooth without anyone recognizing him. In fact, most people rarely pay attention to what others are doing, and even the crowd that had just gathered couldn't have imagined Jiang Chen would return. Everyone was there to buy groceries, and after completing their shopping, they simply left. Jiang Chen pushed a shopping cart and walked towards the food section. Due to the commotion caused by that woman, there were only 2 hours left before the apocalypse. Time inexplicably felt tighter. Finding another supermarket at this point would likely not leave enough time. Thinking of Chu Siue, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Wasn't this just a pure waste of time? He thought he had encountered a version T0, only to realize how easily fooled she was. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen had actually waited for a moment. In other novels or anime, when the protagonist encounters a crisis, doesn't the system usually awaken immediately? Why was there no reaction here? He had to find his own escape route. Was this unreliable system really that useless? He hoped the system wasn't deceiving him, the apocalypse would truly come. If the apocalypse didn't come and the onlookers uploaded the video, Jiang Chen might suffer online bullying. By then, he would have to follow the process. I was bullied online. I've caught the Yu disease, don't laugh challenge. Top 100 up owners. Jiang Chen pondered the events of his previous life while placing supplies into the shopping cart. His previous incarnation was named Chun Mo, a high school student who was in the same class as that JK girl from earlier. Counting today, it was still Wednesday. Because of Jiang Chen's crossing over, it could be considered skipping class. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exhale in relief. Fortunately, he had crossed over relatively early. If he had crossed over later, starting at school would have been a hellish difficulty. In the campus, there was no shortage of people, which meant there would be many zombies as well. Can pork, can fish, let's get a few cans of fruit too. Jiang Chen contemplated while tossing supplies into the shopping cart. I need to get some dry food too. Compressed biscuits, instant noodles, energy bars, chocolate. Although the system's task required survival for a week, Jiang Chen still hoarded as many supplies as possible. It was just a matter of convenience. Chun Mo, you're still here. A somewhat familiar voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. He mechanically turned his head. It turned out to be that girl whose name seemed to be something like Chu. At this moment, a fleeting surprise appeared on Chu Siyu's face, but she quickly composed herself and spoke calmly. Chun Mo, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you again. What a coincidence, my foot. Chun Mo fell silent. Was this girl a dog? Why was she lingering here instead of going home? However, Jiang Chen noticed that Chu Siyu's attitude towards him seemed a bit different from before. At least she wasn't making a scene and slowing down his stockpiling progress. Yeah, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen nodded, his tone flat. Are you buying chocolate? MHM. After Jiang Chen replied with that one word, he didn't say anything more, just kept tossing items into the cart. It felt like he had bumped into a stranger. Chu Siyu suddenly felt a bit angry. Clearly it was him who had deceived her, and he even had a suspicion of stalking her, yet he was acting like a stranger and was so cold. She felt more and more wronged as she thought about it. Now he was acting aloof, not even glancing at her. This was a misunderstanding on Chu Siyu's part. Jiang Chen had been watching her all along. He kept an eye on her from the corner of his vision, thinking that if she tried anything funny, he would give her an elbow strike. Time was running out. If the apocalypse came and he hadn't returned home, it would be embarrassing. Fortunately, Chu Siyu had not made any moves. Jiang Chen silently lowered his arms, secretly nodding to himself. I've stocked up on enough dry food. Next I should get some self-heating food. After all, once the apocalypse arrives, who knows when the power will go out. Jiang Chen switched to another shelf, continuing to procure food, while Chu Siyu followed him, remaining silent like a He didn't mind. Her silence was actually a good thing. Soon the food in the shopping cart piled up into a small mountain. Along the way, Chu Siyu observed Jiang Chen, her expression changing several times, as if she was imagining a lot of things. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Chanamo, what are you planning to do with all this food? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and asked, does this have anything to do with you? Chun Mo, don't take it too hard just because I rejected you. You should know that life is very precious. Jiang Chen, what the heck are you talking about? Why does it feel like I can't understand you? Seeing the confused look on Jiang Chen's face seemed to further validate a certain guess in Chu Siyu's mind. She appeared to regain her confidence and asked, are you planning to stop going to school later? MHM. Are you planning to just stay at home and not come out? Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, yes. Chu Siyu became more certain of her guess. Indeed, previously Chun Mo's indifference had all been an act. Behind his expressionless facade was such a tragic choice. She never expected that someone would stop going to school and studying just because she rejected him. Moreover, he was stockpiling so many supplies, intending to shut himself in at home. It made sense. Chun Mo was originally an orphan who hadn't experienced much love while growing up, and coupled with his confession being rejected a few days ago, Chu Siyu felt that as a kind and beautiful high school girl, she should correct this mistake in time and save this boy whose heart was on the verge of breaking. At the very least, she should give this boy a glimmer of hope. I think there's still a possibility between us, Chu Siyu. Jiang Chen, huh? What does that even mean? How is there a possibility? Did I lose my memory? Did I zone out? Did she hold back a big surprise after not speaking all the way here? So are you surprised or scared by this surprise? Chu Siyu looked at Jiang Chen expectantly, seemingly wanting to see him overjoyed. Jiang Chen felt numb. He even doubted whether he had skipped some game plot. From his perspective, after Chu Siyu greeted him, she had merely followed him in silence. Then suddenly she said, there's still a possibility between them. What does that mean? Was he supposed to conquer himself? Jiang Chen was greatly shocked. He quickly waved his hand, saying, let's forget it. I like mature women. Chu Siyu's expression froze. She didn't expect that the response waiting for her would be such an answer. Not only was there no ecstatic reaction, but he was also avoiding her as if she were some venomous woman. Moreover, he even used the reason of liking mature women. I Chu Siyu am recognized as a beauty in the class with an exceptional figure and appearance. I can't even count how many boys are pursuing me. And now he actually dislikes her. The fool is me. Chu Siyu's eyes turned red, and a misty layer of tears covered her eyes, carrying a hint of sorrow. She was on the verge of crying. You? Chun Mo, you've gone too far. Do you know what you're saying? Chu Siyu's face flushed, filled with indignation. After saying this, she waited for Jiang Chen's reaction. Jiang Chen had no reaction. After all, he wasn't the same as the previous Chun Mo. He pondered for a moment and picked up something from the shelf. Then he said, are you okay? If you're fine, eat some Lulu plums. I'm different from you. I really have something to deal with. You're too good for me, just forget about me and move on to the next one. Seeing Jiang Chen shove a bag of Lulu plums into her hand, Chu Siyue finally couldn't hold back anymore. Woo-woo. Chun Mo, I will never talk to you again. Clearly it was you who liked me before. It's not like I liked you. Why are you treating me like this? She turned and ran away, clutching that bag of Lulu plums. A few glistening tears seemed to float in the air. Jiang Chen watched Chu Siyue's retreating figure, feeling, aren't we just friends? You're really not going to talk to me again. Is there even a future? Jiang Chen was exasperated. What a mess. It was the apocalypse, for goodness sake. Fortunately, there was still some time left. Jiang Chen glanced at the light blue text and continued stockpiling supplies. The biochemical apocalypse should just be a zombie virus. To be safe after the apocalypse descends, tap water might not be drinkable. Who knows if it contains a virus? After procuring enough food for about a month, Jiang Chen began to move the bottled water from the supermarket. Soon this scene attracted the attention of many people in the supermarket. After all, who buys things in shopping carts like this? Facing the surprised and curious gazes from everyone, Jiang Chen simply shook his head. He originally thought he would only fill one shopping cart, but unexpectedly, with the addition of bottled water, he filled 4 or 5 shopping carts. Fortunately, the supermarket staff were quite accommodating. After learning that his home was right upstairs, and considering the amount of items he purchased, they naturally agreed to lend Jiang Chen the shopping cart. Jiang Chen naturally didn't need it. He always hated causing trouble. After the apocalypse, resources would be extremely scarce. If someone found out where he lived and that he had hoarded a lot of supplies, that would be troublesome, purely asking for trouble. Jiang Chen finally lay down on the large bed after moving all his belongings back. Wow, this bed is so big. Looking at the light blue text before him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness this apartment has an elevator. Oh, otherwise carrying 10 barrels of water would have exhausted me. Speaking of which, since the apocalypse has arrived, does that mean I don't have to go to school or work? I can sleep as long as I want and wake up whenever I feel like it. With his mood relaxed, Jiang Chen even felt a bit joyful. I've stocked up enough food at home, so there's no need to venture out for risks. Whatever I want to eat, I can have it. It's simply delightful. His gaze shifted back to the light blue text. Awakening talent loading. He had seen this line before, but it was purely nonsensical. Who knew how long this thing would take to load? This damn system is fraught with pitfalls. Jiang Chen had lost count of how many times he had cursed its family. In 15 minutes, the world will be destroyed. Suddenly, Jiang Chen was curious to see what the world would look like when the zombie outbreak occurred. Without hesitation, he found a chair and moved it to the balcony. Jiang Chen was prepared to broaden his horizons. After all, this was far more thrilling than any zombie movie, since it was reality, where a careless mistake could lead to death. Outside the balcony window lay the commercial street Jiang Chen had visited before. It was close to noon, and the sun was pouring down its light and heat, scorching the earth. Time until the apocalypse, 0 hours 10 minutes. The distant skyscrapers reflected the sunlight, somewhat blinding. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the apartment building across. Time until the apocalypse, 0 hours 10 minutes. The distant skyscrapers reflected the sunlight, somewhat blinding. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the apartment building across. He spotted a familiar face. He had traveled through time and shouldn't know anyone except Chu Siyue. Jiang Chen felt a chill. Was this woman haunting him, or was the plot of the devoted dog and the goddess still ongoing? When would this goddess finally wrap up her story with the devoted dog? Being a devoted dog was exhausting. Meanwhile, on the other side, goddess Chu Siyue held a pillow, biting her silver teeth, tears brimming her eyes, feeling increasingly wronged. Damn Chen Mo, stinky Chen Mo, boo hoo, he has changed. He was never like this before. Could it be that after I rejected him yesterday, he was truly hurt and no longer liked me? Boo hoo, how could someone say they don't like someone and actually mean it? Clearly he sent me a message last night. Chu Siyue's chest heaved repeatedly. Though still in high school, she had developed quite nicely. At that moment, Chu Siyue similarly spotted Jiang Chen. However, there was no expression of surprise on her face. With a huff, she turned her head, not wanting Jiang Chen to see that she had just been crying. Seeing Chu Siyue's expression, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of suspicion. She seems unbothered by seeing me. That means she must have known we were neighbors all along and on the same 7th floor. He quickly recalled the various encounters he had with Chu Siyue before. No wonder Chu Siyue said right off the bat that even if her mother played matchmaker, she wouldn't fancy Jiang Chen. Why would there be matchmaking? It was because their families were neighbors and they were in the same school and class. Also because they were neighbors, Jiang Chen could bump into Chu Siyue at the supermarket downstairs. This supermarket was also right under her building. Otherwise, even if they were classmates, how could they coincidentally walk into the same supermarket outside of school? All the seemingly unreasonable places suddenly became incredibly rational. Those coincidences that once furrowed brows and felt abrupt were no longer inexplicable fragments of chance, but rather a very logical progression of events. It was meant to be this way, and indeed it was. In that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that the place he was in was not a game but a real world. Time until the apocalypse, 0 hours 0 minutes. In the instant Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the apocalypse had already arrived. In the next second, the sun radiating endless light changed color, turned deep green, profound, oppressive, dim, and murky. The entire world darkened. Immediately afterward, chaos ensued. Someone suddenly transformed into a zombie and lunged at a passerby. It was quiet for just a moment. Then came a cacophony of sounds, screams, shouts, and car horns. The crowd ran for their lives, with the monsters that had turned into zombies chasing behind them. Someone was caught, but soon they got back up, their bodies contorted as they joined in the new round of pursuit. Jiang Chen had long been mentally prepared and was not frightened. But Chu Siyue across the street was different. She had initially planned to ask on WeChat later what Jiang Chen meant by his previous words. However, when she turned around, the end of the world had arrived. She widened her beautiful eyes, unable to believe she saw a truck crashing through, seemingly trying to escape from the quagmire, only to find that a small car on the other side. With a loud bang, the two vehicles collided, causing an explosion. Flames erupted into the sky, smoke billowing. Chu Siyue instinctively ducked her head, and by the time she reacted, her face was already filled with terror. What is happening to this world? She hurriedly grabbed her phone from the bed and dialed the emergency number, only to find the line was busy. It seemed countless people were anxiously awaiting assistance. She turned on the television and found that many of the programs had been paused, with only a few channels still broadcasting normally. After a while, the official broadcasting station finally made a sound. It was reporting an alert. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. A sudden outbreak of zombies has occurred worldwide. Observations indicate that being bitten or scratched by a zombie will transmit the zombie virus. Survivors, please lock your doors and wait for military rescue. How could this be? Zombies? Aren't they just fictional in movies? Chu Siyue muttered in disbelief, quickly recalling something from earlier. Could it be that Chen Mo hoarded supplies because he knew the apocalypse was coming? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Chen no longer looked outside at the apocalyptic scene. Instead, he focused on the light blue text before him. Awakening talent. He noticed that the 3 words loading seemed to be shrouded by mist, generating new text. What does this mean? Is it about to hang? I thought so. How could there be no glitches after traveling here? This is unreasonable. Jiang Chen became excited and prepared to grin. The 3-hour deadline has arrived. The apocalypse, your king has returned. Awakening talent, a new identity every day. Today's role is passerby A. Jiang Chen retracted his smile. Jiang Chen. Not this. Buddy, is this correct? While others flaunt their outrageous powers such as spatial abilities, infinite resources, and the rise of the zombie king. But for me, it has turned into a new identity every day. And today it's passerby A. What is passerby? Jiang Chen recalled the novels he had read before, where the protagonist usually obtained some treasure or comprehended a certain skill. There would always be a passerby A to serve as a foil. Could this be the legendary twin martial spirits? So monstrous, this child is terrifying. Have you heard? Those great emperors mostly met tragic ends in their later years. Jiang Chen, haha. It turns out that when one is extremely speechless, they can inexplicably laugh. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind and a card appeared in his hand. Character passerby A, name Jiang Chen, strength 8, speed 9, physique 7. Note, the standard for a normal adult male is 10. Jiang Chen scratched his head. He had instinctively waved his hand and this card had appeared. What is this? A character card. The card showed a small white figure with a large X above its head. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, 666. As expected of passerby A, not even a decent illustration. What on earth is the use of this thing? After fiddling for a while, Jiang Chen finally discovered that the only function of this character card was to vanish or appear with his thoughts. It seems it can be used to perform magic tricks. Haha, I'm truly a genius. Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of sadness. Suddenly, a notification sound came from his phone. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and found that the group chat was a chaotic mess of messages. Senior class 3, 4, student group. Woo-woo, is anyone still alive? This is terrifying. What has happened to everyone? They seem to be going insane, biting anyone they see. This seemed to be a surviving female student. Jiang Chen had traveled here and naturally did not recognize her. This is a zombie. Haven't you seen any zombie movies? As soon as you are bitten, you will be infected with the zombie virus, turning into a creature that is neither human nor ghost. Physical education representative. Great. You're still alive. What about the others in the class? I don't know. It's the most dangerous time now. Remember, keep your phone on silent, as zombies generally have very In Ningjiang, no. For high school, in the gymnasium, a tanned, muscular high school student was sitting on the windowsill in the middle of the gym. There was no way to climb around the windowsill. It seemed he had jumped from a flagpole standing beside it. And he was Zhang Li, the physical education representative of Jiang Chen's class. Zhang Li looked down at the mindless zombies wandering in the gym and felt a bit anxious. There were too many zombies. Even he, the strongest in terms of physical fitness in the class, had no confidence to rush out. Zhang Li shook his head and typed a message in the class group. How many people are still alive in the class? Those alive, please respond. There was silence. The female student who had just asked him about the situation had also gone quiet. The outcome seemed to be self-evident. Jiang Chen won. Zhang Li suddenly grabbed his phone. Chen Mo, are you still alive? Jiang Chen, a dead man is still alive. On the other end, Jiang Chen's expression, which had been lifeless, suddenly changed to his eyes lit up as he focused on the suddenly appearing light. As passerby, your message in the group earns you 5 system points. System points can be used for card draws. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. Wow. The system is indeed not that simple. I said, what use could that crappy character card have? Are zombies going to come at him while he performs card tricks? Senior class 3, 4, student group, Chu Siue 2. After Chu Siue sent her message, no one in the group continued with the number 3. Zhang Li's mouth gaped slightly as he looked at the group in surprise. He didn't expect that the last 2 survivors in the class would actually be these 2. Chen Mo was Chu Siu's admirer. Everyone in the class knew that. Today Chu Siue happened to be absent and Chen Mo had not come to school either. Zhang Li, you two aren't dating, are you? Seeing the physical education representative asking like this, Chu Siue instinctively wanted to deny it, but just as she was about to type, she hesitated. She looked at the group chat interface on her phone, biting her lip, unsure of what she was thinking. Jiang Chen, no. Seeing Jiang Chen deny it so decisively, Chu Siue felt a bit lost. Zhang Li, oh, so you're both at home. What's the situation outside now? Chu Siue, it's terrible. I saw on TV that there are zombies all over the world. Jiang Chen, it's terrible. Zhang Li, sigh, is the world going to end? The sun has turned green. Jiang Chen, sigh. Chu Siue, now the lines are all busy on the phone. We can only wait for military rescue. Fortunately, both Chen Mo and I are at home. We have security doors so zombies can't get in. Jiang Chen, right, they can't get in. As passerby, your message in the group earns you 7 system points. Jiang Chen discovered that as long as he spoke in the group, he would earn points. Moreover, as long as he silently thought the words draw a lottery, a card drawing interface would appear before him. This interface was very rudimentary with no decorative images, only 2 dry options. Draw 1 card and draw 10 cards. Drawing 1 card required 100 points. After acting as an automaton in the group for a while, he only had 50 points. He was still quite a way off from 100 points. So Jiang Chen continued to act as an automaton in the group. Suddenly, classmates, great news. You're still alive. A person with the IDU Kursin suddenly spoke up in the group. Kursin, you're still alive. Chu Siue was so excited upon seeing Yu Kursin's message that she almost jumped up since she was her best friend. Previously she had messaged her best friend, but Yu Kursin had not replied. She thought something had happened to her, and she had been feeling down for a while. I'm Qin Lan. Kursin is fine. She's right next to me. Teacher Qin. Zhang Li and Chu Siue were both a bit excited, or after all, they were still high school students, and instinctively wanted to find an adult when things went awry. Finding an adult was equivalent to finding a pillar of support. In Ningjiang No. For high school, in the school's broadcast room, a young female teacher in her early 20s was staring intently at her phone. There was a streak of red blood on her face, adding an element of stunning beauty, but what attracted the most attention, it was simply too ample. At that moment, many students surrounded Qinlan, both male and female. Some were nervous, some terrified, and some were even crying, but no one dared to make a sound. Students, I am currently in the school broadcast room, which is barely safe. There are 8 of us here. The broadcast room door is locked and blocked with heavy objects. Now it can be confirmed that zombies have average vision but very sensitive hearing, so what I need to do next is to use the school's broadcast to lure the zombies away, to give everyone some space to escape. Qinlan did not waste words and immediately thought of the optimal solution. Seeing Qinlan say this in the group, Zhang Li, the physical education representative, was genuinely a bit excited. After all, his position was quite precarious. Although zombies could not get up here, he also had no way to go down. He could only chat in the group, and there was still an only replying with yes, 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 make sense, and the like. He finally understood why Chu Siue previously looked down on Chen Mo. Logically speaking, Chen Mo was quite good-looking and they lived close by, but it turned out that Chen Mo was a bit mentally challenged. Chen Mo, got it, teacher, or don't worry, I will definitely seize the opportunity. Zhang Li, what the hell, I'm the one at school? What opportunity are you seizing? He was just about to reply to teacher Qin, only to find that the message failed to send. The internet is down. Less than an hour into the apocalypse, the network system has collapsed. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone, which displayed a failed network connection, and couldn't help but shake his head. It is foreseeable that in the near future, not only the internet but also water and electricity will cease to function. The technological advancements that humanity has developed over the years will regress. However, this has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. After all, the supplies he has stockpiled are enough for him to indulge, and as long as he stays indoors, he will be safe. The security door is truly a great invention. He put down his phone and lay down on the bed. Wow, this bed is so big and soft. It's a pity that I can no longer earn points through the chat group. Thinking of this broken system made Jiang Chen feel a bit frustrated. Oh! In the broadcast room of the teaching building at Ningjiang 4th High School, Qinlan also discovered that the network was unreachable, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. After all, this phone was something she had worked hard to get. It's important to note that this is a high school and many students do not bring their phones to school for the sake of studying. Moreover, since the incident occurred suddenly, even if someone had a phone, they might not have thought to use it right away. By the time everyone reached a safe place, even if they remembered, it would be impossible to go back and retrieve it. Qinlan looked at the students surrounding her, her eyes revealing a hint of pity, but she quickly composed herself and softly said, "Classmates, the internet is no longer available, but our plan remains unchanged. I will use the school broadcast to attract the zombies' attention. I hope this can help those surviving classmates." Chu Siyue put down her phone, her eyes slightly red, as if she hugged a pillow lying flat on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She couldn't understand what was happening to the first. Chen Mo seemed to have become a different person. He didn't care about her feelings at all. His coldness made her feel like a stranger. Then came the zombie outbreak and the world changed drastically. She tried to call her mother, but the line was busy. The only thing that worked was the internet. Online there were countless videos of zombie attacks with people screaming, the sound of car horns and explosions echoing everywhere. Her home was on the 7th floor and she couldn't see the zombies below clearly. She could only make out vague outlines. The online videos were different. The zombies were filmed up close, their eyes glazed, bodies twisted, and their appearances were terrifying. Chu Siyue was terrified. Gurgle. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, well, past the usual mealtime. Only then did Chu Siyue realize she hadn't eaten lunch. She silently got up, preparing to find something to eat at home. These supplies will probably only last 2 or 3 days. Chu Siyue laid out all the food she had at home on the table. The quantity was pitifully small. Her family didn't have a habit of stocking up on food. Since Chu Siyue was a boarding student, she usually only returned home on weekends, while her mother ate at the company cafeteria. Boom! Suddenly an incredibly loud noise echoed throughout the city's sky. Chu Siyue and Jiang Chen hurriedly went to the balcony to see what had happened. They saw a passenger plane wobbling in the green sky, plummeting towards the city. Its engine roared like the last gasp of a giant beast with one wing on fire, emitting blinding flames. In the time it took Jiang Chen to be stunned, the plane quickly crashed into a distant skyscraper. Boom! The building toppled and the plane crashed. Even from a distance, the two were stunned by the deafening sound, which caused some ringing in their ears. More sensitive than their hearing were the zombies. Countless zombies began to sprint towards the crash site the moment they heard the sound. "No way, I thought staying home would be safe, and now there's this." Jiang Chen was alarmed. While the security door could keep out zombies, a plane was a different story. However, logically speaking, the chance of a plane being directly above the city is quite low, so it shouldn't happen again. After the apocalypse struck, the world changed rapidly. Chaos everywhere, the internet vanished, and now even planes were falling. It seemed as if the world was racing towards destruction. Given the situation, let's eat first. Jiang Chen maintained a good attitude as he looked at the food he had stockpiled. There was plenty of food with a variety of types. Although I haven't done much today, I still deserve to treat myself to a good meal. Thus, while Chu Siyue stared at the crashing plane lost in thought, Jiang Chen had already started frying steak and uncorked a bottle of red wine. While Chu Siyue nibbled on dry bread, counting how to ration her food, which would last a few days at most, Jiang Chen had already taken a bite of the steak, savoring the crispy outside and the tender juiciness inside. This is truly a good thing. No wonder it was only $1 off before. After buying long-term stored food, Jiang Chen still had some money left. He bought some luxury items. These foods are not easy to preserve, and if the refrigerator loses power, they will spoil quickly. Since that is the case, Jiang Chen naturally chose to enjoy himself right from the start. After all, before he crossed over, he rarely treated himself to steak like this. Sipping red wine, humming a tune, Jiang Chen indulged in this lazy moment. By the way, it would be even better if there was something to watch. He turned on the television but found the signal was poor, and every channel was filled with warnings and news or analyses of zombies biting people and the sky turning green. Boring. Jiang Chen raised his glass of red wine and walked to the balcony. He looked down at the street. Because of the huge noise from the plane crash, the number of zombies nearby had decreased significantly. At least it wasn't like before where the streets were filled with them. So at this moment someone thought it might be time. They ran out, decisively wanting to escape this hellish place. Then with a scream they met a painful demise. Hesitating leads to defeat and decisiveness leads to demise. Jiang Chen truly felt that ancient wisdom was not deceiving. Awakening from a deep slumber to find the world cloaked in darkness. Some say that loneliness is akin to waking from a midday nap only to discover that the world has turned into a night filled with lights, yet completely disconnected from oneself. That sense of loss envelopes every inch of your skin, enough to plunge one into despair. Jiang Chen wondered, did I die? For a moment in between. Time passes so swiftly, doesn't it? He fell into contemplation. After sleeping for too long, Jiang Chen had to face a pressing question. That is, having just finished lunch, he must now ponder what to have for dinner. Jiang Chen walked out to the balcony. Unlike the green sun of the day, the night sky seemed unchanged from the time before the apocalypse. It was pitch black. The streetlights outside had been lit, but there were no pedestrians, only walking corpses. The surrounding tall buildings were engulfed in darkness with no lights on. Perhaps it was due to the absence of people. Jiang Chen looked up at the building across the street. That was Chu Siyu's home. It too remained dark, leaving him to wonder if she was still alive. In the distance of the city, explosions could still be heard, as if someone was still struggling for survival. Jiang Chen, the light was bright and warm. In the surrounding pitch darkness, Jiang Chen's home shone like a lighthouse in the dark night. Ningjiang 4th High School Teaching Building. This was a large structure, spacious and grand, with the school playground located behind the teaching building. The school's broadcast room was lit. Qinlan let out a soft sigh as she gazed out the window, seeing many students on the playground who had already turned into zombies. These zombies mostly wore school uniforms, their faces grotesque as they wandered aimlessly. She had no idea how many teachers and students had survived inside the school. Nor did she know if her earlier attempt to attract zombies using the school broadcast had been effective. "Teacher, do you think we can still be saved?" A female student, her eyes slightly red and filled with fear, asked Qinlan with a trembling voice. "Of course you must believe in." Qinlan softly comforted the girl. "The military will definitely come to rescue us. Right now all we need to do is stay put and not take risks." Beside her, a beautiful yet cold-looking girl quietly shook her head. Her name was Yu Kurson, a close friend of Chu Siue, who had previously lent her phone to Qinlan. Yu Kurson excelled academically, being a top student with a high IQ. Seeing the absence of lights outside the school, she realized that the situation beyond was equally grim. Moreover, the recent loud explosion had left everyone on edge. Perhaps the world is about to be destroyed. Such thoughts occasionally lingered in her mind. This zombie virus was terrifying. A mere bite or scratch could lead to rapid infection. Although the internet had vanished and phone lines were dead, leaving mobile phones nearly useless, Yu Kurson still managed to gather a lot of information from her phone. For instance, previously the chat group of Class 4 of the 3rd year had discussed much about the situation outside. Unfortunately, only Chu Siue was actively speaking, while Chun Mo, who had also survived outside, kept making irrelevant comments. "You're right, isn't that so?" "Sigh, I knew it," Yu Kurson thought, feeling a headache. She was aware that Chun Mo had always liked her friend, but she never expected him to be this unreliable, responding to everything yet providing no useful information. Suddenly, it seemed a student seeing the darkening sky tried to escape. As a result, the zombies, with their sharp hearing, rushed towards the sound. The sounds of zombie roars and students' footsteps intertwined, reaching the ears of those in the broadcast room. Finally, a scream rang out. The teaching building fell silent once more. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Chen sat down at his desk. On the desk lay a brand new notebook. Besides that, there was also a fountain pen. With no internet, forms of entertainment had become quite dull. Jiang Chen decided to write a diary. Although it said that serious people do not keep diaries, coincidentally Jiang Chen never considered himself a serious person. He opened the diary's front page and wrote, "My name is Chun Mo. By the time you read this, I will have died." Then he turned to the first page. Jiang Chen continued writing. "The first day of the apocalypse, a green sun appeared in the sky." After finishing his diary, Jiang Chen glanced at his score of 98 points, casually greeting the system's family. Fortunately, it was Jiang Chen. If someone else had this system, they'd likely succumb to depression. Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart and took out his character card. Character: Bystander A. Name: Jiang Chen. Strength 8. Speed 10. Constitution 7. Note: the standard for an ordinary adult male is 10. Something seemed off. Jiang Chen scrutinized the character card again and found that there was indeed a change. After all, when he first got the character card, he had glanced at the panel. At that moment, he thought to himself, none of these 3 attributes reached 10, merely the standard of an ordinary adult male, a pure. But now his speed had actually met the standard. When did this happen? Could it be that the time he spent napping in the afternoon was not merely laziness but rather a physical evolution? Or perhaps the mutton hot pot he ate for dinner had mutated. Eating it could increase speed by 1. Jiang Chen was baffled. As for whether to test his speed, he had no such intention. After all, a speed increase from 9 to 10 was not the same as from 9 to 90. With the small space at home, running would probably make little difference. However, the increase in attributes was indeed tangible. Jiang Chen felt a bit excited. Regardless of the reason, this was ultimately a good thing. Perhaps by tomorrow morning he would wake up to find his attribute points had surged again, making it possible for him to trample zombies and dominate in the apocalypse. Jiang Chen slept soundly, perhaps because the bed was too comfortable. In his dreams, he wielded dual swords, fighting bloodily against thousands of zombies. In the end, he stood atop a mountain of corpses, shouting, "What bystander? I am the chosen one, the only one." He held little hope for the system, especially since his identity today was merely bystander A. It wouldn't be reasonable to wake up and suddenly hear the system say your identity today is the immortal emperor of the immortal realm or supreme of the divine realm, would it? Across from Jiang Chen's home in the apartment building, Chu Siue suddenly woke up. She looked towards Jiang Chen's house and found that the lights were not on, feeling a wave of worry. Today, while chatting in the group, she had wanted to ask Jiang Chen about his earlier remarks several times, but there had been no. When teacher Qinlan sent a message, the internet suddenly went down. She lost contact with the school, and amidst her panic thought of Jiang Chen. Perhaps it was because in the face of such an apocalyptic crisis, she instinctively wanted to find someone to rely on. So she rummaged through her house for a while and finally found a telescope. Then she wrote a few large characters on a whiteboard. "Can you see this?" After that, she sat in front of the balcony waiting for Jiang Chen to look this way, thinking that if he happened to come out, at least they could reconnect. That entire afternoon, she kept watching Jiang Chen's balcony, fearing that if he came out, she would miss him. Until later Jiang Chen never came out nor did he look her way. Chu Siyue fell asleep, due to being overwhelmed by a series of bewildering events she had experienced in a short span of time. The sky turned green, zombies erupted, and the world descended into chaos. She had lost contact with everyone. Moreover, she had only eaten a small piece of bread at noon, and had been holding a telescope which consumed a considerable amount of her strength. At this moment it was already close to midnight. Chu Siyue woke from her slumber, and her first instinct was to look in the direction of Jiang Chen's home. However, there was no sign of Jiang Chen. Even his house light was off. Disappointed, Chu Siyue withdrew her gaze. She dared not turn on the light and groped for the leftover bread she had from lunch, leaning against the bed and eating slowly. Yet, as she nibbled, tears began to fall uncontrollably. The salty droplets landed on the bread. She wondered if it was because she had dozed off that they happened to miss each other, or perhaps something happened to Jiang Chen. It had been over 10 hours since the internet went down, and she had not seen Jiang. Maybe a zombie had suddenly entered his house, or perhaps he had stepped outside, and then never returned. Chu Siyue could not fathom it. That afternoon, how soundly Jiang Chen had slept. When he finally woke up, turned on the light, had his meal, and began writing in his diary, Chu Siyue was already too exhausted and had fallen asleep. The two of them had perfectly missed each other. One slept soundly, even slaying foes in dreams. The other was filled with anxiety, weary and hungry, worried almost all night without rest. At 9 in the morning, the deep green sun rose punctually, casting an unshakable green hue over the world. Jiang Chen yawned, struggling to rise from bed. He began brushing his teeth and washing up, drinking a cup of warm water. Apart from using the toilet, all the water Jiang Chen used was from the bottled water he had stored. In any case, there was plenty, even enough for a lavish shower. By the way, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled that his talent should have refreshed. These few lines of light blue text were indeed not easy to notice at first. Talent awakened. A new identity every day. Today's role is bystander. He chuckled inwardly, feeling no waves of emotion, almost wanting to laugh. He knew well that this dog's hit system yesterday was a passerby, and today was just another passerby. With a thought, a character card appeared in his hand. Character bystander name Jiang Chen, strength 8, speed 10, constitution 7. Note: the standard for an ordinary adult male is 10. Indeed, today's character prefix had transformed into bystander. However, what disappointed Jiang Chen was that his three-dimensional attributes had not changed at all. It seemed that the increase in speed yesterday was merely a coincidence. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony and began stretching his body. After all, lying down all the time could be a bit tiring. Maintaining good health is essential for a sound sleep. Jiang Chen noticed that the scenery before him seemed somewhat off. It was too clear. It felt as if he had suddenly put on glasses after being severely nearsighted. The haziness of the world was instantly unveiled, becoming clearer than ever. Whether it was the small text on a distant billboard or the skyscraper that had collapsed after being struck by a plane yesterday, he felt as if he could reach out and touch it as though he were there in person. Jiang Chen looked at the zombies walking below. He could see the details on the zombies' faces, the pale eyes, the bloody corners of their mouths, even the style of clothes they wore, and the bracelets on their wrists. Hiss! Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Damn, seeing these things up close like this is really a bit disgusting. Were these zombies fed dragon fruit? That little thing looks quite unique. Since they were too far away, the zombies were completely unaware that someone was observing them from the building above. Moreover, he had even launched an appearance attack against them. It seems I've gained supervision. Is there really such a good thing? Jiang Chen no longer looked at the ugly zombies, but shifted his gaze to a nearby apartment building. He focused his eyes and found that there were indeed humans still alive nearby. He saw a household that had completely sealed their windows with tape, leaving only a small gap. Even the supermarket downstairs seemed to show signs of survivors. After a sleepless night, Chu Siyue finally woke up. She had been on edge all night, startled awake by the slap. Upon waking, she instinctively looked in Jiang Chen's direction. To her delight, Jiang Chen was safe. He was standing by the balcony, seemingly observing something. Chu Siyue hurriedly took out the whiteboard she had prepared yesterday, waving it to catch Jiang Chen's attention. Tears were about to spill from her eyes. She had truly felt a bit hopeless yesterday. There wasn't much food left at home, and with all contact with the outside world severed, even her closest classmates were out of reach. What awaited her might just be a lonely death from hunger. It was even possible that she could directly break down emotionally, and in a moment of despair become like a character from a tragedy. While Chu Siyue desperately waved the whiteboard, she used the telescope to observe Jiang Chen, afraid to shout out loud for fear of attracting zombies. She looked a bit comical. Jiang Chen, whose vision had greatly improved, naturally saw Chu Siyue. At that moment, Chu Siyue's hair was disheveled, her eyes were bloodshot, and she tightly gripped the whiteboard, her fingers turning slightly pale from exertion. She was still wearing yesterday's JK uniform. Although she appeared somewhat haggard, it did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a touch of broken beauty. She was still wearing yesterday's JK uniform. Although she appeared somewhat haggard, it did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a touch. She thought about wiping them away, but realized that the distance between the two buildings was not close, and Jiang Chen probably wouldn't see the details on her face. Wiping her tears might expose her more. She didn't want Jiang Chen to know that she cried just because she saw him alive. Chu Siyue cleaned the whiteboard and rewrote 3 large characters. 4 o'clock. She lifted the whiteboard again, signaling Jiang Chen to see. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding Chu Siyu's intent. This was a promise to contact each other again at 4 in the afternoon. Then Chu Siyu pulled the curtains to hide her inner excitement. Great, he's still alive. Chu Siyu hugged her pillow, rolling happily on the bed. She had truly been afraid before, and seeing Jiang Chen alive made her genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Chen naturally saw that Chu Siyu was crying. It was no joke. With his newly acquired supervision, he could see everything as if Chu Siyu were right before him. Why are you crying? Are you so excited to see me? Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. He wondered if he was Chu Siyu's long-lost father, and she finally recognized him and started to reconnect. Why were her eyes filled with tears? Was it because of deep love for her father? No, the ages don't match. That doesn't make sense. What on earth is this woman thinking? Jiang Chen felt a bit bewildered. It seemed like Chu Siyu was just crying for no reason like a pure child. Moreover, she was particularly imaginative, leaving him forever puzzled about what was going on in her little head. After thinking for a while and realizing that women were truly too hard to understand, Jiang Chen chose to give up. He never made things difficult for himself. He redirected his focus back to his vision. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. This was too exaggerated. It was comparable to having eyes that could see thousands of miles. It indeed had a hint of supervision. Moreover, with today's identity being bystander, he had to believe that this ability was indeed related to the system. Could it be that cursing the system really works? After a period of experimentation, Jiang Chen discovered that his vision had not only sharpened. He also began receiving brief, spontaneous prompts whenever he focused intently on an object. You observe a zombie as a bystander, 5 system points. An ordinary zombie, a common undead creature, capable of transmitting the zombie virus through scratches or bites. This zombie was once a corporate executive. Neglecting physical fitness and suffering from severe obesity, its running speed is significantly slower than that of ordinary zombies. Its sole vulnerability lies in the head. Defeating it yields a zombie core, a crystallized essence usable for item enhancement. HSS. It seems I've stumbled upon something extraordinary, Jiang Chen murmured in astonishment. Who dared claim this ability useless? It's utterly brilliant. This bystander talent is nothing short of a divine reconnaissance skill. Merely fix your gaze upon any subject for a moment, and its complete profile reveals itself. He continued observing. The street held relatively few zombies, likely drawn away by the deafening crash of yesterday's aircraft disaster. Jiang Chen soon realized zombie cores were not rare anomalies exclusive to the obese executive. They existed within every zombie. And then far down the avenue, he spotted one distinctly unusual specimen. Ordinary zombie, a robust undead being. Having consumed substantial flesh, it stands on the cusp of evolution. And this zombie was once a gym instructor. Possessing exceptional musculature in life, its post-transformation strength vastly exceeds that of ordinary zombies. Its sole vulnerability lies in the head. Defeating it yields a zombie core, a crystallized essence usable for item enhancement. Remarkable. Evolution already imminent on day 2 of the apocalypse. And before his transmigration, Jiang Chen had watched countless zombie-themed films. Typically, such evolutionary leaps occurred only in the mid to late stages, ushering in swifter, stronger undead. Even other species occasionally succumb to the virus, like the infamous zombie dogs from Resident Evil. Yet evolution within 48 hours defied all precedent. From noon yesterday, the moment the apocalypse descended, to now barely 24 hours had elapsed. And this zombie variant is absurdly overpowered. How can anyone possibly survive this unbalanced system? And with a wry remark on their overwhelming strength, Jiang Chen resumed observation, accumulating more system points. He found the bystander ability yielded points far more readily than yesterday's nameless extra trait. Mere observation of zombies sufficed. You observe a zombie as a bystander, 5 system points. And you observe a zombie as a bystander, 7 system points. And you observe a zombie as a bystander. And amid yesterday's chaos, overturned and mangled vehicles littered the street. One freight truck had even smashed through a storefront wall, half its chassis wedged inside the rubble. A security booth outside a residential compound. And inside crouched a married couple, fully visible from Jiang Chen's vantage point. Their faces bore deep exhaustion, having gone without food or water for too long, and sustaining relentless psychological strain. They hovered at the brink of collapse. The husband gestured silently to his wife, signaling their joint escape. She nodded, her trust in him absolute. Seizing a fleeting gap as nearby zombies drifted away, he seized her hand and sprinted. Yet scattered zombies caught the sound, erupting into guttural roars as they gave chase. Their shambling gait, though grotesque, outpaced the couple's desperate flight. Neither had exercised in years, and as the undead closed in, the husband glanced back and froze, terror seizing his very soul. In an instant, he shoved his wife backward. She tumbled to the pavement, and moments later was overwhelmed and torn apart by the advancing horde. Her eyes wide with despair followed his fleeing figure, tears tracing paths down her cheeks. Whether from the searing agony of fangs or the deeper wound of betrayal, no one could say. Birds of the same forest scatter when calamity strikes. And Jiang Chen watched, voice heavy with quiet irony. And such is humanity in the apocalypse, even a lifelong spouse may be cast without hesitation into the jaws of the undead, for the sake of one's own survival. The fleeing man wore no sorrow, only raw, unadulterated relief. And almost there, just a little farther, into the apartment building, the entrance loomed before him, empty, silent, free of undead, and then, blur of motion swift as lightning closed the distance in a single blink. It slammed him down effortlessly and began feasting. His screams tore through the air, futile, agonized, while the creature pinned him immovably to the ground. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, locking onto the newcomer. It was a lean, wiry zombie. Skin a sickly ashen blue, legs corded with dense explosive muscle. Its arms hung unnaturally long, so elongated that their fingertips nearly brushed the pavement. You observe a zombie as a bystander. 25 system points. An evolved zombie, a speed-specialized variant. Transmits the zombie virus via scratches or bites. This zombie was once a track and field athlete. Rigorously trained, relentlessly disciplined. After prolonged incubation, it ascended into a speed-evolved undead. Its sole vulnerability lies in the head. Defeating it yields a zombie core, a crystallized essence usable for item enhancement. A black-skinned track star, and Jiang Chen's composure cracked. And hold on, seriously, are zombies this overpowered? Is this game even winnable for ordinary players? My hands tremble, my blood runs cold. Where are our awakened abilities? And fortunately both creatures remained distant from Jiang Chen's residential complex, posing no immediate threat to his survival. Ning Jiang no. For high school, broadcast room. And, teacher, how long must we wait? A student broke the silence. Before teacher Qinlan could respond, you Curson interjected N. Until rescue arrives. N. But when will rescue come? Can we even last that long? Silence fell again. You Curson swept her gaze across the room. 9 souls in total, 1 teacher, 8. Every face was etched with fatigue. Naturally, a school broadcast room held no provisions. Everyone was. Fortunately, 2 large water jugs stood in the corner, though meager, careful rationing would sustain them for a while. And without food, only water. An adult can survive up to 3 weeks, she explained. What does that mean? Na student asked. And it means our situation isn't yet hopeless. We still have time. To assess, to understand, to act. Understand what? This is the apocalypse. The Walking Dead from films have risen. Na male student's voice cracked with emotion, betraying buried grief. His volume stirred unrest beyond the corridor. Zombies shuffling toward the noise. One drew near and stopped directly outside the broadcast room door. The people in the broadcasting room suddenly stopped their discussions, holding their breath and carefully maintaining silence. After a long time, as no new sounds were heard, the zombies outside finally moved away, wandering elsewhere. Although the door of the broadcasting room was tightly locked, it was not a security door. If many zombies surged together, it was very likely to be breached. All right, classmates, please be quiet. What we should do now is conserve our strength and wait for the right moment. Qinlan spoke, somewhat exasperated. And you Xiao Wang, this is reality, not a game. The zombies are too dangerous. If you go out and get caught, you will be infected. Qinlan stood up, her beautiful eyes surveying the students before her, many of whom had blood stains on their clothes. Everyone has escaped here, naturally, having witnessed the horror of the zombies. We have lost many classmates, and some even sacrificed themselves for us to still be able to sit here and discuss. Xiao Wang lowered his head, reluctant, and said, All right, everyone has lost many important people. The deceased are gone, we should cherish our own lives more. Xiao Wang clenched his fists, but in a place unseen by anyone. Inside his pocket, he hid a great. Jiang Chen sat in a lounge chair on the balcony, gently swaying a glass of red wine. He had been here all morning. The points were rolling in. Being a bystander was an easy way to earn points. All he had to do was observe. He watched as he built a high-rise, entertained guests, and then saw the building collapse. Moreover, with the immersive vision, it was almost like watching a movie, only it was in high-definition 8K without censorship. It was both thrilling and safe. It was far more enjoyable than being a mere bystander. Jiang Chen glanced at his points. He already had 648 points. If he put in some effort this afternoon, he might have enough for 10 consecutive draws. This was the treatment that a traveler should enjoy. What he had endured before were days of hardship. Jiang Chen had also discovered some patterns. He noticed that observing evolved zombies would yield significantly more points. Additionally, not just zombies, but as a bystander, after witnessing a husband abandon his wife only to be devoured by zombies, he also received 50 points. The prompt at that time was, as a bystander, you coldly observed a choice about humanity system points 50. This was an unexpected way for Jiang Chen to earn points. With these patterns mastered, his efficiency in the afternoon would likely be even higher. However, it was almost mealtime, so Jiang Chen stretched and prepared to go back for a good meal. However, then came a sound. Bang! Bang! The sounds like water balloons bursting caught his attention. Jiang Chen turned to look in the direction of the noise. He saw a modified small truck speeding towards him from afar, crashing through an unknown number of zombies along the way. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. The direction of the truck seemed to lead to where the plane had crashed. Thinking about it, the survivors in this truck should possess considerable strength. After all, yesterday's plane crash caused a huge commotion, attracting countless zombies in that direction. The truck was moving quickly and the driving skills were impressive. It was clear that an experienced driver was at the wheel. As it passed below Jiang Chen's building, he saw 4 men inside, all of whom were muscular. They looked like they had strong combat capabilities. Initially, this was just a side note, but when Jiang Chen saw the truck heading towards the more evolved zombies, curiosity emerged on his face. He wanted to see which would prevail in this apocalypse, humans or zombies on the second day. In the truck, the driver, a man with a scar on his brow, looked at his newly recruited brothers and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Haha, having come out of that hellish place, the world is vast. We can go wherever we want. You're right, big brother. From now on, what woman do we want? A big star before the apocalypse, a female internet celebrity. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. It said that Jinling is not just a pool. Once it meets a storm, it transforms into a dragon. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize you had such literary talent. In the apocalypse, all order has vanished. Oh, whoever's fist is bigger gets to dictate the terms. The scarred man had only been a small-time thug before the apocalypse. Although he was brave and fierce, he ultimately couldn't stand on the stage. After all, no matter how strong one was, how could they compare to a gun? But now, with the apocalypse upon them and zombies rampant, things were different. Yesterday, he led his brothers to clear out the zombies in a residential building. Many residents saw his actions and came out to express their gratitude. However, what awaited them was not a good person, but a villain with no moral boundaries. The scarred man recalled the young woman from last night and felt quite pleased. However, due to the plane crash, a large number of zombies were migrating towards the city center and the number of zombies was increasing. He had no choice but to escape from that hellish place with his brothers. As for that young woman, nonsense, what could one not find in the apocalypse? As long as there were resources and strength, the one thing in abundance was women. He was happily envisioning the future when he suddenly saw a zombie blocking the road. The scarred man did not swerve. Instead, with a determined heart, he prepared to crash into the zombie. He often did such things after the apocalypse. V-room. The truck's engine revved up and without veering off course it rammed into the zombie. However, what the 4 inside the truck did not expect was that this zombie did not get easily knocked aside as they had anticipated. Instead, it clung to the front of the truck, its feet rubbing against the ground, even creating sparks. In the end, it managed to stop the truck with its sheer physical strength. From Jiang Chen's perspective, there were 2 long black streaks on the road, caused by the zombie's feet violently rubbing against the ground, resembling the skid marks left by drifting cars. The strength of the zombies was truly terrifying. Am I dreaming, big brother? The younger brother, sitting in the passenger seat, looked incredulously at the scene before him. How is this possible? The scarred man was also shocked. He considered himself someone who had seen great spectacles. Just yesterday, due to a loud explosion, his apartment building was surrounded by zombies, making it impossible to escape. There were so many zombies, yet he and his brothers managed to fight their way out. To him, the zombies were merely a bit faster. As long as they took proper precautions, they weren't that dangerous. But now he stared in shock at the zombie before him, realizing for the first time just how terrifying they truly were. What exactly is this monster? However, the zombie couldn't speak. It simply noticed the 4 little snacks in the car. Then it extended its arm into the vehicle. The metallic shell of the truck was as fragile as paper, easily pierced by the zombie's hand. It swiftly grabbed the younger brother in the passenger seat. Help, boss, I don't want to die. The younger brother in the passenger seat screamed in terror, and the others in the cabin appeared to be equally frightened. The muscles on their bodies seemed only effective when bullying their own kind. Suddenly, the scarred man seized an opportunity, opened the car door, and attempted to escape. But he never expected that. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. With just a single punch, the zombie exploded his head. Perhaps due to its immense strength, the speed of the zombie's punch was astonishing. The mingled scent of blood and urine filled the small cabin. The remaining 2 were terrified to the extreme, as if death had clutched their throats, making them emit soft gasps. The zombie was silent, merely focused on eating. As an observer, you witnessed the process of a normal zombie evolving into a power-type zombie, earning you 100 system points. You also coldly observed the demise of a villain, earning you 32 system points. So zombies evolve by devouring humans. After witnessing the battle between humans and zombies, Jiang Chen gained some understanding of the evolved zombies. He had thought that this group had some means of breaking through the horde of zombies or had awakened some powers. Who knew they would die so quickly? It was like a zombie casually kicking a wild dog to death on the road. With that, it was time to eat. Jiang Chen planned to have a good meal, but there was a problem. He hadn't washed the pot. Yesterday at noon, he had a steak with red wine, and in the evening he had hot pot. He had used up 2 pots. Moreover, Jiang Chen's cooking skills were average. After much thought, he decided to eat a self-heating hot pot. After all, this kind of self-heating food tastes pretty good, and the biggest advantage is that you don't have to wash the pot. After eating, he could just throw the garbage outside. Although it was high-altitude dumping, there was unlikely to be anyone downstairs, so Jiang Chen felt justified. After a hearty meal, Jiang Chen began his afternoon nap. The sunlight had turned green, no longer as glaring as before the apocalypse, and it warmed him without being scorching. Jiang Chen slept soundly. His daily routine was quite simple. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. The life of someone who has given up is often plain and tedious. In his dream, he was unaware he was a guest indulging in fleeting joy. When Jiang Chen woke up, it was already 5 in the afternoon. He suddenly remembered he seemed to have forgotten something. What did he forget? It couldn't be that he forgot to cry, could it? Dreaming a long dream, then waking up to cry, what a... Jiang Chen walked to the balcony and looked outside. Great, there was no colossal giant's head on the horizon. He felt relieved and turned to look at the opposite building. She quickly wrote on the whiteboard, "What were you doing?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment, took out his phone, and adjusted his message into a few big words. "I overslept." Chu Siyue to contact her at 4 in the afternoon. Chu Siyue had changed into a different outfit and even took a shower. Her long hair was smooth, no longer looking haggard-like in the morning, and her complexion appeared much better. She quickly wrote on the whiteboard, "What were you doing?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment, took out his phone, and adjusted his message into a few big words. "I overslept." Chu Siyue picked up the binoculars and saw Jiang Chen's message. Her silver teeth gritted in anger. She had waited here for so long, even worried that Jiang Chen might have gotten into some trouble, and the result was just oversleeping. She suddenly recalled that she had been waiting for Jiang Chen since the network went down yesterday afternoon, but she had never received a response. "What about yesterday afternoon?" "I was sleeping," Jiang Chen answered confidently. Chu Siyue laughed in anger. "Can someone really sleep that much? How could you sleep through that situation yesterday?" Jiang Chen paused. After all, does someone need to be taught to sleep? He simply had a meal, and with nothing else to do, he naturally fell asleep. Jiang Chen looked at Chu Siyue with some sympathy. "Are you slower to speak than most people?" Chu Siyue. Seeing Jiang Chen's words, Chu Siyue was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized he was calling her stupid. She thought back to yesterday, and how she had almost cosplayed as the sunshine doll, despairing at the world. She couldn't help but smile. Chu Siyue angrily drew the curtains, deciding to ignore Jiang Chen from now on. She grabbed a pillow and lay down, burying her face in the soft fabric, starting to sulk. Jiang Chen was puzzled. From his perspective, after Chu Siyue saw what he wrote, she turned and went back to her room. It seemed she had been emotionally overwhelmed. Lies do not hurt, the truth is a sharp knife. Perhaps Chu Siyue truly had some intellectual challenges. No wonder she insisted I was stalking her yesterday. It turned out the truth was like this. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of emotion. He didn't expect that beneath Chu Siyue's pure and lovely appearance lay such a sorrowful story. After his musings, he didn't return inside, but continued sitting on the balcony, observing the apocalypse. After all, today, as an observer, his role was much better than yesterday, effortlessly earning points. He planned to start drawing cards before going to sleep tonight. Chu Siyue poked her head out from under the blanket, suddenly remembering that she hadn't set a time for tomorrow's contact with Jiang Chen. But thinking of her previous long wait made her a bit angry. Last night, she didn't even turn on the light, eating dry bread alone while tears fell. But the moment she saw Jiang Chen today, she was genuinely delighted, and even her mood lightened considerably. After taking a shower, she was so happy that she indulged in good food and ended up overeating. The leftover food would last at most a day and a half. When Chu Siyue thought of this, she felt a bit distressed. Suddenly she remembered that Jiang Chen had stockpiled a lot of supplies before the apocalypse. He should have enough food, right? Chu Siyue felt extremely envious. However, she had just decided to ignore Jiang Chen completely. After much internal conflict, Chu Siyue finally decided to secretly pull back the curtain for just a glance. Through the gap in the curtains, she saw Jiang Chen sitting on the balcony, seemingly waiting for something. "Humph, you know you were wrong for making me wait, huh?" Until the sun set and the world fell into darkness again. Among the dark buildings, 2 households had their lights on like 2 lighthouses gazing across the sea. System points, 1356 points. Jiang Chen excitedly rubbed his hands. "Now it's card drawing time. After accumulating for so long, I can finally enjoy myself. You see, yesterday as a bystander it was particularly difficult to earn points, and Jiang Chen could only act as a bot in the group. After toiling for half a day, I ended up with only 98 points, which wasn't even enough for a single draw. But today is different. As an observer, it should be much easier. As long as I watch the show, I earn points." Seeing the points increase so rapidly, Jiang Chen restrained the impulse to draw early. Instead, he decided to wait until evening to see if he could manage 10 consecutive draws. Sure enough, after a busy day, Master Jiang returned to the living room and gazed at the 1356 points displayed by the system, unable to help but break into a blissful smile. "I can even draw 13 times, ha 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 ha." The system performed well today, and Jiang Chen stopped reaching out to his relatives. To be safe, he decided to test the waters with a single draw first. Jiang Chen silently recited the lottery. The extremely simplistic lottery interface appeared before his eyes, resembling a third-rate pay-to-win card game with no money to spare for graphics. "Draw once, draw 10 times. Jiang Chen clicked on draw once. In a flash, the extremely rudimentary card drawing interface suddenly changed. Suddenly countless cards appeared, their colors and types varied. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The colorful cards gathered and intertwined, dazzling like a brilliant galaxy. Good heavens. So all the budget went here, huh? Finally, the galaxy settled and a line of prompts quiet. "You drew. Thank you for your patronage." "Jiang Chen, what the?" No dude, is this right? You're supposed to be a miraculous system. The system that wreaks havoc in other novels, leading the protagonist to invincibility. How can it even have something like thank you for your patronage? Jiang Chen needed a word more aggressive than beast. He only knew the system was unreliable, but he didn't expect it to be this unreliable. Determined, he clicked on draw 10 times, directly, and the card galaxy began to spin again. The first card quietly emerged. Thank you for your patronage. Then came the second card. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Until the fifth card, all were thank you for your patronage. Jiang Chen's expression at this moment was akin to being engulfed in a fiery fist. It was painful, too painful. What was the probability of this thank you for your patronage? Couldn't be 100%, could it? It's illegal for drawing games not to disclose probabilities, you know that system. The system remained silent, merely continuing to dispense cards. Finally, on the sixth card, what appeared was not that damned thank you for your patronage, but a attribute card. Jiang Chen's heart stirred as he clicked on attribute card. Attribute card, white quality. Using it can increase 10 points of attributes. Description: with all my insights, with my lifelong martial arts, with my transcendent wisdom, with my unmatched talent. Deep blue, grant me points. Hiss. What a good item. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He took out his character card. Character observer name Jiang Chen, strength 8, below average, speed 10, standard constitution 7, below average, 10 points of attributes. That's about all a standard adult's three-dimensional attributes. 10 points of attributes, won't that make me fly? Jiang Chen's mood lifted at this dog system. Finally, he continued to examine the subsequent cards. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Attribute card. Thank you for your patronage. Prompt: the card has been recorded in the system space and can be extracted with thought. Jiang Chen's brows slightly moved in surprise. He didn't expect this 10 consecutive draws to yield 2 attribute cards. That's equivalent to an adult's value. If all these were stacked onto one person, it might exceed the limits of humanity before the apocalypse. Extract. With a thought from Jiang Chen, a stack of cards appeared in his hand. 11 cards in total. Similar in material to the character card, resembling paper, yet not quite. I thought thank you for your patronage just meant no prizes. 666. But I didn't expect this thing actually has a physical form. Jiang Chen picked up one of the cards and examined it closely. A grayish card with the words thank you for your patronage written in large characters. Thank you for your patronage, gray quality. Using it can obtain random basic supplies. Description: it's just an ordinary supply card. Use yes, no. Jiang Chen chose yes. Detected that the current world is a biochemical world. Supplies have been generated. Before Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, the thank you for your patronage card vanished. What followed was a box of instant noodles suddenly appearing on the living room floor, specifically the pickled cabbage flavor. Is it really this magical? Seeing that even the merely gray quality thank you for your patronage could be so useful, Jiang Chen grew even more eager for the attribute. He carefully examined the 2 attribute cards in his hand. The biggest difference between these 2 cards and thank you for your patronage was that their backs were white. Plain and ordinary with no hint of color. Likewise, as Jiang Chen concentrated, the attribute card also sprouted 2 options. Use yes, no. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to allocate the points to strength. He clicked use and the attribute card. What replaced it was a warm sensation spreading through Jiang Chen's body. This warmth intensified, prompting him to remove his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. He could feel his muscles and bones tearing and growing, restructuring into a more perfect form. 15 minutes later, Jiang Chen looked at himself. The previously frail body had transformed into a meticulously sculpted work of art, the muscle lines smooth and clear, yet not exaggerated, giving off a comfortable beauty. He pulled out his character card, and the number in the strength section had already changed to 18. Jiang Chen walked into the living room. The coffee table was made of marble and looked quite heavy. He focused his energy in his lower abdomen and exerted a slight force. One corner of the coffee table was lifted by him without much effort. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen's strength had greatly increased, likely nearing the physical limits of humanity before the apocalypse. Having realized this, he hesitated no longer and allocated the other attribute card to strength as well. In the next instant, Jiang Chen's once perfectly sculpted body suddenly swelled again, his muscles dramatically expanding by a whole fold. Even Jiang Chen's height shot up, approaching 2 meters. However, in the next moment, his towering frame began to... It seemed the system was transforming his body, making him an inhuman existence. After a long while, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. A faint sense of oppression flashed by as he surveyed his body. He found himself back to his previous appearance, with muscles perfect and flowing so much so that even when clothed it was unnoticeable. Character observer name Jiang Chen, strength 28, extremely strong, speed 12, above average, constitution 13, above average. Jiang Chen looked at the values on his character card and couldn't help but nod secretly. Indeed, if strength is strong, it will also increase other attributes. This is the highest cost-performance ratio. He tried lifting the coffee table again and found he could easily lift it now. Beneath this frail body, an explosive power was concealed. Speaking of which, I can still draw twice more. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to draw. The card galaxy reappeared. Countless cards floated into view. The galaxy settled. You drew thank you for your patronage. Isn't this thank you for your patronage a bit too much? Although he drew this card once again, Jiang Chen's emotions remained stable. After all, judging by the probabilities, this thank you for your patronage was probably above 80, making it easy to draw, and it was equivalent to a supply card, which was still not bad. System points 156 points, one last draw left. Jiang Chen hesitated no longer. Having come this far, if he didn't finish drawing, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You drew revival card. Revival card. Jiang Chen even doubted if he had misheard, until he truly extracted this card from the system space. Revival card, purple quality. When the bearer dies, they will revive with full health and can choose the revival location in advance. Description: this time, I must achieve a flawless victory. Do you wish to equip it? Yes, no. Jiang Chen fell silent. System, I misjudged you. Brother here offers an apology. You truly are my closest friends, my brothers. The revival card, as the name suggests, can bring one back to life. Moreover, the card description even allows for the selection of the revival location in advance. No need to worry about enemies guarding the corpse. What is this? It's simply the epitome of invincibility. Jiang Chen looked at the card in his hand, shimmering with a purple hue, and thought to himself, do you wish to choose the current location as the revival point? Yes. Safe. A profound sense of security surged within him. What could be safer than resurrection? Jiang Chen felt exhilarated. After the thrill wore off, however, it became rather dull since his phone couldn't connect to the internet, and there was little entertainment at home. When he was stockpiling supplies earlier, he had also forgotten to download some movies, leading to a bit of boredom without the internet. Jiang Chen began writing in his diary. Second day of the apocalypse, the streets have quieted down significantly, nothing like yesterday with the frequent sounds of explosions and gunfire. Today I saw a couple. He turned off the lights at home. Jiang Chen fell asleep contentedly. For the first time, he eagerly anticipated what his identity would be tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chu Siyue also turned off the lights at her home, having been paying attention to Jiang Chen. Third day of the apocalypse. The green sun rose as usual. Perhaps it was due to having slept a bit too much recently. Jiang Chen woke up just after 7. Drowsily he yawned and headed for the bathroom. System points 5. System points 7. What's going on here? Jiang Chen looked at the flashing notifications before quickly checking today's identity. World type, biochemical apocalypse. Task requirement, survive for a week. Awaken talent, a new identity every day. Today's role is normal person. What does being a normal person mean? Oh no, it can't be another garbage identity like that of a passerby, right? After pondering for a moment, he found no answers. Jiang Chen decided to have breakfast first. The system could wait. He couldn't skip a meal. As a normal person, having breakfast on time grants system points 10. Jiang Chen, Well, this is a pleasant surprise. He suddenly felt that perhaps the essence of the system was to gain without effort. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen rather liked this idea. To gain without effort, enjoying the fruits of others' labor, a swift descent to success. Just thinking about it made him happy. By 8 in the morning. As a normal person, brushing teeth grants system points 9, washing face grants system points 7, and having a cup of warm water in the morning to replenish the body grants system points 10. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Chen opened the window to let fresh air in. On the third day of the apocalypse, the streets grew increasingly silent. Only zombies slowly roamed below, emitting hoarse growls. Jiang Chen noticed that his vision had dulled somewhat compared to yesterday, but was still far superior to that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, when he observed the zombies, there were not as many notifications popping up as yesterday. Instead, it turned type ordinary, zombie strength 8, weak, speed 11, strong, constitution 10, standard. Is it due to the change in Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed that when he gained an identity, he would acquire many abilities it provided. However, when he switched identities, those abilities would weaken. But fortunately, they wouldn't disappear. By 8:30 in the morning, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that his points had stopped fluctuating. Even drinking a glass of water or brushing his teeth would not grant points. Why is that? Jiang Chen had had this talent for 3 days. He had come to understand this talent to some extent. For instance, each time he gained an identity, he had to perform actions that aligned with that identity to earn points. Passerby, observer, normal person. What does today's normal person refer to? Jiang Chen fell into contemplation and soon thought of a possibility. If what the system refers to as a normal person means an ordinary person from before the apocalypse, then an ordinary person when they wake up indeed wouldn't brush their teeth twice or have 2 breakfasts in a short time. Before the apocalypse, what should I normally do? Jiang Chen began to recall. He had crossed over, went downstairs to stock up, and met Chu Siyue. Chu Siyue misunderstood and thought he was a stalker. He asked why, and Chu Siyue said today was Wednesday. Other students were in class and she was absent because she had taken a day off. And today was the 3rd day of the apocalypse, whereas then it was the 1st day. Calculating today would be Friday. As a student, shouldn't he normally go to school on Fridays? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen became angry. If I had to go to school before the apocalypse, and now that the apocalypse has come I still have to go to school, then what's the point of the apocalypse? Damn. Can't we show a bit of respect for the apocalypse? Seriously? Do you really think I care about those 2 measly points? By 8:50 in the morning. On the street. As a normal person going to school, grants system points 20. Jiang Chen, dressed in a school uniform, wrapped his arms tightly with books, even wearing a helmet on his head, and held a kitchen knife from home in his hand. He pulled out his character card. Character: normal person. Name: Jiang Chen. Strength 28. Extremely strong. Speed 12. Strong. Constitution 13. Strong. Hidden card. Revival card equipped. Only upon seeing that hidden card did Jiang Chen feel a profound sense of security. He moved towards the school step by step, trying to make no noise. The school was relatively remote, or rather many schools tend to be built in secluded areas far from the city center. Because land in remote areas is cheaper, schools can also be built larger. Suddenly a plastic bottle was blown by the wind, rolling towards Jiang Chen. And the zombies, hearing the noise, began to walk over. Who the hell is so inconsiderate throwing garbage around? Jiang Chen was exasperated. He had been particularly careful along the way, fearing to step on something that would make a noise and attract the zombies. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a situation? When one is unlucky, even drinking water can get stuck in their teeth. Jiang Chen squatted slightly, gripping the kitchen knife in his hand, ready for action. When the zombies came near, he wanted to test how strong he truly was, with a staggering strength value of 28, combined with the kitchen knife. However, as the zombies approached within 3 meters of Jiang Chen, it was as if they didn't see him at all, mindlessly roaring and changing direction to walk away. What's going on here? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Could it be that the zombies have turned Buddhist? They no longer eat meat and are preparing to be vegetarian. As a normal person, avoiding pedestrians grants system .7. Well, what on earth is a Aren't they just corpses? Jiang Chen was shocked. He might perhaps have figured it out. Being a normal person means that not only is he normal, but the zombies around him are also normal. I'm normal, so this world is also normal. This world has finally gone mad. Jiang Chen walked leisurely down the streets filled with zombies, as if strolling. No zombies obstructed his path, or in fact, when they encountered him, they would automatically step aside as if avoiding a pedestrian. How polite. Jiang Chen felt a bit out of place. After all, he was curious to test just what level he had reached. With a strength of 28 points, he was nearly 3 times that of an average person, and his attack power would likely be even more terrifying. However, the zombies weren't attacking him. Wouldn't it be a bit rude to randomly attack them? Jiang Chen always considered himself quite polite, though he was a bit socially anxious and didn't like to talk much. Never mind. He would try it later. Just then a thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Yesterday, when he was still in the role of a bystander, he seemed to have seen a message: killing zombies grants zombie cores, which can be used to enhance objects. Killing zombies, huh? Those who frequently kill zombies know that their weakness lies in the head. Only by decapitating a zombie can one ensure its complete death. The zombie core might also be located in its head. However, he had just decided to be a polite, normal person coexisting peacefully with the zombies. Wouldn't it be a bit presumptuous to immediately chop off the head of a passing pedestrian? Fortunately, when that truck passed by yesterday, it had knocked quite a few zombies away. Those zombies were already dead. Jiang Chen used a kitchen knife to cleave open the heads of these dead zombies. Perhaps due to his overwhelming strength, it felt almost as effortless as slicing fruit. Zombie core can be shattered to enhance items. Is this the zombie core? Jiang Chen looked at the grayish-white stone in his hand, feeling that it was rather ordinary. It resembled the round pebbles found everywhere on the roadside. Shatter it, huh? He glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand. After cleaving through the zombie's skull, the blade had slightly bent. Bang! Jiang Chen forcefully struck the zombie core. The core instantly vanished. At the same time, the kitchen knife in his hand not only straightened but also seemed to become even sharper. Sharp kitchen knife. This is a knife that has been enhanced once. Hiss! How magical is this? Jiang Chen repeated the process, enhancing the kitchen knife several more times. Sharp kitchen knife. This is a knife that has been enhanced 9 times, extremely sharp. If this continues, won't this knife become an artifact? Chopping and chopping, just thinking about it was exhilarating. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. It was already past 9 in the morning, and time was running out. After all, he only had this thought and didn't feel strongly about it. His primary task now was to go to school. As for what to do at school, of course it's to attend class. Below Jiang Chen's home was the supermarket where he had previously stockpiled supplies. At this moment, the supermarket's glass door was blocked by many wooden planks, leaving only a narrow gap. Behind this gap, a pair of shifty eyes were constantly flashing. "Boss, I think I just saw someone walk by." A man with a small mustache spoke up. "What are you talking about? Really, damn it, he has no blood on him at all, and he walks just like a normal person." "Is that true?" The short and chubby man frowned, suspecting that his little brother had gone mad. He approached the wooden plank gap, keeping an eye out in case this little brother was trying to pull a fast one on him. After all, in the apocalypse, people's hearts are hard to gauge. However, he soon witnessed an astonishing scene. A student in a school uniform, clean and tidy, walked amidst the chaos of zombies, looking completely out of place. "Hiss, why aren't those zombies biting him?" Quickly, the short and chubby man and the small mustached man called over the other survivors in the supermarket. There were a total of 5 men. Soon everyone was shocked. "Damn, is this exaggerated? Could this person be an asymptomatic?" One man analyzed, "It's the kind of person who has been infected with the virus but hasn't transformed into a zombie. Naturally, the zombies wouldn't attack him, treating him as one of their own." I think it's a more advanced zombie. Did you not see how those zombies automatically avoided him when they encountered him? Have you seen any other zombie do that? Everyone fell silent. This world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Do you think the zombies have mutated again, becoming non-carnivorous? The small mustached man said excitedly. Hey, who knows? I'm not going out for now. There's food and drink here, and you know how dangerous zombies can be. Besides, there are definitely other survivors nearby. Did you not see the lights on the 7th floor across from us yesterday? They happened to be trapped in the supermarket during the apocalypse. At that time, a few people in the supermarket had directly mutated into zombies, frantically attacking those around them. Soon most of the people in the supermarket were infected with the zombie virus. Only a few people had hidden in the employee lounge of the supermarket. However, by the next day, due to a lack of food and water for an extended period, they were all somewhat weakened. Realizing that they couldn't continue like this, after discussion they decided to use the door of the employee lounge to create a trap to slowly kill off the zombies. Thus, after a day of fighting, they finally cleared out all the zombies in the supermarket. The cost was that several survivors had been bitten and had turned into zombies. Fortunately, the 5 of them survived and now had so many supplies. At least for a long time, they wouldn't have to worry about. Jiang Chen rode a mountain bike. He navigated through the streets filled with zombies. When the apocalypse broke out, so suddenly this bike was left unlocked and its owner had been bitten by someone. Only this brand new mountain bike remained lonely in place. Jiang Chen felt sorry for it and decided to take it with him. The above was all fabricated by Jiang Chen. In reality, he saw it was unlocked and simply rode off. Such behavior before the apocalypse would have been akin to theft. A normal person wouldn't do such a thing, so Jiang Chen could only make up a story hoping to earn system points. Unfortunately, the system wasn't fooled. Jiang Chen felt a bit regretful. He treated the system as a close friend, yet it didn't even believe his words. It had cooled down. Feelings had faded. Oh, Jiang Chen ran into a familiar face. In front of him stood a zombie over 2 meters tall with iron-gray skin and muscles bulging like a giant tower. Good morning. Jiang Chen greeted this zombie. However, the zombie ignored him and turned to leave. So, Jiang Chen felt a bit angry. Damn zombie, you have a death wish. He cast an observation skill on it. Type strength, type evolved zombie. Strength 30 extremely strong. Speed 11 fairly strong. Constitution 15 fairly strong. A bit strong, it'll let you off this time. Jiang Chen thought that after all it was a zombie and couldn't talk, so it didn't count as an offense. Wait, what is that smell? He suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor like spoiled meat. Jiang Chen turned around and discovered another familiar face. Behind him stood a very lean zombie with explosive leg muscles and a tall, slender figure. Hey, athletic zombie, could you please pay attention to your oral hygiene? It's a bit rude. The athletic zombie said nothing and made no move. Damn zombie. Jiang Chen cast an observation skill on it. Type speed, type evolved zombie. Strength 12 fairly strong. Speed 30 extremely strong. Constitution 15 fairly strong. This one is also a bit strong, it'll let you off this time. Jiang Chen rode away. Not long after, he encountered zombies blocking his path. There were several of them all stuck in a narrow alley. His bicycle couldn't pass through at all. Jiang Chen was furious. He cast an observation skill again. This time there were finally no evolved zombies. These zombies had ordinary strength and speed, with the strongest having a strength of only 15. These guys are okay. Jiang Chen's anger was burning and he softly said, sorry, actually, I'm not a horse. These zombies died quite easily. Essentially, it was just a matter of swift strokes with the knife. Jiang Chen felt a sense of clarity. He shook the blood off the kitchen knife and rode away. What he didn't notice was a woman dressed in an ancient-style long skirt with a cold and beautiful appearance watching this scene in astonishment from the 2nd floor of the alley. Her name is Qingqiu, a popular online influencer known for her ancient-style cosplay videos on short video. Fans say she resembles a fairy sister, albeit a more aloof version. However, her personality contrasts significantly with her appearance. Qingqiu is actually gentle and a bit naive with a passion for cooking. Ningjiang City is her hometown. When the pressure from work becomes overwhelming, and she wishes to avoid socializing, she returns home to cook and do some cosplay. She decided to take a break. However, this time upon returning home, she unexpectedly encountered the outbreak of the apocalypse. Fortunately, her hometown has plenty of food supplies. She was just staying at home, which spared her from becoming an ugly zombie. Qingqiu remained indoors, continuously observing the situation outside through the window. Her home is on the 2nd floor. The curtains are drawn, leaving only a narrow gap. Over the past few days, she has seen many people passing by her window. Some travel in groups while others are alone. One group is riding a bus comprising both men and women. Qingqiu initially wanted to join them, but before she could move, she saw the leader of the group openly putting his hand inside a woman's clothing. The others turned a blind eye. Those who were supposed to drive continued to drive, while those who smoked kept smoking. At that moment, Qingqiu noticed that the women on the bus had a dazed expression, their eyes vacant. Qingqiu finally understood that the apocalypse was not just about zombies running rampant. It was also about a breakdown in order where primal instincts outweighed humanity. With her level of attractiveness, she feared that the kindness she felt before the apocalypse would turn into malice in the aftermath. As for the lone survivor, one had accidentally made a noise attracting several zombies, resulting in his demise. Zombies even lingered in the alley, causing Xue Qingqiu considerable anxiety until a boy appeared. She noticed he looked youthful, even wearing a school uniform and riding a bicycle. Initially she thought it would be yet another tragedy, but to her surprise he effortlessly dispatched the zombies as if cutting vegetables. Xue Qingqiu wanted to call out to the boy, thinking that following him would surely ensure her safety. Yet she hesitated. After all, this was the apocalypse and everyone's moral compass had sunk to a terrifying low. She feared the student might be a wolf in sheep's clothing. At Ningjiang 4th High School at the school gate, 10 o'clock in the morning. As a normal person you are late for class, system points 20. Jiang Chen glanced at the notification. Alright, so this is how it is. Indeed, who hasn't overslept at some point? Upon entering the school he realized what it meant to have a hellish start. There were too many people. At Ningjiang 4th High School, there were probably 3,000 to 4,000 students across the 3 high school grades. He knew it was crowded, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this packed. As soon as he stepped into the teaching building, the sound of his footsteps attracted a swarm of zombies, as if they were ready to roar and tear Jiang Chen apart with their mouths, which were stuffed from overeating dragon fruit. However, as they approached Jiang Chen, they suddenly lost their target, even instinctively veering aside. So students also avoid each other, how reasonable. Jiang Chen strolled forward, and before he knew it, the zombie students had cleared a path for him. As the corridor was too narrow, the zombies had to squeeze against the walls to avoid Jiang Chen. It was reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse days when a student had made a mistake and was pulled out by the homeroom teacher to stand in the corridor as punishment. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen paused. Turning around he smiled at the zombies and said, "Good morning, classmates." His voice echoed in the corridor, and soon another group of zombies heard the sound and rushed over. Then they all stood against the walls of the corridor as if in punishment. The scene was so beautiful that it was hard. As a normal person you politely greet your classmates after entering the school. System points 30. Teaching building broadcasting room. Did you hear that? It seems someone is talking. A female student sat slumped on the ground, her expression listless, her eyes bloodshot. You must be hearing things. How could that be? You have no idea how many zombies are outside. True enough. Upon hearing this, the faint light in the female student's eyes extinguished. Seeing this, Qinlan couldn't find any comforting words to say, because in the broadcasting room only 4 people remained: Qinlan, Yu Kurson, and 2 female students. 5 people were missing. The reason was yesterday. That student Wang, along with 2 other male students, had entered the inner chamber of the broadcasting room. Suddenly his eyes turned blood-red, veins bulged on his face, and his body made cracking sounds as his joints twisted unnaturally. Subsequently he roared and bit the other 2 students, because they hadn't anticipated that no one would go out and would still get infected with the zombie virus. Thus, after the turmoil, the originally 9 survivors were reduced to 4. Although Yu Kurson's expression was equally grim, her eyes remained exceptionally rational. She was still pondering what had caused the infection of that student Wang, and after a long while she couldn't help but shake her head. There is too little information. What do you mean? We know too little about zombies. After all, we've been trapped in such a small space, completely unaware of the situation. Then what do? We can't go out and we haven't eaten for 3 days. We're already weak. Yu Kurson frowned, even though she was the top student in her grade and very intelligent. Faced with such a situation, she felt helpless. Moreover, she knew full well that if a person lost hope, they might fall into mental collapse and self-destruction. This was also the reason she did not tell the female student about her hallucination. In a world where zombies ran rampant, how could anyone speak loudly? Even if someone went mad, it would soon attract zombies, and they would be torn apart and devoured. Jiang Chen walked through the corridor of the teaching building. Bloodstains were everywhere. He looked at these marks, already able to imagine what kind of scene it must have been. A zombie apocalypse. Perhaps while walking, a classmate beside him suddenly transformed into a zombie and bit him. The smell of blood filled his nostrils, followed by the pain of his neck being torn apart. His vision turned blood red and rationality gradually faded away. Soon he too became a monster that devoured humans. The world was tinted deep green by sunlight, with classmates gone mad, biting anyone they saw. They fled while the zombies pursued. There was no way to escape. In the end, a few survivors hid in some classrooms. There was no food, no water source. Struggling to survive in the apocalypse. By the way, he had seen in the class group that someone named Zhang Li, along with teacher Qinlan, seemed to still be alive. However, with the internet gone, Jiang Chen lost contact with them. He had no idea what was happening now. Jiang Chen noticed that as he went upstairs there were fewer zombies. It might be because many students when fleeing ran downstairs. In times of crisis people tend to trust their instinct. In high schools there are generally fire drills, and during drills everyone usually runs downstairs. However, if a zombie outbreak occurs, running downstairs actually makes one more susceptible to infection. Because once panic sets in and people start to crowd, it becomes impossible to go down or up, turning into a buffet for the zombies. Jiang Chen finally found class 4 of the senior year. It was on the 4th floor and the broadcast room was right next. With a creak, he pushed open the classroom door, immediately attracting over 10 zombies. But when they got close to Jiang Chen, they slowed down. "Excuse me, class has started." Jiang Chen spoke to the zombies as if they could understand. Perhaps at any moment he could trigger a system notification and gain some points. Unfortunately, nothing happened. System points 256. Jiang Chen glanced at the point balance, which was quite efficient. Although it couldn't compare to the bystander, it was much stronger than passerby. He found a clean seat and sat down, placing the kitchen knife beside him. Since it was senior year, there were many books on the physics, biology, chemistry. All kinds were present. Jiang Chen couldn't understand any of them. How ridiculous one should return knowledge to the teachers upon graduation. After fumbling for a while, Jiang Chen picked up a Chinese textbook to read. As a normal person attending class and reading a Chinese book, system points 20. However, perhaps due to not being in school for a long time, Jiang Chen felt somewhat out of place. Maybe it was because of the environment. It was too noisy. Surrounding him were zombies in school uniforms wandering and howling, occasionally bumping into desks and making noise. Clearly this was very different from before the apocalypse. Where were the classmates who would disturb others' studies? How inconsiderate. You, classmate, are being a bit excessive. You're not studying, but others still have to study. The zombie did not respond, only howled incessantly. Jiang Chen finally couldn't hold back. He raised the kitchen knife and struck down again and again. He made these classmates quiet down. As a normal person, bravely saying no to those who maliciously delay other study progress and persuading them, system points 30. What the hell? This is possible. Jiang Chen was astonished. This normal person was a bit crazy. He suddenly thought, if he threw these zombie bodies out, would that count as cleaning the classroom? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen found a pair of rubber gloves at the back of the classroom. With great strength, he easily tossed the bodies out the window. Throwing corpses. No, throwing zombies. As a normal person, voluntarily taking on the responsibility of cleaning the classroom and tidying it up very well, system points 50. So many points. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit pleased, because he could finally study properly. This was the atmosphere of a school. Did you hear that just now? It seems like there was some noise. In the broadcast room, just a wall away from Jiang Chen, a girl suddenly asked. Yu Kersen frowned, fearing that the girl before her was on the verge of despair, hence the continuous auditory hallucinations. This was not good news. One must know that emotions can be contagious. And once everyone loses hope, rationality will abandon them, and when people lose their reason, it's akin to losing the last bet in a desperate situation. I think I heard it too. Qin Lan, however, was not entirely dismissive and pressed her ear to the door of the broadcast room to listen carefully. It sounds like something heavy falling, not just once. Yu Kersen, half believing, pressed against the wall. Bang! Bang! There really was something. Yu Kersen was shocked. What on earth was that sound? Soon she was even more astonished. She even doubted whether she was hallucinating. Have you not seen the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky, flowing to the sea, never returning? Have you not seen? She heard the sound of recitation, the voice reciting the Chinese text. Oh heavens, this is the apocalypse. How could anyone be reading a text? The voice grew louder, seemingly more passionate. Soon all four in the broadcast room heard it. All of them wore expressions of disbelief, even dumbfounded. Are we already dead, which is why we hear such ha ha ha? Does that mean I'm finally going to be liberated? Mommy and Daddy, I miss you so much. Qin Lan felt a bit pained for these students, but listening to the bold and free voice beside her, she was also a bit confused, completely unable to comprehend. The zombies understood. Countless zombies rushed toward the source of the sound, howling and running wildly. The number of zombies increased, their running sounds like heavy rain falling on asbestos tiles, producing a rapid and muffled sound. In the broadcast room, the surface of the water in the bucket was violently shaking. In such a narrow corridor, the terrifying number of zombies was comparable to a tide of corpses. When Qin Lan and her three companions heard such sounds, they finally understood it was not their hallucination, but that someone was indeed reciting a text amidst the surrounding zombies in this apocalyptic setting. Is this person crazy? Did they reach a dead end and decide to go crazy one last time? No one answered them. Only the increasingly loud and passionate recitation remained. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. And I shall share with you the ancient sorrows. Jiang Chen read with gusto. He did not expect that a text he studied in high school would now come across so fluently and so freely. He was just too busy hurrying back then to appreciate the spirit of the literati. Now, in another parallel universe with the zombie outbreak and the world facing its end, he finally felt a sense of empathy. He stepped out of the classroom door. Looking at the swarm of zombies before him, he softly spoke. Are you all here to listen to my recitation? As a normal person, you recite the text in class with passion and vigor, attracting countless classmates to come and admire you, gaining 50 system points. Jiang Chen increasingly struggled to grasp the mechanics of the system. Normal person, oh normal person. Was it because he was no longer that normal? Although he had spent all his time at home, he had witnessed many scenes after the apocalypse. Some would push their wives into the mouths of zombies to survive, others would willingly sacrifice themselves for others to live. With order gone, human nature was laid bare. Having seen too many such scenes, he had inevitably changed. It was like many people graduated with fervent ambition, believing they would achieve something great, only to be ground down by the machine of society, becoming docile beasts of burden. Thank you for your support, everyone. Now you may leave, Jiang Chen said softly. The zombies naturally did not understand him. They only heard the sound and continued to approach. However, due to the ability of the normal person, they could not get close. Well, since you are so kind, allow me to escort you on your way. Jiang Chen took out a sharp kitchen knife. He had long discovered that under the normal person state, zombies would only resist when harmed by him. The logic was simple: a normal person from before the apocalypse would find it reasonable to defend themselves against a knife-wielding assailant. But other zombies would not help their kind when one of them was being attacked. This meant that Jiang Chen only needed to face one zombie at a time. Coupled with his exceptionally strong physical prowess, slicing through zombies became incredibly easy with swift and decisive strikes. One strike, one zombie down. Even though Jiang Chen did not know any knife techniques, the overwhelming difference in power and speed made it as simple as slicing through vegetables. In fact, after becoming accustomed to it, each strike was precisely aimed to cleave through a zombie's skull and strike its core. With each zombie killed, the sharp kitchen knife would strengthen by one. The knife grew stronger and Jiang Chen's movements became swifter and more proficient. Blood splattered as the blade danced. By the end, the blood spilled from the zombies could rival a small stream. At this point, there were no standing zombies left in Jiang Chen's line of sight, and his school uniform remained spotless white and pristine. A complete domination. Undoubtedly a true. With such a vast disparity in strength combined with the normal person buff, Jiang Chen's slaughter of zombies was akin to mowing grass. The world finally fell silent. After a long while, Jiang Chen shook the blood off the knife and focused his mind on it. Extremely sharp kitchen knife. This is a knife that has been enhanced 99 times, having reached its enhancement limit, able to cut a hair and slice through iron as if it were mud. Has it already reached its limit? It seems that the enhancement of zombie cores has its limits, at least for the knife. Jiang Chen murmured, knowing he had definitely killed more than 90 zombies. It was nearing noon, and as a normal person, what he should do now was to go to the cafeteria for a meal. However, he still had one more thing to do. Behind the door of the broadcasting room. Has it stopped? This person is indeed crazy. With so many zombies rushing at him, he probably didn't even get a chance to turn into a zombie, likely devoured instead. Hey, don't be so quick to judge. At least this person had the courage to face the zombies. If I lost hope, I might just jump out the window. At least it wouldn't be so painful. It's been 3 days. Is there still hope? Can we still wait for rescue? You Curson, hearing two girls discussing, couldn't help but interject. Rescue has its priority. Haven't you seen those helicopters in the past 2 days? Not a single one headed our way. They all went to the city center. Are the lives of the big shots worth more than ours? Does it mean that even in the apocalypse people must be ranked in tiers? Hey, do you think maybe we're the only ones left in the world who haven't turned into zombies? Seeing the topic grow increasingly grim, Qianlan straightened up. Though she hadn't eaten for days, her figure remained. She couldn't help but speak up. Classmates, as long as we're alive, there's hope, and living requires no justification. Everyone fell silent again. Suddenly, bang, 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 bang. There was a sound of knocking at the door. Everyone tensed up. This was too terrifying. Just as they were discussing whether there were only a few of them left uninfected, the knocking sound came. Even the usually rational Yu Curson felt nervous. Bang, bang, bang. Is anyone there? Hearing a human voice, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't some monster mimicking a human. Qianlan walked to the door and cautiously opened it halfway. When she clearly saw who it was, she swung the door open and pulled the student into the classroom. Chan Mo? Qianlan and Yu Curson were both extremely surprised. How did you end up here? Jiang Chen, upon entering the broadcasting room, immediately spotted Qianlan's impressive figure. Ooh, he forgot to turn off the self-targeting. He coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Who is this? The other two girls were clearly not classmates of Chen Mo, but were acquaintances from when they fled. Chen Mo, a student from our class. Qianlan briefly introduced the two girls, and also informed Jiang Chen of their names, one called Guorue, and the other He Yuan. As a normal person being appreciated by the language teacher and introduced to your classmates, you gain 10 system points. Is this even possible? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and said to Qianlan, teacher, I've changed my name. I now go by Jiang Chen. Changed your name? Qianlan pondered for a moment and roughly understood. It was likely due to the drastic changes in the world. Being considerate, she didn't ask why, but instead explained to everyone. The past is like yesterday's death. The future is like today's rebirth. Hello, classmate Jiang Chen. As a normal person pouring out your heart to the teacher understands your hardships and you gain 15 system points. Jiang Chen was astonished. Was it really this easy to earn points? Chen. Jiang Chen, how could you be here? Were you at school the whole time? Yu Curson was baffled. No, I was at home before. I only came to school today. Everyone, Guorue, not quite grasping the absurdity of the situation, asked. A classmate, does your home happen to be very close to the school? Not far. It takes half an hour by bike to get here. Everyone was even more confused. Are you speaking Chinese? Why does it sound a bit incomprehensible? Is it you who's gone mad, or am I the one who's gone mad? So, how did you get here? Could it be that the zombies outside have already been cleared by the army? Not at all, there are still zombies outside. The situation is hardly better than here. Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Then you All right, no more questions. I'm sure Jiang Chen must have gone through a lot on his way here. Let's let him catch his breath first and speak when he's ready. Qinlan stopped the others who wanted to ask further questions, pulling Jiang Chen down to sit on the ground. The area here was surprisingly clean, as if it had been tidied up, and beside them was half a bucket of pure water. Jiang Chen did not expect that this teacher would be so attentive, noticing that he was reluctant to speak. After all, being a normal person in the apocalypse was rather strange, and explaining it would be quite troublesome. He had always disliked trouble. Everyone sat down in a circle. It looked quite similar to camping in the wild, except there was no campfire. However, this was not the wilderness but indoors. The expressions on everyone's faces were not those of joy from an outing, but rather fear and unease, their lips dry and complexions haggard. As Jiang Chen sat on the ground, he caught a whiff of a pungent odor. What is that smell? He turned his head, looking questioningly at Qinlan and the other 3 girls. He saw the 4 of them stammering, their faces gradually turning crimson, exchanging glances with one another but quickly averting their gazes. Why did it suddenly sound incomprehensible? Wait. Hadn't he just said he lost his mother at 5 and became an orphan? How had it turned into the world being fake but love being real? It was still Qinlan who had to speak up to explain. After all, she was the teacher and had to take charge. A hint of unnatural blush decorated her face. As she bit her lip, her voice tinged with embarrassment and tension. Jiang Chen. Classmate, because this room is too small, we have no place to relieve ourselves, so we can only go to that corner over there. Jiang Chen glanced at the corner Qinlan was pointing to and indeed saw what appeared to be water stains. However, we only urinated, so the smell shouldn't be too strong. Yu Kurson also pursed her lips, adding a sentence. Hearing the teacher mention such a shameful matter, she too overcame her psychological barrier. After all, even without mentioning it, Jiang Chen would eventually find out. Earlier there were 2 rooms in the broadcast room, and we set up 2 makeshift toilets in the inner room. However, later a classmate turned into a zombie and occupied that room, so we could only address our physiological needs here. Upon hearing Yu Kurson's words, Jiang Chen noticed that the broadcast room was indeed a suite. Like many recording studios, it had a large glass window separating the inside from the outside. And now that large glass window had been blocked up with various newspapers and debris, which was why Jiang Chen hadn't noticed it. It seemed that there were both boys and girls among the survivors, so to prevent spying they had sealed it up tightly. So that's how it is. But why did you let the bitten people in here? The blush on everyone's faces. They began to recount what had happened before in detail. At first there were 9 of us here, and none had been scratched or bitten, because if someone was infected and turned into a zombie, they would mutate in a very short time. Yu Kurson added, the closer the bite or scratch is to the brain, the faster it mutates, but it won't exceed 1 minute. How do you know that? After all, Jiang Chen had the observer ability yesterday, but still hadn't noticed this information. When I just escaped here, there were still many people fleeing in the school, and I observed it, she said calmly. Upon hearing this, the other few people couldn't help but think how collected she was. They had all been panicking, hearts racing, and even crying. Jiang Chen questioned himself. If he encountered such a situation without a system, would he have been so calm? He probably would be fine. He wouldn't panic. Jiang Chen rarely panicked. Even before, when Chu Siue misunderstood him for stalking, he had quickly found a solution. However, he rarely took things seriously. Throughout his life, he had often adopted a laid-back attitude. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but rather that he was too lazy to do it. Jiang Chen nodded, signaling Yu Kurson to continue. The first day went smoothly, and Teacher Qin played a piece of music over the broadcast. I wonder if it helped any surviving classmates in the school. Yu Kurson recalled the events of the past 2 days. By the way, we also heard a loud bang. We don't know what happened. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and confidently said, that loud bang must have been the sound of a passenger plane crashing into a building. So that's how it is. No wonder. Everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. Continuing on the next morning, everyone hadn't eaten all day and was very hungry. Classmate Wang suggested going out to look for food. At that moment, I suppressed the idea of going out on an adventure as it was so dangerous outside. Staying in the broadcast room, while hungry, at least wouldn't lead to infection, Qinlan added. But who knew? Qinlan paused for a moment and said sadly, classmate Wang and the others still got infected, and even now we don't know. I had observed closely at that time. Those classmates were all infected by classmate Wang, yet classmate Wang himself had no wounds or bloodstains. Yu Kurson said after a moment of silence. It was as if he had spontaneously mutated. A silence fell over them. This information was rather chilling to contemplate. Qinlan and the other 2 girls felt a shiver down their spines, unconsciously leaning closer to Jiang Chen. It seemed that among this small group, the only boy brought a certain sense of security. Yu Kurson, however, did not let her emotions cloud her judgment. She continued her analysis. Let's boldly hypothesize and carefully validate. If the zombies are transmitted by a certain virus, then the important factors of the virus include transmission route, transmission speed, infection rate, mortality rate, and incubation period. Jiang Chen's mind went blank. Is this really a high school student? How does she know so much? Truly a peak of human intelligence. What he didn't know was that this girl had always ranked first in her school, a top student from Ningjiang 4 middle school. Normally, the easier a virus spreads, the lower the fatality rate, and vice versa. Seeing the bewildered expressions of the four people present, Yu Kursen shook her head helplessly and explained, "The possibility of the zombie virus being airborne is very small, which means classmate Wang should have been infected through other means. As a normal person encountering the class's top student in the broadcast room, the top student helps you catch up on knowledge system points." 20 Jiang Chen was greatly shocked. He never expected knowledge could enter his mind in such a manner. Damn, no martial ethics ambushing this 18-year-old veteran. I seem to remember. Classmate Wang was always holding a round stone. Guo Ruiz thought for a moment before uncertainly saying, "Are you talking about this kind of stone?" Jiang Chen took out a gray-white stone from his school uniform pocket. It was the zombie crystal core. Yes, that's it. Jiang Chen fell silent, even smiling inexplicably for a moment. "I am true," he explained to everyone. "This is the zombie crystal core taken from the zombie's head." If I'm not mistaken, this classmate Wang must have watched too many comic books and movies, thinking that eating this would grant him superpowers. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. How could he swallow such a large stone? Jiang Chen glanced at the zombie crystal nucleus in his hand, which clearly did not resemble anything edible. Although it appeared clean on the surface, it was still produced by a zombie. It could even be the reason for human transformation into zombies. He certainly is a ruthless person, though not very bright. A reality is different from virtual works, and one cannot awaken supernatural powers like this. Despite the sarcasm after Jiang Chen's explanation, everyone came to understand the cause of this person's inexplicable zombification, and they all sighed in relief. Suddenly the broadcast room felt significantly safer. Although it was cramped, at least they wouldn't be infected and turned into mindless monsters. Gurgle, a sound that was out of place, broke the tranquility of the broadcast room. Jiang Chen turned toward the sound and saw Qin Lan patting her stomach, smiling apologetically. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she sat up and picked up a paper cup from the table beside her. Qin Lan placed the paper cup on the ground, picked up a half bucket of water nearby, filled the cup halfway, and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you must be thirsty after being outside for so long. Have a sip of water. Although we don't have food here, at least there is some water." Jiang Chen accepted the cup and looked at the others. Everyone had no objections. After all, they were all surviving classmates. They merely gazed at the half cup of water, and some even unconsciously licked their dry lips. Clearly, in these 3 days of the apocalypse, even though there was still half a bucket of water, everyone was trying to conserve it. They endured their thirst. Jiang Chen wasn't particularly thirsty, but since it was offered by a teacher, he couldn't refuse. After all, today he was playing the role of a normal person. Sure enough, after he finished the half cup of water, a prompt appeared. As a normal person, you engaged in pleasant conversation with your teacher and classmates. The teacher appreciates you, and even poured you a cup of water. System points 35. Seeing Jiang Chen drink the water, everyone stopped staring, and instead sighed, leaning against the walls of the room, resting their eyes. They were terribly hungry. From Wednesday noon until now Friday noon, they hadn't eaten a single bite. They were barely surviving on water. They had almost no strength left. Jiang Chen finished his water and leaned against the wall by the window quietly. There was one female teacher and 3 female students. Among these 4 girls, 2 stood out with their looks and demeanor. One was Qin Lan, who had a striking figure. Sitting on the ground, her long legs were straight and slender, and her chest was notably prominent. The other was Yu Kursen. Although her name was gentle, her aura was cold. Even though she looked a bit disheveled due to the apocalypse, her beauty was still hard to conceal. The other 2 girls were not as beautiful as Qin Lan and Yu Kursen, but they were definitely not unattractive. Everyone was too hungry, even feeling a bit drowsy. In fact, no one even noticed Jiang Chen's gaze. He suddenly spoke, pulling everyone back from their half-asleep state. "I have a piece of compressed biscuit here. Would you like to have a bite?" As soon as Jiang Chen said this, everyone's food? There's actually food. Qin Lan swallowed hard, looking at the compressed biscuit in Jiang Chen's hand with disbelief. "Are you willing to share this piece of compressed biscuit with everyone?" Jiang Chen nodded and began to unwrap the packaging of the compressed biscuit, revealing the coarse, pale yellow block inside. The others couldn't help but swallow hard. They were simply too hungry. Even before eating, they could imagine the scene of biting into the compressed biscuit, and some couldn't help but salivate. Jiang Chen inspected the compressed biscuit in his hand, which was sold for 4 yuan in the supermarket, very inexpensive. It was peanut-flavored, square, and divided into 2 even chunks inside. He broke the compressed biscuit apart and distributed it from left to right among everyone. Guo Rui and He Yuan could hardly believe it was real. They popped the piece of biscuit into their mouths, their faces filled with happiness. Qin Lan and Yu Kursen noticed that after the biscuit was shared, there was nothing left in the packaging. This meant that Jiang Chen had not kept any for himself. "Jiang Chen, why didn't you save any for yourself?" "Yeah, Jiang Chen, share a bit of that with us." After saying this, Qin Lan tried to break her piece of biscuit again to share with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt helpless inside, but seeing Qin Lan's concerned eyes, he still accepted the teacher's kindness. Finally, all 5 present had a piece of compressed biscuit. However, the taste was different. Jiang Chen's palate had become picky over the past 2 days. He found the compressed biscuit hard and coarse. It wasn't bad tasting, but it was ultimately not as good as what he had eaten before. The other 4 girls were different. The moment the compressed biscuit entered their mouths, they were met with a nutty aroma. Although it looked hard, it became easy to chew once mixed with saliva. The sensation of the biscuit breaking apart in their mouths was exceptional, almost crispy with a rich wheat flavor that became more delightful the more they chewed. This biscuit was undoubtedly like a long-awaited rain in drought, greatly alleviating everyone's hunger. Even so, the four girls couldn't help but lick their lips, feeling unsatisfied. As a normal person, you brought some snacks to school and shared them with your teacher and classmates. System points 50. Thank you so much, Jiang Chen. Thanks, the biscuit is delicious. Thank goodness for Jiang Chen, oh otherwise I feel like I would have starved to death. Really, I was just about to gnaw on the table. After eating that bite of compressed biscuit, everyone felt a wave of happiness wash over them, feeling that the apocalypse wasn't so hopeless after all. They even began to joke and laugh. Qinlan smiled as she sat down beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I really owe you one. Otherwise, I don't know what I would do. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Teacher, actually, I came here to handle something this time. What's the matter? Qinlan was momentarily confused by the notion of having something to do. Could it be that Jiang Chen was going out, not staying in this safe place with everyone? Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor and replied mildly, Teacher, I came here to attend school today. Qinlan was taken aback. Yu Kurson raised an eyebrow, having been attentively observing the situation as the room was small, and one could easily discern his voice. She had previously suspected that Jiang Chen's mental state might be affected due to the overwhelming challenges of the apocalypse. After all, she could not fathom how he had arrived here. This was indeed the fourth floor of the teaching building. It was evident that the school was rife with zombies, and even sprinters would have difficulty making it up here. The most plausible scenario was that he had been at school when the apocalypse struck. Surely it couldn't be due to some supernatural ability. The previous student Wang had indulged too much in novels and comics, leading him to such delusions which ultimately cost Jiang Chen, what do you mean by attending school? It means that you, teacher, are lecturing up there, and we are down here listening to your class. Qinlan was equally perplexed. However, she quickly regained her composure and looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of pity, believing her student must have suffered greatly, resulting in some mental instability. Yet even in such a state, he was still willing to share food with everyone. What a kind-hearted child. She embraced Jiang Chen, hoping to offer him some warmth. Qinlan was quite tall, and she gently pressed Jiang Chen. This allowed him to rest against her chest. Jiang Chen felt as if he was on the verge of becoming a zombie, as he sensed part of his body beginning to stiffen. He hastily pushed away Qinlan's face wash attack, bending slightly at the waist. He began to explain regarding this matter. I'll keep it brief, you'll understand. In summary, this is the situation, and there's not much to say, but the meaning is clear. I just want to say those who understand will understand, and for those who don't, I won't elaborate further. Jiang Chen employed the verbose language he had learned before his crossing. He Yuan and Guorui also took note of Jiang Chen's speech. Finally, everyone was left dumbfounded. After such nonsensical chatter, Jiang Chen finally straightened his back. He stood up, picked up the extremely sharp kitchen knife on the table, and walked towards the direction of the broadcast room, saying, too much won't help you understand, so let me demonstrate briefly. The crowd gasped in shock. Do you think he's lost it and is about to open the door? That shouldn't be the case. He seemed fine just a moment ago. Yu Kurson fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen, fearing he would release the zombies inside. However, Jiang Chen walked halfway before turning back. He suddenly realized that hacking at the zombies inside wasn't a very good choice. After all, Yu Kurson and the others had previously treated the inside as a makeshift toilet. Who knew if those zombies had come into contact with something disgusting? Jiang Chen, wielding the sharp kitchen knife, slowly approached the others. He Yuan and Guorui were slightly frightened and took a step back. Qinlan and Yu Kurson watched Jiang Chen, intently afraid he might do something extreme. I've noticed that after the apocalypse my strength has increased significantly and killing zombies has become quite easy. Jiang Chen looked at everyone, his gaze sincere and earnest. However, the overinflated power has also amplified my inner desires significantly, so to maintain my original aspirations in this apocalypse I choose to live according to the lifestyle I had before the apocalypse. The others found it hard to comprehend but were deeply shocked. Are you saying you've awakened a supernatural ability? Is that why you came to school, to maintain your original aspirations? Yes. Yu Kurson felt that Jiang Chen might need to see a psychiatrist. However, in this apocalypse hospitals were likely closed. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed, looking at everyone who all wore expressions of shock, none of whom believed him. Since no one believes me, then, no, I believe you. Qinlan looked at Jiang Chen with concern. Jiang Chen, maintaining your original aspirations is certainly commendable. The reason we are human is due to our morals, but Qinlan paused and continued, the situation is special now. We can completely conduct classes here. I am your Chinese teacher, and even without textbooks I can still teach you. Jiang Chen was astonished, not expecting her to turn things around so easily. He felt that what he said was quite absurd, but the system was too abstract to explain fully. He couldn't just tell others that he had a system, could he? Even if he did, it would be hard for people to believe such a bizarre system existed. So Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked to the door of the broadcast room, yanking it open. You all take a look. Shoo. Seeing Jiang Chen actually opening the door to the broadcast room, everyone felt a momentary chill, quickly signaling with their hands for silence. hoping Jiang Chen wouldn't make a sound. You all come over, for a short time there won't be any zombies coming here. Seeing that Jiang Chen was still speaking, Guorui and He Yuan even felt a bit resentful towards him because talking like this could easily attract zombies, putting everyone in. Qinlan noticed that Jiang Chen had said several sentences, and there was no reaction in the hallway. She couldn't help but approach with skepticism. Qinlan gasped in shock but quickly instinctively covered her mouth. What happened? Is there something outside? Qinlan remained silent, covering her mouth with one hand and pointing outside with the other, her eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing Qinlan's reaction, everyone couldn't help but move closer to look outside the broadcast room door. Hiss! Am I dreaming? How is this possible? The crowd stared in shock at the hallway, which now resembled a scene from a hellish battlefield. In the blood-red corridor lay countless zombie corpses piled up on either side. Only a narrow path in the middle barely allowed passage. Upon closer inspection, these zombies had all been dispatched with a single stroke without any hesitation. This scene spread from class 4 of the 3rd year and continued until the end of the hallway. What you said is actually true. Yu Kurson looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You really awakened a supernatural ability. Yes, Jiang Chen scratched his head. I said this a long time ago. Hiss. So it's true that you came to school to maintain your original aspirations. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment but nodded. Yes. Yu Kurson felt her worldview being reshaped again. Last time it was the apocalypse arriving. The fictional creatures known as zombies really existed. And this time it was Jiang Chen's supernatural ability. The broadcast room has a bit of an odor. Why don't we go to the nearby classroom? I just cleaned it. Everyone was now feeling a bit dazed. They instinctively followed Jiang Chen's suggestion and moved to class 4 of the 3rd year. The air indeed felt much better. At the very least, the smell of urine was gone. So you were the one reciting classical Chinese before. Yu Kurson quickly connected the dots back to that previous voice. Yes, I was studying Chinese at that time. No wonder I thought who would commit suicide while reciting poetry. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and said, do you understand the spirit of a scholar? Haven't you all studied Chinese well? Yu Kurson looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, unsure how this usually underperforming student could speak such words to her, the top student in the grade and her Chinese teacher. Jiang Chen, you came to school to maintain your original aspirations. We accept that, but what do you plan to do next? You're not going to the cafeteria for a meal, are you? You guessed this correctly. You have a keen eye for people. Yu Kurson was quite rational and could still converse normally with Jiang Chen. The others were still stunned by the earlier scene, unable to regain their senses. How terrifying. It was completely unlike anything a human could accomplish. Even if ancient generals were resurrected faced with so many zombies unafraid of pain and death, they would find it impossible to escape unscathed. And what about Jiang Chen? His school uniform was pristine and white. Facing 100 enemies was nothing to him. Now even Qinlan had stopped trying to persuade Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, please be careful on your way, don't let the zombies catch or bite you. Jiang Chen nodded, glanced at the time and turned to leave. You think someone as powerful as him never has to worry about food? Guorui finally regained her composure and whispered while looking at Jiang Chen's back. That's for sure, but even though he awakened his special abilities, there seems to be something off with his mental state. Why would an ability user still want to attend school in the apocalypse? Qinlan looked at her students and gently shook her head, a thoughtful expression in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps the one with the problem isn't him but this world. Regardless of everything, Jiang Chen helped us. Not only did he provide us with food, but he also led us to a safer and more hygienic classroom. Yu Kurson glanced around the classroom. It was basically the same as before the apocalypse, except some desks had been overturned. At that time, when the zombie outbreak occurred, it was just after class at noon. Many students in the class had gone out. This was also the main reason why Yu Kurson and Qinlan survived. Otherwise, if the class were full of students randomly mutated into zombies, it would have been a nightmare. On the other side, Jiang Chen hadn't gone to the cafeteria. Instead, he entered a clean classroom. With a thought, a stack of cards appeared in his hand. There were a total of 9 cards, all with a gray back. They were all thank you for your patronage cards. The reason he didn't bring food but only a compressed biscuit was because of this type of resource card. According to the system's pitiful probability, thank you for your patronage cards were very easy to obtain. Therefore, Jiang Chen used them without a second thought. Thank you for your patronage, gray quality. Using it can obtain random basic resources. Description. It's just an ordinary resource card. Would you like to use it? Yes, no. With a thought, he chose yes. Detected current world as a biochemical world, resources generated. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw such a scene, Jiang Chen still felt it was quite magical. In the next moment, a 10-liter bucket of water appeared out of thin air. This thing can't be eaten as a meal. Jiang Chen shook his head and used another resource card. A box of compressed biscuits suddenly appeared. He frowned slightly. He had just taken a bite of a biscuit that Qinlan insisted on sharing with him. Although it wasn't bad, it was still far inferior to what he had eaten before. He used another thank you for your patronage card. A box of self-heating hot pot suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. He took a look. This was actually quite acceptable. He poured the water from the bucket into the self-heating hot pot. Soon the contents began to undergo an exothermic reaction. Jiang Chen took a bite. It tasted quite good. At this moment, a line of text also appeared before him. As a normal person, eating your own brought food in the classroom at noon. System points 20. Indeed, before the apocalypse, it was quite normal for students not to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Some even violated school rules to order takeout. This is undoubtedly good news. It means Jiang Chen does not have to go to the cafeteria for meals. It is now the third day of the apocalypse, and the outbreak occurred right at lunchtime. 3 days have passed, and the food in the cafeteria must have spoiled. Moreover, with many wandering zombies, the dining experience would surely be subpar. Jiang Chen glanced at the self-heating hot pot. He had just taken a bite from then, looked at the supplies in front of him, transformed from 3 thank you for your patronage vouchers. He thought for a moment and decided to take these upstairs. After all, helping classmates bring food could be considered a normal person's behavior. If he hadn't used the attribute points earlier, moving these items would have taken several trips. However, now Jiang Chen had a strength of 28 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, making this task a breeze. Knock knock. Upon hearing the knocking sound, the 4 girls in the classroom instinctively sat up, their expressions tense. After all, it was the apocalypse, and even the slightest disturbance could set their nerves on edge. It's me. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, though they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Had Jiang Chen finished his meal so quickly? Hadn't just a few minutes passed? Qinlan strode over to open the door for Jiang Chen. What greeted everyone's eyes was Jiang Chen carrying 2 boxes of supplies and a barrel of purified water. Seeing this scene, all the girls were delighted. Wow, where did the water come from? Jiang Chen, you're so great for bringing us food. Hehe. Yu Kurson noticed the self-heating hot pot, and her beautiful eyes lit up, a hint of saliva almost dripping from her. Having previously tasted that quarter of compressed biscuit, it was simply delicious. She had eaten too quickly, and still craved another piece. However, Yu Kurson also knew that this was probably just her wishful thinking. In fact, when teacher Qinlan had to split her already meager quarter with Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. She prided herself on being a rational person, yet, in a moment of hunger, she completely forgot her restraint. Yu Kurson glanced at Qinlan's chest, recalling what she had learned in biology class. It seemed Qinlan might be hungrier. Jiang Chen, come in quickly. Qinlan was also very pleased, but she first pulled Jiang Chen inside, then looked around and hurriedly closed the classroom door. Though she knew Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of zombies, it was always best to be cautious. Teacher Qin, this is lunch I brought for you all. Let's eat together. Great. Thank you so much, Jiang Chen. A look of joy spread across Qinlan's face as she quickly pulled Jiang Chen to a cleared spot in the classroom. This seemed to be the resting area the group had just planned out. It had been cleaned and a mat laid down. Then Qinlan began directing her classmates to push several tables together, creating a makeshift dining table, while also heating several self-heating hot pots and opening a few bags of compressed biscuits. As a normal person helping teachers and classmates bring lunch, you gain 50 system points. It's time to eat. Jiang Chen, come over. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen also sat down at the makeshift dining table. Everyone gathered around the table, looking at the steaming self-heating hot pot, the rich aroma making some of them teary-eyed. After all, they never expected to have a hot meal in the midst of this apocalypse. Undoubtedly, at this moment they sincerely felt that they were still alive. Jiang Chen, however, wasn't as sentimental. The self-heating hot pot seemed average to him. He had eaten 2 meals in the last couple of days, and had he not been too lazy to wash the pot, he could have had better. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Qinlan sighed. If you hadn't come, we would have probably gone hungry for a long time. Yeah, thank you, Jiang Chen. Yu Kurson also sincerely expressed her gratitude. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's special ability to bring so much food, she would have been burdened with guilt. Thank you, thank you. He Yuan and Guorue nodded in gratitude, while their throats continuously swallowed saliva. As a normal person helping teachers and classmates bring desired food items, and receiving heartfelt thanks from them, you gain 100 system points. What the heck? So many points. Jiang Chen was becoming increasingly baffled by the system's logic, but thankfully he never stressed himself over it. If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't dwell on it. Gaining points was a good thing. Alright, everyone, stop talking so much and let's eat. With Jiang Chen's words, everyone immediately began to dig in, momentarily speechless. They all looked ravenous. The box contained a variety of self-heating hot pots, including spicy bone broth and chicken soup. As for the ingredients, there were vegetables, meats, soy products, and seafood. It was quite similar to what Jiang Chen had stocked up at home. Everyone was enjoying the meal. Whenever they were thirsty, they would take a sip from the paper cups. In this apocalypse, such a lunch was already quite lavish. After all, many people were hiding in places with no food at all, enduring hunger, and struggling to survive, waiting for a rescue. Ningjiang No. For high school gym. The restroom. A student weakly leaned against the wall. Beside him lay 3 zombie corpses. It appeared he had endured an extremely difficult battle. His name was Zhang Li, the physical education representative of Class 4 in his senior year. Zhang Li had excellent physical fitness and enjoyed sports. Before the apocalypse, he often skipped lunch to play basketball, returning to the dormitory only to eat a piece of bread. However, this time, no one expected the apocalypse to arrive. At that moment, he was trapped in the gym, surrounded by Fortunately, his physical fitness was good. He climbed up the flagpole in the gym and managed to sit on the windowsill, gaining a brief moment of respite. Later during a break in Qin Lao's his broadcast, he hurriedly rushed to the gym's restroom. Zhang Li had tried multiple times to escape but ultimately failed each time, even having to fight off some zombies. Fortunately, even after becoming zombies, his classmates' strength and speed were not too different from before, and Zhang Li barely emerged victorious. However, being exhausted, his hopes of escaping were slim. Moreover, the lack of food made things even more difficult. Fortunately, there was no shortage of water in the restroom. He still managed to hold on. Zhang Li sometimes thought that if he were a bit heavier, at least he could endure hunger better. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the girls had finished their meal. This meal was simply a delight. The girls, being extremely hungry, savored the self-heating hot pot that contained a variety of ingredients, including a spicy broth that was incredibly delicious. Especially Yu Kursin, who beneath her icy demeanor, surprisingly loved spicy food, even fanning herself while sticking. It was rather cute. Qin Lan and the classmates threw the hot pot boxes and packaging down the stairs. The sound of garbage falling attracted quite a few zombies, but upon discovering there were no living beings, they quickly dispersed. Although Qin Lan, as a Chinese teacher, often emphasized environmental protection, while teaching students, she was not inflexible during this special period. She discarded what needed to be tossed. After eating and drinking well, she felt a bit drowsy. Perhaps it was the cramped environment of the broadcast room that provided a sense of security. Despite the classroom being much more spacious now, everyone still gathered together, as if this could bring some comfort. A layer of cloth, which seemed to be the school's flag, was spread across the empty space. Sitting on the ground didn't feel cold at all. I can't believe we can still enjoy hot pot in the apocalypse. Indeed, if it weren't for Jiang Chen, we would probably still be starving with no hope for the future. It's simply like a dream. Listening to everyone praise themselves, their gazes inevitably turned to Jiang Chen. He wanted to say that he wasn't that great and that it was merely because the system awarded points for his actions. However, seeing the excited expressions of the girls, Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end, merely nodding. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, everyone seemed even more excited. Previously, we were in this classroom preparing for the college entrance examination, feeling incredibly constrained every day. Yes, I was worried about what I would do if I didn't perform well, but now that the apocalypse has come, I don't have to think about those things anymore. Yuan stuck out her tongue, seemingly feeling embarrassed about her poor grades. She looked at Yu Kursin and asked, "What about Yu Kursin? Even if you didn't say it, we all know you have excellent grades and have consistently ranked first in your grade. Don't you feel a bit regretful or disappointed?" Yu Kursin was taken aback. She hadn't expected to be somewhat famous. Even Yuan, who had previously not been in the same class as her, had heard of her name. After spending a few days together, their relationships had actually improved quite a bit. Thinking of this, Yu Kursin shook her head and said, "Not at all. On the contrary, like everyone else, I feel a sense of relief." Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, she continued to explain, "Since I was little, my family has always demanded that I learn this and that. When I wanted to relax, I was always warned by my family not to play this or that, which was quite suffocating. Now that the apocalypse has come, I actually feel more relaxed. At least no one dictates how I should proceed in the future." Hearing Yu Kursin's words, everyone seemed to understand her very well. Even though their grades might have been average during childhood, they didn't have as many restrictions and still had a lot of fun. After opening up, their relationships became even closer, and they began to speak freely about what they would like to do if the apocalypse. They also reminisced about those unforgettable moments from their school days, which, although challenging, were etched in their memories. Jiang Chen did not interject. He silently watched, as if recalling his own past. The essence of youth was truly wonderful. Qin Lan smiled, gently, quietly observing everyone, until finally, as they chatted excitedly, some began to feel sleepy. She softly spoke, "Students, in the future, if the apocalypse ends and we have the opportunity, we must once again gather here." In unison, except for Jiang Chen. He looked at the light in everyone's eyes and simply replied with an "All right then, we have made a pact. We must not go back on our words and live well until the end of the apocalypse." Hearing the last words of Qin Lan, Jiang Chen couldn't help but grin. Goodness, isn't this setting a flag? I'll get married at home after the battle. After finishing this mission, I'll wash my hands of it all. We'll gather again after the apocalypse ends. Hiss. Fortunately, Jiang Chen has resurrection. If he dies, he can start over. He glanced at the clock hanging at the back of the classroom. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the perfect time for a nap. Jiang Chen simply closed his eyes. As a normal person, you don't return to the dorm during lunchtime in your senior year, but sleep in the classroom, vowing to outdo your classmates. System points 20. Seeing Jiang Chen close his eyes, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of drowsiness. They all leaned against their desks and closed their eyes. For a moment, there was silence. An unbearable calm. Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable. He was no longer the person he used to be. You see, before his reincarnation, he was quite resilient, needing to use a voucher just to get a decent meal. But now Jiang Chen missed his big soft double bed immensely. He opened his eyes and began to admire the beauties around him. This is a common hobby for men. He was no exception. However, Jiang Chen's gaze was clear, merely appreciating. Setting aside her figure, if we talk about looks alone, Yu Kursin was particularly beautiful. If he had to use a word to describe her, it would be first love face. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features pure, with strands of hair partially obscuring her face, adding to her beauty. She resembled the goddess one secretly admired during class. When she turned around, she became the youth of countless hearts. Moreover, this goddess was also an academic achiever with an icy demeanor that created a striking contrast. Unlike Chu Siyue, who was also fairly good-looking but not very smart. When she grows older, she could sell health products. Yu Kursin also wasn't asleep. It wasn't that she was being pretentious. She had endured quite a bit as a child due to her family's demands. She wasn't afraid of hardship. Today, she simply couldn't sleep because Jiang Chen's impact on her was too great. Apart from Jiang Chen, there were 4 girls present. One was Teacher Qin, who, although a Chinese teacher for Class 4 of senior year, also taught Class 3. She had taught countless students. Remembering each student's name was already a testament to Teacher Qin's attentiveness. Chen Mo, or rather Jiang Chen, had mediocre grades before. Naturally, Teacher Qin wouldn't be particularly familiar with Jiang Chen. The other 2 girls, He Yuan and Guo Rui, were from different classes and similarly didn't know Jiang Chen well. But she was different. Her only friend and confidant was Chu Siyue. Plus, being classmates, Yu Kursin naturally knew what Jiang Chen had been like before. Timid, clumsy, and infatuated with Chu Siyue, he was the quintessential brown-noser. Yet now it was evident that Jiang Chen was different. The most striking point was that he exhibited no fear whatsoever. In this zombie-infested apocalypse, he remained so calm as if strolling through his own backyard. Could it be that after awakening extraordinary powers, one truly changes? Lost in thought, Yu Kursin opened her eyes. Their gazes locked. Jiang Chen was completely unaware of being caught staring. His gaze was calm, devoid of any fluctuations. On the contrary, Yu Kursin faltered in their eye contact. She turned her head away, presenting Jiang Chen with a stunning profile. Really, how can he be so unashamed, boldly admiring others? Jiang Chen wasn't peeking. He was looking. During school days, if a girl was pretty enough and had a somewhat cold personality, many boys, despite their feelings, would instinctively feel inferior and would never dare to meet her gaze. Jiang Chen felt no inferiority. With a madman on the left and a genius on the right, he stood in the middle. He was the son of heaven. The world belongs to me. What's wrong with me admiring beautiful women? Suddenly, bang! Bang! A few low muffled sounds echoed from afar. Gunfire. Jiang Chen listened closely and confirmed it was indeed gunfire. This world resembled a parallel universe similar to Jiang Chen's past life in many ways. For instance, gun control. Ordinary citizens didn't possess firearms. Generally, only the police or military had weapons. This was also why, despite occasional explosions in the vicinity, Jiang Chen had never heard gunfire. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Kursin and noticed that she clearly hadn't heard the sounds. She continued to turn her head, only revealing her profile partially obscured by her hair. Is it due to my physique? Last night Jiang Chen had just added some points, primarily increasing strength while also enhancing speed and physique. No wonder he could hear the sounds. His hearing had improved. However, the gunfire was still quite far away, and Jiang Chen naturally had no curiosity to go and see. What a joke! Jiang Chen's personality was one of laziness and a dislike for trouble. If it weren't for the points, he could easily stay holed up at home for a week. On the other side, at a military base in Ningjiang City, many soldiers were transporting the corpses of their fallen comrades. The incident occurred suddenly, with the sky turning green, followed by completely random mutations almost akin to a biochemical apocalypse from a video game. Moreover, since the military lived collectively, the population density was quite high. Like in schools, it was a hellish start. However, soldiers were well-trained and the survival rate was about 1 in 10. Now these remaining soldiers were dealing with the aftermath of the previous battles. Damn it! Old Xing didn't die on the battlefield. Instead, he died in such a bizarre manner. Sigh, it's all my fault. I was dazed at that moment, and that's how the squad leader got bitten for me. This apocalypse from the trenches is really reminiscent of a cybercafe. I hope the researchers have some progress. It's like a novel coming to life. Zombies have appeared. Do you think it could be a virus released by an enemy country? Releasing a virus does seem plausible, but they definitely don't have the capability to turn the sun green. Sigh that this military base was built on the outskirts of the city. Apart from the zombies that mutated from the military, there were also occasional scattered zombies from the city. This was also the reason Jiang Chen heard the gunfire. Inside the military base's research lab, an elderly man in a white lab coat with a head full of white hair was intently staring at a zombie crystal in his hand. This is simply extraterrestrial technology. X-rays can't penetrate it at all, and on the surface it just looks like a grayish-white stone, yet it can be found in the brains of the infected. A military officer approached and gently whispered in the old man's ear. Sir, do you think this could be a zombie crystal core? I've heard many comrades say so. Zombie crystal core. That's quite fitting. The officer continued. I've heard them say that in novels such zombie crystal cores are often the keys to unlocking superpowers. Generally, consuming them is all it takes. The old man in the white coat looked speechless. How could that be? Didn't we already experiment on white mice? Without exception, they all turned into zombies. Do you think it will be different when placed in humans? Inform your subordinates not to harbor such fantasies, or they might not even know how they died. The officer scratched his head and said apologetically, All right, I'm just a rough guy. I'm not too knowledgeable about this. Have you made any findings in your research so far? The old man in the white coat shook his head. Facing the disappointed gaze of the officer, he pondered for a moment and said, I do have a bit of progress. What? The officer asked urgently, for in this apocalyptic world, he had already lost too many subordinates and comrades. Don't rush, let me explain slowly. The old man in the white coat set down the grayish-white zombie crystal core in his hand and turned to the side operation table. It was a Tanghung knife already sharpened, with the blade gleaming with a sharp metallic luster. If Jiang Chen were nearby, he would probably recognize at a glance that this was a reinforced knife. Sharp Tanghung knife. This is a knife that has undergone 5 rounds of reinforcement, extremely sharp. This is the result of our research. The officer in camouflage frowned tightly, looking puzzled as he asked, Professor, we have dealt with quite a few zombies over the past 2 days, and the general consensus is that their weakness is only the brain. Even if we use guns, we must shoot them in the head to completely kill them. What use is this knife? The old man known as Professor glanced at the officer, his eyes filled with helplessness. He didn't say much and simply reached for the Tanghung knife. With a mighty swing, he brought the knife down. Whiz! The blade shimmered. By the time the officer regained his senses, the Tanghung knife was already embedded in the operation table, with only the hilt remaining visible. It's important to note that the operation table was made of alloy material with a hardness comparable to steel plates and a thickness of 5 centimeters. What is this? Hearing the officer's exclamation, Professor Bay's eyes lit up with excitement as he slowly explained. We discovered that as long as the zombie crystal core is slightly cut open, it will disappear. At the same time, the item used to cut the core will also be reinforced with increased sharpness, toughness, and hardness. The function of the zombie crystal core is reinforcement. No matter what material it is, as long as it fuses with the crystal core, it will receive comprehensive enhancement. In an instant, the officer's scalp tingled. Although the old man had always said not to treat reality like a novel, wasn't this a bit too fantastical? As a soldier with 20 years of service, he quickly thought of a series of weapons and equipment like exoskeleton armor, which would likely be significantly stronger after being reinforced with the zombie crystal core. If that were the case, there might be hope to end the apocalypse. His fallen comrades might finally rest in peace. The officer felt a surge of excitement within, almost laughing out loud. However, beep, beep, beep. Suddenly an alarm sounded, red lights flashing in the base. The officer hurriedly pressed the intercom. Alarm: a special zombie has been detected moving at high speed towards us, and the snipers are struggling to aim for its head. Alarm: a special zombie has been detected moving at high speed towards us, and the snipers are struggling to aim for its head. Jiang Chen had spent a leisurely afternoon. As a normal person, he naturally had to attend class. There were teachers, classmates, and even top students. Attending class during an apocalypse seemed quite reasonable, right? Initially, many people, especially Guorue and He Yuan, found it hard to understand Jiang Chen. They thought he had mental issues and found him frightening. However, after Jiang Chen showcased his supernatural abilities and brought back food and drinks, their attitudes towards him changed significantly. Regardless of whether he had mental issues, he had indeed saved everyone and treated them to a long-desired hot pot, making him a lifesaver in their eyes. Thus, Qinlan taught you, Kurson assisted, and Guorue and He Yuan chimed in. Jiang Chen was lost in thought. The afternoon passed just like that. Jiang Chen's points skyrocketed, reaching nearly 800 points. He figured that when he returned home after washing up and completing his daily tasks, he could gather enough for 10 consecutive draws. As the sun set, it was soon time to part ways. Everyone felt a bit reluctant. Yu Kurson asked, Hey Jiang Chen, are you coming to school tomorrow? Jiang Chen replied in confusion. Isn't tomorrow Saturday? We shouldn't have class, right? Everyone suddenly realized that indeed, to maintain the pre-apocalypse routine, there was no class on Saturday. How absurd. Was his logic so clear? Did he really have mental issues? Could it be that the crazy ones were not him, but rather them? Everyone waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. Yu Kurson said, Then let's say a proper farewell. Jiang Chen recited, The river of time flows into the sea, and we finally part ways. There is no port where one can stay forever. What are you singing? This isn't some strange segment, is it? Why did it suddenly turn into singing? Thus, amidst everyone's bewildered expressions, Jiang Chen set off on his way home. As soon as he exited the school gate, he saw his mountain bike. It looked quite new. Jiang Chen rode his bike into the sunset. He was in no hurry, with a relaxed expression on his face. After all, this was the way home from school. Although it was a bit strange to be going home during the apocalypse, after all, it was still school dismissal. Naturally, it felt easy and pleasant. Jiang Chen leisurely rode, and the zombies he passed seemed to ignore him entirely, even moving aside as he approached. On the third day of the apocalypse, the streets were surprisingly quiet. Perhaps it was because not many people were driving. There were no car engines or honking sounds. Earlier, while in the classroom, someone suggested whether they should go out with Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen could refuse, Yu Kurson had already shot down the proposal. Because even though Jiang Chen's power and speed had greatly increased, it would be challenging for him to protect everyone. The streets were not like the classroom corridors where one could easily block the way. Zombies on the streets came from all directions, and going out together would undoubtedly be sending food to the zombies. Naturally, everyone was persuaded. Jiang Chen was also somewhat reluctant. He had always been averse to trouble, and he wasn't sure if his normal person ability would still work after involving others. Although the normal person ability was extraordinary, allowing zombies to ignore him, it was evident that this ability had its limits. Previously he had encountered 2 evolved zombies, one with strength, and the other with speed, neither of which instinctively avoided him like ordinary zombies. Instead they remained still. This fact also proved this point. With no rush to get to school, Jiang Chen took the time to observe the apocalypse carefully. On the way, Jiang Chen saw many sights he had previously overlooked. In his hurry he had missed a lot. A window of a large chain supermarket was shattered with glass scattered everywhere, reflecting the green sunlight. The shelves inside were in disarray and products were scattered all over the ground. It seemed someone had come here for a $0 purchase. They likely failed, resulting in the addition of a few more zombies in the supermarket. And on the streets there were overturned vehicles, corpses in tragic states, and dried dark red bloodstains everywhere. Jiang Chen rode past the junked vehicles, humming a tune leisurely. On the second floor of a small alley, the cold-looking Xue Qingqiu noticed Jiang Chen. There was no helping it, he was too conspicuous. Who, in the apocalypse, rides a bicycle to shop? It was too exaggerated. This person was surrounded by zombies, yet they seemed to ignore him completely. When Xue Qingqiu saw Jiang Chen's appearance, she almost gasped. Wasn't this the boy in a school uniform from the morning? He effortlessly killed several zombies. He was simply inhuman. Earlier Xue Qingqiu had even thought about calling out to him to walk together. However, upon seeing Jiang Chen again, she still hesitated. After the apocalypse, the evil of humanity had been amplified to the extreme, and she was ultimately afraid. Moreover, there was still food at home. There was no need to take this risk. Jiang Chen disappeared from Xue Qingqiu's sight, leaving her with a sense of loss. It was getting dark. Across from Jiang Chen's house, Chu Siyue anxiously held a pair of binoculars, trying to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chen. However, throughout the day, she had seen no sign of him. Just yesterday, Jiang Chen would often sit on the balcony observing the happenings below. Why was he not coming out? Could something have happened? Chu Siyue began to let her imagination run wild. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chen had carved out a significant place in her heart. As dusk fell, Jiang Chen rode his bicycle through a world gradually engulfed by darkness. He felt neither fear, he was used to it. Since childhood he had enjoyed observing the sky. The darkness did not descend all at once. It was a gradual process from light blue to deep blue and then to navy. Finally it would turn black. Fortunately, he arrived at the base of his building just as the sky turned navy. Jiang Chen looked up at the 7th floor where his home was. It was pitch black. Not just his apartment, but the entire building was shrouded in darkness. I wonder if there are any survivors, Jiang Chen mused, shaking his head as he parked his bicycle and prepared to take the elevator home. Suddenly he heard, "Hey, you over there, come here." Jiang Chen turned to see the source of the voice. To his surprise, it was someone from the supermarket downstairs waving at him. Jiang Chen was quite intrigued as he approached the entrance of the supermarket. The door had been hit by a truck, leaving only half of it intact, and the rest was boarded up from the inside. Through the glass he could see 2 people inside. One was short and plump, wearing a floral shirt with a large gold chain around his neck, while the other had shifty eyes and 2 patches of facial hair. They didn't look like good people. He asked, "What's going on?" The short man replied, "Why aren't those zombies?" The plump man and his sidekick had been squatting there for a day, not expecting to encounter this anomaly in a school uniform. "Stay out of other people's business." The 2 men were taken aback. "Wait, are we the ones who are part of society, or are you the one who's flipped the tables? Moreover, we've been speaking so civilly and you have this attitude." The plump man was the leader and his dark face bore a hint of cunning as he chuckled. "Haha, little brother, you are truly humorous. Although the apocalypse is merciless, humanity still has its sentiments. We're stuck here and are quite curious about what's happening outside. So little brother, you don't need to say much. Just tell us if you are human, a zombie, or perhaps both. An asymptomatic carrier." Jiang Chen examined the 2 men and found their imagination quite amusing, even considering asymptomatic carriers. "Since you asked so sincerely, I shall generously inform you." He paused for a moment and then said, "I am a deity." The plump man exclaimed. The skinny man responded. This left both of them utterly confused. It was such a leap. What kind of reasoning was that? "Are you saying you are a god from mythology?" The skinny man was initially bewildered, but soon a thought crossed his mind and he eagerly asked. Jiang Chen was surprised that his joke was actually taken seriously. "Aha, this world has truly gone mad." He chose not to comment and nodded, asking, "What are you doing here? Oh deity, please save this world." The skinny man did not answer Jiang Chen, but knelt down, starting to, "Oh divine being, we have recognized our deep sins and unforgivable nature. We repent for our evils and beseech you to retract your punishment." Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had initially thought that Chu Siyue was easy to fool. He didn't expect there to be someone even more skilled. Due to the skinny man's excessive excitement, his voice rose, attracting numerous zombies, who began to converge toward. The plump man tried to cover his sidekick's mouth, but the skinny man, despite his small frame, exhibited surprising strength. He couldn't cover it in time. Soon the zombies roared and charged towards the source of the sound like piranhas sensing blood. After the apocalypse, zombies' vision deteriorated, but their hearing improved. As more and more zombies rushed towards them, it became increasingly frantic. The plump man displayed a look of pity. Though he was involved in the underworld, he was a person with principles, and Wang Tianba had no disdain for harming others. But soon his expression changed from pity to wide-eyed shock, his pupils contracting. He stared incredulously at the scene before him. He couldn't tell how many zombies were rushing in, but when they were about 3 meters from Jiang Chen, they suddenly stopped. Instead, they instinctively retreated, even colliding with the zombies behind them to get away. A circle devoid of zombies formed around Jiang Chen. Holy moly, he really is a god. Wang Tianba was astonished. This spectacle was nothing short of a miracle. He had to believe that the boy in the school uniform was indeed a deity. He too knelt down without any defenses or foreplay. Just like that, he knelt down in worship. The two of them paid their respects to Jiang Chen in the supermarket. Please end this apocalypse. Jiang Chen remained silent. Where did these talents come from? He never expected that such capable individuals would gather in this small supermarket. He had previously thought they were looking for trouble, and his ultimate sharp kitchen knife was not without its advantages. But who would have thought that things would develop to this extent? I'm busy right now, I'll save the world when I have time. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked away. This world was just too bewildering. As Jiang Chen moved, the zombie encirclement shifted with him. Wang Tianba and his sidekick became even more devout in their worship. For a long while, until Jiang Chen's figure vanished from sight. The two of them were filled with tears of joy. Big brother. Virtuous brother. Finally, there is hope. Once the deity has time, this world will return to normal. In the elevator, there were indeed no zombies. In fact, the reason there were so few survivors in this apartment building was that it was a more commercial type of apartment. Furthermore, the apocalypse struck at noon, and many people were not at home. Naturally, there weren't many people in the building. He unlocked the door and entered his home. He turned on the lights and headed straight for the bedroom. Wow, this bed is so big and soft. He lay comfortably on the bed, relishing this rare comfort. The conditions at school were truly poor. He was not used to it. The bed was too hard, making it uncomfortable. I feel like I've done so much today. I'm completely exhausted. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 7 in the evening. Given the circumstances, I might as well have dinner first. Burp. Jiang Chen comfortably let out a satisfying belch. Staying at home is the most comfortable, being able to eat whatever I want, unlike outside where I have to see what thank you for your patronage randomly delivers. As a normal person, you enjoyed a delicious dinner at home, earning 20 points from the system. Jiang Chen glanced at his points, which had already reached 950. He planned to write a diary later, along with his washing up, which should be enough for 10 consecutive draws. Receiving 10 draws daily was quite pleasant. Jiang Chen no longer cursed the system. Just kidding, the system was his dear friend. He walked to the balcony, preparing to take out the trash. After all, this was the apocalypse. Qinlan even made her students take it out. Although Jiang Chen could go downstairs to do it, he was simply too lazy. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed a glimmer of light from the opposite building. What is this guy up to? He looked up and saw Chu Siyue leaning over the balcony, her delicate face filled with grievance, her big eyes crying again. This girl really loves to cry. Also, why isn't she turning on the lights? Isn't she afraid of the dark? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled as he continued to observe across. Chu Siyue was holding up a tablet with 4 large characters on it. Can you see this? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and adjusted his phone to display large characters as well. Chu Siyue saw the glimmer from Jiang Chen's home and was thrilled. Although she had been sulking about Jiang Chen yesterday, she later secretly saw him waiting on the balcony, seemingly waiting for her to show up. Her anger had long dissipated. However, due to her habitual pride, she did not forgive Jiang Chen face to face yesterday. Not seeing him all day today made Chu Siyue worry immensely. She even suspected whether Jiang Chen had gone out to look for her and encountered some danger. Just thinking about it made her heart heavy with guilt. It was all because she hadn't been clear yesterday. This could have possibly harmed him. Soon night fell. The world was engulfed in darkness. Chu Siyue noticed that Jiang Chen's home was unlit, and she felt a tinge of despair. He might really be in trouble. This thought lingered in her mind until the light flickered back on. She hurried to the balcony, but considering that the whiteboard wouldn't be visible at night, Chu Siyue took out her tablet instead. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen had such good eyesight. He could see what was written on her tablet at a glance. Chu Siyue gently bit her lip. She wanted to apologize to Jiang Chen, realizing she shouldn't have been so willful yesterday. She wrote 3 large characters on her tablet. I'm sorry. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before typing a few large characters in response. It's human nature. Chu Siyue was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Shouldn't the response after I'm sorry be it's okay? Even if he didn't forgive her, understanding it would be reasonable. What on earth is its human nature? She even began to doubt her reading comprehension skills. Chu Siyue, what does that mean? Jiang Chen, it's nothing. Chu Siyue pressed on. Where did you go during the day? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied honestly, I went to school. Chu Siyue slowly typed out a question mark. Is this right? She felt a bit disoriented. Isn't this the apocalypse? How could one still go to school? Could it be that she had waited for Jiang Chen so long that she had already fallen asleep? Am I dreaming now? She pinched her tender face. Instantly a sharp pain made her gasp. It hurt too much. This isn't a dream. Jiang Chen also witnessed the scene and immediately recalled the various strange things Chu Siue had done before a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. After all, Chu Siue might have some cognitive issues. He needed to be patient. Is there anything else? Chu Siue saw Jiang Chen's question. She quickly replied, tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Jiang Chen replied with a simple to acknowledge. Afterward, both returned to their homes. Chu Siue rubbed her stomach, feeling a wave of hunger. There wasn't much food left at home, and having seen Jiang Chen, a companion who also survived in this apocalypse, she had eaten quite a bit. As a result, today's food supply had completely run out. There was nothing left to eat. She had only eaten a slice of toast for dinner, which couldn't stave off the hunger. All that remained at home was a bag of dried plums. She planned to save them for tomorrow or the day after. Although this food had little energy, it could at least prevent starvation. Jiang Chen probably didn't have this worry. Chu Siue thought to herself, after all, she had watched him shop back then. Ham sausages, self-heating hot pot instant noodles. She slowly recalled the scene from that time. The large shopping cart was filled with food, each item capable of making her mouth water. Chu Siue swallowed hard. She suddenly thought that if her best friend Yu Kurson were here, she would surely say, it's saliva amylase breaking down starch, which is why you can taste sweetness. I wonder how Kurson is doing, and how about my mom? Is she still alive? Chu Siue felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Jiang Chen was writing in his diary. Third day of the apocalypse, the streets are quieter. Today I went to school and encountered a gentle teacher and understanding classmates. Finally, the prompt from the system appeared. The system points finally reached the milestone of 1,000 points. Just right, without a single excess. Who says that normal people don't keep diaries? Isn't this giving me extra points? Jiang Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together, silently invoking a card draw. Instantly, the simplistic card draw interface reappeared before his eyes. Draw once, draw 10 times. 10 consecutive draws. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked on it directly. The cards floated into being, shimmering like bubbles in water. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Good. The opening was just 3 thank yous in a row. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had a sense of the dog system's probabilities and his emotions weren't too fluctuating. Thank you for your patronage. Attribute card white. Ordinary longsword white. Is there something new? Jiang Chen thought to himself and opened the card details. Ordinary longsword. White quality, equipped to pretend to be a hero. Description. A good sword for the village. Haha. Jiang Chen was speechless. What does it mean to equip and pretend to be a hero? May I ask? Pretend. I could also pretend to be the supreme being of the divine realm or the celestial emperor. Is it useful? Ridiculous. Fortunately, there's still a point card, otherwise Jiang Chen would be heartbroken. Continue. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Hiss. Another 3 consecutive thank you for your patronage. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, this was already the 9th card. Just one more left. He took a deep breath. For some unknown reason, he felt a bit nervous. An excited heart, trembling hands. Click. Rebirth card, green quality, green quality. Sounds like a good item. It should be noted that the previous cards were all white quality, such as point card and the like. As for the thank you for your patronage card, judging by the color on the back, it should be gray. Clearly white is much more useful than, let alone the purple of the revival card, which is even more precious. Jiang Chen speculated that the card colors should represent rarity, with purple being greater than white, which is greater than gray. Green quality should be above white in rarity. Jiang Chen quickly clicked to open it. Rebirth card, green quality. Using it can quickly recover from injuries. Note, the lower the essence of life, the better the effect. Description. Don't die. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. It seems there's a familiar feeling. Don't die. Is there supposed to be a lion hidden in my eyes? By the way, this thing shouldn't cost me a quarter of my life, right? The rebirth card should be a purely healing type of card, and according to the system's description, it should be very useful. Don't die. It sounds familiar yet strange. I hope it's truly that powerful, then I can save Hui Ri. Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart, and a stack of cards suddenly appeared in his hand. A total of 10 cards with white, gray, and green. The gray ones were the most. All thank you for your patronage, plus the remaining ones. There are over 10 now. I can't use them all, not at all. Jiang Chen took out the point card with a white card back. Do you want to use it? Yes. Instantly a familiar warm current enveloped Jiang Chen's whole body, feeling very comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. Jiang Chen guessed he had never soaked in a hot spring. Every cell in his body was cheering and celebrating, enjoying this moment of becoming stronger. 10 minutes later. Is that it? So fast. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling that there was not much difference from before. There was no increase in size, nor was there a swollen mentality, just an illusion of being able to punch a cow to death. He looked at his character card. Character: normal person. Name: Jiang Chen. Strength 38. Extremely strong. Speed 15 above average. Physique 17 above average. The physique has indeed been significantly enhanced this time, and by the way, there's still an ordinary long sword. Jiang Chen held this white quality card. The card's illustration depicted a cartoon-style long sword looking quite ordinary and extremely plain. Equip. Yes, with a thought from Jiang Chen, a standard long sword appeared in his hand, just as ordinary as the illustration. Is this the best sword in the village? Jiang Chen touched his nose, suddenly remembering that he had another weapon. Ultimate Sharp Kitchen Knife. This is a kitchen knife that has been enhanced 99 times, having reached the limit of reinforcement, effortlessly cutting through hair, and splitting iron like mud. If Jiang Chen had encountered the evolved zombies earlier, this kitchen knife would have been so powerful that those two evolved zombies wouldn't have been his match. However, even so, Jiang Chen would not confront them heat. What he preferred was to strike from a lower dimension. Once his strength broke through 100 and speed also surpassed 100, wouldn't he be able to take down those evolved zombies with a single strike? Why take risks now? What if, with a careless mistake, he got injured and infected? Wouldn't his revival card be consumed as well? Jiang Chen held the kitchen knife in one hand and the long sword in the other. He was a bit curious about which of these two weapons was tougher. Clang! Crack! First came the sound of the clash of sword and knife, swift and metallic, followed by a crisp and loud sound of breaking. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the result in his hand. The kitchen knife had broken. This kitchen knife, which could split iron like mud, had been retired at the speed of light. Broken Ultimate Sharp Kitchen Knife. This is a kitchen knife with a glorious past, which once rampaged in the apocalypse. Its blade strength has reached the limit of an ordinary kitchen knife, having failed in a peak duel. Is it that exaggerated? This long sword is still ordinary. How is this ordinary? Jiang Chen looked at the long sword in his hand with some surprise. He hadn't expected that although its appearance was plain, it was actually much stronger than the kitchen knife. It should be noted that when Jiang Chen was chopping zombies at school today, this kitchen knife chopped into the zombie's skull, without feeling any obstruction, even making it feel like chopping into a tomato. By the way, Jiang Chen took out a zombie crystal core, one he had saved earlier. Because the kitchen knife had reached its enhancement limit, he had kept it. Clang! With a flash of sword light, the zombie crystal core vanished without a trace. Ordinary long sword 1. This is the best sword in the village, and it is said that wielding it has the potential to become a hero. It has been enhanced once and can be retrieved. Really? He thought the items given by the system might be special, but he didn't expect they could also be enhanced. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen only had one crystal core left. Perhaps he could gather more later. Can it be retrieved? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. The next moment his hand felt empty, and the long sword, which had some weight, turned into a card with a white card back. Ordinary long sword, white quality, enhanced once equipped to pretend to be a hero. Description: a good sword for the... This is much more convenient than the kitchen knife. I can directly take it out from the card space when I want to use it. Imagine when the enemy thinks you have no weapon and wants to confront you. Suddenly a big sword appears. Who can withstand that? After a whole day of accumulation, there was only a 10 consecutive draw. After finishing, it was a bit flavorless. He went to bed and slept. A night without dreams. Oh, the next day, the green sun rose normally, just as it had since ancient times. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Chen woke up naturally. He felt that his body needed less and less sleep. Even if he didn't sleep all night, he would still be lively and spirited. However, Jiang Chen couldn't possibly not sleep. Even if one day he became an immortal, he would still need to eat drinks. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of becoming stronger? If he abandoned his desires and lived a life of simplicity, would he still be himself? He is the kind of person who lays flat and enjoys life, who can refuse to sleep comfortably in such an environment when on a rainy day the world is quiet with only the sound of tiny raindrops entering the ear. Or on a snowy day when it is freezing outside with big goose feathers falling like snow, but the wooden house is warm, only the sound of the fire burning wood can be heard. Jiang Chen loved that sense of comfort. He rubbed his eyes and walked to the balcony, waving to Chu Siyue, who had been waiting on the opposite side. Good morning. Chu Siyue was somewhat surprised. After all, the person across from her had never been punctual. Today she was only made to wait for 15 minutes. It was indeed rare. She held up a whiteboard. Jiang Chen looked at the whiteboard. Chu Siyue wrote a greeting, good morning. Then she erased the words and continued writing, what are you doing? Jiang Chen also took out his phone and typed, just woke up. While Chu Siyue was looking through the binoculars, she wrote down what she wanted to say on the board, and the two began chatting this way. The reason for this was that shouting would attract zombies, so even though they weren't far apart, the two could only communicate through text. If one had to describe it, this could be considered an alternative form of online chatting. Only it wasn't online and they could actually see each other. Chu Siyue carefully wrote, you just woke up. Have you eaten yet? Jiang Chen replied, no, I'll eat later. Chu Siyue responded, oh, I haven't eaten either there. Chu Siyue said, I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten properly all day. Jiang Chen asked, aren't you hungry if you haven't eaten? I am. Jiang Chen said, don't be hungry. Chu Siyue replied, I'm so tired. Jiang Chen added, don't be tired. Chu Siyue wrote, huh? Wait, are you still a carbon-based life form? Are we really on the same wavelength while chatting? Do you miss home on Earth? Please come back. Chu Siyue was confused. She didn't know if Jiang Chen couldn't tell that she was really hungry, or if his thought process was just that unique. It was outrageous. Jiang Chen paid no mind to the flustered Chu Siyue, and instead looked at the card in his hand. It was a character card. Just now, while chatting with Chu Siyue, he noticed the system constantly indicating an increase in points. Without a doubt, it was due to today's identity. Character Fun Seeker name Jiang Chen, strength 38. Very strong speed 15, strong physique 17, strong, secret weapon revival card, equipped Fun Seeker. Okay. Yesterday I was still a normal person and today am a Fun Seeker. Is this reasonable? This ridiculous system really knows how to stir things up. Jiang Chen was speechless. As for the Fun Seeker, all he could think of was the phrase I am joy. Haha. Born as a human, I apologize. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Siyue finally regained her composure and continued writing on the whiteboard, her tone somewhat melancholic. I want to ask, why do you always reply with so few words? Jiang Chen answered, I'm socially anxious. Seriously, socially anxious? Your social skills are terrifying, aren't they? Chu Siyue's expression was complex. She recalled how Jiang Chen had introduced himself as Chun Pingon in front of so many people at the supermarket, leaving others stunned. Can that be called social anxiety? He was a total social terror. Chu Siyue remarked, you've changed so much from before, it's like you're a completely different person. I already said I'm not the old me anymore. Let's get to know each other again. Chu Siyue was astonished. He actually wrote so much. She felt a little happy thinking she might finally be on the same wavelength as Jiang Chen. She happily wrote, hello, my name is Chu Siyue, nice to meet you. Jiang Chen replied, you're too early to be happy. Chu Siyue questioned, what is this person really eating? Shouldn't he go see a doctor if he's sick? How ridiculous. Jiang Chen felt a little happy. He discovered that as long as he spoke with Chu Siyue, the system would grant him points. As a Fun Seeker sensing Chu Siyue's negative emotion system, points 25. As a Fun Seeker sensing Chu Siyue's negative emotion system, points 18. Chu Siyue understood. If she didn't express herself more frankly and say things outright, she might end up starving to death. She bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. She wrote on the whiteboard, can you give me something to eat? Jiang Chen replied, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Chen felt he should be concerned about Chu Siyue. After all, she was his experience package. Without her, he couldn't just go out today. He had already gone out yesterday. Today was a no-go. He was the kind of person who couldn't even be bothered to take out the trash unless absolutely necessary, preferring to lie at home. But how could he deliver food to Chu Siyue? Today he was a Fun Seeker and he wasn't sure about his specific abilities, but yesterday's normal person abilities had definitely been weakened. He couldn't guarantee whether zombies would attack him while walking down the street. Of course, it mainly came down to laziness. There were zombies in the apartment building. If Jiang Chen really wanted to test it, he could just go to the hallway. While Jiang Chen was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed that Chu Siyue across the building seemed to be busy with something. Chu Siyue had changed into a set of sportswear today, which showed off her figure. She first stretched her body a bit, holding a ball-like object with a string, then, with a bit of force through it. Whoosh! The ball-like object landed on the ground between the two buildings. Upon hearing the noise, the zombies swarmed toward this object. Seeing this scene, Chu Siyue quickly threw down the string in fear. She smiled apologetically at Jiang Chen, seeming a bit embarrassed. What the heck, she actually wanted to throw that thing over here. Jiang Chen understood Chu Siyue's intention. She probably wanted to throw the string over, tighten it, and hang something like a bamboo basket. It was a makeshift zip line. However, Chu Siyue had clearly overestimated her strength. The distance between the two buildings was at least 20 to 30 meters. Even if an Olympic champion were to try, it would be quite challenging. This reminded Jiang Chen. He searched around at home and found a long enough rope. The front of the rope was tied to a round plastic ball. He typed on his phone, moved to the side. Chu Siyue was somewhat confused. Did he also want to try what she had just done? But this looked easy. In reality, it was very difficult. On one hand, it required sufficient strength. On the other, it needed precision. For instance, one could throw it at an angle and calculate the landing point. Unfortunately, Chu Siyue was not her friend Yu Kurson and was hopeless at physics, so she gave up directly. She also didn't believe Jiang Chen could do it. After all, Chen Mo was even worse than her at studying and his physical test scores were quite average. With his thin arms and legs, she still moved to the side a bit. After all, this was a matter of face for the boy. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. It seemed a gentle breeze rose out of nowhere, blowing through his hair. He gently grasped the plastic ball, and in an instant he summoned all his strength. Jiang Chen closed one eye and started aiming at Chu Siyue's balcony across the way. Without much hesitation, he swung his hand, and the small ball shot out like a bullet. The air seemed to be torn apart, and the wind howled as well. Thud! The plastic ball accurately landed on the wall of Chu Siyue's balcony, and due to the force, half of the ball shattered and stuck to the wall. Chu Siyue stared at the ball in astonishment, then suddenly turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, mumbling in disbelief, this guy is cheating. Chu Siyue usually doesn't read novels and hasn't heard of apocalyptic abilities, so she naturally thinks Jiang Chen is cheating. After all, it's impossible for a normal person to possess such great strength. She even saw the plastic ball starting to heat up and melt from the friction, with the air solidifying perfectly onto her house wall. Chu Siyue's mouth slightly agape, she stared at the scene somewhat dazed. After a while, she finally reacted, cutting the rope and tying it to the balcony railing. With this done, if she found something similar to a basket to hang up, a simple zipline device would be ready. Whoosh! Before she could search for something, a water bucket slid over towards her. Chu Siue hurriedly caught it. Inside the bucket was a steaming bowl of instant noodles exuding an enticing aroma. When did this happen? Chu Siue swallowed hard and looked up at the opposite side. Jiang Chen nodded at her. Excitement flashed in Chu Siu's eyes, as she gratefully made a gesture of prayer with her hands expressing her thanks. Inside the bucket were a pair of chopsticks which Jiang Chen had obviously placed there. He is quite thoughtful, Chu Siue thought as she looked at the noodles. The instant noodles released steam and aroma, making one's appetite soar. Especially since Chu Siue hadn't eaten properly all day, she was so hungry that her stomach began to ache. She quickly picked up a bite and sent it to her mouth. Hiss! So spicy! The spiciness hit her taste buds, directly causing her to frown involuntarily, but she soon relaxed again. It was a painful yet pleasurable experience. Although the instant noodles were very spicy, they relieved her hunger. Thus Chu Siue ate with flushed cheeks, even unconsciously sticking out her tongue to cool down. While she fanned herself with her hand, she wrote on the whiteboard, "Thank you, thank you." Across from her, Jiang Chen was also having breakfast, a meat floss bun and freshly heated milk. He sat on the balcony chair eating while observing Chu Siue. He replied calmly, "Great kindness is not to be thanked with mere words. You should bow to me." Chu Siue, okay. She felt she was starting to get used to Jiang Chen's thought process, which was a bit strange but still somewhat acceptable. She asked, "What flavor is this instant noodle? Why is it so spicy?" Jiang Chen replied, "It's chili. I added chili. You've got to be kidding me. What kind of bizarre reasoning constructed this strange thought process?" Chu Siue was speechless. This left her in silence for a long time, not writing anything. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was quite happy. As a fun-loving person. Points 20 as a. Points 15. Points 11. A series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Yo, this experience pack is super useful. However, Jiang Chen soon realized that the system notifications had stopped appearing. Looking across, he noticed Chu Siue hadn't written anything on the whiteboard for a while. What's going on? Jiang Chen rubbed his chin and wrote, "I thought we would always have something to talk about." Chu Siue. After a long pause, she asked, "In all these years, haven't you ever been beaten?" Jiang Chen, "I run fast." Chu Siue was completely convinced. This kind of smooth talk was too quick to react to. Who could defend against it? She wrote on the board, "Forget I asked, let's talk again at 4 in the afternoon. I need to take it easy now." Then she returned to her room. When Jiang Chen saw that Chu Siue had gone back, he couldn't earn any points either, so he had to return to his room. At the supermarket downstairs from Jiang Chen's home, a small bearded man spoke excitedly, saliva flying everywhere. In front of him were 3 men and his boss Wang Tianba. "God, don't be ridiculous." One man retorted, "It's really not possible. I can barely believe in abilities, but the chances are slim. Otherwise there would have been ability users rushing to rob the supermarket long ago. In these past few days, only a truck passed by indicating that most people had long since perished, leaving only a handful of survivors. Even if they survived, they were too busy to care for others. What's wrong with you? Are you a bit unhinged, scared silly by zombies?" The small bearded man, seeing that the 3 didn't believe him, looked anxious and quickly gestured for Wang Tianba to explain. "Otherwise, what if we angered the deity and it got angry?" Wang Tianba, dressed in a floral shirt and wearing a big gold chain, coughed lightly. His tone was serious as he said, "It's true. What a Huang saw yesterday was real because I saw it too." "No way. Really?" Although the small bearded man, Huang, might be a bit off, his boss Wang Tianba was definitely sane. Moreover, if one person could be mistaken, could 2 people possibly be wrong? According to my and Huang's deduction, the deity should reside on the 7th floor of the opposite building. Wang Tianba took a deep breath. Because yesterday after the deity came home, the lights on the 7th floor across turned on. If Jiang Chen were here, he would surely be astonished. These 2 fellows truly were a pair of geniuses. How did they manage to be correct in every step yet wrong in the outcome? The 7th floor across, isn't that Chu Siue's home? After Wang Tianba's explanation, the other 3 finally began to believe, albeit hesitantly. However, Wang Tianba and Huang didn't care about that. They were already preparing to offer incense and pay respects. Fortunately, this supermarket had all the daily necessities. They had incense and cushions for worship. The 2 began to bow towards Chu Siue's home. Although the other 3 weren't completely convinced, they did believe a little. They even felt a sudden urge to join in and bow. Chu Siue could never have imagined that one day, even when eating became a problem, she would be bowed to by those with plenty of supplies, revered like a deity. Feeling a bit bored. Without internet access and having not downloaded any movies or TV shows on her phone, Jiang Chen felt somewhat bored. "If I had known, I would have gone out yesterday and gotten some entertainment, even if it was just a novel." Jiang Chen began to blame himself for yesterday. This is human nature. They can't even empathize with their past selves. Just like yesterday, Jiang Chen went out cautiously, intending to leave quietly, but unexpectedly a water bottle rolled over. He directly questioned who had such a lack of conscience. Yet he hadn't considered that just moments before he had been pouring garbage downstairs. Jiang Chen lay on the bed, feeling the softness beneath him, reminiscing about the hard days before his transmigration, where the bedboard was as hard as a rock. He glanced at his phone, feeling rather bored. So boring, why not do a draw? Before my transmigration, I never hoarded tickets in games. I always drew as soon as I had enough. Lottery. As Jiang Chen silently uttered the words, lottery, the card drawing interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Draw a card once. Thank you for your patronage. Hiss. Continue. Point card. Is this even possible? Can a single draw truly produce miracles? Continue. Thank you for your patronage. A standard conclusion. Jiang Chen encountered no surprises. Not bad, it's better than 3 thank you for your patronage. Jiang Chen clicked to use the point card. As a warm current flowed through him, his strength had reached 48 points. It seems that ever since Jiang Chen's height surged to 2 meters, and then reverted back after accumulating points, his physique had already surpassed a certain limit. Now even if his strength increased by 10 points, there was not much reaction. After a long time of fussing around, is it time for the meal again? Jiang Chen gazed at his stockpiled supplies, lost in thought about what to eat today. Sometimes having too many choices can also be a burden. Suddenly, woo! A warning alarm, initially low, gradually became sharp and clear. The penetrating sound was even somewhat piercing. Air raid alarm. Indeed, it was a sound specifically designed to convey information. Perhaps at this moment the entire Ningjiang city could hear it. If humans are thus affected, let alone the zombies with sharper hearing. Countless zombies began to rush toward the source of the sound. Many zombies had deformed bodies, some even missing legs, crawling desperately toward that direction. Jiang Chen approached the window and looked out at the scene of zombies in a frenzy, feeling somewhat shocked. For the first time, he clearly realized that there were many people in this world. Similarly, the number of zombies had also become terrifyingly large. They swarmed like locusts, a dense mass. Jiang Chen even saw a large truck being pushed forward little by little due to the relentless collisions of zombies. The sound of the horde's footsteps was like a violent storm, shaking the ground slightly. Moreover, Jiang Chen discovered, among this horde there were quite a few evolved zombies, either astonishingly fast or towering over 2 meters. They were all rushing toward the sound. The center of Ningjiang City, running with all their might. I wonder who activated this air raid alarm. Their fate is likely dire. However, it has indirectly saved many people who were surrounded by zombies. Unlike the previous plane crash that struck the high-rise buildings. That explosion was loud, but it was just a single sound. The air raid alarm is different. It is very persistent. This also means it can divert a sufficient number of zombies. Across the building, Chu Siue also heard the air raid alarm. She walked to the balcony and looked outside. The horde of zombies surged. The streets were flooded with zombies blocking all passage. She was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. In the classroom of Class 4, Senior Year Ningjiang No. For high school, Qinlan and the others also heard the piercing sound of the air raid alarm. The girls looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. What is happening? Could it be that the authorities are luring the zombies away? Countless zombies in school uniforms were also drawn to the alarm, contorting their bodies and shrieking as they ran toward the school exit. Bang! Bang! Due to the overwhelming number of zombie students, they crashed against the school's iron gate, creating a loud clanging sound. Not far from the school, in the residential building, Xue Qingqiu also heard the air raid alarm. She fearfully crept close to her window, hiding behind the curtains to peek outside. A horde of corpses ran wildly. Bang! A zombie kicked up a stone, splattering it against the window. Xue Qingqiu was startled and stumbled, falling to the ground, exposing a large area of beautiful spring scenery. The piercing and sharp alarm sounded like the footsteps of zombies, falling like enormous raindrops, accompanied by hoarse and terrifying howls along with occasional screams. The sounds pierced the ears. They intertwined into a strange symphony of chaos in the apocalypse. After a long while, the music ended. The world once again became quiet. Chu Siue finally let out a long sigh of relief. She had not even dared to breathe earlier, feeling extremely tense and fearful, her heart racing. Should be safe for now, right? She looked uncertainly outside. Indeed, there were no zombies left on the street. At this moment, Jiang Chen was grilling meat. He opened a bottle of beer, pairing it with grilled meat, which was simply delightful. Plus, with an ultra-high-definition 4K zombie movie, it felt immersive. He was feeling quite pleased. Chu Siue finally noticed Jiang Chen, who was grilling meat on the balcony. Wow, has he always been this bold? How come I never noticed before? However, since I just ate the instant noodles Jiang Chen gave me not long ago, am not that hungry right now. She glanced at her watch. It was exactly 12 o'clock, and the two of them had only had breakfast around 9 o'clock. It had only been a little over 2 hours. Wang Tianba, Huang, and a few other survivors were also nervously watching outside. Just now the zombies surged like a tide. It was terrifying. You must know that every zombie could potentially lead to someone's demise. Moreover, with so many outside, as long as they were slightly discovered, it would mean certain death. It seems that these zombies have gotten faster, Wang Tianba said, solemnly stating the information he had just. Indeed, the zombies we dealt with in the compartment earlier were mostly similar in speed and strength to when they were alive. Since most who came to the supermarket to shop were women, we could slowly clear them out. If we were to face the zombies now, we might just have to huddle in the staff lounge and could even face annihilation. Huang stroked his little mustache, then hesitantly speculated. Could it be that the zombies have evolved? Zombies evolving? The 5 of them were not particularly old, not lagging behind the times. Naturally, they had seen some zombie novels and movies to varying degrees. They understood what evolution meant. However, could the zombies really evolve this quickly? It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse. It was hard to imagine what the zombies would turn into later. Perhaps soon this seemingly safe supermarket would also become very dangerous. Damn it! In novels, when there are evolved zombies, there are usually superhumans on the human side too. One man was somewhat angry. He kicked the nearby shelf, feeling frustrated. Why haven't we seen any? Could it be that we are just unlucky and haven't encountered any awakened superhumans? I don't know about superhumans, but maybe there really are gods. I saw them with the boss yesterday. Who the hell knows if that's just your imagination? Even if there are gods, can they talk to you? Exactly, if there really are gods, why didn't they show up during that extremely terrifying scene earlier? Didn't you say they are just across on the 7th floor? Seeing that everyone was getting more and more heated in their argument, Wang Tianba quickly stepped in to mediate. We are all brothers who survived together. Let's not turn on each other. He paused, glancing at the supermarket before continuing to persuade. Besides, we are already much stronger than most survivors. At least we don't have to worry about food and drink, we can eat whatever we want. As for believing in gods, let's just assume Huang and I have some religious beliefs. Old Wang speaks wisely. Everyone calm down. With the 2 of them mediating, everyone finally managed to. They all began to prepare for lunch today. However, the already quiet street suddenly echoed with a new sound. It was very muffled yet heavy. Thud thud. The rhythm was very slow. Accompanying this slow sound, the drinks in the supermarket were slightly. What sound is that? The people in the supermarket turned their heads towards the entrance. The glass door was mostly blocked by a truck with the remaining parts nailed shut with wooden boards. Usually only a small gap was left. The lighting was poor, barely letting any light in. However, there was one wooden board that could be removed. This was convenient for everyone to observe the outside. The thin mustached man Huang walked over and took down the movable wooden board. However, contrary to expectations, the green sunlight did not shine upon him. Instead, a shadow loomed over him. Huang swallowed hard and looked up. He saw a wall appear before him. This wall was a dull grayish-green, extremely rough with horizontal ridges on its surface. It resembled the skin of an elephant. Thick and heavy. What is this? The crowd's hearts raced and they slowly retreated in fear. Thud. The wooden board in Huang's hand fell to the ground. His eyes widened, pupils constricted, clearly terrified to the extreme. The wall moved. A massive arm as thick as an oak tree trunk suddenly reached out and grabbed the truck that was lying across the supermarket entrance. The steel exterior of the truck was as if made of paper, easily pierced through. Then a hand as large as a boulder clenched tightly. A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed. Creak. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The incredibly sturdy truck frame was easily twisted and deformed by this giant hand like clay. My God, could this also be a zombie? Someone muttered in disbelief. The faces of the others in the supermarket were equally grim. This supermarket had only this one exit, and at this moment they were like turtles trapped in a jar with no way to escape. Moreover, even if they could run out, who could guarantee their survival in a world full of zombies? Damn it, what is this? I didn't see any zombies like this in the previous wave. Someone shouted, filled with, this is just unfair. How could we run into such a monster? Someone cursed in despair, feeling that death was. However, the reaction of the supermarket crowd was undoubtedly a stimulant to the giant zombie. It let out a deep, muffled roar, its entire body tensed to the extreme. Then that heavy truck weighing several tons began to move slowly. The tires and chassis were scraping against the ground, and then with a sudden force from the giant zombie, the truck was directly pushed several meters away. The people in the supermarket finally saw the full appearance of this. It stood at a height of 4 meters and had a width close to 2 meters. It loomed before the supermarket like an ancient. The sense of terrifying power and oppression was enough to make anyone facing it feel suffocated. Is this really a zombie? It's simply a monster. On the 7th floor, Chu Siue, who had not yet returned, also witnessed this terrifying scene downstairs. From her angle, she could clearly see that there were people inside the supermarket. And not just one, as they faced such a vastly superior monster, they couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. Chu Siue felt a wave of tension in her heart. This was yet another showdown between humans and zombies. Jiang Chen, who was drinking beer and eating barbecue, naturally noticed this zombie. Tank type evolved, zombie strength 41, extremely strong speed 12, relatively strong physique 25, extremely strong. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the zombie stats were laid bare, unobscured. Aside from its somewhat lacking speed, its strength and physique were the strongest he had seen today. A tank, huh? It does resemble one, high damage, high defense, but the speed is a bit lacking. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered as he took a sip of beer. But on the other hand, this guy is nearly 4 or 5 meters tall, yet its strength is actually less than mine. Am I really this strong now? While Jiang Chen lamented the loneliness of being invincible, the 5 people in the supermarket were on the verge of losing control. Their hearts raced, almost jumping out of their chests. Death. It seemed to be their only conclusion. No matter how much they cursed or lamented, it wouldn't change. All they could do was accept it. The tank zombie moved forward step by step like the death knell ringing for everyone. Suddenly the thin-mustached man Huang knelt down and bowed his head towards the direction in front of him. The others thought he had gone mad, actually bowing to a zombie, a creature devoid of reason. Only Wang Tianba seemed to think of something, a contemplative look flashing in his eyes. God, all-powerful transcendent deity, please save the lost souls. God, your devout followers kneel and bow before you. Please cast a glance upon this hellish world. Listening to Huang's sincere prayers, the crowd couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. Whether they believed or not, what difference did it make? They did not believe in God, and now faced with death, they had no small hope to cling to. Wang Tianba also knelt down, facing the direction of the 7th floor. God, please save us. Whenever you have time, rescue this world. Chu Siyue looked through her binoculars. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Because she was too far away, she couldn't hear what these people were specifically saying, but she felt as though they were bowing towards her. How is that possible? She shook her head and continued to focus on watching below, hoping for a turn of events. The glass door couldn't impede the tank zombie at all. With just a gentle poke, the shards of the glass door scattered everywhere. Huang was right at the entrance. He was closest to the tank zombie. However, his act of bowing and praying did not stop at all. Whether it was the crowd's illusion or not, they seemed to see this monstrous zombie reveal a cruel smile. It extended its gigantic hand, as solid as rock, nearing the thin-mustached man. As if in the next moment it would crush this ant before it. The breath of death was so close to Huang. The crowd even shut their eyes, not wanting to witness this brutal scene. The monstrous zombie's palm ultimately did not fall. Instead, what fell was its head. Thud. A dull, heavy sound. Like a stone sphere striking the ground. All turned toward the source. There, the monstrous zombie that had moments before inspired sheer terror was headless. The deed was wrought by an unremarkable long sword, its origin unknown. Arriving as if from beyond the heavens, severing the beast's head in a single flawless stroke. It felled the colossal zombie with the ease of slicing melons and vegetables. Half its blade had plunged deep into the earth. Proof that it retained ample force even after the kill. Am I dreaming? Could this be a final hallucination? My mind's last flicker before death. Stunned into silence, they stood frozen, speechless with awe. A profound hush fell over them, utterly paralyzed by shock. Then Huang broke the stillness. Thank you, Divine One. Thank you for hearing the humble prayer of a lowly believer, and for sparing our lives amidst your infinite duties. Wang Tianba bowed deeply once more. Gratitude to you, almighty deity. Your virtue shines as pure as snow lotuses atop sacred peaks. In this age of darkness and despair, you alone are our light. As Wang Tianba's words faded, the sword embedded in the ground vanished. Instantly, completely. As though it had never existed at all. Yet before them lay undeniable proof, the zombie broad as a city wall. A divine miracle. Praise the Divine One. Praise the Divine One. The remaining 3 were now utterly convinced gods truly existed, and were watching them right now. They prostrated themselves toward the opposite building. For a moment 5 figures knelt in unison. A spectacle both solemn and staggering. Chu Siyue, observing it all through binoculars, stood utterly dumbfounded. What has become of this world? How did that monster die? Why are they bowing toward me? A surge of delight washed over him. Amusement rippling through the air like a silent wave. Jiang Chen took a long, satisfying swig of ice-cold beer. The influx of points had been substantial, and hints of further rewards suggested his final tally would be impressive indeed. It was Jiang Chen who had launched that blade, the one that decapitated the zombie and shattered its core. He gazed at the card in his hand, ordinary long sword. Its reverse side faintly shimmering with emerald light. It seemed on the verge of ascending. Ordinary long sword, 64, white quality. Equipment that lets you pretend to be a hero. Description: the finest sword in the village. Refined and reinforced by a hero's hand, growing ever sharper, ever more formidable. So even among zombies there are hierarchies. This tank-type evolved zombie granted the sword 63 in hand, whereas a common zombie's crystal yields only 1. Jiang Chen shook his head, eyes thoughtful. It appears today's entertainer ability is tied to the spirit realm. Earlier, when that tank-type zombie burst through the door, desperation had already gripped those below. Yet Jiang Chen remained unruffled. He barely knew them. Why risk his life for strangers? Nor was time on his side. By the time he reached them via elevator, the zombie would likely have finished its feast, and perhaps even dusted off its hands before departing. Still, on a sudden whim, that very morning while helping Chu Siyue lower a rope, he'd practiced with a small plastic ball. His aim had been uncanny, the sensation strangely intuitive. And yesterday he'd drawn the ordinary long sword card. An audacious idea bloomed: launch the sword directly. Wasn't that, in essence, a unique kind of flying sword? He acted without hesitation, and the result was spectacular. The blade, preternaturally sharp, severed the zombie's head as effortlessly as breathing. That mutated abomination, its strength and constitution peerless, died with absurd simplicity, as casually as kicking aside a stray dog on the roadside. And to recall it across such distance, how astonishingly convenient. This power was unquestionably new, born only today. Yesterday, upon drawing the ordinary long sword, no such instinct had stirred within him. It felt less like acquisition, more like remembrance. Meanwhile, Chu Siu's ceased watching the scene below and turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen in the opposite building. She found him finishing grilled meat, utterly oblivious to the cataclysm that had just unfolded beneath him. He was already turning away, preparing to re-enter his room. Frantically she gestured, but no one noticed, and she dared not call out. Then it struck her, she could use the zip line to send a message. Slower than speech, yes, but far richer in detail. She adjusted the rope's anchor point higher, suspended a small insulated box upon it, and filled it with everything she'd witnessed, plus a proposed time for tomorrow's conversation. Having completed the task, she exhaled slowly, deeply. May Jiang Chen find and read her, though many facets of his abilities remained unexplored. He'd already exerted himself just now. His body felt invigorated, so let his spirit wait its turn. No rush. Time stretched before him, vast and unhurried. The clock tower at the city center. Here stood the civil defense alarm system, an installation deliberately placed high to minimize sound attenuation and maximize coverage. Coincidentally, Ningjiang City's clock tower soared above the skyline. Inside one of its rooms, a pale, bespectacled man braced himself against the door. Beyond it, an endless tide of zombies pressed forward. Some grotesquely deformed, unmistakably evolved. The world has ended. I cannot escape, and will surely starve. So, let me offer what little contribution I can. May this alarm reach others. I cannot endure any longer. May they live. Roar. A brute force evolved zombie smashed the door inward. The horde surged forth. They tore him apart. In his dream, blinding light pulsed, strangely sorrowful. Jiang Chen awoke. A dream within a dream. One from which you cannot wake. Why that lyric surfaced he couldn't say. The song's opening is decent, he mused. But the rest, paywalled behind a subscription. For days had passed since his arrival in this world. 4 days into the apocalypse. Logically yet this world, so perilous, so lawless, held no allure of safety or peace compared to reality. Jiang Chen, however, felt no such longing, perhaps because his existence here had been unervingly serene. On days 1 and 2 he stayed indoors, sipping fine wine, savoring gourmet meals perfectly secure. On day 3 his identity was ordinary citizen. As long as he remained ordinary, the world remained ordinary. Zombies parted before him like reeds before a breeze. And on day 4, today, his power had grown astonishingly vast. He saw no need to venture out, tasks resolved before he stepped foot outside. Blade arriving before the wielder. Life was delightful, though his culinary skills left much to be desired, limiting him to simple dishes. For days in, I've begun to grasp the contours of my new identity, everyday talent. In front of Jiang Chen there appeared faint blue text: world type biochemical apocalypse, task requirement survive for 7 days, awaken talent. 1 new identity, everyday system, points 612. He could see it as long as he thought about it. It could display some basic information. This should be the system, and the talent of having a new identity every day was somewhat confusing to him before. He has already had 4 identities over the past 4 days: bystander, normal person, fun seeker. As long as he plays these identities, he will earn system points which can be used for lottery draws. More importantly, each of these 4 identities might have a unique ability or skill. The bystander had improved vision and could see some information, making it a discerning skill. The normal person could avoid zombies that came within 3 meters of him, ensuring they wouldn't attack him. The fun seeker presumably provided a psychological boost, or Jiang Chen had previously used a normal longsword. His spirit could also touch the longsword, and it seemed that as long as he was within a certain range, he could recall the sword as a card at will. This was similar to divine sense in a fantasy world. Even without using his eyes, he could perceive everything clearly. However, this ability wasn't overly powerful, it merely allowed him to sense his cards within a specific range. This range was approximately 100 meters. As for the first identity, bystander, he had no idea what it was for and found it rather disappointing. He saw no abilities and points were hard to come by. However, it didn't make sense for the other identities to have skills while this one did not. Based on the literal meaning of bystander, it should be a marginal character, perhaps with the ability to reduce presence. Since nothing happened on the first day, Jiang Chen naturally had no way of knowing. He disliked riddles. Why couldn't people just speak plainly? If he couldn't figure it out, he simply wouldn't think about it. He never made things difficult for himself. Jiang Chen was never pessimistic or self-destructive. When he was hungry, he ate. When he was thirsty, he drank. When he was tired, he slept. What should he eat tonight? There weren't many fresh ingredients left in the fridge: cucumbers, bell peppers, tomatoes. Maybe he'll make a cold tomato salad. I'm craving that last bit of syrup from a sugar-coated tomato. As the sunset extinguished the lingering light, night fell as expected. Did that guy even see my message? Chu Siue rubbed her belly, feeling hungry. If I had known when he was over there eating barbecue, I should have asked him instead of being so reserved, fearing he'd think I was a glutton. Pouting, she occasionally glanced at the balcony, afraid of missing any news from Jiang Chen. However, after checking several times, there was still no reply. Jiang Chen finally finished his meal. This meal was the simplest he had in days, hardly any meat. However, eating too much meat wasn't good. It could get greasy and unhealthy. A balance of meat and vegetables was more scientific. If other survivors in the apocalypse could hear Jiang Chen's thoughts, they might curse him out. You're picky. I don't even have food to eat and am about to starve to death. Help. Having eaten and drunk enough, Jiang Chen began to test today's ability. With a wave of his hand, the cards in the system space were summoned, floating in the air and slowly descending. A gray thank you for your patronage, a white normal longsword, and a green rebirth card. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin. These look kind of impressive. If I return to the real world, I might as well be a magician. He could already imagine what it would feel like once he had more cards. With a lift of his hand, countless cards filled the sky, a myriad of colors, dazzling and vibrant. Indeed, it was quite cool and shocking. At that time, when Jiang Chen encountered others, he could tell them, I am the god of cards from ancient Greece. It feels a bit strange. However, right now among these cards, only the normal longsword has any usefulness. Because Jiang Chen neither lacked supplies nor was he prone to injuries. The normal longsword could be used as a flying sword. This way he wouldn't have to worry about getting his hands dirty. He took out the character card. Character Fun Seeker, name Jiang Chen, strength 48, very strong. Speed 16 strong. Constitution 18 strong. Hidden card revival card equipped. The card featured a cartoonish clown with an abstract expression. This is indeed a bit joyful. It feels like I can hear this clown saying, I want to see rivers of blood. Is the style of this system a bit strange? Jiang Chen was somewhat silent. They say the system follows its master, but I'm a sunny and cheerful boy. What does this clown have to do with me? Is there something wrong here? After the complaints, Jiang Chen began to write today's diary. Day 4 of the apocalypse. Today there was an air raid alert. The Fun Seeker was somewhat similar to the bystander, but it was related to emotions. It had to be because of him that some emotions were transformed into points. Moreover, a person's emotions were quite persistent. For example, during the afternoon, when he had obliterated a tank-type evolved zombie, the survivors below would occasionally express positive emotions. He could almost hear them shouting awesome. With a bit of accumulation, his system points had reached 688. If Jiang Chen hadn't impulsively drawn 3 times before, he could have done a 10 draw today. Let's do a 10 draw tomorrow. I hope to get something good. Jiang Chen closed the diary and suddenly felt a whim to check if the television had a signal. The television showed nothing but static. It was evident that it couldn't be repaired. Since there was nothing to do, Jiang Chen prepared to turn off the lights and sleep. If he was diligent tomorrow, he might explore outside, or otherwise it would be a bit boring. Suddenly, boom, bang, an explosion sounded in the distance. Jiang Chen walked to the window, looking towards the city far away. A massive fireball shot up into the sky, painting the night sky red for a moment, followed by multiple explosions occurring. What exploded? Before Jiang Chen could finish his confusion, he soon found out. The street lights in the distance began to go out, sequentially approaching him rapidly. In just a second or two, the lights at his home also went out. The 4th day of the apocalypse had finally brought the loss of power. Fortunately, the moonlight remained. The cool, watery moonlight illuminated the floor of Jiang Chen's living room, making the environment seem less dim. He walked to the balcony, looked up at the moon, and casually greeted Chu Siyue. Good evening. Chu Siyue, pouting her lips, had large eyes that made her look somewhat like an angry frog. She gestured to Jiang Chen, indicating the zip line between the 2 buildings. Only then did Jiang Chen realize that Chu Siyue had left him something. So it was about what happened downstairs earlier. This girl is indeed a bit slow, not even realizing it was me who took action. He thought for a moment. At that time, Chu Siyue was using a telescope to look below, and indeed couldn't see his movements. However, Jiang Chen didn't actually intend to conceal the fact that he was very strong. Previously at school, he hadn't deliberately hidden it, but had stated it outright. If it weren't for the system's requirements or some special reason, he wouldn't play the game of pretending to be weak. Because he believed he was exceptional. When asked, he would say, I am invincible, you can do as you please. My name is Jiang Chen. I need not explain my actions to others. I'm starving. Chu Siyue clutched her stomach, looking pitiful while holding up her tablet. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and also raised his phone. What? You're getting remarried? Chu Siyue. Are you kidding me? This is text, not speech. How? Are you playing with me? But the situation was stronger than her, and she began to endure humiliation and suppress her anger. Please, I beg you for something to eat. As a gesture, you sense Chu Siyue's negative emotion system points 15. As a gesture, you sense Chu Siyue's negative emotion system points 20. Watching Chu Siyue, who was speechless inside yet had to force a smile while asking for food. Jiang Chen thought it was too amusing. This girl was really entertaining. However, he couldn't let his electronic. He placed several bags of instant noodles and some compressed biscuits into the thermal box, considering that water might stop soon. He also added 2 bottles of mineral water. When she received the food, Chu Siyue quickly tore open the biscuit packaging and took a bite. It was delicious, and it made her mouth water. However, while eating, she glared at Jiang Chen with rising anger. Drawing a circle to curse you. Jiang Chen felt delighted. He didn't expect Chu Siyue to be so lively. Although her negative emotions didn't add up to much each time she would eat while looking at him. Each bite generated points, acting as an automatic point-gathering device. Of course, he also knew that although Chu Siyue seemed angry, she didn't truly hate him. At most, she would secretly curse him to choke on water. She wouldn't actually do anything bad. In fact, if one day Jiang Chen had nothing to eat, she would probably still give him some. She was just a bit clueless and foolish, but not truly bad. Nanjing 4th High School Senior Year Class 4. The power is out. What's going on? The sudden blackout caused a moment of panic among everyone. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies on the 4th floor of the teaching building and they hadn't been attracted. Moreover, the classroom door near the corridor was securely blocked by heavy objects. Don't worry kids, we have candles. Saying this, Qinlan lit a candle, allowing everyone to see light again. Phew. Scared me, I thought something was wrong. Power outages are quite normal, Yu Kurson explained. Due to the zombies, the world has stopped turning, so there will definitely be power and water outages. Under normal circumstances, without issues in the power grid, electricity can last from 3 to 10 days depending on the situation of the power station, just like the internet. Small base stations and OLT base stations differ greatly. Alright, after hearing Yu Kurson's explanation, He Yuan nodded in understanding. Did you understand? Guorue asked in surprise. No. Then why did you nod? You scared me, I thought I was the only one who didn't understand. Qinlan looked at the flickering candlelight and couldn't help but recall the scene earlier when Yu Kurson asked her to help find candles and a lighter. Yu Kurson had anticipated a power outage and had naturally prepared for it. Candles were generally stocked in classrooms to prevent students from being unable to attend night classes during outages. However, as for lighters, although Qinlan was an adult, she didn't smoke and certainly didn't have one on her. But she had once caught a student in the class secretly violating rules, and indeed found a lighter in that student's desk. How things have changed. Clearly that student was no longer around. In this class, only a few survived. In fact, if it weren't for Jiang Chen, who had helped them once, leaving food and water for everyone, perhaps they wouldn't have survived. A night without dreams. The next day, the 5th day of the apocalypse, 2 days left to complete the system's. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Chen woke up just as the sun shone on his backside. He threw a punch at the ceiling aimed at the air. There was no other meaning, just to strike at this absurd world. Phew. A gust of wind swept through the entire bedroom. This was Jiang Chen's fist wind. Even though he didn't know any martial arts, with 48 points of strength, it was terrifying. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and drank hot milk. Jiang Chen had gradually gotten used to this kind of life, doing nothing every day, just eating and drinking. But today was clearly a bit different. The power was out, so he couldn't heat the milk. He froze for a moment and silently started eating bread. The sudden loss of electricity was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, he hadn't bought too many perishable foods. He had already eaten most of the beef and lamb. What remained were mostly long-lasting foods, such as self-heating hot pot and compressed biscuits. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen focused his thoughts and summoned today's character card. He wanted to see what kind of talent was being sold today. Character liar, name Jiang Chen, strength 48, extremely strong speed. Liar. What kind of ridiculous identity is this? Jiang Chen clasped his hands together under his chin, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. I am Jiang Chen. I am going to start lying. He was completely speechless. Why did it feel like his identity was getting stranger? It seemed even less appealing than yesterday's jester. Who would he lie to? Surely he wouldn't go and torment Chu Siue again. It seemed that Chu Siue was on the verge of developing a psychological shadow. Although he thought this, Jiang Chen still walked to the balcony. Oh no, Chu Siue hadn't come out. However, she left him a message. Jiang Chen opened the message delivery box. Inside was Chu Siu's message and a hand-drawn illustration. As for the illustration, it depicted a cartoon cat throwing a punch drawn in a lively and adorable manner, clearly showing some artistic skill. The angry cat waving its paw resembled Chu Siu's pouting expression yesterday under the moonlight. Kahua. As Jiang Chen silently intoned the word, Kahua, a new system prompt flashed before. Kahua in progress, current completion 1. Kahua in progress, current completion 14. Kahua complete, 100 achieved. After roughly a minute and a half, the A4 size drawing shrank into a compact card. Chu Siu's painting, gray rarity. The painting brims with Chu Siu's emotions toward you. Unmistakably, she longs to punch you. Description, merely an ordinary sketch. Jiang Chen examined the card's illustrated front. Identical to Chu Siu's original drawing, scaled down proportionally. So today's ability lets me Kahua objects. This power proved unexpectedly practical. For instance, the brand new mountain bike parked downstairs. It could be transformed into a card, eliminating worries of thieves who might declare I'd never work ever while pedaling off with his bicycle. But what are this ability's limitations? Jiang Chen glanced downward for a moment. Yet no system notification. Fine. It seems Earth won't become my card. Not yet. Imagine tossing a planet mid-duel. Who could possibly withstand that? Alas, such a notion remained unrealizable for now. Stowing away, Chu Siu's painting, Jiang Chen attempted Kahua on other supplies. Compressed biscuits, for example. He discovered Kahua could target either singular items, like one biscuit, or entire containers. Compared to the mundane, thank you for your patronage, Kahua was vastly more versatile and convenient. After yesterday's zombie horde rampage, the streets lay in far greater disarray than before. Strewn with debris, dark crimson blood, and even severed limbs. Bicycles and bikes inside the shed had been flung violently outward, some lay shattered beyond recognition. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's mountain bike parked deeper within remained untouched. Kahua in progress, current completion 1. Kahua in progress. Kahua complete 100 achieved. The process went smoothly. Yesterday's alarm had thinned the local zombie population considerably. Jiang Chen also noticed his ordinary person ability had weakened, now effective only within a radius of about 1 meter. Still, ordinary zombies within that range instinctively stepped aside upon encountering him. Mountain bike gray rarity. It appears all mundane items default to gray rarity. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. I wonder. What rarity is that broken kitchen knife? Might it reach white? Oh God. Is that you? He turned. Someone was whispering from inside the supermarket. Jiang Chen glanced over and recognized the infamous duo. The sleeping dragon and Phoenix chick. They'd barricaded the entrance using the tank zombie's corpse, effectively replacing the earlier truck. Jiang Chen waved casually, offering a silent morning greeting. Yet he avoided conversation. Fearing stupidity might be contagious, and he had no intention of becoming foolish. Turning away, he summoned his mountain bike from card space and pedaled off into the distance. Whoa! The Divine One is incredible. He conjured a mountain bike out of thin air. Ah Huang exclaimed. Indeed. It was the Divine One who saved us yesterday. Praise the Divine One. Wang Tianba echoed fervently. They'd stood guard at the entrance since 6 a.m., hoping for another glimpse of divinity. Now their wish fulfilled, they felt life's purpose complete, though the Divine One hadn't uttered a single word. Jiang Chen cycled leisurely through the desolate city streets. He sought survivors. For today his identity was the liar. How could he lie without encountering anyone? I tell no lies. Why would I need to? Humming an off-key tune, he strolled the ruined avenues with unruffled ease. He wandered even more freely than in pre-apocalypse days, brazenly ignoring traffic rules, striding down the center of the road. After all, no traffic officer would appear to cite him, let alone demand he post a repentant selfie online. His path suddenly blocked by a familiar face. Well, isn't that the black-skinned athlete? Haven't seen you in days. How utterly pathetic now. A speed-type evolved zombie stood squarely in the road. Its clothes tattered beyond recognition, its ashen-black skin riddled with bullet wounds. Only one eye remained, clearly injured. Jiang Chen cast an observation glance. Species speed-type evolved zombie. Strength 13 above average. Speed 35 exceptional. Constitution 16 above average. Though wounded, the black-skinned athlete's stats had surged across all 3 dimensions. Jiang Chen was stunned. Had this zombie been grinding relentlessly in secret? Could any ordinary human, unenhanced, unempowered, possibly survive an encounter with such a creature? Did the game designers lose their minds? Shouldn't this thing be nerfed? He paused, then asked aloud. Were you on a self-improvement sabbatical? The black-skinned athlete. Speak up, and why is your skull so sharply pointed? Enraged, the zombie finally lunged. A lightning-fast charge straight toward Jiang Chen, jaws wide, intent on tearing him limb from limb. What met it was a flash of swordlight. Jiang Chen hurled an ordinary longsword, striking true. So sharp, so swift, the blade cleaved the evolved zombie cleanly in two. At Jiang Chen's mental command, the sword retracted back into card space. Not a single drop of blood stained his sleeve. A masterful display of long-range swordsmanship. A profound, solitary invincibility settled over him. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen murmured. It seems my retrieval range for cards is now about 30 meters. Beyond that, I'll have to retrieve them myself. Each identity's abilities diminished significantly upon switching. Whether ordinary person or entertainer, the weakening was consistent. Jiang Chen continued cycling forward. Survivors were scarce. Unlike the shambling hordes of cinematic lore, these zombies were terrifyingly powerful and constantly evolving. For ordinary people, survival was nearly impossible. Suddenly, he spotted several cargo trucks, all parked tightly around a building, completely sealing its entrances and exits. That must be a survivor enclave. Jiang Chen felt a quiet thrill. He was ready to begin lying. The second floor. Boss, we're nearly out of food. Should we head out again to scavenge supplies? A burly man with a dragon tattoo coiling down his entire arm sat on the sofa lighting a cigar. He listened as his underling spoke. Most of the gullible people in this building are already dead. Who's going? The tattooed man frowned. You. His underling shook his head frantically. So, you mean I go? The underling recoiled violently, waving both hands in panic, on the verge of collapsing to his knees. Nearby, just outside their room, 2 men stood watch, peering through binoculars at the desolate streets. Clearly sentinels. One had blonde hair, or the other crimson. They chatted idly while on duty. What a waste. Yesterday's woman was almost dead before I even finished. Barely got a few thrusts in before she stopped breathing. Damned bad luck. The blonde sighed deeply. What can we do? Our status is low. More cannon fodder we trick means better rations. We haven't lured anyone yet. Our acting's just too weak. Tell me, what kind of prodigy is this boss? It's only been days since the apocalypse began, and he's already engineered this whole system of control. The redhead lowered his voice, leaning in with an air of mystery. Rumor has it, he came straight from prison, sentenced to death, right when the world ended. The blonde sucked in a sharp breath. TCH, no wonder he's so ruthless. Already a monster before the collapse. As the redhead opened his mouth to agree, his eyes suddenly widened, staring outward in stunned disbelief. Holy hell! Look over there. Did I just see someone riding a bicycle? Unbelievable. Did yesterday's alarm truly draw every zombie in the vicinity away? Jiang Chen pedaled to a stop beneath the building and glanced up at the second floor. Blonde and red-haired men. They did not look like decent men. Yet Jiang Chen still offered a greeting. Hello. Never judge by appearances. Earlier he'd met two fools who seemed like street thugs, but they'd shown unexpected restraint, even decency. Kid, how'd you get here? By bicycle, Jiang Chen replied truthfully. What the hell does that mean? Speak plain English. I asked you a question. Answer it straight. No bullshit. Jiang Chen frowned, struck by their crude demeanor. I flew here. You dare mock me? Have you grown tired of living? The blonde pulled out his phone, grinning smugly. Kid, do you know what this is? Jiang Chen, no. The blonde paused, then smirked coldly. You truly don't know, but you'll learn soon enough. He tapped open the music player, cranked the volume to maximum, and flung the device downward with a sharp whoosh, landing it at Jiang Chen's feet. Die. Ha ha. Then the two men leaned forward eagerly, anticipating Jiang Chen's frantic, humiliating flight. Malice of the apocalypse pressed in like suffocating fog. For the first time, Jiang Chen felt another's hatred. Not born of grievance, but of sheer hollow delight in watching him suffer. Music blared. In the distance, scattered zombies turned toward the sound, drawn like moths to flame. Jiang Chen crushed the phone beneath his boot. The music died instantly. Annoyed, he looked up and asked calmly, Do you often do this? The redhead grimaced, disappointed. Few reacted so swiftly. Most panicked, fled blindly, and were torn apart mid-struggle. Oh, got a problem? Then come up here and fight me. The blonde added condescendingly. You're quite handsome, kid. Maybe some of the brothers take a liking to you. Kneel now, call me grandfather, and maybe I'll let you inside. He paused, then added casually. Shame about last night's woman. Died before we even got proper enjoyment. Threw her down to the zombies. They devoured her hungrily. Jiang Chen's gaze remained calm. Yet beneath that stillness churned a gathering storm. He asked quietly, Isn't your conduct rather excessive? Oh ho ho, excessive. The law of the apocalypse is simple, might makes right. I am strong. I do. The blonde pointed. A zombie nearby had begun shambling toward them, then broke into a grotesque loping. He gloated. Because you are weak, you will die by its jaws. Your flesh stripped away, bite by agonizing bite. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're too late now. Let death teach you this truth once and for all. The zombie charged. Joints twisting unnaturally yet moving with eerie speed. Type standard zombie. Strength 11 above average. Speed 12 above average. Constitution 12 above average. Jiang Chen exhaled softly. Even elite athletes had withdrawn into hibernation. Yet these ordinary zombies hadn't even tried to evolve. Jiang Chen's strength stood at a staggering 48. Far beyond any such creature. He did not summon Sunhao sword. Instead, he wished to test his raw power. Drawing a deep breath, he stilled his mind and waited poised as the zombie lunged. Jiang Chen struck. A sudden explosive kick. Air trembled. The zombie hurtled backward over 10 meters, then lay motionless. His strength was terrifying, tendons and meridians shattered upon impact. Though the zombie's vital point was its brain, and the blow landed squarely on its torso, it was dead, utterly, irrevocably dead. Ordinary humans would falter at 1 meter, forced to act before momentum carried them helplessly into the beast's grasp. Upstairs, the two men were paralyzed by shock. They'd expected tears, screams, desperate scrambling for survival. Instead, they witnessed the impossible. Stunned silence. This defied reality. How could a single kick send a zombie flying 10 meters? Was this even human? And why had the zombie ceased moving? Wasn't its brain the only true weakness? Might makes right. It seems, I am the stronger one now. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze toward them. Calm, depthless, like still water over abyssal currents. Only those standing before him could fathom the crushing weight of that presence. The blonde nearly wet himself, collapsing onto the floor. Only the redhead clung to bravado, voice strained. So what if you're strong? Can you withstand a full horde? Besides, we've barricaded the entrance. You think you can even reach us? Jiang Chen walked slowly toward the line of trucks, thoughtful. This was clearly the survivors' stronghold, a city bus anchored at the center, flanked by heavy trucks. No gaps between. Zombies couldn't breach it. Jiang Chen approached the bus, extended his hand, and tested whether he could lift it. It shifted slightly. The redhead's heart leapt into his throat. Then, nothing. Only then did he breathe again. Elsewhere, Jiang Chen studied the dent he'd left in the bus, shaking his head slightly. Unlike tank-class evolved zombies, his hands were small. Though vastly stronger, the limited surface area drove his palm deep into the boss's thin steel skin. The metal buckled like paper. Clearly Tsuanhao's sword was unavoidable. He raised his arm, and a long sword materialized in his grip. The redhead and blonde stared dumbfounded. They swallowed hard, realizing this youth transcended all known limits of humanity. What exactly had they provoked? Under the sunlight, the ordinary long sword reflected a dazzling light that was somewhat blinding. Jiang Chen looked down and discovered the blade was smooth as a mirror reflecting a handsome face. Why does this sword feel less ordinary? Ordinary long sword, 99 white quality. This equipment can pretend to be a hero description. The best sword in the village, polished and enhanced by a hero, has reached its limit, capable of slicing through iron like mud, sharp and unmatched, generating a sliver of sword light when swung. When did it enhance to 99? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, recalling that previously the sword's enhancement count was only 64, far from 99. Could it be the black-skinned athlete? This guy, although weak in strength, seems to have a strong zombie crystal core. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He initially intended to use the sword to shove the bus aside, but now with the sword light, he slightly changed his mind. Clang. What happened next left the two people upstairs utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Chen used the sword like a cutting machine, quickly slicing a hole in the bus. Then he kicked it and casually walked. Seeing this, Huang Mao panicked, completely hurriedly running back into the building to report to their boss. What a mess. They seem to have washed up to the end. Jiang Chen examined the cut mark on the bus. The edge was smooth with faint signs of charring. Indeed quite useful. If I return to the real world, I'd surely be adept at chopping trees, able to overpower the bald man with a dimensional strike. As for why Jiang Chen hadn't thought of cutting the bus earlier, it was because he feared the noise. Metal cutting metal might create friction, producing a sound that would be quite grating. But the sword light was different. He leisurely entered the building, not putting this gang in his eyes at all. It was a joke. He had just activated a cheat. On the other side, boss, not good, not good. Huang Mao rushed into the room, their faces filled with terror, out of breath. The little brother, who had just been groveling in front of the tattooed man, straightened up upon seeing the two enter, his voice losing its flattery as he chastised, "You two. What are you panicking for, making the boss laugh at you?" Huang Mao glanced at the little brother, feeling displeased, but there were more important matters at hand. "Boss, we just saw a tough guy who kicked a zombie dozens of meters away and could summon a sword." Before he could finish, Huang Mao hurriedly added, "Yeah. Boss, it's like he has a grudge against us. He didn't greet us and was vicious, and now he's already entered the building." The tattooed man frowned. "What nonsense. Kicking a zombie dozens of meters away. Bullshit. I think you two are crazy. No one dreams of such a thing." Before the tattooed man could speak, his little brother chimed in again. "It's true. We're not lying to you." Huang Mao and the others were getting anxious, and seeing this, the little brother wanted to chastise them again. However, he was stopped by the tattooed man raising his hand. This claim was simply outrageous. One person might misjudge or be insane, but two people wouldn't. He skeptically picked up the intercom on the table. "Everyone pay attention. It seems someone has entered the building. Gather here by my side." Hearing the tattooed man's announcement, the people inside the building hurriedly ran to the second floor, fearing they would be punished by the boss for being slow. This was the lair of a gang, and indeed there were quite a few members. By the time Jiang Chen arrived on the second floor with the sword, a large crowd had already gathered in the corridor. There were about a dozen people. Oh, still a gang operation. As he spoke, everyone looked up. They saw a young man with a clear appearance and somewhat lazy eyes, seemingly not. He was holding a sword that looked somewhat like a toy, standing casually at the end of the corridor. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, everyone was momentarily furious, questioning Huang Mao. "Is this the tough guy you spoke of? A mere child. You two were scared by such a half-grown brat. As expected, trash is still trash. Unable to deceive cannon fodder is one thing, but to be so timid is another." Jiang Chen noticed the chaos on the opposite side, cleared his throat, but found no one paying attention. He helplessly shook his head. Indeed, criminal gangs were still disorganized and undisciplined. Jiang Chen raised the long sword in his hand without aiming. Swish! It sounded like fabric being cut. One person became two. The group that had just been bustling and chattering suddenly fell silent. "Now can you all listen to me properly?" Jiang Chen's voice was calm, light as a feather, yet at that moment it weighed like 1,000 pounds, pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at their recently deceased companion and that unmatched sharp sword. It was too outrageous. Is this person a monster, or? Someone glanced at the ordinary long sword. The blade was even embedded in the concrete floor, gleaming with a chilling light. Is this sword a treasure? Some people were tempted. They wondered if the sword was the reason why this young man was so formidable. If he had it, wouldn't he also be formidable? Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in this apocalypse, sleeping with any woman he desired? The scene was very quiet. Quiet enough that the only sounds were greedy, rapid breaths. Suddenly, at a certain moment, two people lunged toward the long sword simultaneously. Of course they missed. The long sword magically returned to Jiang Chen's hand. It seems some people still don't. Whoosh, whoosh. Using the flying sword technique, he skillfully killed 2 more people, and only then did the crowd finally recognize the situation. This really was a tough guy. Hong Mao and Huang Mao hadn't lied to them. Haha, little brother, it's better to resolve enmities than to create them. The burly tattooed man stepped forward, a smile emerging on his fierce face. May I ask how to address you, little brother? Jiang Chen nodded, finally finding someone he could converse with. Hello, I am Tang San, a level 68 control system battle soul emperor. Please enlighten me. The tattooed man? Although confused, he continued the conversation. So it's little brother Tang San. I wonder if we have ever provoked you before. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and directly replied, earlier there were 2 people. I enthusiastically greeted them, but they actually wanted to kill me by throwing a music-playing phone at my feet. So that's how it is. The tattooed man turned his head, his face dark enough to drip ink. You 2 come here. The yellow-haired and red-haired men trembled, shivering as they moved forward. I was wrong, big brother. I failed to recognize the great mountain. It wasn't intentional. I was truly wrong, big brother. Please forgive me this once. I will repay you by working like an ox or a horse in the future. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Evidently they were at the peak of their nerves. Jiang Chen's gaze was as tranquil as a lake. These 2 had been so arrogant moments ago, calling him old man and even attempting to harm him. Now they realized their mistakes. Too late. You don't realize your error, but rather that you are about to die. Jiang Chen's calm voice echoed. The 2 were instantly paralyzed with fear, but soon got back up and prostrated themselves before Jiang Chen, weeping and pleading for mercy. Jiang Chen glanced down from the 2nd floor to see several zombies wandering over. Aren't you too fond of watching others struggle in the apocalypse, racing against zombies? Now jump down from here and let me see how fast you can run. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, despair washed over the 2. They crawled to the tattooed man beside them, hoping their leader would plead for them. The tattooed man saw his chance to shine. He quickly ordered the other lackeys to bind the yellow-haired and red-haired men and throw them out. The zombies were already fast, or with their hands bound. The 2 were quickly caught and devoured. Their screams were heart-wrenching. Each bite from the zombies sent waves of pain through them. They even wished the zombies would finish them off quickly. At least it would end the torment. They finally understood how desperate the people they had harmed before must have felt. They could only bear this fear and pain with wide eyes. The tattooed man invited Jiang Chen back to his office, nodding and bowing all the way, making it hard to believe he was once the ruthless black boss. He poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of Jiang Chen. It wouldn't be poisoned, would it? Ha ha! The tattooed man wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling obsequiously. Of course not. By the way, you might not have eaten since you arrived, right? He quickly signaled his subordinates to cook. Jiang Chen did not drink the tea but walked to the window and looked outside. The weather was somewhat gloomy, as if rain was imminent. The world was increasingly desolate, not just on a material level. The tattooed man hesitated for a moment, but couldn't suppress his curiosity, bravely asking, May I ask if your current strength is due to awakening a legendary ability? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, my abilities include immense strength, extreme speed, extraordinary physique, the ability to identify all things zombies, considering me one of their own, being able to strike with my flying sword wherever I want, and also spatial abilities. The tattooed man was dumbfounded. He had never believed in such abilities, because they had scavenged many places, met so many cannon fodder, yet had not seen one with abilities. Today he believed that there really were abilities in this world. But could there be so many types? All in... By the way, Jiang Chen suddenly asked, why are there only men here, not a single woman? Oh, you mean... The tattooed man smiled ingratiatingly. You're just unlucky. All the women we brought out have been used up by my brothers and then tossed to the zombies. But don't worry, we did see a particularly beautiful woman just in the alley next to Ningjiang No. 4 high school. If you need her urgently, I can help you bring her back today. Although he had long anticipated that after the apocalypse morality and law would cease to exist, he never expected these people to be so depraved. An anger seemed to be rising within Jiang Chen. He shook his head and asked, what do you mean by cannon fodder? Oh, you mean that? Once the topic was broached, the tattooed man became animated. Cannon fodder refers to those we use when we go out to gather supplies, people we drag behind the car with ropes to attract zombies. Usually they are the elderly, the weak, the ill, or disobedient young men. That way we can gather supplies much more safely. Moreover, when we find survivors, the men are thrown out as cannon fodder while the women stay for fun. At the same time, we implement a point system within the team. The more people one deceives, the higher their status will be. However, now that zombies are getting stronger, the danger of going out to gather supplies is too great. We are considering stockpiling some cannon fodder for emergencies. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, but a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. These people were becoming less human and more like wolves in sheep's clothing. You seem quite insightful about team dynamics. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the tattooed man eagerly responded, Brother Tang-san, if you join us, I will definitely hand over this position of leader to you. No, I prefer to work alone, but we can play a game. What game? A bet. Let's see if there will be cilantro in the food your subordinates are preparing. If there is, you all must die. If not, you can live. Jiang Chen's nonchalant words sounded as if he were stating the most ordinary thing. The tattooed man's face changed. His expression became extremely serious. Beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, formed on his forehead. In their earlier quite normal conversation he had forgotten that the youth before him was a veritable non-human existence. So strong it was inconceivable, killing them was like squashing ants. May I ask why? The tattooed man looked grim but wanted to know how he had offended Jiang Chen. He had been sufficiently respectful, even thinking that after capturing that beautiful woman, he would let Jiang Chen have his way first. Could it be that such a powerful person still harbored a ridiculous sense of justice and could not stand their actions? But this was the apocalypse. A world where humans eat humans. What wrong had they done? Why? Jiang Chen smiled. I can destroy you, what does it have to do with you? He would not debate who was right or wrong nor moral boundaries. He simply acted according to his feelings. The tattooed man felt as though struck by lightning. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the hope in his eyes was extinguished. He had thought that with his eloquence, even if the youth truly harbored justice, he might still become confused, offering him a chance for survival. If he survived, he could subtly inquire about abilities. Perhaps one day he would turn the tables. But Jiang Chen did not grant him that opportunity. While the tattooed man was in a daze, finally his subordinates brought for dishes and a soup. It looked quite lavish. The tattooed man hurriedly looked at the 5 dishes, eager to see if cilantro was in them. The first dish, no cilantro. The second, also none. The third, fourth, none at all. And then the last one. It was like scratching a lottery ticket. The first few numbers had all matched, leaving only the last. The tattooed man's heart raced. 5th dish. No cilantro either. Huff. He let out a long breath. At least today his life should be spared. Such a strong person shouldn't go back on their word, right? He looked at Jiang Chen and found Jiang Chen smiling at him. Sorry, I don't eat beef. The tattooed man could never have imagined that the reason he was sent away was simply because he did not eat beef. The problem was there was no beef in the 4 dishes and a soup. Dark clouds continued to gather, casting a gloomy shadow over the world. Due to the power outage, the lights in this building could not be turned on. In this dim environment, a silvery light flickered, moving at an incredible speed, almost 1 position per second. It was chilling and blinding. Accompanying it were the sounds of despairing screams. After a long while the sounds gradually subsided. The smooth mirror-like blade reflected Jiang Chen's expressionless profile, adding a hint of fierceness. The hallway was dim, stained with flowing blood. Boom! A thunderclap echoed and torrential rain poured. Jiang Chen looked out the window. It was raining heavily, seemingly to wash away all the world's filth. He was now the only person left in this building. He prepared to find an umbrella. Although Jiang Chen currently possessed exaggerated abilities, strength, speed, and physique, he still had no way to face the heavy rain. With his physique, catching a cold was unlikely. However, who would want to be inexplicably caught in the rain? Aside from the hallway, the other rooms were quite clean. Jiang Chen quickly found a place resembling a storage room. Found it. He pulled out a pink umbrella. Although it seemed a bit effeminate, it was certainly better than getting drenched. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't care how others perceived him. Thud! Something fell to the ground. He looked in the direction of the sound and discovered a small pink backpack, resembling one that an elementary school student would carry. But now its owner was nowhere to be found. Jiang Chen clearly thought of something. These beasts have killed too quickly. With a sigh, he decided not to linger any longer. It was time to return to his own path. Such things could be happening at any moment in the apocalypse. Jiang Chen couldn't concern himself with so many trivial matters, but if they fell into his sight, he wouldn't mind striking a few times. It was a casual affair. The rain poured heavily. There was an impulse to drive a Maybach and rush up a high bridge. Jiang Chen walked through the downpour, the umbrella resembling a boat sailing against the sky. The thunder rumbled. The ones most affected were the zombies. The hearing of zombies was much sharper than that of ordinary humans, which meant the thunder would greatly interfere with them. Moreover, with the relentless rain pouring down, the zombies, already struggling with their vision, found it even harder to see the path ahead. Additionally, the rain was undoubtedly a relief for many who could not access water. At least during this time, using bottles and jars to collect water could ensure a supply for a long while. The rain was like a sliver of breath granted to humanity by heaven and earth. Jiang Chen walked in silence. He contemplated how difficult it was to maintain his current identity. For a liar to make such a sincere person lie was undoubtedly a challenge. Besides, with such heavy rain, where could he find someone to lie to? He wandered aimlessly, looking east and west, hoping to see survivors. At that moment, as he looked up, he spotted a middle-aged man carrying a wooden stick with luggage slung over both shoulders, walking into the distance. What's going on? Jiang Chen was taken aback. There were hardly any zombies in the vicinity, and with the thunder and curtain of rain, it was hard for them to notice him. But what if, once a normal person was spotted by zombies, the outcome was predictable? Jiang Chen seldom saw anyone with courage comparable to his. Curiously, he approached. Hey brother, where are you headed? The middle-aged man was startled by being spoken to, but upon seeing Jiang Chen was also human and not a zombie, he relaxed. A kind smile appeared on his dark face. Me? Oh, I'm going back home for a visit. Jiang Chen was astonished. Even in the apocalypse, he was going home for a visit. Where is your home? Why are you carrying so much? The man pointed ahead and replied, Just ahead or after crossing the street and climbing that hill I'll be there. Jiang Chen was even more puzzled. Why go back? The road is so dangerous. The man replied, I want to go back and check on the rice, then sell it, and after selling. The dark-skinned man couldn't continue. Jiang Chen sighed and asked, how old are you? What about your family? The man smiled calmly, his wrinkles gathering together. I'm 47. When my mother went to pick up the child, she turned into a zombie with the child. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment. What about your partner? My partner also died right in front of me because she was caught by a zombie. Not wanting to become one of those monsters, she jumped off a building in front of me. After hearing what the man said, Jiang Chen was speechless for a long time. It was evident that this man had suffered unimaginable pain due to the apocalypse. Yet even though his heart was filled with grief, he still managed to smile kindly. A family of 4 once harmonious and beautiful was now reduced to just him. Lonely, he walked through this desperate apocalypse. Suddenly he slipped on the ground, stumbling. Jiang Chen quickly supported him. Thank you, young man. I haven't spoken to anyone in a long time. Thank you for walking with me for this stretch, but you must have your own things to do, right? I can manage the rest of the way myself. Upon hearing the man's words, Jiang Chen stopped, not continuing forward. He couldn't help but say, take care, brother. Watch your step. The middle-aged man turned back and smiled. Thank you, young man, for your concern. Take care of yourself too. The middle-aged brother disappeared into the curtain of rain. He had his own path to walk. Jiang Chen turned around, holding up the umbrella. There are many paths in this world, and everyone has their own. Bad people have their way of living, good people have their way of living. Naturally, Jiang Chen has his own way of living. As a liar, you did not lie but have understood some truths about lying. System points 100. System points 1030. What exactly is a liar? Jiang Chen did not know. The system always had that riddle-like demeanor, somewhat annoying. He turned back, holding the pink umbrella. In the vast curtain of rain, Jiang Chen saw a silhouette that was exaggeratedly large. It was spherical, towering 2 to 3 stories high. It rolled slowly down the street. What on earth is this? Jiang Chen continued to move forward, heading towards the circular silhouette. He finally got a clear look at what this ghastly thing truly was. It was an enormous mass of flesh formed from countless zombies. Shredded pieces of clothing and the limbs of the zombies seemed to have fused together, distorted yet connected. Even more astonishing was that these zombies were not dead, but had formed a symbiotic system, all howling and emitting unpleasant cries. Type: Zombie Ball, Evolutionary Zombie. Power 38, extremely strong. Speed 16, relatively strong. Constitution 50, extraordinary. Its constitution is actually at the extraordinary level. Jiang Chen looked at this zombie ball in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen a value deemed extraordinary by even the previously terrifying tank-type zombies had never reached a single value of 50, with the highest power only at 41. However, this zombie ball was not fast at all, and in fact it couldn't even outrun Jiang Chen. He summoned a regular longsword. With a flash, the sword flew 20 meters away, landing on the flesh ball. The sword pierced directly into the mass, severing a zombie from it. Jiang Chen recalled the sword, glancing at the blade, which bore no traces of blood. It wasn't as hard as he had imagined. However, just as Jiang Chen finished his thought, the zombie ball began to writhe. Within mere seconds, the spot where the zombie had been severed suddenly sprouted another one, as if it had never been harmed at all. Regeneration ability. Isn't this a bit too sci-fi? Jiang Chen attempted a few more strikes, only to find that the flesh ball restored itself to its original state each time. Unlike the tank-type zombies, where decapitating them would suffice, this zombie ball clearly had no weaknesses. His attacks had evidently drawn the attention of the zombie ball, yet it rolled about, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Chen. The rain was too heavy. It struck the ground, kicking up mist that obscured the zombie's line of sight. With the aid of his observer ability, Jiang Chen was able to see several dozen meters away. He felt inclined to retreat. After all, even if he managed to slay the zombie ball, it would not bring him any benefits. His system did not reward him for killing monsters. He needed to use point cards to earn stats. Moreover, Jiang Chen often did not shy away from retreating. He did not see fleeing as a failure. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, one should avoid them. If one might not return, then it is better not to go. Everyone has their own path to tread. Who says a retreat is not a path? He turned to leave. Suddenly a cry of a baby pierced through the rain, ringing in Jiang Chen's ears. Though it was quickly muffled, the zombie ball still heard it. Jiang Chen looked towards the source of the sound, and noticed a mother holding her baby standing beside a window of a building. This is bad. As expected, the zombie ball began to change direction, slowly rolling towards the source of the sound. What does it feel like for a ball the height of 2 to 3 stories to roll? One word: crushing. Every object in its path, including small cars and trash bins, was flattened, forcibly compressed into two-dimensional shapes. Moreover, some zombies that were crushed by the zombie ball were also absorbed into it. It was even getting stronger. One can only imagine the threat such a zombie ball poses to ordinary people. Even hiding in a residential building likely wouldn't guarantee safety. Just like that baby and his mother, they would probably meet their end. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed. I really can't be bothered to kill you. Why must you seek death? Having already encountered that wicked gang that tormented many innocents, Jiang Chen felt somewhat displeased. Then there was that middle-aged man he had met later. Even after such a tragic fate, with only him left of a family of four, the man still had to greet Jiang Chen, saying he was worried. Jiang Chen felt even more weighed down, and now encountering such a disgusting zombie again. All these successive misfortunes made Jiang Chen a bit angry. System lottery. The card galaxy sparkled as before. Jiang Chen did not take the time to appreciate it. He quickly clicked to skip. Without looking at the cards he drew, he only sought the point card. This time luck was on his side. He received a total of 3 cards. Give me points. He did not choose any other attributes, still only boosting his power. His original power was 48 points. The system rated it as extremely strong. At this moment, with the injection of a point card, his power instantly surged to 58 points. A light flashed within his body, followed by an overwhelming heat. His blood seemed to be boiling. The torrential rain was even evaporated into mist enveloping him. Every muscle, bone, and even the cells at the genetic level of Jiang Chen were undergoing a transformation. This was the evolution of life. However, this was not enough. Jiang Chen reached out and grasped 2 more point cards. All points to strength. These 2 enhancements were terrifying, pushing his power to an extreme level. A faint white light radiated from his eyes, making him incredibly striking in the dim surroundings. The zombie ball stopped rolling before it stood a figure. This figure emanated white light from its eyes, holding a pink umbrella, quietly observing the zombie ball through the rain. A flash of lightning illuminated this figure, as well as the residential building behind him. By the window of the building stood a woman in her 20s, holding a child, watching the scene in fear. Character card. Character liar. Name Jiang Chen. Power 78 extraordinary. Speed 27 extremely strong. Constitution 28 extremely strong. Trump card revival card equipped. He had gained 30 points in power this time, with speed and constitution also greatly increasing, truly giving him a sense of the extraordinary. Roar. It sounded like thousands of zombies were roaring in unison as the zombie ball rolled towards Jiang Chen. Unlike its previous slow advance this time, the zombie ball seemed to sense danger and charged forward with all its might. In terms of speed, it had surpassed many ordinary zombies. Coupled with its massive weight, one could imagine how terrifying its impact would be. If it were not blocked, it could likely collapse a building. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, visibly drawing in white air. He tossed the pink umbrella into the sky. Then, with his fingers clenched tightly at the moment the zombie ball charged towards him, he unleashed all his strength. Bang! The zombie ball's assault abruptly ceased. At the center of Jiang Chen's fist, the flesh on the zombie ball rippled like water. Following that, the zombie ball, which had just displayed incredible regenerative power, exploded instantly, transforming into a rain of blood. Jiang Chen caught the umbrella he had just thrown up, blocking the blood rain completely. Not to mention how handsome he looked. Everyone has their own path to walk. If you choose this path, then I can only say you are on a road to death. Thud. A piece of green stone fell from the sky. What is this? A zombie crystal core. Jiang Chen picked it up. Zombie crystal core green quality can be shattered to enhance objects. As expected, but this one is actually green. Why does it feel oddly familiar? Are you a product of the same company as the cards? Before Jiang Chen could finish his complaint, a young woman's voice rang out. Are you a deity? Jiang Chen looked up. He gazed at the second floor where a young mother stood, who he had previously not noticed, possessing a certain charm reminiscent of a young matron. Her figure was just right, and her appearance was quite pleasing. The dark tresses on her head seemed to be sticking to her forehead from a slight sweat, likely due to her nervousness. She was cradling a child, and although her eyes were filled with shock, she cautiously asked in a hushed voice, Are you a celestial? Are you here to save this world? No. All right. The woman paused, biting down on her dry lip. Thank you for saving my life and my child's. Would you like to come up for a moment? I can prepare a meal to repay you for your kindness. Jiang Chen had excellent vision, and he could see at a glance. The woman's face was completely devoid of color, and even if there was food in her home, it was undoubtedly scarce. Moreover, she had come out to fetch water, collecting rainwater. Unable to bear leaving her child behind, she had held him, not expecting to encounter such a terrifying zombie. No need, you probably don't have much to eat. Jiang Chen shook his head and said softly, Please step aside. Although she didn't understand what the boy meant, she still trusted him quite a bit. After all, given this boy's terrifying strength, if he truly wished her harm, she would have no ability to resist. She obediently stepped aside. Jiang Chen extended his hand and 5 or 6 cards appeared in his palm. With a gentle wave, these cards flew up to the second floor. What is this? Playing cards. Before the woman could voice her doubts, the few gray cards momentarily paused in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, bottled water, compressed biscuits, canned fruits, and the like materialized out of thin air. Such resources were extremely precious in the apocalypse. Jiang Chen effortlessly conjured them. The woman was utterly stunned. This was simply miraculous. How could he say he wasn't a celestial being? Just as she was about to kneel and bow to Jiang Chen, she discovered that the boy had already walked far away, holding a blood-red umbrella, moving through the endless curtain of rain. Gradually, he became invisible. The woman stared blankly at the distance. Wow, The baby's cries jolted her back to reality. Clearly the infant was hungry. She hurriedly lifted her shirt, but there was very little milk. For the past 2 days, she had been rationing her food in order to survive longer. She had only eaten a little at each meal hoping to keep her child alive. Yet now things were much better than before. Looking at the supplies nearby, she couldn't help but shed tears. Baby, don't cry. We have hope. We can survive now. As a liar, you have not lied. System points 20. Jiang Chen continued to traverse the rain. This rain is really heavy. It seemed to unleash all his emotions. Earlier he had smashed the zombie meatball with a punch using the umbrella to shield himself from the blood rain. Thus the umbrella was now more crimson, its glaring red hue lingering. Heavy rain, a blood-red umbrella, and a slowly walking young man. In a way it resembled a horror movie set. Why do I feel like I'm cosplaying as the underworld? Is this reasonable? Jiang Chen felt a bit hungry. It should be mealtime. He suddenly recalled the 4 dishes and a soup that the tattooed man's subordinate had prepared earlier. They indeed looked quite appealing. However, he wasn't very inclined to eat. After all, he couldn't just consume someone else's food and take their life, right? That would be a bit impolite. Jiang Chen was a polite and moral person. A thought crossed his mind. Dozens of cards appeared before his eyes. These cards included those from previous lottery draws like Common Longsword Rebirth card and Thank You for Your Patronage. There were also those he had carded today, such as Chu Siu's Painting Mountain by Compressed Biscuit and Bottled Water. Since Thank You for Your Patronage was sometimes inconvenient due to randomness, Jiang Chen manifested some of the cards into physical items and categorized them for carding. This way, when he needed something, he could simply manifest it directly. There wasn't much to do now. It was time to check which cards he had drawn earlier. Earlier during the battle with the zombie meatball, he had forcibly gathered strength before the fight, carrying out a 10 consecutive draw. Besides 3 attribute points cards, he had 7 other cards. Among them 6 were common gray cards titled Thank You for Your Patronage. Only one was a card Jiang Chen had never seen before. However, due to his urgency earlier, he hadn't examined it closely. Upgrade card white quality. Using it can upgrade other cards to white quality. Description: can be upgraded without defeating monsters. Is this reasonable? There's such a card. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and pulled out a card. It was a character card. Upgrade me. To Jiang Chen's disappointment, the card upgrade failed. It was unclear whether this was because the character card was inherently above white quality, or if the system had long anticipated that the host was quite peculiar and did not grant him this loophole. Just like the ability of the liar card could not card a planet. He pouted, gazing at the numerous cards floating before him. It seems I can only choose a gray quality card for enhancement. Jiang Chen pondered. The Thank You for Your Patronage card is definitely not an option. This apocalypse is my home. How could I lack resources? Similarly, those instant noodles need not be mentioned. I can't upgrade them and still expect additional attributes. As for finding a weapon to upgrade to white quality, that's not impossible, but I already have a decent sword which is also of white quality. After thinking it over, he couldn't just learn from Tosaka and wield 2 swords, right? He lacked the skill for that. The problem was he wouldn't want to injure himself, as that would be quite embarrassing. After much deliberation, only the mountain bike remained as an option. Based on the capabilities of white quality cards like the attribute points card and common longsword, the difference between white and gray quality was enormous. It's much like the difference between stockpiling food and stockpiling firearms. While others stockpile food, I stockpile guns. Their food warehouse is mine. Upgrade. With a thought from Jiang Chen, the white upgrade card immediately enveloped the mountain bike. The 2 cards adhered together, and gradually the gray back of the mountain bike card began to turn white. Card upgrade successful. The mountain bike card has evolved into common mount. An ordinary mount. Is this even right? Where did my massive bicycle go? And no cinematic transformation. From bicycle to motorcycle. Unfolded in his imagination. Jiang Chen was stunned. And where had it come from? Was this still the apocalypse? And since when did mounts appear? An ordinary mount, white quality and effect, summons a mount upon use. In description: an old horse knows the way. Jiang Chen subtly willed it, and the ordinary mount card began to fade, revealing its true form. There it was. And what kind of mount would this card summon? It turned out to be brand new mountain bike. And Jiang Chen. That's it. Just like that. Feels like nothing changed at all. You rotten soul. You lied about this card. And he sighed deeply. I should have upgraded my umbrella instead. Might have looked cooler. And riding a bicycle in the rain was inconvenient. Nits splattered mud all over him. That was precisely why Jiang Chen had walked everywhere these past days. Not ridden. And he patted the bicycle and prepared to dismiss it. Time to go home for dinner. Suddenly, as if sensing his thought, and the unremarkable mountain bike shimmered and instantly transformed into a sleek sports car. Its body flowed with aerodynamic grace, gleaming with an obsidian luster. Vehicle unmistakably forged for luxury and power. Whoa, what in the world is happening? And truth be told, Jiang Chen had been dirt poor before. He'd never laid eyes on such high-end machinery. Opening the door revealed an interior radiating opulence. Entirely upholstered in genuine leather and carbon fiber, complete with a miniature refrigerator inside. Perfect for chilling cola cans. And is this that famous starry ceiling trending online? And the roof glimmered like a living night sky, pulsing softly with each breath. and emitted a delicate chime as raindrops struck its surface. The sound alone evoked pure indulgence. And now here's the real question, Jiang Chen mused, stroking his chin. And I've never even learned to drive. As if hearing his words, the car's interior reconfigured once more. The driver's seat vanished, replaced by a far more spacious cabin. A mechanical voice chimed in. Intelligent driving system activated. Destination selection required. And it's here. An Autobot. Optimus Prime. Is that you? And Jiang Chen was astounded. He'd once thought spherical zombie mutations felt sci-fi, but this mount eclipsed them entirely. It felt like piloting a fully bespoke next-generation intelligent sports car. And then again, could this truly be called ordinary? Jiang Chen breathed, incredible. And truly hidden depths. His system was no mere tool but a trusted comrade, a brother-in-arms. He touched the car, and the starry ceiling dissolved, replaced by a seamless panoramic glass sunroof. Indeed, the vehicle adapted effortlessly to his will. And could it shift into a bicycle? Or a motorcycle? And with that question in mind, he engaged the onboard AI. The answer confirmed his suspicion. Yet the car bore clear limitations, though equipped with intelligent navigation and morphing capability. Its structural resilience remained modest, and it could not withstand extreme environments. And submersion in water or exposure to scorching heat or biting cold would halt all functions. Jiang Chen folded his umbrella and placed it into a newly materialized storage compartment. And home. At his command, the car glided forward smoothly. Debris cluttered the streets and heavy rain further constrained speed. Even with advanced autonomous driving, Jiang Chen reclined in the seat, gazing up through the sunroof at the torrential downpour, murmuring, I'm literally cruising in a Maybach? And their journey was uneventful. Rain muffled the senses of zombies, dulling both hearing and sight. Encounters with spherical zombies were rare. And Jiang Chen unlocked his front door, collapsed onto his bed, and felt utter exhaustion. And nothing beats my big soft bed. Plush, comforting. Truly intelligent driving was a marvel, no license required. And he wondered when might he acquire an automated cooking unit. Honestly, if I step back far enough, couldn't food just walk into my mouth? And why must I get up and cook it all? His stomach growled, but he refused to move. And too lazy to cook. Can I order takeout? System, do you possess that function? Silence. And not a shred of intelligence in response. Sighing, Jiang Chen rose to prepare a meal. He glanced outside. Rain still fell, streaming into rivulets along the pavement, gathering into miniature rivers. And wind had risen too. And fortunately, he'd sealed every window and door tight. Outside, wind and rain raged, punctuated by distant muffled thunder. And inside, silence reigned. And I crave braised chicken with rice. And though self-heating versions sat in his pantry, they lacked the depth of restaurant fare. Just as delivery paled beside dining in, the flavor fell drastically short. And how wonderful it would be to have a roommate who cooked well. And muttering to himself, Jiang Chen settled for a simple meal. He sank into his warm, cozy duvet and drifted peacefully into sleep. And when Jiang Chen awoke, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. He suddenly recalled Chu Siue's promise to contact him again at 4 o'clock. And stepping onto the balcony, he found rain still falling, though lighter now. Chu Siue wasn't waiting on the opposite balcony. And open-air balconies posed obvious risks during storms. Wind-driven rain could easily flood in. Instead, he saw her whiteboard propped on the railing, surrounded by jars and bottles, clearly set up to collect rainwater. And that same board, he remembered, was her frequent writing surface. Rain's too heavy today. We'll reconnect tomorrow at this time. I have food. I'm fine. Though your supplies are plentiful, start collecting water. No one knows how long this will last. The final phrase implied her deeper fear, that no one knew how long the apocalypse would endure. And the board, nearing capacity, left little room for further words. So that was it. And Jiang Chen nodded, then headed toward the bathroom, only to discover the water supply had failed. And no wonder Chu Siue had begun harvesting rainwater. The outage must have occurred earlier that day, while he was out. And last night's blackout had swiftly cascaded into water failure. And soon after, internet collapse. And power, water, network, all gone. Humanity's 3 foundational pillars had crumbled. At least while studying city maps on his way to school, Jiang Chen had noted Ningjiang City housed no nuclear power plants. No risk of sudden detonation. No mysterious, unexplained death. After dinner, Jiang Chen sat down to write today's journal entry. And day 5 of the apocalypse, a torrential rainstorm. I met villains, and a few rare genuine allies. And he finished writing. Letting out a long, slow breath, he prepared to convert the journal into a card. For the survive 7 days task tied to his innate talent was nearly complete. Soon he would return to the real world, and bid farewell to this one forever. His sole tangible memory of this realm might be this journal, faithful chronicle of all he had witnessed. Journal unknown quality. Jiang Chen looked at the card in his hand in surprise. Oh no, the Riddler phenomenon seems to have a trend of being passed on. He flipped the card over only to find that the back also showed no color, resembling a slowly rotating vortex. What good is this? Obviously, no one responded to Jiang Chen. Perhaps it was due to the insufficient level of the bystander that he could not comprehend the function of this thing for now. However, this diary, which was initially just for leisure, unexpectedly underwent such a change. Jiang Chen became a bit more invested. With 2 days left, perhaps by then, after completing the task, he would finally understand the purpose of this card. In a certain underground military base in Ningjiang City, a group of scholars in white coats and a military officer in uniform were intently gazing at the screen in front of them. On the screen was a scene of the army battling several speed-type evolved zombies. The expressions on everyone's faces were grave. There is no doubt that these monsters are evolving, starting from the extremely fast zombie the day before yesterday to the appearance of the muscular zombies afterward. The officer stepped forward and used a remote to switch to another image. On the screen was a giant zombie over 4 meters tall and nearly 2 meters wide. Its skin was dark green, and its muscles bulged, resembling the Hulk from the movies. It effortlessly grabbed a truck and threw it over 10 meters away, crushing several soldiers of the army. If Jiang Chen were present, he would immediately recognize this zombie as the tank-type evolved zombie he had killed with a single sword strike. After watching the video, the officer spoke with a heavy expression. "We temporarily named this zombie Titan. It possesses immense strength and tough skin, and conventional firearms can only inflict minor injuries on it. Only after deploying a heavy weapon were we able to severely injure and kill it." The crowd fell silent. The evolution of zombies was occurring too rapidly, much faster than depicted in novels and films. This was only the 5th day of the apocalypse. "I understand your sorrow for your fallen comrades, but didn't we just discuss this zombie yesterday?" A young scholar spoke up. "We should have suppressed it with heavy firepower right away. Why is it being discussed again today?" The officer remained silent, pressing a button on the remote. "Because today, we observed an entity stronger than the Titan zombie using a drone." On the screen, a zombie comparable to a small mountain was slowly rolling like a meatball, crushing everything around it. This was just discovered in the city today. It seems to have evolved due to the excessive gathering of zombies. "Can't we blow it up with explosives?" An elderly scholar suggested. "It doesn't seem to move very quickly." The officer shook his head and displayed the subsequent footage. The drone dropped a bomb, hitting the meatball directly. Boom! The explosion produced a tremendous sound, accompanied by intense flames and thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, everyone could see that the bomb had only created a small crater, and with the squirming of the zombie meatball, the small crater quickly healed. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. A heavy silence fell, and a tense atmosphere spread throughout the room. "Is there any information on this fusion zombie?" Finally, someone broke the deathly silence. "No, it rained too heavily today and the drone had to return. We don't even know where this zombie is now." A scholar spoke despairingly. "If the army is somewhat helpless against it, what about the survivors? Isn't encountering it a death sentence? There are no countermeasures. Strength and intellect are of no use in the face of such a hopeless gap. We can only hope for the elusive luck. Do we as humans truly still have hope for survival?" The officer's eyes showed a hint of sorrow, but he quickly steeled himself. He was a soldier and he could not show weakness. Perhaps it was time to execute that plan. The night was moonless. There was wind and rain. Jiang Chen comfortably lay down in bed. Listening to the wind and the rain, he felt quite content. At this moment, his emotions matched the weather, and he was a little carefree immortal. He had a good dream that night. The green sunlight shone down on Jiang Chen's back as usual. Upon waking, he opened the window and fresh air rushed in. It was moist and refreshing. The wind and rain of the night had washed away the decaying smell of the zombies. He brushed his teeth, washed up, and had breakfast. At this moment, Jiang Chen reached out and summoned his character trader, named Jiang Chen. Strength 78, extraordinary. Speed 27, very strong. Constitution 28, very strong. Secret weapon revival card equipped. Trader. Today's identity was quite ordinary and simple. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Trading in its literal sense meant exchanging something with someone. One hand holding money, the other hand holding goods, settling the transaction once money and goods were exchanged. And the question arises who to trade with. He suddenly thought of his electronic pet Chu Siyue. However, she seemed to have said to contact her again at 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony, hoping for a stroke of luck. If that didn't work, he would just go over and knock on Chu Siyue's door. He guessed she would be startled. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had good luck. Chu Siyue was on the balcony moving jars and bottles. Due to the water supply being cut off yesterday, and the rain, she was using these containers to collect water. She also noticed Jiang Chen and greeted him. "Good morning." Jiang Chen took out his phone and found that the battery was low, but he had saved a power bank on the first day. He originally thought that even with the apocalypse he could still go online. But it turned out that the network broke down so quickly. Today it finally came in handy. "Do you need anything?" Jiang Chen typed on his phone. Chu Siyue, seeing Jiang Chen talking to her, quickly put down the basin in her hand and picked up a pair of binoculars. "No, but didn't you see the reminder I gave you yesterday? Not collecting water." Jiang Chen replied, "I have plenty of water." Indeed, he had a world of water resources at his disposal. Chu Siyue shook her head, feeling that Jiang Chen was not very good at living. "No matter how much water you have, it will eventually run out. What will you do when that day comes?" "Then we can talk about it when that day comes. Don't you really need anything?" like canned fish, canned fruit, or a steaming hot self-heating hot pot. The power will definitely be out later. Don't you want to eat something hot? Chu Siue swallowed hard, seemingly imagining the taste of food in her mouth. She had been rationing her food for the past 2 days just to meet her basic energy needs, because even if Jiang Chen had food, it would eventually run out one day. Moreover, she felt a bit embarrassed to keep asking. After all, in the apocalypse, food was extremely precious, and only by having food could one survive. Chu Siue said, "Isn't that bad? What will you do then?" "It's fine. I still have plenty." Chu Siue was touched. In such an apocalypse, he was willing to share the hope of survival, which was truly kind and gentle. He really made her want to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wrote on the whiteboard, "All right, thank you so much." Chu Siu's emotional response abruptly ceased. "Wah! What?" Jiang Chen replied, "Money. Money? What money?" Jiang Chen continued, "The kind that can be spent." Chu Siue was stunned. "Isn't it the apocalypse, big brother? What use is money? You can't possibly be hoping that the apocalypse will end one day, right? I have long given up on such hope." "Are you serious?" Jiang Chen nodded. Chu Siue felt helpless, realizing that she could never guess his thoughts. If only Jiang Chen could read minds, he would surely say, "I don't even know what he'll do next, and you expect me to—" I can only follow his line of thinking. However, everyone now uses mobile payments. A cash is rarely used. Given the lack of internet, scanning a code is obviously not an option. Chu Siue rummaged around her house for quite a while before finally finding 200 yuan in her mother's room. She wrote on a whiteboard, "How much is a self-heating hot pot?" Jiang Chen responded, 2 daolo. Chu Siue asked, "What? Did you write that wrong?" "I'm asking how much a self-heating hot pot costs." Jiang Chen replied, 2 daolo, 2 daolo. Chu Siue exclaimed, "Is there something wrong with your brain? What step did you miss?" It felt like being in a math class. Before looking down, I could barely understand, but once I looked up, I was completely lost. 2 daolo, 2 daolo. Chu Siue murmured a few times. "It can't be that you mean the American dollars, right? After calculating, a box should be around 15 yuan. That's quite cheap. It should be vegetarian." To confirm, she asked again, "How much are the compressed biscuits?" 1 daolo. Indeed, it was English. Although Chu Siu's academic performance was average, she could still understand such simple English. Really, now he's even using foreign terms. "I want 4 compressed biscuits and 1 self-heating hot pot." After finishing her note, she sent 100 yuan across the building using a pulley. Jiang Chen received the money and happily placed the food into the thermal box. Chu Siue, filled with anticipation, opened the box, only to find just 1 self-heating hot pot and 1 compressed biscuit inside. She asked, "What about the others?" Jiang Chen replied, "What other ones?" Chu Siue said, "The other compressed biscuits." Jiang Chen responded, "That requires more money." Chu Siue exclaimed, "1 biscuit costs $1 so 4 boxes would be $4 plus $2 for the self-heating hot pot. All in all, rounding it up, would be around 50 yuan. I already gave you 100 and it's still not enough. This must be the black market, right?" Chu Siue helplessly asked, "Can't you have a little conscience while doing business?" Jiang Chen replied, "Money can be earned again, but if you lose your conscience, earning that back would be even harder." Chu Siue said, all right, just wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen and get you some American dollars." After saying this, she returned to her room. She didn't come out for a long time. "As a trader, you have completed your first transaction system points." 10 Jiang Chen smacked his lips. If there are no American dollars, the people's dollars would also work. It seemed that today's role as a trader wouldn't easily earn points. It appeared that the values must be relatively similar, or otherwise the points awarded would be quite low. Before the crossing, in a peaceful society, money was naturally very useful. Without money, one would struggle to move an inch. But now this is the apocalypse. The currency system has collapsed. Gold, silver, jewelry, and immense wealth are worthless in this apocalypse. They are even less valuable than a loaf of bread or a bag of instant noodles. The 100 yuan that Chu Siue had was completely worthless. However, Jiang Chen surely wouldn't let his electronic pet starve, would he? Chu Siue had already lost some weight over the past few days, seemingly not eating well at each meal. Who knows what she is saving on? If one day she disappears, Jiang Chen won't even be able to earn points. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed, feeling that earning points today was quite difficult. Although this world's tasks would soon be over, he should return to the real world afterward. But world type, biohazard apocalypse. The world type sounds absurd. There will likely be another world. Jiang Chen no longer felt any danger in this biochemical apocalypse. He was quite relaxed. Eating hot pot and singing, he felt that clearing this world was a piece of cake. But what about the next world? What if the difficulty is very high and he hasn't developed at all? Wouldn't he be lost? Trader, who am I trading with? He was stumped. Among the people Jiang Chen knew, the ones downstairs, Wulong and Fengchu, occupied the supermarket and should. As for the school, Qinlan and Yu Kursen could be possibilities. After all, they hadn't stocked up much food among the 4 of them. But Jiang Chen had just stepped out yesterday. He had exercised yesterday, and today, he completely didn't want to move. All roads lead to Rome. Should I go back to the school and be a beast of burden? He felt quite desperate. No. What do you mean by being desperate? Take a vehicle. His convenient ordinary mount means he, deciding to act. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony window. He looked down. Being on the 7th floor wasn't too high. With Jiang Chen's current physical condition, he could probably jump down without any issues. However, it had rained yesterday. The ground was covered in puddles. If he jumped down, he'd be covered in mud. He still opted for the stairs. However, each step was over 10 stairs. In just a few dozen steps, he was downstairs. Jiang Chen's speed and physique had already surpassed ordinary expectations. His strength was exaggerated to the extreme. With a single punch, 78 points of strength would be unresistible by anyone. Moreover, this didn't even account for his combat power while wielding the village's best sword. With peak strength combined with a weapon that could unleash sword light, it could be said that he was already an invincible existence in. Jiang Chen summoned his ordinary mount. A sports car suddenly appeared and Jiang Chen climbed in. To the school. Destination set, commencing drive. Unlike yesterday, it wasn't raining or thundering today. The zombies' hearing and sight were unaffected. V-room. The sports car took off with a roar of the engine echoing through the streets. Countless zombies were drawn to the sound, but they could only watch the sports car in envy. Jiang Chen reclined in the car doing nothing but lying back. This intelligent driving technology was impressive steady, as if riding a high-speed train. Except for the seat not being as soft as his bed at home, it felt almost identical to staying at home. What kind of energy does this car run on? An experienced driver knows that you can't expect a horse to run without feeding it. However, since there were no prompts, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. Tomorrow's matters would be dealt with tomorrow. As for today, it marked the opening day of Jiang's heart. Ningjiang no. For high school class 3, 4. Did I hear that wrong? Did anyone hear that there seems to be the sound of a car engine outside? How is that possible? Can't you see the street outside is filled with wrecked vehicles? Plus, with those wandering zombies driving would be a death wish. Guorue sighed and continued. In the past 2 days, we've already consumed half a box of compressed biscuits. It feels like if we don't save a bit more, we might not last much longer. I wonder if that classmate named Jiang Chen will come to school today. He Yuan thought for a moment and replied. According to the schedule, today is Monday, and we need to attend school. He should come, right? However, Yu Kursin, wearing her school uniform and looking pure, shook her head. That depends on whether he follows normal logic, because if the apocalypse hadn't happened today, we would have a holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Ah! He Yuan and Guorue said in unison. Then it's over. Qinlan, who was listening from the side, smiled helplessly and said, Classmates, we can't always place our hopes entirely on others. Otherwise you might find yourself in trouble, and if no one comes to rescue you, wouldn't you end up hating them? Clearly someone helped you, yet you resent them for not helping you in time. That's certainly not right. We live for ourselves, not for others. The girls nodded at Qinlan, who had a tall and alluring figure. Her words were quite persuasive. Because Teacher Qin had always done this before the apocalypse, relying on herself, diligently educating her students, and earning a modest salary. Otherwise, with Qinlan's figure and beauty, there would be many wealthy suitors wanting to support her, and she wouldn't have remained single for so long. On the other side, at the school gate, Jiang Chen looked at the school gate and noticed that one of the iron gates had been smashed and lay on the ground. What happened? Hiss. Could it be that something happened to Qinlan and the others? My Blackheart shop just opened and my customers are gone. Jiang Chen felt a bit anxious. Hope that the former emperor's venture doesn't end prematurely. After all, it wasn't easy for him to overcome his laziness and step outside. If he returned empty-handed, he would break down and shout for old Ma. The school was still teeming with zombies, all wearing school uniforms. Jiang Chen didn't hold back his footsteps, and soon many zombies came running towards him. However, due to the weakened skills of the normal people, they stopped just a meter in front of him. Jiang Chen glanced at the zombies in front of him and thought, addressing them, You're obstructing my path a bit. The zombies couldn't understand Jiang Chen's words. They merely blocked the way ahead like a wall. Jiang Chen, he was never a bloodthirsty person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. Although they were zombies, they hadn't bitten him. They were just blocking his path. Roar! Roar! Clearly the zombies made their choice. Jiang Chen raised his hand and a card materialized into a long sword. An apologetic look flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the sword instantly left its original place and flew towards the horde of zombies, moving so fast that it left afterimages. Even the tank-type evolved zombies couldn't withstand this sword. Let alone these ordinary zombies. Jiang Chen merely threw a few swords, and the zombies fell in large numbers. It was like mowing grass. In no time the zombies had all perished. Jiang Chen looked around him, and not a single zombie was still standing. They had all turned into corpses. Blood, severed limbs, and broken arms nearly piled up around him. He frowned. The distance from here to the teaching building was still quite far. He couldn't possibly wade through blood, could he? Who? Jiang Chen exhaled his body in a half-crouch, his legs exerting a bit of force. Then with a loud bang, Jiang Chen jumped directly to the front of the teaching building. With his current strength, jumping 100 meters was no challenge at all. However, this kind of maneuver shouldn't be done too often. It wears out shoes. One day if he beats a boss to half-death, and at the moment of its demise it asks, "What technique defeated me?" he would reply, "What defeated you is not naivety but the lack of shoes." That would be too awkward. He strolled leisurely into the teaching building. For some reason there were surprisingly few zombies. This actually worked in Jiang Chen's favor, as he had said before he was not a bloodthirsty person. 4th floor. In front of class 3, 4. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking sound made the hearts of the girls skip a beat. Who is it? It's me. Finally, after 2 days, everyone saw Jiang Chen again, the somewhat special boy. This time Jiang Chen wasn't wearing a school uniform but casual clothes, looking a bit lazy, as if he had just woken up. The girls were sitting around on the classroom floor with the same school flag. This time Jiang Chen wasn't wearing a school uniform but casual clothes, looking a bit lazy, as if he had just woken up. The girls were sitting around on the classroom floor with the same school. "Yes, Jiang Chen, are you going to class today?" He Yuan eagerly took out her textbook, seemingly well prepared. Qinlan's beautiful eyes were also fixed on Jiang Chen. She was a bit concerned about what her student might have experienced in the past few days. Moreover, she didn't mind teaching Jiang Chen. The experience of attending class during the apocalypse was still quite unique. Jiang Chen looked at the girls seemingly with some anticipation. Especially Yu Kurson, who despite her expressionless and somewhat aloof demeanor clearly cared a lot. "No, today I am a mysterious merchant." Jiang Chen paused and continued, "Welcome to my black heart." The girls exclaimed, "What is this cosplay? Has there been a new play today?" Yu Kurson couldn't help but curl her lips. All right, you're not even pretending, huh? You're just going to say you're a black heart shop owner." Jiang Chen replied, "You just need to say whether you want it or not." "Of course I want good goods, but the question is, where are your goods?" In this back-and-forth exchange, everyone finally regained their composure. "See, you're in a hurry again," Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, then extended his hand and many cards floated in the air. "Wow, is this magic? So cool!" He Yuan exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. In the next moment, many supplies suddenly appeared around everyone. There were canned fruits, bottled water, and instant noodles with sausages all stacked in boxes on the ground. Everyone was utterly stunned, speechless, in shock. What is this? A spatial ring or storage bag from a novel? No, he isn't wearing any adornments. Just looking very ordinary. Or is it that he really has a system shop from which he can sell things? Previously, the scene where Jiang Chen recited while killing zombies in the hallway was not seen by the girls. Moreover, this was even more incomprehensible than killing zombies. Killing zombies can be accomplished with strength or speed, but conjuring items out of thin air is just too fantastical, isn't it? Yu Kurson swallowed hard, astonished. How do you sell these supplies? As long as it's something you consider valuable. For people sharing one phone and it's out of battery. They can't even scan a QR code. As for jewelry, the 3 girls being students generally don't wear any, at most a simple bracelet costing just a few yuan. Qinlan also doesn't wear jewelry. On one hand, the school has dress code requirements for teachers, and on the other hand, Qinlan doesn't have much money. Her salary is not high to begin with, and after paying rent and accounting for daily expenses, there's hardly any money left. Let alone buying luxury items. I have a sachet I made myself which I've carried for a long time. Whenever I feel stressed, it accompanies me. Qinlan took out a sachet from her pocket and asked, "Is this acceptable?" Jiang Chen examined it closely. The fabric of the sachet is a sticky color embroidered with bamboo leaves emitting a faint fragrance. It seems she has always kept it close to her. With that, Jiang Chen moved 2 boxes of supplies over, one filled with sausage and the other with instant noodles. Seeing the success of Teacher Qin's transaction, everyone's spirits were lifted, but the 3 students didn't have anything like that to accompany them. They had to study every day and had no time for such things. "Surely I can't give him my underwear. I have a piece of jewelry that should be considered a valuable item," Yu Kurson said, capturing everyone's attention. A rare blush appeared on Yu Kurson's usually frosty face, as she wrapped her hands around her neck, taking off a red. Only then did everyone realize she had been wearing a pendant seemingly made of jade. Jiang Chen took it, still warm from Yu Kurson's body. It felt somewhat warm. The jade was very translucent, presenting a light purple hue, smooth and rounded, emanating a gentle luster. The natural patterns on it made this piece of jewelry exceptionally stunning. "This is a pendant I've worn since childhood, a gift from my late mother, and my lucky charm that has accompanied me through many Wow, this jade looks so beautiful. Isn't it the kind of ice jade I saw on my phone before?" He Yuan exclaimed. Qinlan and Guorue also thought this jewelry was beautiful, and it wasn't the common green color which everyone disliked. "Yes, but mine is glass jade, which is a bit more expensive. This color is called violet," Yu Kurson explained. "Ah, so this is very expensive. About several $100,000, I guess." Hiss. Not just Qinlan and the other girls, Jiang Chen was also shocked. "A rich girl is right beside me? No way, Kurson, not only are you stunning, but you're also an excellent student. And on top of that, your family is so wealthy. How are ordinary people supposed to live like this?" Guorue exclaimed. Yu Kurson shook her head helplessly. No matter how rich her family was, in this apocalypse, money was the most useless thing. "I even have to beg Jiang Chen for something to eat. Look, is this pendant okay?" Jiang Chen nodded somewhat unsettled. As a trader, you have completed an exaggerated transaction exchanging readily available items for something of great value and importance to another person. System points 150. So much? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, Curson, I don't want to work hard anymore. Can you support me? You Curson responded, is this a new role-playing? Isn't the transition a bit too fast? It's hard to keep up with your pace. Jiang Chen, I visited the hospital before, and the doctor said I have a weak stomach and am suited for a soft life. You Curson was confused. What is this soft life hard eating? But she quickly regained her composure, and rationally said, Jiang Chen, how many boxes of supplies can I get for this pendant? If that's not enough, you can look for more in the nightstand of my bedroom. I have some more. Where's your home? I live in the Tsuehu Yuan in Jiangnan district. Have you heard of it? Jiang Chen felt a distant memory assaulting him. The name of this community sounded familiar. It seemed that with his enhanced physique his memory had also improved. A familiar advertisement voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Enjoy nature, treasure the noble. Tsuehu Yuan in Jiangnan district, a high-end villa area. A perfect blend of luxury and comfort, now starting at 99888 yuan per square meter. Buy quickly. Isn't this the advertisement from the elevator on the first day? At that time he had mocked that working for 1,000 years wouldn't be enough to buy one. Jiang Chen was stunned and muttered, so that's your home. To be precise, that's the property my father bought in this city. There are 2 units in Tsuehu Yuan. He lives in one and I live in the other. How can someone be this rich? Jiang Chen fell completely silent. Ningjiang City, Jiangnan District, Tsuehu Yuan. This is one of the few high-end communities in Ningjiang City, where residents are either rich or noble, mostly so-called upper-class individuals and prominent merchants. Before the apocalypse, there were even times when bosses would bring third-rate celebrities here for overnight stays. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit was frowning deeply. He stared at the photo in his hand, a look of pain appearing on his face. The photo featured a young girl about 12 or 13 years old, already blossoming into a striking beauty. However, the girl's face was not adorned with innocence, but rather with a maturity, indifference, and a distance that was uncharacteristic for her age. It was you Curson as a child. Perhaps I really was wrong. I shouldn't have persisted in what I thought was elite education. He murmured. I made my daughter endure so much suffering, learn so many things, and in the end, when the apocalypse came, everything lost its meaning. Moreover, my daughter has never had an easy life. In the end, it was only through death that she found release. What kind of father am I? It seemed that someone was banging on the door. The middle-aged man stood up, his face showing signs of irritation. Didn't I say that unless it's something urgent, don't disturb me? Boss, open the door quickly, something's wrong. A frantic voice came from outside. The middle-aged man opened the door to find his housekeeper along with more than 10 survivors who had just been let in over the past few days. There were both men and women, all residents of this community who were either wealthy or privileged before the apocalypse. What happened? After letting everyone in, the middle-aged man frowned, displeased with his housekeeper's reckless behavior. Boss, a giant zombie about 2 meters tall has appeared outside, and it has immense strength. It smashed the iron gate with a single blow. What? How is that possible? He walked to the window on the 2nd floor of the villa and looked outside. Indeed, the villa's main door lay on the ground with a few scattered zombies wandering in. Among them, the most conspicuous was the giant zombie. Standing over 2 meters tall, its muscles were bulging, and its thighs and arms were astonishingly thick, exuding a sense of power that sent shivers down one's spine. What does 2 meters signify? The basketball stars before the apocalypse were just slightly over 2 meters tall, and drinking mineral water felt like sipping a tonic. Moreover, this zombie's strength far exceeded that of ordinary humans. How can this be? Are zombies evolving? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. What should we do, Lao Yu? You're the brightest among us. We're relying on you to come up with a solution. The middle-aged man known as Lao Yu turned around. The speaker was a fat man, rotund, and with a face full of flesh, holding onto a flirtatious secretary he had just picked up. He continued, I can give you a lot of money, even a share of the company. Upon hearing the fat man's words, the others also began to express their willingness. As long as Lao Yu could save them, they promised him gold, silver, jewels, and vast riches. How do I know what to do? Right now, we can only hope that the zombie doesn't notice us. Lao Yu's father frowned, feeling somewhat troubled. These fools. What use is money in the apocalypse? Besides, he was from the elite class before the apocalypse and didn't lack for funds. Sigh. Hearing that Lao Yu had no solution, the fat man slumped to the ground, clutching the secretary, whose hands were becoming a bit too familiar. The others, seeing this, also sat down, discussing what to do next. Now they couldn't even step out into the courtyard and could only stay in the villa. Whoa, I haven't taken a shower for days. I really want to eat black truffles, foie gras, and caviar. What are we eating every day now? Yeah. Without a private chef, how can we ensure our daily nutrition is balanced? Lao Yu's father looked at these rich people, feeling a wave of disgust. His home was the closest to the community exit, which is why he initially took in many residents. Had he known, he should have been ruthless and not let these people in. He had been so harsh with his daughter, demanding so much from her since childhood. His daughter had silently learned and practiced. Yet, at this moment, he showed weakness towards outsiders. Moreover, these people are utterly useless. They panic at the slightest trouble. I really don't know how they earned their wealth. He thought to himself, lamenting how he had always wanted Lao Yu to enter this so-called upper society only for the apocalypse to reveal the true nature of these people. As for the wealth and status he had desperately pursued before the apocalypse, all nonsense. Lao Yu's father picked up a photo of his daughter. He didn't have a larger photo of her, because he had been too harsh on Lao Yu, demanding too much and not giving her the companionship she deserved, until his daughter had begun to harbor some resentment towards him, turning against him. Only then did he gradually let go of some of his controlling nature. He transferred Lao Yu to a new school in the city. He also bought 2 apartments, giving his daughter ample personal space. Later he heard that his daughter had made a friend, a close companion, named Chu Siue. He felt relieved. However, he still investigated this girl. Her background was quite simple, also from a single-parent family. Her father had died early, and her mother was a low-level employee at a company, raising her alone. Moreover, Chu Siue was straightforward without much calculation, and her personality was cheerful and lively. Only then did he finally feel at ease. Originally, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, he wanted to meet his daughter and sincerely apologize. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse struck. It was my fault. I shouldn't have let you suffer so much and be so exhausted. Even when you have a boyfriend, I would feel. The middle-aged man murmured, his face full of despair. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and everyone fearfully huddled close to the window, discovering that the giant zombie was smashing the door. With its massive fists, it hammered the door again and again. Each blow felt like a pounding in everyone's hearts. It seemed unlike ordinary zombies, devoid of intelligence, only following sounds. It seemed to know there were people inside. Bang! Crack! The thick wooden door made of solid wood was shattered after just a few punches from the zombie. What remained for everyone seemed to be just one ending. Death. It's over. It's all over. Help! Is there anyone who can come and save me? The girl who had been touched by the fat boss kicked him away. Get lost, you fat pig. I haven't enjoyed being with you yet, and now I'm going to die. Damn it. The previous society was like a magnificent skyscraper. The higher you went, the wealthier and more prestigious it became. The upper floors of the skyscraper stood tall, evoking admiration. Yet with the onset of the apocalypse, it was as if the skyscraper had collapsed. Whether the wealthy upper class or ordinary people below facing the toppled building, they were equally powerless. Lao Yu's father held onto his daughter's photo. This way I can see you one more time, right? On the other side, Jiang Chen was listening to his classmates sing. He had previously hesitated about whether to visit Lao Yu's house, as it was a bit far. Even though he was familiar with the way, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen recalled a saying he had seen before crossing over. When uncertain, consult the spring breeze. When the spring breeze is silent, listen to the tunes in the tavern. Why not let everyone try singing, to see if it could be recognized as a transaction by the system? As a trader, you completed an ordinary transaction, exchanging readily available items for a pleasant audiovisual experience. System points 10. Indeed, Jiang Chen's idea was correct. This way, he wouldn't have to run far to fetch things. The dark circles in the morning, slight drowsiness in class, day after day after day. I just want to hold on to the good times and say goodbye. Regrets and gratitude can't return to yesterday. I just want to cherish this moment. At first, it was just He Yuan singing. Gradually, Guorue Yu Kursin and even Qin Lan joined in singing together. Perhaps it was a feminine quality. Their harmonious voices became increasingly melodious. Pressing the textbook to copy the homework, taking a glance during the exam. Does it feel nostalgic to think about it now? Wishing upon our dreams, let now become forever. As they sang, the girls felt a pang in their hearts, tears welling in their eyes. These fragments from their school days, seemingly just 5 days ago, now felt like memories from a past life. The world had turned green, a zombie outbreak had occurred, and everyone was trapped here, needing to cheer each other on every day. Forcing themselves to smile in the face of this despairing apocalypse, they resolved to live well. In such a harsh environment, recalling the playful antics with classmates before the end times truly brought them to tears. Choral singing, especially by girls embodying youthful energy, indeed, had a special resonance. In this apocalypse at school, 4 girls sat together singing songs unique to their student days. Jiang Chen expressed that the experience was quite enjoyable. Moreover, system notifications kept popping up. As a trader, you completed a decent transaction, exchanging easily obtainable items for a good audiovisual experience, gaining 20 system points. As a trader, you completed an outstanding transaction, exchanging easily obtainable items for an excellent audiovisual experience, gaining 50 system points. It seems that the better the feeling from the exchanged items as a trader, the more system points I receive. Jiang Chen pondered silently. Previously, the 100 yuan from Chu Siue was inconsequential to me, as money in this world is quite different from that of the real world. It can't be spent, just mere waste paper, which is why it only earned me 10 points. Qin Lan's handmade sachet, although it may have average economic value, was treasured, as it was kept close by a beautiful teacher. Its worth is self-evident. And Yu Kursin's amethyst jade, which she has had since childhood, holds significant economic and sentimental value, thus earning 150 points. Jiang Chen felt he had grasped the rules of this trader identity. I just wonder what abilities today will bring. Jiang Chen, how did we sound? Can we exchange for supplies? He Yuan asked with red eyes. Jiang Chen nodded and moved most of the remaining supplies over. Originally Yu Kerson's pendant had already exchanged for quite a bit, leaving him with only a few boxes of supplies. Thank you, Jiang Chen. He Yuan exclaimed, excitedly wanting to hug him. Jiang Chen quickly dodged. That was close. She almost took advantage of him. Although He Yuan was pretty and had a decent figure. But Jiang Chen was not that easygoing. He Yuan was left hanging, feeling a bit awkward, as if she had been rejected. She glanced back at Yu Kerson. Her looks were too high to compare, then at Qinlan. Her figure was unbeatable, also not comparable. Finally, she turned her gaze to Guo Rui. Her eyes locked. Oh, you little Yuan playing like this, huh? Guo Rui had clearly caught on and chased after He Yuan, playfully running around the classroom. Qinlan and Yu Kerson exchanged helpless smiles. After 5 days together, it was evident that everyone's relationships had improved, especially since He Yuan and Guo Rui were originally classmates from different classes. Suddenly Jiang Chen's ears perked up. He seemed to hear a sound. He walked to the window. The girls clearly did not hear it, but everyone had been paying attention to Jiang Chen. Even the playful He Yuan and Guo Rui stopped their antics. In the instant Qinlan spoke, they all heard it. Survivors, the military is about to use drones to gather zombies, followed by missile strikes in these areas: Jiangnan District, Jiangning City, on the intersection of Construction Road A, Jiangning City. Survivors hiding in the above areas, please head to the basement or lowlying areas. If there are no conditions, hide in place and lie down in your homes. The bombing will commence in half an hour. Repeating. The broadcast echoed repeatedly. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky where a helicopter flew by. Clearly he had already heard the sound of helicopter rotors earlier. Ha! The military is about to take action. Are we finally going to be rescued? He Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the broadcast. Modern society possesses a plethora of weapons: cruise missiles, fighter jets, aircraft carriers, etc. Yu Kerson explained. Particularly heavy firepower weapons can fire tens of thousands of rounds per minute. However, our Jiangning City is not a frontline city, so we likely don't have such weapons. Then why didn't the military act before? Guo Rui's head was spinning, but these weapons sounded so powerful. It should be because the zombie virus erupted randomly worldwide at the same time. Even the military has suffered heavy losses. Buzz. It sounded like bees flapping their wings at a high frequency. The noise was quite piercing. In places unseen by the crowd, numerous military drones flew into the sky simultaneously. Activate the sonic wave generator. The drones began emitting high-frequency sound waves with strong penetrating power. Action commenced. With a command from an officer at the military base, military drones began flying low, drawing out large numbers of zombies from the streets, residential buildings, and alleys. At school, Yu Kerson turned her beautiful eyes and continued. This time, with the military taking action, they should be able to deal a heavy blow to the zombies. Perhaps it could end the apocalypse. That would be wonderful. I really hope so. When that time comes, I can finally sleep soundly, no longer worrying about the slightest sound in the night. Guo Rui said excitedly. Qinlan smiled at her enthusiastic students. Clearly everyone was eager for the end of the apocalypse, and she felt the same. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. This apocalypse was far from as simple as they imagined. They had only encountered zombies on the first day of their escape. At that time, the school was filled with ordinary zombies. Their speed and strength were not particularly strong on the first day of the apocalypse. They were not much different from ordinary people. Even those with good athletic ability could survive fairly easily. But now it was different. Above ordinary zombies were the strength-type evolved zombies whose strength far exceeded that of normal humans, able to even halt small trucks. Then there were speed-type evolved zombies, incredibly fast, making it difficult for firearms to lock onto them. Above them were the terrifying tank-type evolved zombies with both strength and physique, and the sci-fi-like recovery-type evolved zombies. Buzz. The drones also arrived at Ningjiang 4th High School. However, there were not many zombies there. The few present had all run out from the gymnasium. Jiang Chen's gaze passed through the window. There seems to be someone over there. Although Jiang Chen did not see it with his own eyes, it was a reasonable deduction. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were many zombies in the school, and later on the third day Jiang Chen killed a few. Then came the fourth day, when the air raid siren blared so loudly that it would surely attract most of the zombies outside. Finally, today has arrived. The remaining zombies heard Jiang Chen's footsteps and rushed towards him. Then, wielding his flying sword, Jiang Chen began to mow them down, and they fell silent forever. It was hard to miss any, unless the zombies were surrounding other survivors, and had no time to come over to Jiang Chen to offer their heads. "I'll go check downstairs." Jiang Chen turned back to give a quick instruction to everyone. Then he opened the fourth-floor window and leaped down. The women were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, did he just jump down without any hesitation? They hurried to the window to look downstairs. Fortunately, the thing they were worried about did not happen. Jiang Chen landed safely on the ground, and then slowly walked towards the gymnasium. Goodness, he just jumped down without taking the elevator or the stairs. He Yuan exclaimed. By the way, can the abilities in novels really reach such levels? The physical fitness is exaggerated to this extent, and he also possesses spatial abilities, Guo Rui asked numbly. Could it be that this guy has been secretly cultivating without us knowing? Yu Kerson's beautiful eyes also sparkled with disbelief. Jiang Chen really is refreshing our understanding time and time again. Due to the earlier military drone, all the remaining zombies in the school had been drawn away, and now the school had become. Jiang Chen walked into the gymnasium. The gymnasium was quite large and clearly newly built. Is it common for high schools to have gymnasiums now? Why didn't I have one back then? Even the PE teachers often fell ill. He complained while surveying the interior of the gymnasium. The sports area was surprisingly spacious. Only a zombie with a missing lower body was roaring and crawling towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and ended its misery swiftly. Guess wrong. After looking around and finding no survivors, Jiang Chen shook his head in confusion and prepared. However, as he turned around, he discovered that there was a restroom in the gymnasium. Jiang Chen walked over and found a corpse dressed in a school uniform lying at the door. The death was tragic. The corpse had been gnawed on to the point of being unrecognizable, its face mangled beyond recognition, making it impossible to tell who the person was in life. Jiang Chen leaned in, took out his ordinary long sword, and seemed to find a student ID in the pocket of the uniform. He used the long sword to lift it and focused his gaze. Class 3, 4. Zhang Li. Jiang Chen felt the name was oddly familiar. Ha! Isn't this the sports committee member? He returned to the classroom building and informed everyone about Zhang Li's death. So according to your deduction, Zhang Li likely came out at around 7 or 8 this morning, and after continuously drinking water without eating, he was overwhelmed by the zombies and torn apart. Yu Kursin, after hearing Jiang Chen's description, quickly speculated. However, she furrowed her brows and questioned. The maximum time a person can survive on just water is 3 weeks. Why did he come out at this time? Logically speaking, someone who has survived this long wouldn't suddenly change their survival strategy. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. It might be because of the water supply being cut off. You wouldn't know unless you went out. The water was just cut off yesterday. He sighed and said, not only was there no food, but now there's also no water. He had no choice but to make one last gamble. Everyone fell silent. After all, although they already knew that many classmates had died and turned into zombies, experiencing a living case once again inevitably brought a sense of sorrow. If Zhang Li had waited half a day longer, the military drones would have arrived, the zombies would have been drawn away, and he could have been saved. Qin Lan sighed. Jiang Chen also felt that this sports committee member had really bad luck. Clearly he had survived until the 6th day. If he had just waited a few more hours, he wouldn't have needed the drones. He had arrived as well. Coincidentally, it wasn't just Zhang Li who was so unfortunate. In the Tsuehuuin community of Jiang'an district, a middle-aged zombie dressed in a suit was wandering around the neighborhood with a photo of his daughter in his pocket. Clearly, if he had waited a little longer, he could have awaited the military's action. Buzz. Countless drones were attracting the zombies. Crack. Bang. Some zombies broke the glass and fell from the upper floors, but they quickly got back up, limping and continuing to chase the drones in the sky. Military drones had undergone special modifications, making them much faster than civilian ones. It was impossible for ordinary zombies to catch up. Of course, not all zombies were ordinary. The zombie tide formed again, this time even surpassing the one that triggered the zombies flooded the streets like a tide. Ningjiang City is an ordinary prefecture-level city with a population of millions. With 99 turned into zombies, one can imagine the sheer number. The drones flew towards the pre-planned open area. There it was also the target point for the missiles about to hit. Crackle. A drone was caught in the air by a speed-evolved zombie. Instantly, it emitted a sound indicating it was scrapped. Fortunately, most of the drones successfully completed their tasks. In the underground base, the officer stared at the many screens before him, which were images transmitted by the drones. Countless zombies crowded together, raising their hands, trying to reach the drones in the sky. Among the horde, there were also mutated zombies. For instance, the zombie they named Titan a few days ago was not just one. Standing there at 4 to 5 meters tall, it stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. It was easily recognizable. Where did that incredibly terrifying meatball fusion zombie go? The officer frowned and muttered to himself. Why haven't I seen its figure today? It shouldn't be absent, logically speaking. This thing is at least 2 or 3 stories high, far more conspicuous than the Titan zombies. Report the intersection of Jianxi Road and Cross Street in Jiangnan District is ready. Report Ningjiang University Playground is ready. Report. Ready. The officer's subordinates had already deployed the missiles and attracted the zombies to the designated location. In that case, we won't wait any longer. The officer's gaze hardened, revealing a hint of anger and killing intent. Fire. Several missiles roared from the military base heading towards Ningjiang City. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. This was nearly the pinnacle of modern weaponry, or rather conventional military power. Beyond that, there are nuclear weapons. However, in this global random mutation scenario where zombies are rampant, nuclear weapons are equally difficult to deploy. Because zombies are everywhere, they are virtually impossible to eradicate, and collateral damage to innocent lives is easily incurred. Most importantly, there is also the secondary disaster of nuclear radiation. Missiles trailed thick smoke as they roared from the distant horizon. They approached their target. The air began to tremble and the ground seemed to vibrate as well. Boom! In a fraction of a second, the missile accurately struck the horde of zombies. The explosion was deafening and a massive fireball soared into the sky, enveloping the desolate green of the sky in smoke and flames. It stained the sky with a hint of red. The shockwave surged, instantly spreading outward in all directions. Mixed with high temperature flames, it obliterated everything in its path. At the very center of the missile explosion, countless zombies were instantaneously vaporized by the scorching heat of several thousand degrees. Not only ordinary zombies, but even the evolved types such as the strength and speed variants could not withstand it. They were reduced to mere charred remains. As for the tank-type evolved zombies, their physicality was slightly stronger. They managed to endure for a few more seconds. However, even though they withstood the missile's initial wave of damage, they were left with just a breath. Soon they were consumed by the secondary damage brought on by the missile. Flames which devoured them whole as the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Where the zombie horde once stood, not a single one remained upright. Fantastic! Did it succeed? Mission accomplished. The zombies are all dead. In the military base, many soldiers were glued to the drone screen. The crowd was somewhat excited. Because of the zombies, they had lost too many comrades and brothers. They couldn't even contact their families. They didn't know if their loved ones were still alive. Only a few drones remained saved for observing the results. Those meant to attract zombies had long since vaporized along with the horde. It seems there are no zombies left alive. The officer, after reviewing several screens, couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the military folding chair behind him. He hadn't had a good sleep in a long time. He had been working at a high intensity. As soon as he closed his eyes, a deep-seated fatigue hit him, urging his body to rest. But he couldn't sleep. He was a soldier, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. Now it was over. After this bombing concluded, they could dispatch the remaining troops to gradually clear out the zombies and rescue the civilians. As he was thinking this, suddenly, "Sir, it seems there's still a situation." Did that meatball zombie?" The officer quickly stood up, even feeling a bit lightheaded from standing too fast. "No, we've never seen that fusion-type zombie before." The soldier reporting the situation said nervously, "At the center of the missile explosion, there is a zombie. It seems to still be alive. Zoom in." Yes. As the soldier zoomed in, a zombie lying in the fire pit appeared before everyone's eyes. It stood about 4 meters tall, resembling the Titan zombie, but was leaner. The main difference was its skin color. The Titan zombie had a grayish-blue hue, while this one appeared almost skinless with shocking red muscles all over. Moreover, perhaps due to the flames scorching at its shoulders, were also red-streaked like the flesh of a red grapefruit. And this red was actually glowing. It flickered like it was breathing. "It's not dead." In the gaze of everyone, the wound inflicted by the missile started to slowly heal, though not as exaggerated as that on the ball-type evolved zombies. But it was still visibly rapid. How could this happen? What kind of zombie is this? Everyone was momentarily confused. In this apocalypse, various types of zombies had emerged, constantly evolving. And now a being that could withstand missiles had appeared. Suddenly, crack! The footage provided by the drone went black, and the soldiers anxiously tried to reconnect, only to find it remained offline. Until they slowed down the previous footage, they finally saw that the zombie had jumped dozens of meters high, smashing the drone. Silence, deathly silence. This zombie was not only terrifying in defense, its speed and strength were equally. At school, Jiang Chen and the girls also heard the sound of the missile explosion. In the distance, flames soared into the sky. Even from the faraway school, a gust of wind could be felt. Did it succeed? Are we saved? The girls were somewhat hopeful. If all goes well, it should be an unexpected turn of events. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and responded. With his eyesight, he could clearly see a red figure jumping up and directly blasting the drone. Since there were still zombies moving about so energetically, the operation plan must have failed. How could this be? Can't hot weapons kill these zombies? Jiang Chen shook his head. The zombies are evolving. There might even be those capable of withstanding missiles. The zombie versions are too formidable, ordinary players can't manage at all. Well then, the group was somewhat disappointed, as they truly wished for the apocalypse to end. They weren't like Jiang Chen, who had a large soft bed at home. Sleeping in the classroom felt uncomfortable. They even felt a bit cold over the past 2 nights. Isn't the outside world a bit too dangerous? Jiang Chen shook his head. For him, it was all quite similar. It usually came down to a single sword strike. If one sword wouldn't do, then 2 would. In fact, the vast majority of zombies were quite ordinary even on the 6th day of the apocalypse. Zombies had gained some evolution to a greater or lesser degree. Ordinary zombies and those that had evolved still had a distinct gap. For example, the strength-type and speed-type evolved zombies could easily defeat over 10 ordinary zombies. However, they were outnumbered. Even if evolved zombies were only 1 in 1,000, that still amounted to thousands in the entire city. There might be dozens of tank zombies. As for the level of the corpse ball type, there were probably also a few. Well, it's still not bad. After all, many zombies were cleared this time, and the danger level of the apocalypse isn't as high now. As long as we don't encounter those that can withstand missiles, the outside is actually less dangerous than before. I see. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, no one questioned him. Although they had only known each other for a short time, the girls still trusted Jiang Chen quite a bit. Although his way of thinking was sometimes strange, he had saved their lives and was immensely powerful. Given the circumstances, let's eat first. The group began to eat. Jiang Chen was surprised to find that they hadn't had self-heating hot pot at all for the past few days. They had been munching on biscuits almost all the time. It seemed they were saving the good food for last, hoping for something better. After finishing their meal, the group sat together and began to chat. They talked about Rich Girl Yu Kurson's childhood, then moved on to Jiang Chen's role-playing, and even discussed why Qinlan wanted to be. Gradually, the group began to feel sleepy. On the other side, the military was still making its last efforts. After the missile bombing, the number of zombies had significantly dwindled. Only a few speed-type evolved zombies managed to avoid death by sensing the danger. The remaining ordinary zombies were actually no match for the organized military. But now what the group was worried about was not the zombies they had encountered before. Rather, it was the zombie standing before them, over 4 meters tall, entirely blood-red with muscles covered in thick snake-like veins. It stood in front of the military. Though it did not attack, it still exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. This zombie, provisionally designated Tyrant, possesses extraordinary strength, speed, and resilience. The officer's voice crackled over the soldier's comms channel. More alarmingly, the Tyrant appears to exhibit rudimentary cognition. Proceed now with the prearranged saturation fire protocol. Seal all potential escape routes, completely and without exception. Upon hearing their superiors' command, the helmeted soldiers standing at the front line could not suppress the tension tightening their features. The Tyrant seemed to sense their presence, but dismissed it utterly. With deliberate contempt, it raised a single hand in mockery. Open fire! Seeing the moment arrive, the officer seized it without hesitation and issued the order. A torrent of bullets erupted. A heavy artillery roared with deafening fury. Bullets rained down like monsoon hail. Yet the Tyrant did not flinch. These light-caliber weapons failed even to pierce its hide, let alone force it back a step. Undeterred by the storm of lead, it advanced. Step by deliberate step. Calm, unhurried, inevitable. Boom! The tank's main gun fired, striking the Tyrant dead center. But as the smoke cleared, the soldiers stared in disbelief. The creature had retreated only a single pace, its body bearing little more than superficial lacerations. A crimson organ on its shoulder pulsed faintly with eerie luminescence. Then, before their eyes, its wounds sealed flesh knitting whole once more. It resumed its advance. Whoosh! 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 Armed helicopters circled overhead, releasing massive ordnance. Kaboom! Explosions bloomed. Blinding fire, churning dust and thick, acrid smoke. Simultaneously, another main gun round screamed through the air, striking the Tyrant square in the skull. Thud! Under such overwhelming bombardment, the beast finally collapsed. Did it work? Seeing the grotesque gashes marring the Tyrant's form, the soldier's spirits surged, only for elation to vanish as swiftly as it came. The creature rose again. Crimson light flickered across its shoulder as fresh wounds slowly knitted closed. Again. Our last barrage had effect. The officer's voice echoed steadily in their ears. Yes, sir. A second wave of saturation fire followed. Yet this time the results were disheartening. The creature did not fall, barely staggering under the assault. Is it growing stronger in combat? After repeated attempts, even the seasoned soldiers sensed something deeply wrong. The Tyrant stood motionless beneath artillery barrages, as if utterly impervious. What manner of monster is this? Indeed, this mutated horror lived up to its name, Tyrant. Sovereign among the undead, its might and invulnerability shattering all human comprehension. It refused even to evade, though its speed was blinding. An arrogant, unstoppable force, against which resistance seemed futile. Humanity, once perched atop the food chain, now crouched trembling beneath its throne. Step by slow, inexorable step, the Tyrant advanced. Slow. Yet each footfall resonated like the tolling of doom. Any mortal confronting such inevitability would surely tremble uncontrollably. Even soldiers felt fear, but not one retreated. In that instant, discipline triumphed over instinct. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. He observed the women sleeping soundly beside him, utterly unguarded. Especially Qinlan, who, lulled by the warmth of noon sunlight, had loosened the top button of her blouse in slumber, revealing a sliver of porcelain skin. A glance was respect. Prolonged observation remained steadfastly respect. Someone stirred. Jiang Chen averted his gaze, pondering his afternoon plans. 6 days had passed since his arrival in this world. Strangely, he felt no trace of apocalyptic dread. Was he perhaps misreading reality? Perhaps. After all, his routine consisted almost entirely of eating, napping, and repeating. Life here was astonishingly comfortable. Far more pleasurable than his former existence. Yet joy, alas, is ever fleeting. A truth I grasped early when my father was still a young man himself. System points 310. Shall I venture out this afternoon to search for survivors? Jiang Chen considered it viable. He'd merely relocated his nap earlier that day. He'd even enjoyed Hotpot while humming old student-era songs. A little afternoon exercise sounded ideal. Rising, he prepared to depart. Where are you off to? Yukerson had awakened too. She leaned close, whispering softly into his ear, her hair brushing gently against his neck, sending a faint shiver down his spine. I opened shop today. I'm heading out to find customers. Jiang Chen answered honestly. Huh. Yukerson exhaled softly, like a timid rabbit, and murmured, we can perform talents too. I know several songs. You won't leave and never return, will you? I'll come back tonight. Just wait for me. Okay. She nodded obediently and withdrew. At the school gate, Jiang Chen mused. Why does Yukerson still smell so fragrant despite days without bathing? Could natural body scent truly exist? Her aroma still lingered faintly at his nostrils. Delicate as orchids blooming in a secluded valley, subtle and exquisite. He hadn't expected the usually aloof academic prodigy to possess such quiet charm. Perhaps it was the drowsy softness of waking. She seemed unusually docile. Jiang Chen held a card titled Common Mount between two fingers, contemplating whether to materialize a sports car. It would certainly turn heads, but its roar would betray his position. Survivors who'd endured thus far knew well zombies possessed acute hearing. Loud noise meant lethal danger. Forget it. A bicycle will do. Instantly a sleek mountain bike appeared before him. Jet black carbon fiber framed, lightweight. Yet for Jiang Chen's current strength, even lifting a sports car posed no. He pedaled leisurely down the street. Zombies had thinned markedly. Apparently military drone tactics, yet no traces of survivors remained. Suddenly a thought flickered in Jiang Chen's mind. Didn't someone once mention a stunning girl living in the alley beside the school? Jiang Chen turned back, looking around the school. There are not many places that can be called alleys. There is one that he has walked past before. However, this morning, due to the smart driving of the sports car, he couldn't go into the alley, so he didn't pass by here. On the fourth day, also known as the Liar's Day, he walked in the rain holding an umbrella, trying to find someone to lie to, but found no one. He also considered whether to go to the alley mentioned by the tattooed man, but at that moment he was approaching with a pink umbrella through the heavy rain. That image was somewhat perverse. Moreover, since it was quite a distance from the school, he wandered aimlessly. He encountered a middle-aged man carrying luggage and a young mother holding a child. Not far away on the second floor of the alley, Xue Qingqiu was standing behind the curtain staring intently at Jiang Chen. That young man actually came back again. What is he here for this time? Jiang Chen hadn't looked up before, so he naturally didn't notice anyone. Now, with his deliberate search, he could see someone on the second floor of the opposite alley at a glance. It was a woman. She is indeed quite beautiful. Jiang Chen was somewhat dazzled. Unlike Yukerson, her icy demeanor kept people at arm's length, because she had been strictly restrained by her family since childhood. However, her face could be classified as that of a first love, standing in a school uniform in the memories of the past. In contrast, this girl's appearance exuded a cold elegance. Her eyes seemed like melted snow, feeling cool and refreshing. Jiang Chen waved, signaling friendliness. Xue Qingqiu was startled and quickly pulled the curtain shut. Her heart raced. What should I do? Will he come up and forcefully take me away? She had seen this young man cut down zombies with a single blow, decisively and cleanly. She felt that even her home security door might not be able to withstand him. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement. Only then did Xue Qingqiu dare to open the curtain again, discovering that the young man had already ridden his bicycle far away. Who exactly is he? Xue Qingqiu had seen that young man 3 times in total. Twice during the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Once he was in a school uniform cutting down zombies, and once he was riding a bicycle wandering the streets. And once was now. This young man was too mysterious. Sigh. She sighed, reflecting on the bits and pieces of these days. At the beginning, she really wanted to find a survivor group. At that time, she didn't even draw the curtains, waving at any survivor she saw. Then she saw a group of villains from a bus where women were reduced to playthings, their faces devoid of any expression. Since then, she became extremely vigilant. Xue Qingqiu clearly knew how much of a temptation her beauty was to men. However, after the 4th day, very few survivors passed by her house. It seemed that they had all perished. Even that terrifyingly strong young man did not come by again. Gradually, her thoughts began to change. She even sometimes wondered if she had stopped that young man back then, where would she be now, living what kind of life? However, today this young man appeared again. Yet she did not take the risk. It was because on this very day the military announced their bombing plans via helicopter. The results were quite significant. Most of the zombies near her home had been lured away by drones. Furthermore, she had previously heard the sound of a massive explosion coming from afar. Surely the military must have successfully completed the operation. Perhaps soon she would be rescued. Naturally, there was no need to gamble on the possibility that this young man was a good person. However, suddenly a broadcast sounded. Survivors, we have some heavy news to share. Our operation has failed. All survivors should remain vigilant, prepare supplies, and await military rescue. Repeating, survivors, we have some heavy news to share. Xue Qingqiu was stunned. She had just decided not to gamble on whether that young man was a good person, and the result was the military had actually failed. Logically speaking, those zombies are also flesh and blood. Could it be that there are some that can withstand artillery shells? She felt a bit numb. What on earth happened in the outside world? On the other side, Jiang Chen was riding his bicycle down the street. He also heard the helicopter's broadcast and secretly thought to himself as expected. He had previously seen a zombie still alive jumping high, and he knew that the military's operation was probably doomed. Now this news indeed confirmed it. However, this had little to do with him. He would be leaving the day after tomorrow. He had no intent of saving the world. If he encountered any injustices, he would simply resolve them. If he didn't encounter any, then so be it. Jiang Chen wanted to enjoy his life for these next 2 days. He walked into a furniture store preparing to score a few beds for free. He decided that tonight he would stay at school and the top priority was the bed. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had not gone home to sleep, which gave him a strangely novel feeling. In a military helicopter, a soldier was broadcasting information to the survivors, tears welling up in his eyes. The military in Ningjiang City had very few personnel left. The tyrant was too terrifying in terms of defense. Artillery shells left no marks on its body. In terms of strength, it could easily lift a tank and even tear apart the driver's cabin. In the end, it was the superior officers, that is the commander, who continuously ordered everyone to retreat. Only a few soldiers survived. However, that commander died at the hands of zombies. He could finally rest well. Only by confronting the tyrant could one feel that incredible sense of oppression. It was overwhelmingly tyrannical and powerful. In the face of it, it seemed that submission was the only option. This soldier found it hard to imagine how to deal with the tyrant and save this world. Or rather, what exactly is the weakness of the tyrant? Suddenly, bang! The helicopter exploded instantly. Flames and thick smoke erupted, plummeting towards the city. A huge blood-red figure fell from the sky, landing on the rooftop of a tall building. Clearly, because the helicopter flew too low, it was struck down by the tyrant using the high-rise as a springboard. Standing over 4 meters tall, its entire body was muscular and blood-red with 2 reddish organs on its shoulders. It was laughing. This zombie seemed to have developed its own emotions. It was laughing at having just pounced on the helicopter. Suddenly, it seemed to notice something, lowering its head to look at the area below the tall building. Jiang Chen was buying things. Considering that each single item or a box counted as 1 card, he directly stocked up on a box of toiletries. He also got some towels and basins. Staying outside, one naturally had to pay attention to hygiene. With this, I have quite a few beds and blankets, and all the toiletries are ready. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Should I buy some playing cards? It seems there's quite a bit to do for fun at night. Just as he was about to exit the store, he encountered a zombie falling from the sky. The zombie descended from the sky, landing on the ground in a half-squat position, stirring up dust. It then slowly stood upright and looked at the boy in casual clothes before it. To its surprise, this frail life form did not flee and showed no signs of panic on its face. This was entirely different from the survivors it had casually slaughtered before. Jiang Chen looked at the giant zombie before him, which was devoid of skin and had crimson muscles, and casually remarked, "Goodness." It even cosplayed as a titan. Although its height was somewhat inaccurate, the tyrant couldn't quite understand what the boy was saying, but it still felt somewhat offended. It straightened its body, its broad back blocking the sunlight, while the organs on its shoulders, resembling red grapefruit flesh, were slowly flickering. The surrounding temperature seemed to be gradually rising. Jiang Chen cast an observing glance. Type evolving: zombie, strength 48, very strong, speed 35, very strong, constitution 48, very strong, has evolved 9 times, reaching the current stage limit. Oh, a new variety. Jiang Chen looked at the zombie with great interest. He initially thought this zombie might be a variant of the tank type evolving zombie, but it turned out to be a brand new version. Compared to the corpse ball zombies, this zombie had more balanced attributes. However, even with the extraordinary rating of the corpse ball, Jiang Chen could kill it with a single punch, so he naturally wouldn't take this new zombie seriously. The tyrant lowered its head, feeling puzzled. This weak life form still hadn't run away and wasn't trembling under its terrifying pressure. In fact, the boy's eyes even revealed a look of interest. The tyrant felt disrespected by the figure before it. It took a step forward, preparing not to kill this boy immediately, but to torment him first. It wanted him to truly understand what pain and fear were. Are you going to make a move? Then you can't blame me for acting in self-defense. Jiang Chen yawned, extending his hand, and a long sword appeared in his grasp. The tyrant was momentarily stunned. He hadn't seen where Jiang Chen had pulled the sword from, but he didn't regard this weapon as a threat at all. These weak life forms with their strongest firearms couldn't even breach his defenses. How could this sword possibly injure him? Roar! The tyrant let out an excited roar and began to charge forward. The ground trembled beneath it. It could hardly wait to torment this disrespectful individual. Swish! The long sword sliced through the air, making an imperceptible sound. In the next moment, the once dominant tyrant found its upper and lower halves separated. Due to inertia, its upper body even moved a distance further right in front of Jiang Chen. Isn't this better? You zombies have evolved so much, yet I still prefer not to look up when I speak. The tyrant, with a constitution as high as 48 points, still had a final breath left. Of course, that was also because Jiang Chen had swung the sword horizontally. The tyrant was stunned. A human-like expression appeared on its face. Confusion, doubt, and helplessness. What was happening? Who am I? Where am I? Is this right? Previously, dealing with those human armies was so simple, wasn't it? I pushed through, effortlessly invincible. What is happening now? To be slain by a single sword. Sigh, I wonder what kind of zombie caused the army's defeat. It probably has some kind of unfathomable trait just like that corpse ball. Jiang Chen sighed as he looked at the evolving zombie he had just dispatched with a single sword. Roar. The tyrant let out a low growl as if trying to say something. I wonder where that zombie is now. Roar, roar. The tyrant growled twice, interrupting Jiang Chen's music. Stop roaring, your vitality is surprisingly resilient. However, I'm a bit pressed for time. Any words you have saved them for the next life. With that, the sword light flashed. The head of the evolving zombie was split in two, clearly dead beyond any doubt. The tyrant had endured missiles at the start, growing stronger in battle and rampaging, even being considered a monarch among zombies. Surprisingly, it died so hastily. Jiang Chen could never have imagined that this zombie which he easily killed was actually the root cause of the army's defeat. He withdrew the ordinary long sword and prepared to leave. Something seems off. Jiang Chen looked at the ordinary long sword card in his hand. Ordinary long sword 1 green quality. This equipment can pretend to be a hero description, a fine sword from the village. Equip. Yes, no. I remember this long sword was of white quality, wasn't it? What suddenly turned it green? Jiang Chen quietly recalled. Moreover, this long sword had already been enhanced 99 times. How did it revert to 1? Could it be that items can continue to strengthen after reaching the limit of 99 times, only needing something to break this limitation? Jiang Chen turned back to look at the dead evolving zombie, feeling that one should not judge a book by its cover. Although its strength was average, the zombie crystal core was quite useful. Unlike the army, they used all sorts of weapons yet struggled to breach the tyrant's defenses. Facing the tyrant, they felt utterly helpless. They even expressed despairing questions about what the tyrant's weakness truly was. For Jiang Chen, the tyrant's weakness was probably that its strength wasn't very prominent. Growing stronger through battle. Sorry, the fight ended in a second. How could it grow stronger? Jiang Chen leisurely rode his bicycle. He still did not know what the ability of the traitor was today. However, Jiang Chen never troubled himself. After all, once this day passed, the ability would only weaken, not disappear. He would find out sooner or later. So suddenly Jiang Chen heard someone seemingly calling him. He turned around. It was the girl who survived on the second floor of the alley. She pulled open the curtain and opened the window, waving at him. Jiang Chen felt excited. A customer. Hello. Unlike Shui Kinkia's cold appearance, her voice was gentle and soft, making it hard for anyone to feel animosity. Jiang Chen did not lower his voice, but spoke at a normal volume. Hearing Jiang Chen speak so loudly, Shui Qingqiu quickly looked around and found no zombies approaching. She hurriedly patted her chest to calm down. My name is Shui Qingqiu. May I ask what you are doing? I am Jiang Chen, just call me Jiang Chen. I am looking for customers. What customers? I just opened today. Have you heard of the mysterious shop of Quisancti? She shook her head, indicating she had not heard of it. Simply put, everything I sell is obtained for free. Food, drinks, fun stuff, I have it all. Jiang Chen's gaze was clear and his face was sincere. You only need to exchange something you consider valuable with me. Shui Qingqiu was utterly confused. There were too many points that made her unsure of where to start. Was there any difference between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen? And in this apocalypse? Looking for customers. What customers? I just opened today. Have you heard of the mysterious shop of Quisancti? She shook her head, indicating she had not heard of it. Simply put, everything I sell is obtained for free. Food, drinks, fun stuff, I have it all. Jiang Chen's gaze was clear and his face was sincere. You only need to exchange something you consider valuable with me. Shui Qingqiu was utterly confused. There were too many points that made her unsure of where to start. Was there any difference between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen? And in this apocalypse? Looking for customers. Can I follow you, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen scratched his head, pondered for a moment and said, well, that's possible, but it will cost extra. I'm not that easygoing. If someone wants my body, that requires more payment. Shui Qingqiu, she hurriedly waved her hands, her face turning red, and anxiously said, no, I didn't mean that. I just want to follow you, not that I want your body. Oh, you should have said that sooner. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. He hadn't been in this world long, but he could indeed take Shui Qingqiu to Qinlan. It might not be appropriate for you to follow me. I need to leave quickly. However, there are teachers and classmates at my school and you can live with them. Can I? Shui Qingqiu replied softly. I also need you to pay me a reward, something you find valuable. That's also fine. Then please move aside. Although Shui Qingqiu did not understand what the boy meant, she obediently stepped aside. Jiang Chen estimated his strength. With a light leap, he jumped into Shui Kinkia's room. Ah! Shui Qingqiu was startled, and she was even more relieved about her previous choice. This boy should not be bad. Otherwise, with such strength, it would be possible for him to force her. However, if such a thing really happened, she would probably choose to end her own life. Jiang Chen looked around Shui Kinkia's room. This was his first time entering a girl's boudoir. The overall style was pink, somewhat messy, but it felt quite warm. In the room, there were several buckets of water, a guzheng, and many ancient-style cosplay outfits. Do you have anything you want to bring? Xue Qingqiu nodded and picked up a backpack from the bed. Inside were some daily necessities such as food and She had prepared it long ago thinking the army would come to rescue her, so she started packing. Xue Qingqiu glanced at the ancient-style cosplay outfits scattered on the bed, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. However, this was a special time. Even if she liked them, she could only abandon them. Jiang Chen noticed Xue Qingqiu's gaze and calmly asked, "Are you taking the bed?" "Ah." Xue Qingqiu was momentarily stunned. Did she hear wrong? Who would rescue someone and take the bed? "No, I don't think so." A forced smile appeared on her face. "That thing is hard to move." She suspected she had boarded a pirate ship. This boy seemed to have some issues. "Hey, just a casual thing." Jiang Chen began to card the bed. Soon, just a few seconds later, a soft pink bed disappeared along with those clothes all transformed into a card. Xue Qingqiu was dumbfounded, even questioning her life. Is this scientific? Is it not him that has a problem but me? Is there anything else you want to bring? Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Xue Qingqiu finally came to her senses. "Oh, right, I can cook. Should I bring some cooking utensils?" she asked carefully. Jiang Chen became excited. Although instant food products were good nothing compared to home-cooked meals. He wanted to eat soup dumplings, mixed noodles, steamed dumplings, huangmen chicken, and pig knuckle rice. "Sure, you make me a meal, and that will be my reward for taking you away." Okay. There were quite a few items, various seasonings, oyster sauce light and dark soy sauce, and various pots. The last was a portable stove which was essential for cooking. Otherwise, there would be no water or electricity. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's carding ability was very convenient. He just placed these items into a box, and it turned into a box of kitchen supplies. Then Jiang Chen took Xue Qingqiu out. Looking at the street outside, Xue Qingqiu felt somewhat afraid. "Don't be afraid, I am here." Jiang Chen's words were calm, but they gave her great courage. She closely followed Jiang Chen, carefully observing her surroundings. When a zombie suddenly rushed over, she did not scream but tightly covered her mouth. It had been 6 days since the apocalypse began. As long as one was not foolish, they knew that calling for help would not only be useless but could also get them killed. To Xue Qingqiu's surprise, when those zombies approached to about 20 meters, they split in half and fell to the ground. "Hello, everyone." Xue Qingqiu was initially a bit nervous, but upon seeing that the classroom was filled entirely with girls, she felt a sense of relief. After all, if it were truly a band of evildoers, the gender ratio wouldn't be like this. "Welcome to the school." Qinlan believed in Jiang Chen's judgment. Although his behavior could be strange at times, he would certainly not bring any bad people. After chatting with the other girls, Xue Qingqiu felt a sense of camaraderie. After all, they were all girls and in such a dangerous apocalypse. During the conversation, they learned that Xue Qingqiu had previously been a traditional culture blogger, and by doing some cosplay and taking on video advertisements, she could cover her daily expenses. She was essentially a freelancer. When they heard Xue Qingqiu mention that outside women were treated as playthings to vent frustrations upon, they all felt a sense of fear. Fortunately, they had met Jiang Chen. Although his role-playing could be a bit odd at times, he was much better than the bad people. The girls looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude, only to find him standing in the classroom surveying something. "What are you doing?" Yu Kurson got up and walked over to Jiang Chen. "I was wondering how to arrange the bed properly." "Bed?" Yu Kurson momentarily couldn't comprehend Jiang Chen's words. "What bed?" Jiang Chen tossed out a card, and the card manifested in midair. A bed that looked quite out of place suddenly appeared. This bed. Aside from Xue Qingqiu, the other girls stood up in shock. How could they be chatting over here while a bed appeared over? "Isn't that a bit exaggerated? You Blackheart shopkeeper, you even sell beds." Yu Kurson felt her worldview being shattered once again by Jiang Chen. "How can we sleep without a bed?" While speaking, Jiang Chen pushed aside the classroom desks and chairs. In the middle of the classroom, he neatly arranged 6 beds. The 6 beds were arranged in 3 columns, 2 facing each other. They stretched from the classroom to the wall. Everyone became restless. During this time, although they had been trying to fill the mattress made from the school flag, there weren't many soft things in the classroom. Sitting on it was fine, but once they lay down at night, they would feel a bit cold. Moreover, waking up after a sleep would leave them sore all over. Too hard. "What is the price of this bed?" Yu Kurson swallowed hard. Jiang Chen glanced at the girls. They were all looking at him as well. Even He Yuan, who often glanced at the bed, did not lie down directly. Everyone respected his role, acknowledging that today he was a trader, the owner of a Blackheart shop. They respected his rules of the game. No matter how unreasonable or strange these rules might be. After all, the beds belonged to Jiang Chen, and only with his consent could they be used, not through moral coercion. For instance, there were no voices saying, "I'm so tired, you don't need it anyway, can't I just lie down for a bit?" Everyone was very self-aware, waiting for Jiang Chen to announce his rules. Though Jiang Chen didn't care. "I really like sleeping and hate being prevented from lying on a bed, so today's beds at the shop are free." "Yay! Long live Jiang Chen." Thank you, Jiang Chen." After finishing this sentence, Jiang Chen found a bed in the lower left corner by the window and lay down. In the back row by the window, the home of the king. Seeing Jiang Chen lying down, the girls couldn't wait to pounce onto the beds, feeling the softness of the blankets and pillows. Some even let out comfortable murmurs. It was so delightful knowing that Qianlan and the others had previously spent the night in class feeling anxious, and with too thin a mattress they couldn't sleep well. As a trader, you completed a transaction with yourself using items you could easily acquire to exchange for your own happiness system points 50. What is this? It's hard to buy your joy. Jiang Chen was astonished. There was such a gameplay. It made sense. Trading didn't necessarily mean selling something. One could also buy for oneself, and willingly paying was also a transaction. He turned around and looked at the girls. He found Yu Kursen opposite him and Qianlan beside her, while Xue Qingqiu was diagonally opposite. He Yuan and Guorue chose positions against the wall. Qianlan stretched, showcasing her beautiful figure. Yu Kursen was snuggled under the blanket, seemingly fiddling with something. This feeling was quite unique. Apocalypse campus, several girls, and beds. It felt almost like living in a Doomsday-themed school hotel. Everyone turned to find Xue Qingqiu speaking. Should we make dinner? This is the reward I promised Jiang Chen. She wasn't really that tired. Although she often stood behind the curtain to peek outside, she still had a bed to sleep on at home. And the surprising thing was that it was this large pink bed beneath her. Upon hearing Xue Qingqiu's words, Jiang Chen waved his hand and several cards flew out. Those were Xue Qingqiu's kitchen supplies along with some ingredients that Jiang Chen had procured earlier. Seeing Xue Qingqiu starting to cook, Qianlan quickly got up to help her. Although she usually ordered takeout, she could cook. However, after class, she was already quite exhausted. Plus, cooking alone could be a bit troublesome, so she often ordered takeout. Xue Qingqiu and Qianlan were cooking. Yu Kursen, Guorue, and He Yuan exchanged glances. Clearly, the three of them couldn't cook. Jiang Chen, you said someone didn't let you lie on the bed before. Yu Kursen sat on the bed looking at Jiang Chen, puzzled as she asked. Yes, back then I was so tired I had to work overtime during the day and sleep at night, leaving no time for entertainment. To have a bit of fun, I had to cut down on sleep. Yu Kursen was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such experiences. And then, I ended up staying up late watching videos every night, and during the day I went to work feeling sleepy. Yu Kursen looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of pity. She never thought that someone who seemed so strong and always calmly made witty remarks would have such experiences. I think I really have depression. I smile every day, but inside I'm in immense pain. So can I take a look at your legs? Yu Kursen, okay, I was so worried about you before. Is this how you play? Kids dinner? With Qianlan's voice, Jiang Chen dashed to the other side of the classroom. Yu Kursen shook her head and slowly walked over. The meal was lavish: pan-seared steak, roasted chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomato, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and even a dish of beef stew with potatoes. There were also 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot nearby. The steam from the food made it look appetizing. Even Jiang Chen felt a bit tempted. His cooking skills were average, and he was too lazy to cook, having not enjoyed such delicious meals in a long time. As for Qianlan and Yu Kursen, they didn't need to say much. They had truly gone hungry before. In an instant, everyone focused on their meals, and no one even spoke. The sun set. The night fell as expected, and everyone sat on the ground full and satisfied. Unlike the previous simple mat, Jiang Chen directly threw out a large carpet. With dark clouds covering the moon and the power already out, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. Fortunately, Qianlan lit many candles. The flickering candlelight made the classroom less dim. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Chen and Xue Qingqiu's presence that there was more hope for the future. The group talked about various things, from funny stories before the apocalypse to lost loved ones, sharing their sorrows and comforting each other. The classroom had an atmosphere reminiscent of candlelit night conversations. Jiang Chen didn't speak much but kept watching the girls. Yu Kursen seemed to sense Jiang Chen's gaze. What's wrong? The flickering candlelight cast an orange glow on Yu Kursen's stunning face. It's nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head. By the way, do you know how Chu Siyue is doing now? Yu Kursen suddenly remembered that Jiang Chen's family seemed to be quite close to Chu Siyue's family. He is so strong, or perhaps he would know about her best friend's current situation. Chu Siyue. She should be doing quite well, after all, she is my customer. Oh then. Before Yu Kursen could finish her sentence, the dark clouds slowly parted, and the moonlight gradually poured into the classroom. The classroom instantly brightened. Putting out the candles, the girls gathered by the window, gazing at the moon outside. For a moment, Jiang Chen found himself squeezed in among the girls, surrounded by their chatter. Since they were all girls, their bodies were soft and warm, leaning against Jiang Chen. He found it quite pleasant. It seemed like ages since he had been this close to so many girls, reminiscent of playing house as a child. What a bright moon. Yeah, I didn't notice it before when the apocalypse hadn't come. Maybe it was because the pollution in the city was too severe back then, with smog obscuring the moon. Jiang Chen also looked out the window. A full moon hung high, illuminating the rivers and mountains. He turned back to the girls, all bathed in moonlight, especially Xue Qingqiu. Her cold appearance combined with a pair of autumn water-like eyes, reflecting the moonlight, made her look like a celestial being. However, she wasn't wearing ancient-style cosplay attire, which diminished some of her ethereal quality. The moonlight is so bright. It seemed that Yu Kursen noticed Jiang Chen gazing at Xue Qingqiu and suddenly spoke up. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and said, "It is quite bright. Have you ever seen a rural night? Many years ago it was just like this night when I walked in the countryside. You have such an experience." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of nostalgia as he continued. "Back then I was tomb raiding, it didn't get dark, which was quite uncomfortable." The others were puzzled. "Is this right?" Only He Yuan believed it. She eagerly asked, "Brother Chun, did you encounter those legendary traps while tomb raiding?" Jiang Chen paused for a moment and replied, "I have encountered them." "What kind of traps?" "The police traps." "Are you out of your mind?" The crowd fell silent, unsure of what to say. It was Yu Kursen who broke the silence. "How long have you been in this state? Have you seen a doctor?" "What did the doctor say?" "A knife-wielding expert." "It feels like this joke was made when I was a child." Yu Kursen said, slightly speechless. She straightened her expression and asked, "Have you noticed that the sun is green during the day, while the moon is still silvery white like before the apocalypse?" What do you mean? The moon has always been like this, hasn't it?" "Right, it's just that the sun has turned green. Isn't that a good thing?" Xue Qingqiu looked a bit confused. "Isn't it normal for the moon to shine like this?" Yu Kursen rubbed her forehead and continued to explain. "A fun fact, the moon exhausted all its energy around 2 billion years ago, leaving only a shell rotating. In other words, the moon doesn't emit light by itself." After hearing Yu Kursen's explanation, the girls seemed to realize something was off. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "No wonder it is so white. It turns out it has been gone for a while." The girls. "What kind of magical reasoning is this? Is this person normal?" The crowd fell silent again. "Kursen, you mean that the light the moon emits comes from the sun reflecting off it, right?" Qin Lan thought for a moment. Although she was a language teacher, her cultural background wasn't lacking and she knew basic geographical knowledge. "Yes." Yu Kursen nodded affirmatively. "This means that the light from the sun shining on the moon is at least normal. But why is the sun green during the day? Does that mean the sun has to work? So its face is a bit green during the day, and it looks normal at night?" He Yuan asked. Yu Kursen felt that Jiang Chen was starting to show signs of passing information. "What you said isn't impossible, but the chances are very slim. Based on my guess, the sun may not have changed colors. The reason the sun appears green during the day and the moonlight is normal at night could be because the light received by the moon is different from that received by the earth. The cause might be some kind of special dust similar to the moon revolving around the earth and filtering sunlight during the day, turning it green. That's why we see abnormality during the day, while at night it's just like before the apocalypse." The girls nodded thoughtfully. Although they didn't fully understand the principle, they still recalled the fear brought on by night. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment and said, "I don't understand. Let's end this discussion." Yu Kursen shook her head. Although she only had this hypothesis, she had no way to prove it, unless someone could stand in space and overlook the Earth. Speaking of which, those on the space station are probably the real ones suffering after all, waking up to find the Earth gone. They wouldn't be able to return either. After skipping this profound topic, the girls were all quite happy, because in this apocalypse the number of survivors is too small, especially women who find it even harder to survive. Meeting others of their kind naturally brought much relief, and having Jiang Chen nearby provided an even greater sense of security. The group chatted until midnight. They were all a bit excited and their relationships became much closer. Even Guorue dared to ask teacher Qin why she had always been single and about her sexual orientation. Jiang Chen listened with great enjoyment. After coming to this apocalypse, he found himself going to bed early and waking up late due to the lack of entertainment at night. Mind you, before traveling across, he used to stay up all night watching short videos. It felt unfair to go to bed early. He could only squeeze his sleep time, so he was quite tired every day. "Oh right, I haven't written in my diary today." Jiang Chen suddenly remembered this habit of his and quickly took out his diary. Fortunately, he had previously digitized his diary, or otherwise, he would have been too lazy to go home to retrieve. "Today is the 6th day of the apocalypse. I went to school and saw. I wonder what the zombies that caused the army to fail look like. Ningjiang City is so big." As the girls chatted, they asked Xue Qingqiu to sing a song and showcase her talent. Xue Qingqiu, who had been a blogger, hummed an ancient-style song. Like a lament, like a yearning, like weeping and narrating. Jiang Chen felt like he was living in a girls' dormitory. He had wanted to try this for a long time. Gradually, everyone began to feel fatigued. This sleep was very sound. On the 7th day, the final day of Jiang Chen's survival task. At 9 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and fell upon Jiang Chen's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, groggily preparing to get up and brush his teeth. However, he realized that this was not his usual home. "Oh right, I came to school to sleep. Jiang Chen is awake." He heard someone speaking. Soon Qin Lan approached carrying a cup of hot milk and a piece of bread. "Jiang Chen, you really can sleep. Everyone has finished breakfast and you're the only one left." Jiang Chen took the breakfast, feeling quite nice being taken care of. "Thank you. No problem. What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Xue Qingqiu and I can help you make it." After Jiang Chen expressed his food preferences, Qin Lan went off to attend to her own tasks. She seemed to be sorting supplies with Guorue and He Yuan, arranging items according to their susceptibility to spoilage. Additionally, with 6 new beds in the classroom, many items also needed to be rearranged. After Jiang Chen finished washing up, he sat on the bed and looked at today's identity card. Roll lucky 1, name Jiang Chen, strength 78, extraordinary speed 27, very strong physique 28. Very strong trump card, revival card, equipped lucky 1. This was quite understandable, but how could one earn points? Or rather, what exactly qualifies as lucky? Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Before the apocalypse, lucky people might win lottery tickets. No, it seems even with luck, lottery tickets, unless it's scratch-off tickets, but after the apocalypse, even winning on scratch-off tickets would be pointless since no one could claim the prize and money would be useless in the end. It feels like I can't earn points at all. Jiang Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Unless he encountered danger and turned it around, that could count as a form of luck. However, it wouldn't be Jiang Chen's style to boast. In this apocalypse, all the zombies here are like younger siblings. How could he possibly fall into danger? Wait, if I'm a lucky one, then today's ability should be luck. Can I use it for drawing cards? He glanced at his points balance, 520 points. Because last night he didn't have enough points for a 10-time draw, Jiang Chen refrained from drawing cards. But now if he were to draw, he was worried that any big commotion would alert Qinlan and the others, as one should keep some secrets. Moreover, he faced the same problem as yesterday. With only 520 points, that's not enough for a 10-time draw. I can't just borrow points from the system. He laughed self-deprecatingly. You have borrowed 500 points, current points, 1020 points. Jiang Chen was stunned. There was such an operation. Wait, I've had this thought before, but I've never seen this prompt before. He stroked his chin. Could it be due to yesterday's traitor identity? The ability of this identity is to borrow things. Hiss. This identity is increasingly absurd. But if I can borrow points, let's just forget I said anything. What are you doing? Yukerson walked up to Jiang Chen's bed and asked. Nothing much, just thinking about how to run a shady store in the future. In the future? What are you planning to sell? I don't know, let's talk about future matters later. Jiang Chen spoke. Seeing the boy like this, Yukerson hesitated. Are you hiding something from us? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Why? Because when I watched you last night, you seemed a bit sad. Did I? I don't think so. Yukerson sighed and sat beside Jiang Chen, speaking softly. Sometimes it feels like you're far away from me. As if there's an entire world between us. Have you read The Little Prince? The fox tells the little prince to tame him. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, does Chu Siue know about this? Yukerson did not smile. Her face was calm, but her voice trembled slightly. Taming means creating bonds. If you tame me, we will need each other, even though there may be a risk of shedding tears. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Yukerson to be so perceptive. Indeed, he had been in this world for 7 days. 7 days, not too long, just a week. But it wasn't too short either. Unknowingly, he had met many people. Whether it was the not-so-smart Chu Siue, the well-endowed Chinese teacher Qinlan, the first love-face study genius Yukerson, or the girls Shueqingqiu Guorue, and He Yuan, whom he just met yesterday. And that kind-hearted, middle-aged man from the rainy night, along with that mother and son. Oh right, and the 2 downstairs, Long and Feng Chao. He initially only wanted to stockpile supplies and survive for a week. Perhaps he would return to his original world. Thus Jiang Chen always kept his emotions in check. He might just be a passerby, not wanting to leave too much behind that would make him feel sad when recalling moments. As long as he didn't get too emotionally invested, remembering wouldn't be that painful. Seeing Jiang Chen like this, Yukerson understood that her guess was likely true. The fox said to the little prince, if you want a friend, then tame me. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. We are friends, aren't we? Jiang Chen silently nodded. Yukerson smiled. If we are destined to part, I hope you remember my smiling face. Okay. After saying that, Yukerson went off to attend to her own matters. System, after completing the survival task, can I return here? Jiang Chen asked without much hope. The system never answered his questions, seeming more like a precise machine. However, perhaps it was because today was the 7th day, or perhaps due to the luck from the lucky one identity. The system unexpectedly popped up a prompt. After completing the survival task, you may choose to continue staying in the current world. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Was all my previous sadness in vain? System, Jiang Chen cursed loudly. After a long time of venting his frustrations towards the system, his mood finally lightened. However, Jiang Chen did not plan to tell Yukerson about the news that he wouldn't be leaving for now. He would surprise her when he came back tomorrow. At that time, it would be quite entertaining. Jiang Chen was in a good mood, feeling that the ability of the Lucky One identity truly lived up to its name, allowing him to release a heavy burden from his heart. Thus, after finishing lunch, he told the girls that he would be going home for a while. When he saw Yukerson looking sad but forcing a smile to say be safe, he felt a slight thrill inside. At the school gate, a pure ordinary mount, a stylish sports car suddenly appeared before Jiang Chen. He wasn't driving the Maybach today. He switched to a new sports car style, V-Room. With a burst of speed, Jiang Chen sat in the driver's seat, feeling the thrill of acceleration. But in reality, he wasn't driving. It was the intelligence system on autopilot. He just wanted to try out what it felt like to race on the streets of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen lay on the car. Driving a sports car was initially thrilling, but after a while it felt rather ordinary. Jiang Chen chose his favorite mode of transportation. The voice of the car's intelligent driving system announced destination reached. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, got up, and transformed the sports car back into a card. Suddenly, divine being, is it really you? Jiang Chen turned around to find the two individuals from the supermarket. One was a short plump man and the other a skinny man with a mustache. This time it wasn't just the two of them, 3 other survivors from the supermarket had also rushed over, all standing at the entrance. Divine being, we have long awaited this moment, and we are finally blessed to see you again. The skinny man Ah Huang knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes, and bowed his head to Jiang Chen. Wang Tianba, seeing Ah Huang kneel so quickly, was naturally unwilling to fall behind. He also knelt down gently. O divine being, thank you for saving our lives before, we are grateful for your mercy. Upon witnessing the two kneeling, the other 3 men seemed to trigger a chain reaction, one after another kneeling down in gratitude for Jiang Chen's earlier intervention. Jiang Chen was a bit stunned. Was he really being worshipped right after returning home? Among the 5, only one man was kneeling while questioning his life. He seemed to recall having seen this divine being before. It was a few days ago when he visited the supermarket, encountering a pure and lovely JK girl who was scolding another boy of the same age. Many people were watching at the time. However, they all ended up being fooled by that boy. He had been dumbfounded, never expecting that boy to be such a storyteller. But later he suddenly had a stomachache and ran to the supermarket restroom. It was precisely for this reason that he remained in the supermarket when the apocalypse broke out. Chun, Pingon, he tentatively called out. Jiang Chen naturally did not respond, as that was not his. He had long abandoned that alias. His previous alias was Tang San. His next alias might even be Li Feiyu. You can all stand up. It was just a casual act, no need for such reverence. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ah Huang obediently stood up. He scratched his head and revealed a silly smile. Divine being, may I ask how you fare? Wang Tianba patted Ah Huang on the head and smiled widely. What he means is, how old are you? He isn't very educated and doesn't know how to read. Jiang Chen remained silent. There was a certain beauty in the lack of intelligence in their words. Do you have something to discuss? Jiang Chen was a bit anxious to return to drawing cards. Nothing much, Wang Tianba quickly replied with a grin. We are all looking forward to you taking action to end this apocalypse. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and walked towards home. I'm busy for now. Divine being, when will you be free? We will always worship you sincerely. Let's say tomorrow. Jiang Chen's voice echoed from a distance. Praise the divine being. Praise the mercy of the divine being. The crowd wept with joy and knelt down again, bowing towards the direction of Chu Siyu's house. Jiang Chen finally returned home and collapsed onto the soft bed. For some reason he felt that this day had dragged on for far too long. It seemed as though he had done a lot. Draw cards, draw cards. He sat up and slapped his face. Having just borrowed 500 points combined with today's lucky 1 boost, Jiang Chen was quite eager to see what card. The card galaxy appeared before his eyes. Without any hesitation he declared draw cards 10 times. Enhancement card hiss. This is something. Did I really get something on the first draw? Jiang Chen continued to click. Thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage. Revival card, purple quality. Did I actually draw another revival card? Jiang Chen was puzzled from his first 10 draws. Until now he had only drawn a purple quality once. The ability of the lucky one truly is luck. Although Jiang Chen already possessed a revival card, who would complain about having more lives? With that, adding the one Jiang Chen already had, he had a total of 3 lives. Continue. Thank you for your patronage. Enhancement card, plague, dagger, blue quality. Thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage. Is there another expert? Jiang Chen focused his thoughts and a stack of cards appeared in his hands. There were a total of 10 cards. Among them, thank you for your patronage appeared 6 times, and enhancement card appeared 2 times. Of the remaining 2 cards, one was a purple quality revival card, and the other was the first Amisine plague dagger. Jiang Chen looked at the plague dagger card. He discovered that this card's artwork was much more exquisite than those of gray and white qualities. It even had a background image. The overall tone was cool, exuding a sense of mystery. At the center of the card, a dagger floated, its blade a deep green with a faint glow swirling across the card. Plague dagger, blue quality, equipping, grants 2 fixed effects: infection, poison resistance, infection. The plague dagger carries poison resistance immunity to the dagger's poison description. My blade is coated with deadly poison. Even a slight scratch will send you to the netherworld. Equip. Yes, no, why does it feel like it's not as good as my village's sword? Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart and summoned the plague dagger to his hand. It looked like a weapon that had fallen from the age of savagery. Its style was quite ancient. The deep and eerie green of the blade did not resemble any metal. It looked more like it was made of stone. There were quite neatly arranged curved patterns on it. The hilt was made from the horn of some beast. The dagger's overall length was about that of a forearm, significantly shorter than the village's sword. Equip. Jiang Chen equipped both the dagger and the revival card. Character card. Character lucky 1, name Jiang Chen, strength 78, extraordinary speed 27, very strong constitution 29, very strong hidden cards, revival card 2 equipped. Now I have 3 lives, but why does it feel like the stats are a bit off? Jiang Chen pondered silently. It seems like my constitution has increased by 1 point. Is this due to the weapon's effect? He still had 2 enhancement cards. His strength was already rated as extraordinary impressively high. However, his speed and constitution were still lacking. Especially his constitution. Jiang Chen was afraid that going all out might injure him. In that case, enhance, put everything into constitution. Name: Jiang Chen, strength 78, extraordinary speed 27, very strong constitution 50, extraordinary. Indeed, the poison resistance of this plague dagger can also stack onto physical constitution, and it's an increase by percentage. Jiang Chen looked at the number behind his constitution, having already verified his guess. I never expected that my physical constitution has become dual extraordinary in strength. I'm just 1 step away from speed. If it were someone else, they might try cutting their hand with a small knife to test their healing ability with the increased constitution. Jiang Chen would not do such a thing. He was sure he wasn't dreaming. He was not going to slap himself. Jiang Chen focused his thoughts and recalled all the floating cards. He lay flat on the bed feeling quite comfortable. This bed is indeed what I'm used to sleeping on. Today Jiang Chen decided to relax properly. Originally the lucky ones had no clear ideas about how to gain points. Moreover, the system informed him that he could stay in the current world. Suddenly the sense of urgency vanished. Jiang Chen's thoughts wandered aimlessly. In this world it seemed that humanity truly lacked superpowers unlike the legendary abilities. They only relied on firearms to combat zombies. As for Jiang Chen, he had 7 identities over 7 days each with its own abilities. Changing identities would weaken his abilities but not erase them. On the first day he was Passerby A with an unknown ability and a very slow rate of point acquisition. It could be considered the most useless identity. On the second day he was Onlooker with enhanced vision and the ability to identify. Acquiring points only required him to observe coldly. On the third day he was Normal Person with the ability to enforce normalcy, generally affecting zombies. To gain points he needed to do things that normal people would do. On the fourth day he became Funseeker with increased mental strength, allowing the realization of flying swords, making it possible to levitate and recall cards within a certain range. To gain points he needed to find some fun, with Chu Siue being a great tool for scoring. On the fifth day he was Liar with the ability to cardify objects, which also seemed to have limitations. After all, he couldn't cardify planets. Acquiring points required him to tell lies, and it seemed that lying to himself also counted. On the sixth day he became Trader with the ability to borrow things, even system points, though he wasn't sure if he needed to return them. Acquiring points required trading with others. He could buy or sell anything. The limitation was that it had to be reasonable and satisfy himself. On the seventh day he was Lucky One with the ability of luck, drawing cards with quite a bit of luck. If he had known he had this ability earlier, he would have saved up some points. As for acquiring points, he had no clear ideas. Unknowingly, he already possessed so many abilities. 2 hours later Jiang Chen woke up from his nap. He felt full of energy. He walked to the balcony and set up a reclining chair. This was what he had bought from the furniture store yesterday, thinking of half leaning down on the balcony, enjoying the breeze and the view. He poured himself another glass of red wine. Across the way at Chu Siu's home, she had put up a whiteboard. On it were written the 6 big characters: this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. It was just 10 minutes to 4. Since it was a coincidence, he didn't mind waiting for his electronic pet. However, he didn't wait long. Chu Siue also appeared on the balcony, arriving a few minutes early. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, who seemed to have been waiting on the balcony, Chu Siue couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. She quickly wrote on the board, "Did you know that the army used drones to attract zombies yesterday?" Jiang Chen nodded. Chu Siue, "It's a pity they didn't succeed. They probably encountered that monster we saw downstairs that day. I wonder whose sword it was at that time. If only he could have made a move." Jiang Chen, "But he would have to find the zombies that caused the army's failure first." Chu Siue, "What you said is also true." She quickly erased the words on the board and wrote, "I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, but he would have to find the zombies that caused the army's failure first." Chu Siue, "I don't know what you're talking about. I kept recalling the time before when I was in the supermarket. I must have I apologize. And even if I doubted you, I shouldn't have raised my voice and attracted so many people." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. "How about this? Why don't you bow to me?" Chu Siue ignored what Jiang Chen said and continued writing. "Have you noticed any changes in me today?" After saying this, she moved the board aside to let Jiang Chen see her outfit for today. Today she wasn't wearing those JK-like uniforms, but rather a full purple outfit, seemingly dressed up a bit. "Jiang Chen, you've gained weight." "No, I've barely eaten these past 2 days." "Oh, don't you see that I've matured a bit?" "What do you mean? Didn't you say you liked mature women? Isn't my outfit today mature enough?" "You just..." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. "Look older." Chu Siue, "I'm only 18 this year. How can I look older?" Chu Siue, "That's so upsetting." "Don't be upset." Chu Siue, "But I am upset." Jiang Chen, "Many things will gradually improve with time. You can comfort people." Jiang Chen, "Just like you, originally just a bit chubby, but over time you'll get better." "Unbelievable. I'm not chubby." "You crazy? Is the mental hospital wall down? How did you get out?" Get back in there. Oh, Chu Siue broke down. Jiang Chen, why are you silent? Chu Siue. In this world of myriad weapons, only Jiang Chen wounded her the most. Jiang Chen, look at you. You're not even close to your friend Yu Kursin, who is much calmer. Chu Siue asked in confusion. Have you two talked before? Yeah, we have many common topics. After all, we are both high IQ talents. Is that true? What do you usually talk about? We talk about some classics like Journey to the West, Three Kingdoms, and Water Margin. In Journey to the West, who do you like the most? The White Bone Spirit. And in Three Kingdoms, Diao Chan. And Water Margin, Pan Jinlian. Chu Siu finally sensed something was off. So you only like girls, huh? This conversation is going nowhere. Chu Siue went back to her room. Seeing her leave, Jiang Chen also prepared to return to his room, because it was time for dinner. Looking at the self-heating product in his hand, he began to miss Shui Kinkia's culinary skills. Tonight was still a clear night. The moon was getting fuller and the pitch-black city, which seemed to be cold and desolate, appeared to gain a hint of warmth under the moonlight. Jiang Chen wrote today's diary under the moonlight. Today is the 7th day of the apocalypse. There isn't anything special, so the day passed quickly. Today was truly a lucky day. After finishing the diary, Jiang Chen prepared to sleep early. It was different from school, where there were many people chatting and singing. There was nothing entertaining downloaded on his phone. With nothing to do, he could only go to bed early. The world has ended. Would you like to restart or proceed to the next apocalypse? Jiang Chen stirred awake from a deep slumber. He had not dreamed in a long time. In the dream, the world shattered. Sun turned sapphire, oceans heaved and roared, and waves like mountains surged forth, swallowing all beneath their wrath. What an absurd dream. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, Jiang Chen prepared to rise and wash up. Wait. Why so many notifications? He gazed at the pale blue text hovering before him. As a rare stroke of fortune, you narrowly escaped the apocalypse. System points 200. Revival card consumed. Resurrection completed at designated checkpoint. Survival mission completed. Claim reward. World has ended. Restart or proceed to next apocalyptic realm. HSS. What in the world is happening? The sheer volume of information left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Did I die? When? He pulled out his character card. Today's identity slot remained blank. His strength, speed, and constitution stats showed no change. Only one card remained missing from his hidden arsenal, the revival card. So I truly died once? Jiang Chen whistled softly. His strength and constitution had long transcended human limits. Yet he had perished without sound, without warning. He stepped onto the balcony and surveyed the world outside. It seemed dimmer than before. Light itself felt thinner, more subdued. Yet skyscrapers stood unchanged and zombies still shuffled along the streets, just as they had yesterday. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze toward the sun. Still its usual self, heavy, oppressive, dull, and clouded. How did I die? A profound, gnawing bewilderment settled over him. Then it struck him. He was not entirely alone nearby. Chu Siue. Had she sensed anything? Had she witnessed something last night? Jiang Chen glanced across the street to Chu Siue's apartment. She was not on her balcony, likely still inside her room. Yet her balcony still held a whiteboard. Scrawled upon it, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Stay strong. We will survive. It's mid-autumn today. Jiang Chen hadn't been keeping track. After all, festivals meant little now. Mere relics of a world long gone. Then he noticed it, the insulated box placed on his side of the zipline. Chu Siue must have sent him something. Jiang Chen opened the insulated box suspended on the zipline. Inside lay a 100 yuan banknote, 2 small, perfectly round compressed biscuits, and a handwritten note from Chu Siue. You're obsessed with money. But since cash is useless now, consider it a gift. It's mid-autumn and conditions are rough, so please accept this mooncake. Handmade by your beloved beauty. At the bottom she'd drawn a tiny cat, just as she always did, charming and tender. But this time the feline wasn't scowling. It waved cheerfully. It bore a faint resemblance to a lucky cat beckoning fortune. This girl still clings to life's quiet joys. Jiang Chen murmured, half in awe, half in sorrow. Just then, he saw it. Across the street, in Chu Siue's building, a zombie emerged. A female zombie. Wailing limbs contorted, dragging itself forward, and draped in a shade of violet. Jiang Chen knew all too well. No! With his vision, and at such close range, denial was impossible. It was Chu Siue. Somewhere, somehow, she had already become one of the undead. Must have happened after she wrote. Jiang Chen reflected silently as he mechanically dressed and descended the stairs. His impression of Chu Siue had shifted. Steadily, subtly, over time. At first he'd even disliked her. She delayed his crucial stockpiling at the very start, and without cause accused him. The system stayed silent. Only his own quick thinking had kept things from spiraling beyond control. Later, when Jiang Chen saw tears welling unbidden in her eyes, not from fear but relief at finding him alive, and watched her hastily wipe them away pretending she hadn't cried, he realized perhaps this girl wasn't so bad after all, just hopelessly naive, and far less irritating than before. Then came their online chats across the street. Notes passed via zipline, shared glances, quiet exchanges. Gradually he grew accustomed to having someone across the way, almost like tending a digital pet. Standing on his balcony, he'd often glance over idly just to see if she was there. Until yesterday, their conversation had been unexpectedly warm. Yet he'd noticed she'd grown noticeably thin. Jiang Chen had even resolved to feed his digital pet today. No more pretense, no more restraint. He had more than enough supplies. There was no need for her to starve. And then, she died. Sudden, silent, irrevocable. Perhaps even in her sleep. Perhaps in her final moments she'd imagined surviving this ruined world. Side by side with that boy. Mid-autumn festival. A day of reunion. So she took what little rations she had left. And shaped 2 perfect round mooncakes. Perhaps as she worked she nibbled crumbs from the compressed biscuits, smiling wistfully at visions of tomorrow. Even at the end she might have patted her own silly head and whispered, "Ah, he loves money. There's even a 100 yuan note. I'll give it all to him. Humph. Surely he'll be deeply moved. Ha ha." Yet however brightly she imagined her future, it had already vanished. She died simply quietly, transformed into a mindless, emotionless zombie. As Jiang Chen reached this thought, he had already arrived downstairs. The convenience store below now housed 5 additional zombies, 2 particularly conspicuous figures. He didn't even know their names. Only that they were endlessly grating. They knelt and bowed, constantly shouting nonsense like, "Oh God," and "Divine Being," "Madman," "Saving the world." Jiang Chen had no time for such delusions. Now even they had become zombies. One short and stout, the other gaunt and wiry, reduced to ordinary zombies within his observer skill. Had they still prayed to gods in their final moments? Jiang Chen shook his head. Suddenly he recalled, he still possessed 1 regeneration card. Regeneration card, green quality. Used to rapidly heal injuries. Effectiveness increases as target's life essence diminishes. Description: don't die. Don't die. He entered the building across the street. The one where Chu Siue lived. 7th floor. That should be her apartment. Bang! With barely a push, Jiang Chen kicked open Chu Siue's door. Hearing the crash, the zombie that had been Chu Siue lunged shrieking toward the entrance. Jiang Chen sidestepped, effortlessly slipped past her, and strode onto the balcony, closing the door behind him, watching her slam again and again against the glass. Unfeeling, unceasing. Jiang Chen drew out the regeneration card. He raised it toward her. Target confirmed deceased. Cannot be revived. As expected, no effect. So even don't die couldn't save Hueli either. Jiang Chen sighed deeply, gazing across at his own apartment. That was where Chu Siue used to sit, exchanging messages with him as if online. He had never set foot inside her home, until now, and how bitterly ironic the circumstances. Thud. Thud. Chu Siue continued battering the glass. He could not bear to watch her suffer thus. With a single bound he leapt from the balcony, down to the ground below. A thunderous impact echoed. Then silence. He landed unharmed. He summoned his sports car. To the school. Sitting in the car, Jiang Chen gazed out the window at a world, shrouded in greenery, yet desolate and devoid of any signs of life. It seemed as though no one was left alive. So this is what it means to survive for 7 days. Damn it, on the 7th day the world ends. No wonder it required surviving for 7 days. Did you bury a pit for me right from the first day? The system did not respond to Jiang Chen. He felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Soon they arrived at the school. The intelligent driving system was not intelligent at all. It failed to notice its master's gloomy mood. Jiang Chen sat in the car for a long time, feeling that knowing the outcome would likely be bad, but not looking at it made the sadness feel less overwhelming. He often preferred to avoid confrontation. When faced with monsters, others might instinctively think, should we fight? But Jiang Chen's first reaction might be, should we flee? Avoidance may be shameful, but it is effective. However, this time it seemed he could not escape. Jiang Chen walked up to the entrance of Class 4 of the Senior 3. He gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No one responded. It's me. Still there was no reply. Jiang Chen sighed. He already knew the outcome. With a gentle push, he opened the classroom door, which fell to the ground with a loud bang. Hearing the sound, the zombies in the classroom rushed towards him. There were 5 in total: Guorue, He Yuan, Qinlan, Yu Kursen, and Shui Qingqiu. Not a single one was missing, and none bore any signs of injury. Jiang Chen swayed slightly, dodging the 5's attack. The classroom was clean and tidy, with supplies neatly arranged. It was evident that they had been cleaned up yesterday. Even the 6 beds had been made, especially Jiang Chen's. It too was tidied up, the blankets folded, and the sheets were without a single wrinkle. However, before Jiang Chen could arrive, all the girls had already turned into zombies. The Doomsday Academy Hotel was only open for a day, and it ended just like that. Jiang Chen felt increasingly sorrowful. He jumped out of the window and left the school. Jiang Chen sat in the sports car, gazing at the floating cards before him. Qinlan's sachet, Chu Siu's painting, Yu Kursen's pendant. Unknowingly, he had gotten to know so many people in this world. Despite having been quite restrained before, he feared that he was merely a passerby, not wanting to leave behind sorrowful memories. The more ties he formed, the more sadness it brought. Is this what taming means? Jiang Chen recalled what Yu Kursen had once said to him. There are countless people in the world, and perhaps there are countless worlds. Before meeting the girls, they were just ordinary people. Although they were all quite good-looking, if Jiang Chen did not know them, they would be no different from other beauties in the world. However, once connections were established, bonds formed and feelings developed. Then to the girls among the countless people in the world, Jiang Chen was that special one. The same was true for Jiang Chen. I was looking forward to appearing before Yu Kursen today to give her a surprise. Yet here I am arriving as scheduled, but you are all gone. Jiang Chen felt incredibly sorrowful. The world's destruction was so sudden and merciless. After a moment of sadness, he pulled himself together, for according to the system's prompt, there should still be a chance for redemption. It seems that the Doomsday Calamity erupted last night, after which all the survivors in the world turned into zombies. Jiang Chen pondered. Even I couldn't withstand it. My weapon, the Plague Dagger, has a poison resistance bonus, and with my extraordinary physique, my defenses were maximized. The Doomsday Calamity came silently. Jiang Chen didn't even know what exactly had cost him a life. He fell silent for a moment and looked at the prompt before him. Survival mission completed. Do you wish to receive the mission reward? I almost forgot about this. Claim it. Mission settlement in progress. This world exploration 5. Survival mission completed. Rewards. Being claimed. Reward received. Random identity. Upgrade. The system's text began to scroll, selecting from Jiang Chen's 7 identities. Random identity. Jiang Chen showed a contemplative expression. The random identity abilities of talents were quite decent, at least they all had some unique traits. Random identity confirmed. Passerby A. Passerby A identity has upgraded to nameless. Passerby Jiang Chen felt a moment of speechlessness when he heard he was chosen as Passerby A. He thought that with the upgrade of Passerby A, it might mean he would be an extra or a supporting character. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be nameless Passerby. So is the focus on being a passerby? Jiang Chen felt a strange memory align suddenly. No wonder I inexplicably gained a bit of speed on the first day. So it was because Passerby A runs fast, which translates to speed. Then the way to gain points must be by walking. Jiang Chen fell silent. What a riddle-like system. How excessive. The world has ended. Do you wish to restart or proceed to the next apocalypse? Restart. Jiang Chen nodded, seemingly having made a certain decision, then asked, System, is there a limit to how many times I can restart the apocalypse? It seemed that upon hearing Jiang Chen's intention to restart the apocalypse, the system began to reveal specific details regarding the restart. There is no limit to restarting the world. But note, after restarting the world, points cannot be obtained. At the same time, the identity proficiency limit will be unlocked. After restarting the world, the current cards and abilities will be saved in the system. Simply think one more time to restore status painlessly. This damn system doesn't even allow people to exploit bugs. Jiang Chen gasped, feeling a twinge of regret. If he could continuously farm points, unlimited restarts would mean infinite points. Then when Jiang Chen's strength, speed, and physique all reached hundreds of millions, what Doomsday Calamity could withstand his punch? Who called it the apocalypse? I will end its life. Do you wish to restart the apocalypse? Wait, navigate to the place where I punched the zombie to pieces before. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the sports car quickly responded and soon arrived at the destination. Jiang Chen lightly leaped up to the second floor. As expected, the young woman and the baby had also turned into zombies. However, the woman's hand was tied to the door with a rope. The baby lay nearby on the couch. It seems that before the calamity strikes, people have a chance to sense it. At least they have time to react. This woman clearly knew she was about to turn into a zombie, which is why she had tied herself up, fearing that she would harm her child after becoming a zombie. Unfortunately, this baby also could not escape. All the people Jiang Chen had met in these 7 days must have turned into zombies. Indeed, it is the Doomsday Calamity. He murmured, his gaze sharpening. System, let me restart. World type, post-apocalyptic. Task requirement, survive for 7 days. Awaken talent, a new identity each day. Time until the apocalypse, 6 hours 0 minutes. On the street, an apartment building. 7th floor. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, glancing around the familiar environment, a realization dawning in his heart. Is this a return? He stood up and drew back the curtains. The dawn was just breaking and the outside world appeared peaceful. Few pedestrians were on the street, with a couple of young people yawning, seemingly hurrying to catch the morning bus. There were also several elderly men similarly up early for morning exercises. A bun shop on the street was steaming, adding a hint of warmth to the morning light. Most importantly, the world was finally no longer shrouded in that green haze. I really have returned. Even my body feels weak, as if I've solved too many derivatives. Jiang Chen was lost in thought. This reboot truly was miraculous. It had indeed sent him back to before the apocalypse arrived. I must have just crossed over when there were 6 hours left before the apocalypse fell, only I overslept a bit. Once more, Jiang Chen silently thought. In an instant, his previously weak body was restored to its peak condition. Countless cards and abilities returned to him. Character card. Character, normal person. Name, Jiang Chen. Strength 78, extraordinary. Speed 35, very strong. Constitution 50, extraordinary. Weapon, Plague Dagger, equipped. Trump card, revival card, equipped. The unnamed bystander indeed provided a speed boost, increasing my speed from 27 to 35. And today's identity is unexpectedly a normal person. Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. He had assumed the identity would follow the same pattern as before the reboot, starting with a passerby, and then an observer. Unexpectedly, the order was entirely different. It seemed randomly scrambled and then reordered. Looks like I have to go to school today. According to the system's previous hints, after the reboot, playing a role does not earn points but instead unlocks proficiency in. The more proficient, the stronger the development of the identity's abilities. After deciding on what to do today, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, directly walking to the balcony, preparing to jump down. Hiss, no wait, the apocalypse hasn't come yet. I've gotten used to jumping. He obediently took the elevator down. It was still early, giving him plenty of time. Jiang Chen walked to the opposite building's 7th floor. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. There seemed to be some rustling sounds inside, indicating someone was getting dressed. Who is it? A female voice unfamiliar to Jiang Chen asked. Soon the owner of the voice opened the door. Only then did Jiang Chen see. A woman in her mid-30s opened the door dressed in pajamas. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, she still had a certain charm. She must have had many suitors in her youth. Ah, it's Xiao Zhang. What brings you here? Are you here to see Yaya? As soon as the woman saw Jiang Chen, she naturally asked. Yes, auntie. You're still so distant. Can't you just call me by E? The woman who introduced herself as by E tried to pat Jiang Chen's head, but found she could barely reach it. Come in, Xiao Zhang. Yaya is still sleeping. She's almost recovered from her cold, and was planning to go to school this afternoon. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen readily accepted. He stepped directly into the room. This child, Bai Yi shook her head, has grown so much. Much taller than me now. Saying this, she prepared to make breakfast. There wasn't much food at home, just some toast. We're almost out of eggs. I'll have to ask Yaya to buy some when she goes out. Oh right, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. We need to buy some mooncakes then. Her workplace is quite far from home, so she often stayed in the staff dormitory. Plus Chu Siyu is a boarding student. There weren't many provisions at home. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to these details. Instead, he headed straight to Chu Siyu's room. He had come here before, so he was quite familiar with the layout. When he entered Chu Siyu's room, she was surprisingly still asleep. Jiang Chen surveyed the room, which was themed in pink with walls adorned with cute patterns. Opposite the bed was a desk scattered with paintbrushes and other art supplies. There was also a whiteboard that Jiang Chen was quite familiar with, quietly standing by the wall. Jiang Chen turned to look at Chu Siyu on the bed. Her sleep quality is even better than mine. Chu Siyu was in her pajamas, sleeping on a large stuffed toy, breathing softly, and slowly her hair spread out. A few strands of hair playfully stuck to her cheek. They fluttered slightly with her breath. He hadn't noticed before, but she actually resembled a sweet girl. Cough. Even though it was Jiang Chen's first time seeing his online electronic pet up close, he still After all, there was serious business to attend to. Chu Siyu slowly opened her sleepy eyes, ready to yawn, only to discover that there was a man in her room. Ah! She was about to scream, but Jiang Chen quickly covered her mouth. However, when she recognized that the person in front of her was Jiang Chen, she wasn't as frightened anymore. Seeing this, Jiang Chen finally let go of his hand. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Chu Siyu asked curiously. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. I just robbed a bank and came to your house to lay low. Ah? Is that true? Chu Siyu seemed slightly dazed and asked back. False. Oh. Chu Siyu's eyes darted around before she quickly asked. So you came over because you were worried about me? I'm fine. I'll be going to school this afternoon. She seemed a bit happy, although she couldn't quite understand where that emotion came from. Can we go in the morning? Ah, why? Because the apocalypse is coming soon, so I don't want to miss seeing you. Chu Siyu found Jiang Chen's words today quite hard to understand. Nevertheless, she instinctively decided to trust Jiang Chen. All right, so I'll go to school with you today. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll pack my backpack. Saying this, Chu Siyu hummed a tune and began organizing her textbooks. Watching her busy figure, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Indeed, something felt off. It seemed he had never told Chu Siyu that his name was Jiang Chen, let alone the Bai Yi whom he had never met. That charming woman. If they had met, he surely would have had some impression. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony of Chu Siyu's home. Reaching out, numerous cards appeared in the air. Ever since he gained the ability to cardify, Jiang Chen had hoarded many cards. Sofa, lounge, chair, bed. No, none of these are right. Jiang Chen's gaze hardened. Observer's diary. Observer's diary, unknown rarity. Effect unknown. Description: a diary written by Jiang Chen. A subtle ripple stirred in Jiang Chen's mind, and the card manifested before him. It was a journal bound in aged parchment. He opened the cover. Emblazoned on the flyleaf were these words. My name is Chunemo. By the time you read this, I am already dead. Jiang Chen drew a sharp breath. That line had been nothing more than a flippant joke head scribbled idly in his past life. Could it possibly have come true? Is this an existential substitution? Has every trace of him, even others' memories of him, been overwritten by me. Does that mean I alone in this world retain any knowledge of him? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. No, that can't be right. In Chu Siyu's perception, she should loathe Chen Mo intensely, not behave toward him with such uncharacteristic warmth. It's as if 7 days' worth of affinity has been transplanted into this very moment. The system's mysteries grow ever deeper. Jiang Chen shook his head again. At first head assumed head undergone soul transmigration. After all, he could unlock his smartphone and even make purchases. Yet later, gazing upon his reflection, the same face head possessed in his previous life, only younger, he felt a quiet disorientation. Moreover, when the world collapsed beneath the cataclysmic end, the system presented only 2 options: restart or proceed. What about the real world? Why was that option absent? These thoughts made Jiang Chen's temples throb. Enough. I'll stop racking my brain. If need be, you Curson can analyze it. She's far sharper than I am. He set aside those bewildering questions and turned his gaze toward Chu Siyue, who was quietly packing her things. She was innocent yet stubborn, prone to tears, and not especially quick-witted. Beyond her pure, delicate beauty and large, luminous eyes, she seemed utterly ordinary. Chu Siyue appeared to notice Jiang Chen watching her. Her eyes crinkled into gentle crescents as she smiled. What a simpleton. When he grows old, he'll surely be targeted by health supplement peddlers. Jiang Chen returned her smile. But you're alive. That's what truly matters. Breakfast's ready, children. Aunt Bei's voice rang out. Jiang Chen and Chu Siyue took their seats at the dining table. The meal was modest: fried eggs and toast. Chu Siyue and Aunt Bei each received 2 slices. Jiang Chen alone was served 3. Each also held a steaming glass of milk. Mom, I'm going to school with Jiang Chen this morning. Aunt Bei looked genuinely surprised. Has the sun risen in the west? You've never shown such enthusiasm for school before. Well, vacation starts in 2 days. And since my grades are already poor, and I've barely attended class, I'll fall even further behind Curson. Aunt Bei blinked, astonished. Whoa, since when did you harbor such ambition? Oh, Mom, surely I can't trail her by too wide a margin. Right now I'm already 200 points behind. What if it widens to 300? That would be disastrous. Aunt Bei, could you take the day off today? Jiang Chen asked mid-bite. Take the day off? Aunt Bei, who'd been preparing to rush off to work after breakfast, paused, startled. What's wrong, child? Has something happened? Nothing serious. Just that the apocalypse is imminent. Oh, right. The apocalypse is imminent. Wait. What? Ha! Jiang Chen, are you under too much stress lately? Senior year is demanding, yes. But your health? Meeting Aunt Bei's concerned gaze, Jiang Chen winced inwardly. Such notions defied belief. Explaining them would be exhausting. And Jiang Chen had always abhorred complication. Mom, just take 1 day off. I trust Jiang Chen. He'd never endanger us. To everyone's surprise, Chu Siyue, who rarely backed anyone so unequivocally, spoke up in Jiang Chen's defense. She began persuading her own mother. All right, you too. But Jiang Chen, why ask Aunt Bai to take leave? What exactly do you intend for her to do? Jiang Chen considered briefly, then replied. Aunt Bai, would you accompany Siyue to school? Simply wait for us in the office beside our classroom. Huh. Aunt Bai hesitated, but agreed. After all, this was the first time Jiang Chen and her daughter had ever reached such unanimous accord. She found herself quietly pleased. Yet, had Jiang Chen and her daughter ever disagreed before? She couldn't recall. Perhaps her memory was simply fading with age. Aunt Bai didn't dwell on it. Wait. I'll pick you after breakfast, Jiang Chen announced to mother and daughter alike. Both exchanged puzzled glances. Pick them up? With what? Within minutes they had their answer. Jiang Chen emerged from the underground garage driving a sleek sports car. Evidently priceless. Its obsidian black finish gleamed under the morning light. Its silhouette flowed with muscular grace and low-slung elegance. Aunt Bai and Chu Siyue stood frozen mouths agape. How had they never known Jiang Chen owned such a vehicle? Was this reality? Or some surreal dream? Get in. The driver's side window descended and Jiang Chen, seated behind the wheel, spoke calmly. As if entranced, mother and daughter sank into the supple leather seats. The leather yielded luxuriously beneath them. The starry ceiling pulsed softly like breathing cosmos. Stunning, opulent, overwhelming. For a moment both women sat stiffly, almost reverent. Jiang Chen noticed Aunt Bei's worn sneakers. Scrubbed, immaculately clean yet undeniably faded. Was Chu Siyu's family truly struggling? Their apartment seemed respectable enough. Perhaps Aunt Bai bore the entire burden alone: tuition, mortgage, daily sustenance. Gee, Jiang Chen, where did you get this car? It's absolutely stunning. Chu Siyue gazed around the lavish interior, awestruck. Stole it. Oh, huh. She whirled around, only to find Jiang Chen gazing straight ahead, utterly absorbed in driving. Jiang Chen's just teasing Siyue. Did you pack your homework? All packed, all packed. Vroom. The car's autonomous system operated flawlessly, gliding with the serene stability of a high-speed rail. Anyone witnessing it would concede Jiang Chen drove like a seasoned veteran. Ningjiang No, for high school, stood at the city's edge. It was 7 a.m. Commuters streamed steadily through the gates. Many arrived in parental vehicles, others walked or cycled. Even in this seemingly innocent epoch of youth, shadows lingered, such as the corrosive instinct to compare. Though all wore identical uniforms, their origins diverged vastly. Some students arrived in luxury sedans, while others' families owned little more than electric tricycles. Thus poorer students often asked parents to drop them off blocks away, preserving dignity however fragile. Chu Siue felt no such shame. Though her family owned no car, her mother's love was boundless. Even when they rode shared bicycles together, they insisted on parting only at the school gate, reluctantly, tenderly, until one day a classmate caught them. Whispers followed in their wake. Tisk tsk. No wonder she and Yu Kursin are best friends. They're equally penniless. Indeed, Yu Kursin also refuses to let her family driver drop her off at the school gate. She fears it would scare her classmates. Unexpectedly, it has become a point of attack for certain female classmates. Both Chu Siue and Yu Kursin are beautiful. One pure and lovely, the other with an ice-cold first-love visage. They are subject to unprovoked resentment. Jealousy often drives people to lose their sanity. V-room. The sound of a car engine approached from afar like a low rumble of thunder. In front of the school gate, many parents and students involuntarily turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. A streak of black light raced toward them, elegant yet swift. My goodness! What model of sports car is this? It looks incredibly cool. Hiss. Son, I've loved cars for many years, but have never seen this model. It must be some global limited edition not available for sale. Wow, this car definitely doesn't come cheap. Are there really such powerful classmates at our school? I can't wait to see who it is. Meanwhile, the roar of the engine grew louder, making it seem as if even the air trembled in response, akin to an ancient beast charging ahead. Everyone was momentarily shaken, unable to avert their gazes. Screech. The sports car came to a halt, allowing the crowd to scrutinize this beast. The car gleamed with an obsidian-like color, its lines smooth, exuding extravagance and beauty. Jiang Chen let the two get out first as he prepared to find a place to retrieve his card before returning. Chu Siue and Aunt Bai stood at the school gate, bewildered by the countless curious gazes of their classmates and parents. Chu Siue, is that you? A small group of girls passing by were equally captivated by the extravagant sports car. They suddenly realized that the person stepping out of the sports car was actually a classmate. Chu Siue nodded. She felt anxious under the curious stares. Aunt Bai seemed a bit calmer. Although she hadn't seen such a scene before, her age afforded her some composure. She smiled and asked, "Hey, are they your classmates? Why don't you introduce them to your mom?" Oh, Chu Siue bit her lip. "These are all from my class." Before she could finish, a girl in a school uniform interrupted her. "Chu Siue, isn't your family quite poor? How come you're suddenly so wealthy with such a top-tier luxury car picking you up?" Chu Siue was taken aback. She hadn't expected her classmate to ask so directly. "This is Jiang Chen's car. My mom and I are just hitching a ride." Jiang Chen. Don't think I don't know, his parents are both gone, leaving behind just an ordinary apartment. How could he possibly afford such a car? Another girl chimed in, refuting her. Exactly, I mean Chu Siue. The girl sized up Chu Siue's appearance and her mother's figure before mocking. This can't possibly be a car your dad drives, right? You. Chu Siue's face flushed with anger. They clearly knew she came from a single-parent family. Such remarks were undoubtedly questioning if she and her mother were relying on a wealthy man. Thus the implication was that they had a luxury car to pick them up. Goodness. This feels like a storyline of a widowed woman I like. So thrilling, haha, who would have thought I could witness such drama while dropping my brother off? This woman indeed has an alluring figure, and her daughter is even more stunning. No wonder they could attract a wealthy man. Ha! Are you saying that famous beauty in class has such a background? Surrounding parents and students eagerly gathered, enjoying the gossip. The crowd at the school gate grew larger. You little girls, don't you think your words are too harsh? Is this how your parents taught you? Aunt Bai, although also upset, stood in front of her daughter, questioning these students. Oh, we parents have no say in how you were raised. Anyway, our parents didn't raise us like you did. You. Just when Aunt Bai was about to slap them, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Do you have any evidence for your baseless? Everyone turned to look. They discovered that another beautiful girl in a school uniform had approached, her demeanor cool and her expression calm. I thought it was someone else. You Kursin, life isn't about solving problems. Not everything requires evidence. You can't be jealous because you saw your best friend with a wealthy man and are now feeling tempted, can you? Yu Kexin was almost amused to anger. Although her relationship with her father wasn't great, there lay a cold million in her bank account. How could she possibly rely on a wealthy man? Moreover, she had little material desire. From a general rational perspective, your mindset is purely projecting your own desires onto others, which is why you habitually believe others want to rely on wealthy men. Yu Kursin paused. In fact, the one who truly wants to rely on a wealthy man is you. The person who was countered by Yu Kursin was momentarily left speechless. Seems she truly hit the mark. That doesn't change the fact that you and Chu Siue are both poor. Yu Kursin was speechless. She wanted to take out her phone right then and call her family driver to bring out their luxury car. However, at this moment Jiang Chen finally arrived late. He had just gone to find a place to park without anyone around, only to find that there were too many people now right at peak hours. The school's parking lot was filled with people. It was impossible not to be noticed. But then again, why should I be afraid of being discovered by others? Although his identity today was that of an ordinary person, there was no need to act strictly according to that identity, right? As long as the overall actions made sense, that was enough. Jiang Chen understood. He directly retrieved his card, ignoring the bewildered bystanders. With a swift movement, he disappeared from the spot. Unnamed bystander, his speed-enhancing ability truly doubled his speed. This was without Jiang Chen running at full force. If he did, he could probably break the sound barrier. What's all the noise about? Jiang Chen stepped into the center of the crowd, questioning in confusion. Whoa, the flower protector has arrived. The girls in the small group looked at Jiang Chen with disdain as he approached. In their impression, he was just an obedient, timid lackey. Jiang Chen, is it time to show off? Such a classic bystander villain has appeared. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Yu Kursen for some reason felt a sudden pang in her nose, almost brought to tears. What's wrong with me? She wondered. Yu Kursen was always very rational, but for some reason seeing Jiang Chen made her feel much more emotional, even somewhat excited and happy. What? Jiang Chen, do you want to reason with us too? The villainess asked disdainfully. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need for such trouble. The reasoning is in my hands. What do you mean? The villainess asked, puzzled. Do you dare to hit someone in front of so many people? Jiang Chen instructed Yu Kursen Chu Siyue and Aunt Bai to step back. He was about to show off. Jiang Chen looked at the three female students and the onlookers, and with a reserved tone he said, I suggest you all keep your distance, to avoid harming the innocent. He had never encountered such a brainless villain before. He needed to seize this opportunity. The onlookers found this boy in a school uniform somewhat ridiculous. Does he think he's handsome, like an ancient knight acting heroically to save a damsel in distress? Is he suffering from a delusion of grandeur, imagining himself as a hero protecting a princess? Hiss, does that mean even delusions of grandeur need to fall in love? Jiang Chen looked at the onlookers, a faint white glow gradually emerging in his eyes. Wait! A sturdy male student in a school uniform, slightly dark-skinned, quickly spoke up. We are all classmates. There's no need for it to be like this, right? How can you say that about a classmate? Apologize quickly and this will be over. This male student criticized the three girls. Zhang Li, the class monitor. Jiang Chen looked at this boy and realized that he was indeed the class monitor of grade 3. For someone he had seen once before, the situation looked dire. Seeing that both sides seemed to be calming down, Zhang Li quickly turned to Jiang Chen, intending to persuade him not to be so delusional. And you, Jiang Chen, you too. The moment their gazes met, Zhang Li found himself at a loss for words. What kind of eyes were those radiating a faint white light, indifferent, as if he were a deity? A sense of oppression. A suffocating sense of pressure. It felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Even the slightest movement could lead to death. Zhang Li's eyes widened, his throat bobbing. Sweat began to bead on his face. Why isn't this student speaking? Is he choked up? The onlookers were getting anxious, feeling as if they had only tasted half the melon. Exactly, Zhang Li, why aren't you speaking? A girl from the group also asked. Soon they would understand. They also locked eyes with Jiang Chen. Danger. Extreme danger. Death. It seemed like a primal instinct warning them. It was an inherited perception of danger from ancient times. The crowd's bodies stiffened as if they were petrified. Even a tank-like zombie exceeding 4 meters in height and 2 meters in length could not compare to Jiang Chen's strength. Even a 2- or 3-story tall sci-fi healing type evolved zombie matched Jiang Chen only in physique. Moreover, Jiang Chen now had the ability of the unnamed bystander, boosting his speed, surpassing any zombie he had ever seen. Compared to ordinary humans, he was almost a different species. This was a gap in the hierarchy of life, but Jiang Chen usually kept it hidden, which is why Yu Kursen and the others had never felt it. Behind Jiang Chen, what happened to them? Why aren't they speaking? Chu Siyue asked, puzzled. Aunt Bai was even more shocked. Everything happening today exceeded her understanding. Whether it was the neighbor's child having a sports car or this boy easily intimidating so many people. It's fine. Yu Kursen wasn't that surprised, as if she believed Jiang Chen could naturally do such things. She was thinking about why standing next to this boy made her feel so at ease. It felt like a reunion after a long separation. She had never experienced such a feeling before. Across from her, some of the onlookers were already unsteady and began to kneel. The 3 girls in the closer group were even more unbearable. They had slumped to the ground and a light yellow liquid seemed to flow out. The expressions on their faces were filled with sheer terror, even despair. Whether it was parents or students coming to school, they simply could not comprehend what was going on. Their bodies were completely immobilized. It seemed that only lowering their heads could alleviate this oppressive feeling. Some had already started kowtowing. Discovering that the pressure had lightened a bit, they seemed to be able to speak. I beg your forgiveness for my offense. Once someone started, more followed suit. Many began to kowtow. I was wrong. Please forgive me. At this time, it seemed a parent who had previously been a pastor was among them. As he kowtowed, he said, "O supreme deity, I humbly kneel before you, deeply repenting for my past ignorance." He continued, "Please forgive me for the sins I have committed with your boundless compassion." At this moment, the others kneeling were speechless. Can this even be counted? They could only kowtow faster, hoping to gain Jiang Chen's forgiveness. The 3 female students were even more heartbroken, crying bitterly, unable to even stand up. They made huh sounds with their mouths. This posture was especially awkward for the girls, as if their pride was being and all of this was happening in front of so many people. "Look at me." Jiang Chen glanced at the 3 girls and said calmly, "I know. I was wrong. Please. Forgive me." In the eyes of the 3 girls, Jiang Chen appeared like the blazing sun in the sky. Just a glance felt blinding. Their souls seemed to tremble in fear. How could they dare to look directly? Boring. Jiang Chen sighed. Indeed, this villain was too weak, diminishing the thrill of showing off. The disparity in the hierarchy of life was too great. To these ordinary people, Jiang Chen was like a deity able to kill or save at will. He gently waved his hand. Suddenly a strong wind howled, causing these people to struggle to remain standing, forcing them. The 3 rude female students, being too close, were directly blown away by Jiang Chen's palm wind, crashing hard against a beep. The car alarm went off, but no one dared to trouble Jiang Chen. They were left with only one emotion towards this boy. That was fear. "All right, let's go to school." Jiang Chen turned and said to Yu Kursin and the others. "Okay." Yu Kursin was already rational, quickly accepting the situation, and it seemed the influence of the bystander's diary also played a role, causing her to react quickly and prepare to go to school with Jiang Chen. But Chu Siyue and Aunt Bai were not so quick, particularly Aunt Bai. After all, she wasn't young, and naturally her ability to accept strange things wasn't that fast. Chu Siyue looked particularly shocked. She already had a somewhat dazed appearance, and this only made her seem more so. The 2 of them were led to school by Jiang Chen. As a normal person arriving at school on time, identity proficiency 3. Finally a prompt has appeared. "I thought the rules had changed." Jiang Chen curled his lips. Well, indeed, normal students generally wouldn't barge into someone else's house for breakfast in the morning, nor would they bring someone else's mother to school. They certainly wouldn't drive a sports car and make classmates kneel. Next, it's time to ask Teacher Qin for help and properly increase my proficiency. As for what consequences Jiang Chen's previous reckless actions might bring, he was not overly concerned. This was not his first experience with the apocalypse. Last time he had to develop his abilities, so he played it safe at the beginning. This time he was fully equipped. Even the dog-headed figure had emerged from the mountains. His strength, speed, and physique were all maximized. Moreover, he possessed 7 unique abilities. As long as he didn't encounter the final world-destroying calamity, he could walk through this world with ease. The mere thought of the world-destroying calamity caused Jiang Chen to fall silent. Having obtained the character card panel for quite some time, he was naturally familiar with the 3-dimensional attributes. Strength and speed need not be mentioned, while physique seemed to represent aspects like stamina, endurance, and defense. The stronger the physique, the more exaggerated the defense. Jiang Chen's current defense was such that bullets hitting him felt like mere tickles. Even missiles would likely struggle to break through. Yet he still perished quietly during the apocalypse. This time around, he certainly faced little risk of death, especially since he still had a revival card. However, he did not wish to experience another farewell. It's time to pick up the pace. On the 4th floor of the teaching building, in the teacher's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jiang Chen led Bai Yi and the others into the office. Inside the classroom office, only Qinlan was present. She wore a professional teacher's outfit with a cream-colored blouse that hugged her waist. Due to her overwhelming strength, the buttons of her blouse endured considerable strain. It seemed the other teachers had yet to arrive for work. Jiang Chen, what brings you here? Qinlan was a bit puzzled, as this combination was rather strange: 1 male student, 2 female students, and even a parent. Compared to her demeanor during the apocalypse, Qinlan now exuded a more knowledgeable and dignified aura. Jiang Chen averted his gaze and spoke. "Qin teacher, due to personal reasons, I hope you can help me by allowing Chu Siyu's mother to stay in the office temporarily." He directly expressed his thoughts. If he was not mistaken, Qinlan's favorability towards him was likely the same as during the apocalypse. "Of course, Jiang Chen, but could you tell me why?" Qinlan was slightly surprised, yet she quickly nodded in agreement. "The world is about to be destroyed." Jiang Chen seldom lied. There was no need for deceit. "Oh, Qinlan silently nodded, her face showing a contemplative expression, her eyes filled with surprise but little doubt. "Teacher, please help Bai Yi settle in. I have something to attend to now." With that, Jiang Chen turned and left the classroom, leaving Bai Yi and Chu Siyue behind. Yu Kursin chased after him. Bai Yi, whose real name was Bai Mei, had begun to question her life. For her daughter's friend, and even the teacher to place such trust in Jiang Chen, she wondered what on earth was happening. What she did not know was that during the last apocalypse, Chu Siyue often posed similar questions. "You are Siyu's parent?" Qinlan noticed the absent-minded expression on Bai Mei's face. "Please have a seat, and Siyue, you too. I'll get you some water." On the other side, Jiang Chen arrived at the restroom at the end of the hallway. With a casual gesture, he summoned a set of toiletries. These were left over from the last reincarnation, still unused. As a normal person brushing teeth at school identity proficiency 3, as a normal person washing face at school identity proficiency 3. As expected, the system's judgment logic is the same as before. Jiang Chen affirmed in his heart. Although he felt a little uneasy returning to the real world and wanted to habitually adhere to order, he had now fully come to terms with it. In just a few hours the world would meet its end. Laws and even morality would vanish entirely. Moreover, for Jiang Chen, the weapons of modern society posed almost no threat. He only needed to do what he wanted to do. And what did he want to do? Prevent the apocalypse. That seemed too difficult. He didn't even know why this world was entering an apocalypse leading to global zombification. What he truly desired was simply to avoid the death of those he cared about. He did not want to be powerless when true. Next there's one more class and then ill test whether skipping class increases proficiency. Time until the apocalypse 5 hours 15 minutes time was still relatively ample. With some time left before class, Jiang Chen decided to head to the school playground to test his weapons. Last time he had only wanted to lay low, lacking enthusiasm for self-improvement. He felt that simply surviving was a victory. He even closed off his emotions, believing he was merely a passerby, and that there was no need to leave too many memories. However, later on seeing so many familiar faces inexplicably die, Jiang Chen realized how deeply he cared. Only in loss did he recognize his own feelings. Ordinary longsword 1 green quality equipment, can pretend to be a hero description good sword from the village. Equip. Yes, no. Jiang Chen looked at the card in his hand. This longsword was originally of white quality, but later Jiang Chen upgraded it to green by shattering the crystal core of a growth-type evolved zombie. However, unlike the upgrades from the upgrade card, its name remained ordinary longsword. The upgrade card had once elevated a mountain bike to ordinary mount, which was somewhat fantastical. It felt as though it had been transported from some future world. Meanwhile, the enhancement from the zombie crystal core was much simpler. It was merely a material upgrade. Whether it was the extremely sharp kitchen knife that Jiang Chen initially tried or the later ordinary longsword, both followed this principle. Wow! Wow! In the distance it seemed a siren was sounding. Jiang Chen paid it no mind as he had already reached the playground. It was still early and the playground was empty. Jiang Chen held the sword, a faint white light igniting in his eyes, growing more intense. Whoosh! Suck! Jiang Chen took deep breaths as if his chest were a massive blower. The wind began to rise. The previously calm playground was now met with a gust. Thud! 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 The heartbeat sounded like a drum roll. Jiang Chen mobilized all his strength to the limit. Then he slowly raised the sword. The sword's surface, smooth as a mirror, shimmered with blue arcs of electricity crackling and hissing. Jiang Chen held his breath and focused, pouring all his spirit into the sword. He gazed at the empty playground ahead and swung the long sword. Boom! It sounded like muffled thunder. In the next moment, a silver-white sword, light, a full meter wide, suddenly appeared in the air. It surged forth like an incredibly ferocious silver dragon. The air before Jiang Chen seemed to part, his hair flowing wildly, and the corners of his clothing billowing in the wind. The sword light was unstoppable. It devoured everything in its path. Of course, there was nothing on the playground to destroy. All that existed was artificial turf. The artificial turf was directly plowed open by the sword light, revealing the original earthy ground of the playground. When Jiang Chen regained his senses, he found a trench several dozen meters long before him. Even he, having experienced the apocalypse and countless terrifying zombies, couldn't help but marvel at the destruction he had caused. Green quality, so it turns out to be this powerful. Or is it that the sword is not the only thing that's strong? Thank goodness. The apocalypse is approaching, or otherwise the principal would definitely have expelled me. Jiang Chen was not the only one bewildered. Earlier civilians had phoned the police with the most extravagant of claims, a high school student, whose mere glance could make people kneel and kowtow. Rumors said the student had awakened a superpower, that a single wave of his hand could send people flying. Even officers hardened by professional training found themselves stunned. They were momentarily incredulous, half suspecting the callers were delirious. Yet the reports kept coming, forcing the station to dispatch personnel to ascertain what on earth was happening. News at the school spread with the speed of wildfire. Someone reported seeing the student walk toward the playground after washing his face and brushing his teeth inside the teaching block. The officers on site grew even more perplexed. The whole affair felt absurd. Odd reports followed by even odder behavior from the student himself. Only when they reached the playground and beheld a trench dozens of meters long and 2 meters deep did they begin to doubt their own. Excuse me, student. A female officer ventured, eyes fixed on the young figure's back. Jiang Chen, a flash of white light flickered in his eyes, startling everyone for a heartbeat. Are you the one they're looking for? She asked. There have been reports that you were causing trouble at the gate of Ningjiang Xizhong, engaging in fights. Is that true? The woman paused, swallowed, and added. If so, well, need you to come to the station to assist with an investigation. Jiang Chen shook his head. He understood that many subdued by a single look would prompt calls to the police, but he could not imagine anyone escalating to wholesale slaughter over so trifling a matter. He feared none of the consequences. With a sigh and an evasive tone he said, You do not have much time left. What do you mean, how much time? In 5 hours this world will enter a bio-apocalyptic nightmarish state. The sun will turn green, the dead will run rampant, and humanity will be almost powerless to resist. What? Several officers blurted, stunned by the enormity and audacity of the claim. Yet the scene behind the boy lent a strange credibility to his words. Jiang Chen slipped his long sword back into its card and prepared to walk away. No one dared stop him. They made way mindful of the gash in the earth left by the blade's radiance. At last a male officer could not contain his curiosity and called after him. "Student, where are you going?" "To class," Jiang Chen replied. The assembly replied with baffled silence, but some officers nevertheless began hurriedly reporting up the chain. The news was too significant to ignore and was rapidly escalated. A team was sent to Ningjiang Xizhong to inspect the site. After confirming the trench's authenticity, the matter was forwarded to higher authorities. With only 5 hours on the clock, time was tight, yet when the state apparatus went full throttle it was terrifyingly effective. The military and public security began preparations. They did not merely prepare for an apocalypse. They also probed Jiang Chen's background. He had been orphaned young, inheriting a house and some savings, and thereafter lived by working for himself. Psychologists started speculating about his temperament and cataloging his preferences. Underneath it all, currents swelled and a storm seemed to be gathering. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sat in his seat through math class, listless, staring out the window. School days often felt happiest in such idle moments. The homeroom teacher, having evidently learned something, had moved Chu Siue and Yu Kersen to sit beside Jiang Chen. Yu Kersen sat ahead, Chu Siue to his right. With two handsome girls nearby daydreaming in class drew no scolding from the teacher. Such days were a small pleasure, especially in math. Its very cadences lulled him to sleep. Jiang Chen lay his head on the desk and did not wake until the second period began. He drew out his identity card and noticed that his normal person proficiency had risen to 15%, the percent sign newly visible beside the value. Roll normal person, 15. So when proficiency reaches 100% there may be a new transformation, he wondered. I wonder if my identity will upgrade. This proficiency is so much harder to gain than system points, Jiang Chen mused, comparing the two. He found the difficulty nearly tenfold. Wait, don't I still have some unused points? He suddenly remembered that before his reboot a lucky one had granted him 200 points. He muttered draw in his mind, as he suspected the lottery function still worked though no new points had been credited recently. System points 200. That can't be right, he thought alertly. In hoarding points he was like a little hamster. He always knew his balance. I remember having 520 points before borrowing on the 7th day, then borrowing 500 for a 10 draw. With lucky one's gift it should have been 220. Why is it 20 points short? He pondered for a moment. Maybe some was repaid. If it truly was a loan that would explain it. You do not hand out resources for nothing. Borrowing 500 and only returning 20 is odd but not impossible. Jiang Chen decided to pester Yu Kersen a little. He suspected such mischief might raise his proficiency. Yu Kersen appeared to listen intently, at least on the surface. She had long since mastered these points and only needed a perfunctory hearing or her mind was elsewhere. The scene from that morning had already begun to circulate. Everyone said Jiang Chen in their class had awakened a superpower. By the afternoon it would likely be common knowledge throughout the school. However, Jiang Chen had claimed the apocalypse would come at noon, if that were true. Suddenly she felt her hair move as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Jiang Chen twined a lock of Yu Kersen's long hair between his fingers and was struck by how plentiful it was. Even tied in a single ponytail it draped down to the desk. As his fingers passed through, the scent of body wash drifted up, mingled with a delicate orchid-like fragrance. An aroma that seemed both familiar and rare. Is that a natural scent? The scent stirred a memory in Jiang Chen. It resonated with something he thought he knew. System notification: as a normal person you were inattentive in class and bothered the girl in front. Proficiency 5. Proficiency reached 20. A random card reward has been issued. You have obtained the thank you for your patronage card. Ha! Jiang Chen thought. So that's possible. Cards are dispensed when the percentage reaches certain thresholds. He ceased touching her hair. Yu Kersen glanced back once, saw nothing of consequence, and returned to her studies. With nothing more to mark the moment, the classroom resumed its ordinary hum, while rumors and preparations swelled beyond its windows. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. The teacher in the classroom, as if on a mission, did not linger even for a moment. With a quick announcement of dismissal, they hurriedly left the classroom. Students whispered among themselves, discussing the various unusual occurrences of the day, which were quite extraordinary. Some even shared rumors that someone had awakened superpowers. The three girls, known for their disrespectful comments, were absent, as Jiang Chen's earlier gust of wind had left quite an impact. They might have gone home or to the hospital. Zhang Li, the class monitor, and the only one who had witnessed the truth, felt somewhat restless. He was reluctant to join in the discussions among his classmates, especially with the main subject still seated nearby. He could only sit there nervously, not even daring to go to the restroom and holding it in. Jiang Chen, could you come? At the classroom door, Qinlan waved apologetically at Jiang Chen. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen decided he had something to attend to and walked over to the door. As he stepped outside, he noticed that Qinlan was accompanied by two individuals dressed in black suits. One male and one female. The man appeared to be in his early 30s with a square face. The woman on the other hand looked much younger, around 25 or 26, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, a curvaceous figure, and a tall stature. She seemed to be someone who exercised regularly, exuding a bit of a heroic aura. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Chen," the square-faced man said with a smile upon seeing Jiang Chen. "I am Wang Jian from the National Security Bureau. You can call me Little Wang. This is Du Qing. Is there something you need?" Jiang Chen asked, appraising the obsequious square-faced man. He seemed quite honest in appearance, but there was something about him that felt a bit off. "Hey, we are just fulfilling a request from our superiors. We heard that you prophesied not long ago that the end of the world is approaching." "That was me," Jiang Chen confirmed. Oh, could you elaborate on the specifics of this prophecy?" "We understand and believe you, but since this information was relayed by a colleague, we are worried. There may have been some misunderstandings that could delay important matters." Around noon, the sun turns green, zombies erupt, and human civilization nearly collapses. "Is that—" Jiang Chen paused for a moment before calmly stating, "Moreover, that is not my prophecy, but rather the future." "Humph." The woman named Du Qing scoffed and said, "Regardless of whether there is an apocalypse, on what basis are you so certain that human civilization will collapse? This prophecy is entirely unscientific. I think you are just a charlatan." Jiang Chen shook his head in silence. You are right." He had just woken up and showed no signs of anger. After all, most people would be skeptical upon hearing such news of an impending apocalypse. Besides, his tone was so calm, as if he were discussing something trivial rather than the end of the world. "Please step aside, I have things to do." Seeing Jiang Chen's nonchalant reaction, Du Qing was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "What do you need to do?" "I'm going to the school store to get some spicy strips to eat." Wang Jian and Du Qing looked at each other in disbelief. They watched as Jiang Chen vanished from their sight. "Sorry." "Well, Jiang Chen has a rather peculiar personality." Qinlan apologized as she saw Du Qing's embarrassment. Wang Jian, noticing this, quickly said, "It's all right, you carry on with your business." After saying that, he gestured for Du Qing to leave quickly. The two walked to a secluded corner of the teaching building. Du Qing then voiced her dissatisfaction. "Old Wang, are you really that concerned?" Bowing and scraping before a high school student, Wang Jian felt a headache coming on and responded helplessly, "Did you not see that trench on the playground? Is that something a human can do? Who knows how that trench came to be? I didn't hear anything from the reports submitted by the officers indicating that this student was responsible. Fine, my lady. You come from an upper-class family, so I won't argue with you about this. I've already relayed the information I needed to, and I hope the higher-ups act quickly." Du Qing pouted. She hated when people referred to her background. She had achieved her position solely through her own efforts at such a young age. His information might not even be true. Is the apocalypse really coming? Du Qing glanced out the window. The sky was clear and mirrored with barely any clouds. "Anyway, I don't believe it. Currently there are two factions on high. One chooses to believe and mobilize, while the other maintains a suspicious attitude. Moreover, if they genuinely announce this news to the public, and the apocalypse does not arrive, wouldn't that cause panic? It would be a waste of resources, and the time is too short." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen walked through the campus. It was now autumn and the leaves were turning yellow. The sun shone just right and a gentle breeze blew. He seemed to hear the school bell ringing, but he paid it no mind and continued towards his destination. As a normal person, because you have things you must do, skipping class once grants you 3 proficiency in identity. "Hello, I'll take this one and that one too." Jiang Chen bought a lot of food, especially spicy strips, which he hadn't had in a long time. As a normal person, shopping at the supermarket grants you 3 proficiency in identity. Indeed, there are many aspects of this identity that can be explored. He nodded in satisfaction and finally walked back into the classroom, ignoring the teacher's gaze, and sat down in his seat, once more using a book to block the teacher's view. He began to secretly eat his spicy strips. As a normal person, sneaking snacks in class grants you 3 proficiency in identity. Chu Siyue twitched her nose, seemingly catching a whiff of something. She quickly locked her gaze onto Jiang Chen, discovering that he was indeed sneaking spicy strips. Chu Siyue couldn't help but salivate. It was already the 3rd period of the morning, and with just one more class it would be noon. Jiang Chen certainly noticed the gaze of his electronic pet. He quietly shared half a stick with her. As a normal person, instead of eating all the delicious food by yourself, you are happy to share, granting you 4 proficiency in identity. Soon enough, it was time for the last class of the morning, which was Chinese class taught by Qinlan. However, before Qinlan could even begin to speak, an announcement came over the school intercom. After discussions among the school leadership, it has been decided that today's Mid-Autumn Festival holiday will start early and no homework will be assigned. Now both students and teachers can go home. Repeating after discussions among the school leadership, today's Mid-Autumn Festival holiday will start early and no homework will be assigned. Now both students and teachers can go home. A resonant hum, Wang, erupted instantly. The classroom erupted into chaos. Chairs scraped, desks shifted, hushed whispers buzzed, and even footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. It was as if a still pond had been shattered, ripples swelling into surging waves. "Students, did you hear the announcement over the intercom? You may now return home." Qinlan seemed to have anticipated this moment. At the teacher's word, students across the class began hastily gathering their belongings. So, the school has made its choice. Jiang Chen nodded faintly toward Qinlan, then vanished in a blur, reappearing instantly at the classroom door. Amid the mounting disorder, only a handful of students, who had been watching Jiang Chen intently, noticed he had already vanished from his seat. You, an ordinary person, were the first to dash out of class at break. Identity proficiency 2. It was now 1100 m. The apocalypse loomed less than an hour away. Logically, most students should still make it home. Suddenly, Jiang Chen intercepted 2 girls from the adjacent class, He Yuan and Guo Rui. They truly were swift runners. No wonder they'd survived last time. If you go home, do not step outside again. And instruct your parents to stay in separate rooms. Though they didn't know his name, both instinctively nodded, trusting his words without question. Watching them recede into the distance, Jiang Chen murmured softly, I hope they find safety. Even the flutter of a butterfly's wings can trigger unforeseen storms. How much more so for a reincarnated cultivator like him? Jiang Chen was no deity. He could not command reality to rewind or restore itself at will. Yet with his terrifying cultivation base, even the slightest movement would irrevocably alter this world, diverging sharply from the last timeline. He Yuan and Guo Rui, who had lived through the prior cataclysm, might not survive this time. Jiang Chen was no god. Reality would not obey his wishes and revert to stasis. Countless students streamed out of the school gates. Soon only a few remained in the classroom. Yu Kursan Chu Siue Qinlan, and Bai Mei, who had just entered from the neighbor. They stood together, eyes fixed upon Jiang Chen. Do any of you have family or friends? Tell them immediately to shelter indoors. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. After this, we surrender to fate. This biochemical apocalypse differed starkly from the films he'd watched in his past. The first solar greening, a silent airborne infection requiring no vector, struck every human simultaneously. No bite, no wound. Only the shift in hue, and within moments people collapsed, twisted, reborn as zombies. It was in essence a painless death. A sudden chill prickled Jiang Chen's spine. No, that method. The annihilation tribulation. Likewise, no medium required. Even sealed within his home, shielded from sunlight, Jiang Chen had still perished once. Identical. Meanwhile, in an elite conference hall, tycoons and patriarchs clashed fiercely. Preposterous. How dare the authorities broadcast a high schooler's ramblings as official prophecy? Exactly. What if the apocalypse never comes? What then? Panic, riots, economic collapse. And what if it does? That student. He possesses genuine abilities. A portly magnate rose, his cheeks flushed, twin tufts of mustache twitching as he boomed. Then seize him for research. Dissect him. Unravel the source of his power. 40 minutes remained until the apocalypse. Then, abruptly, a text message flashed onto ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Attention, based on official projections, the sun will turn green at precisely noon, releasing intense radiation. Citizens are advised to seek shelter in fully enclosed sealed locations immediately. What is this spam? Ha! Next you'll tell me Qin Shi Huang just wired me 10 million yuan. Honey, hurry up. Radiation. It's lethal. Get inside now. Mom, for the 100th time. Stop believing everything you read online. It's all pseudoscience. Only when young adults saw the same warning flash across TV screens and social media did disbelief finally crack. Could this truly be real? Yet the alert spread solely within domestic networks. A broad silence reigned. Ha! You've all been brainwashed. Believe that. I'm walking down the street right now. I'm immigrating overseas next week. Someone posted. Ironically, overseas students who received the news immediately went into hiding. Life always finds its own way. Have you warned your loved ones? Jiang Chen gazed at the 4 women before him, Chu Siue, and her mother teacher Qinlan and Yu Kursan. Only Yu Kursan, it seemed, had called home earlier. I told my father. He's already home and promised not to leave. Good. Jiang Chen nodded. Time until apocalypse, 0 hours as 0 minutes. The sky turned emerald once more. The end had arrived. He looked out the window. Beep. A driver convulsed, transformed mid-motion, and slammed his car into traffic. Crash. Flames engulfed the sedan. A blood-soaked figure crawled free, only to be dragged down by a writhing, grotesque zombie. Chaos consumed the world. Zombies surged anew, feasting on screaming crowds. Clearly many had ignored the warning entirely. Even the authorities themselves had harbored doubt. Hence the muted response: no urgent broadcasts, no mass mobilization. My heavens! Chu Siue stared eyes wide with disbelief at the carnage beyond the glass. Though inexplicably trusting Jiang Chen, the concept of apocalypse still felt abstract, unreal. Bai Mei wore the same stunned disbelief. Indeed, something uncanny had begun unfolding since Jiang Chen's arrival that morning. Yet as Chu Siue's mother, she swiftly gathered her daughter close. Don't be afraid, Yaya. Mother's here. Yu Kursan, by contrast, remained eerily composed. She'd long anticipated such a scenario. Even researched zombie films during break. Qinlan gazed outward, chilled to the bone. She dared not imagine what would have transpired had the school delayed. Jiang Chen could answer that question, in one stroke of thunderous swordlight. For there shall always be beings upon this earth bold enough to face the lightning's blinding radiance. Enough of this. Let's eat. Amid the women's dazed confusion, Jiang Chen conjured a table out of thin air laden with self-heating rations. And so bewildered yet compliant, they sat down to eat. You, an ordinary person, ate lunch at school. Identity proficiency 5. Proficiency reached 40. Random card reward granted. You received the thank you for your patronage card. Feels like lottery odds. Jiang Chen winced. Not from disappointment at the draw, but from a sudden painful realization today was delivery day. And now the courier would never arrive. In an office elsewhere, Du Qing cowered beneath his desk, face pale with terror. Zombies. They're actually... Du Qing had never believed that the apocalypse would come. She even had doubts about whether Jiang Chen truly possessed. After all, she came from an affluent family and had received elite education since childhood. Not only were her grades excellent, but she also paid great attention to her physical fitness, even earning a black belt in Taekwondo. From her combat experience, she noted that the male student stood with a relaxed posture, his gaze languid, and his body was riddled with flaws. Could someone like him really have superpowers? Especially such powerful superpowers? Du Qing found it utterly unbelievable, and even suspected that this boy was merely a pawn pushed forward by some faction. She never expected that the boy was not lying to her at all. The apocalypse was indeed real. Moreover, the sun had truly turned green and zombies suddenly erupted without warning. Could it be true what he said about human civilization being fragile? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen wiped his mouth with a tissue and glanced at his phone. It seems like it's almost time. Yu Kurson asked in confusion. Qin Lan and the others also wore puzzled expressions as they looked at the somewhat mysterious boy before them. Boom! Suddenly an enormous sound reverberated from the distant horizon. The girls hurried to the window to look outside. What is that? A passenger plane? The plane is going to crash, just like the last apocalypse. The plane's wings were on fire, careening towards the city center. Boom! The plane crashed and the building toppled. Yu Kurson turned back in disbelief and asked, "You knew all along?" Jiang Chen nodded, having anticipated this scene, when he realized that the authorities had not made a strong announcement to everyone. This time many places had changed due to Jiang Chen compared to before the restart. However, this did not include the plane. Flight paths are usually fixed and it is not easy to change them on a whim. Moreover, if the plane were to crash directly, it was likely that the captain or co-pilot had turned into zombies. Could be said that it was a doomed flight. Alright, Jiang Chen stood up, clapped his hands, and addressed the girls. I need to go out for a while. You all stay here and do not move. Go out. Chu Siue was slightly confused and asked, in a daze, with so many zombies outside, how will you go out? Even if you have superpowers and can summon strong winds, it's still dangerous with so many zombies around. You don't understand, the apocalypse is my home. Zombies won't attack me at all. After saying that, Jiang Chen jumped out of the window amidst the astonished gazes of the girls. Shortly after, several figures flickered and disappeared into the distance. Hiss! He jumped down from the 4th floor without a scratch, and his speed is astonishing. In the girls' eyes, Jiang Chen became increasingly mysterious. Whether it was intimidating onlookers with a casual wave that summoned strong winds, or now jumping down so effortlessly from... I hope that Jiang Chen can return safely. Qin Lan fixed her beautiful eyes on the distance, feeling a bit worried. On the street, Jiang Chen stood still. In the distance, countless zombies were rushing towards him. It seemed that the loud sound of the crashing plane had caused these zombies to charge forward like a herd of beasts numbering over 100. They were quickly closing in on Jiang Chen's position. On the 2nd floor of a building, Xue Qingqiu, dressed in a white ancient outfit, stood by the window, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with fear and dilemma. Yet ultimately her kindness took over her nature. She opened the window and shouted, "Hey, that student over there, zombies are running towards you. You need to run." Jiang Chen turned to look in the direction of Xue Qingqiu. Surprisingly, she didn't close the curtain and act like a peeping Tom, he thought. In this life, Xue Qingqiu was much less guarded, because she had not yet witnessed the ugliness of human nature, and maintained an optimistic attitude towards the future. She believed that the authorities would soon resolve the zombie problem. Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Xue Qingqiu was extremely anxious, feeling an inexplicable fondness for this boy. Naturally, she did not want him to die like this. However, she had no way to help him and could only watch helplessly. As the zombie horde was about to reach Jiang Chen, she finally couldn't hold back and began shouting towards that direction. It seemed she wanted to attract the attention of the zombies. What shocked Xue Qingqiu was that the zombie horde had no intention of attacking Jiang Chen. Instead, they were avoiding him from afar. As a normal person, you and pedestrians mutually avoid each other. Identity proficiency 3. Jiang Chen observed the zombies that kept a distance of 4 to 5 meters from him, and concluded that the horde had lost. Thus they ran towards Xue Qingqiu. Fortunately, her house was on the 2nd floor, so the zombies couldn't reach her. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked into the zombie horde. There was a zombie that looked somewhat special. Its occipital region had a peculiar indentation, and it was elongated. He saw it take 3 steps and jump high with a backflip. It was almost 3 meters high. Xue Qingqiu, seeing that a zombie could jump so high, was startled, and fell back, revealing a large expanse of spring scenery. Fortunately, the zombie failed, and its head struck the ground, deepening the indentation at its occiput. Hiss! Is this a high-jumping zombie special type? One can't let those who exercise regularly turn into zombies. They should be a small boss. Before Jiang Chen could finish his lamentation, this high-jumping zombie surprisingly stood up again, seemingly ready for a second attempt. Jiang Chen quickly dealt with it. This zombie had shown slight evolution on the first day. After a few days, it might be quite formidable. Unfortunately, there was no more time. Jiang Chen retracted his ordinary longsword and realized that the enhancement count had not increased. He wondered if it was because the crystal cores of these ordinary zombies were too weak to enhance green-level weapons. Or was it because there weren't enough of them? With this thought, Jiang Chen slightly waved his sword. Instantly, 2 strands of invisible sword energy surged towards the zombie horde. The zombie horde was cut down, as if they were grass collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, I haven't killed enough of them. Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 next to ordinary longsword, nodding in satisfaction. Xue Qingqiu has joined the team. This notification, of course, does not come from the system. It is something Jiang Chen thought of himself. In his past life, he had played many role-playing games. Whenever a new companion joins, this prompt would pop up. Unfortunately, reality is not a game, and Jiang Chen now has only 2 lives left. He brought Xue Qingqiu back to school. After introducing her to everyone, Chu Siyue glanced at her phone and quickly tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Jiang Chen, take a look. So many people are posting short videos. It seems the whole world has entered the apocalypse. Yes, many people are sending out distress signals. Qinlan also approached Jiang Chen with her phone in hand. Unlike the last time they were in a panic, everyone seemed much better now, having not gone through a desperate escape. Is there internet? Jiang Chen also took out his phone, opened social media, and found many people posting about their surroundings. Mobile signals and internet connections largely depend on base stations. If they weren't damaged, they can maintain operation for a long time even without supervision. Yu Kurson explained. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. Presumably some actions must have been taken by the authorities this morning. Although they didn't directly inform the public for fear of panic, essential base stations, as well as water and electricity services, might have implemented some protective measures. This is indeed good news. Jiang Chen even saw someone live streaming. It seemed like the person was hiding under a desk in an office whispering, "Help! I am trapped in the office. I should have called in sick today. There are so many zombies in the company." Ding! Suddenly someone called him. Ah! A chilling scream echoed. Well, having a mobile signal isn't necessarily a good thing. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at the girls, especially Yu Kurson, saying, "Kurson, do you have many rooms at your house? Why do you ask that?" Yu Kurson was momentarily confused. "Because I plan to sleep at your place." Yu Kurson. After Jiang Chen's explanation, everyone was still a bit dizzy. He actually wanted to take everyone to Yu Kurson's home, and they were going to walk there. Everyone fell silent, mainly because this idea was too crazy. They all knew Jiang Chen was powerful. However, Ningjiang City has a permanent population of several million, and walking through it they would probably face tens of thousands of zombies. Even if they could take down one zombie at a time, the knives would become dull. No one stepped up to agree directly. Although many of them trusted Jiang Chen, this was simply a matter of life and death. "Kurson, you are actually a rich girl. I am your only best friend. Why have you kept this from me for so long?" Chu Siyu's complaining voice broke the silence, and she continued, "Jiang Chen knows. But I didn't know." Yu Kurson was momentarily speechless. She had never mentioned her family background. If she knew Jiang Chen had a pendant identical to hers, she would probably be even more astonished. However, due to Chu Siyu's interruption, the atmosphere lightened considerably. "Jiang Chen, do you have confidence?" Qinlan couldn't help but ask worriedly. "As long as you all stay by my side and don't run too far, it will be fine," Jiang Chen said cautiously. Even the zombies on the 7th day he could push through. Moreover, what about now? After much deliberation, they decided to follow Jiang Chen's lead. Thus, a group of 6 set out on this apocalyptic journey. As a normal person, you are given an early mid-autumn festival break from school, so you decide to take a walk with your classmates. Identity Proficiency 5 in this world where a biochemical apocalypse has descended and zombies roam. There was a boy in school uniform accompanied by female classmates, teachers, traditional culture bloggers, and even parents of classmates. They strolled leisurely on the street. At first, everyone was tense, their eyes alert. After all, it was a long journey, and they didn't know how many challenges they would. However, the zombies acted as if they didn't see them at all. In fact, many even actively avoided them. It was so absurd that it felt like they had become one of the zombies. Jiang Chen had no intention of killing too many zombies. The zombies were still weak, and the quality of the crystals was mediocre. It was better to wait a few days, which is his unique theory of harvesting. The internet was still up, so this scene was uploaded online by many survivors who witnessed it. Due to official warnings, there were significantly more survivors this time than last, especially since the authorities had used radiation as an excuse. Many older citizens were terrified of radiation, which was also why many base stations were disguised. For instance, they might disguise themselves as a tree or an awkward air conditioning unit to prevent residents from causing damage. Jiang Chen never expected that going to Yu Kurson's house would also mean passing by his own home. That makes sense. The school is in the suburbs, his home is also on the outskirts, while Yu Kurson's house is closer to the city. Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 buildings beside the road. One was his home, and the other was Chu Siyu's. Last time he had been slacking off, merely hoping to survive for 7 days. Therefore, he always wanted to go home to sleep feeling that small nest was exceptionally warm and comfortable. Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of a familiar supermarket. He suddenly stopped. He decided to buy something as this might increase his proficiency. There were quite a few zombies in the supermarket, but their numbers were insignificant in front of Jiang Chen. There was nothing a sword couldn't solve. If there were, then it would take 2 swords. Jiang Chen held a lot of food and drinks walking to the checkout counter. He started scanning items, seemingly preparing to pay. This left the girls stunned. Xue Qingqiu was particularly taken aback. How long has this been going on for him? Not sure, mainly because the hospital isn't accepting patients now. Yu Kersen replied. Beep. As a normal person having a holiday during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you come to the supermarket to buy things with your classmates' identity proficiency. 3 Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this kind of attempt was quite feasible. He found that many actions could only count as one instance, such as when he encountered zombies and they mutually avoided each other. Such repeated actions were not recognized by the system. Otherwise, he would have soared by now. Encountering 1,000,000 zombies would mean 1,000,000 points, right? For example, shopping at school this morning counts as one instance. Now shopping at the supermarket with the girls counts as another. Because the time, place, and people are different. In a corner of the supermarket, a dozen survivors were trembling on the ground, some even crying. The zombies were terrifying and they had little power to fight back. They could only prolong their suffering. However, Wang Tianba, wearing a large gold chain and a floral shirt, thought differently. In the supermarket staff lounge, there were many dishwashing liquids that could be mixed with water and poured on the floor to lure the zombies over, then shut the door and deal with them one by one. In theory, it was possible to clear out all the zombies. Huang, did I see that wrong? What is it, boss? I saw someone seemingly kill all the zombies in just a few strokes. And Wang Tianba said with a serious expression, I don't know why. Jiang Chen had also noticed someone inside the restroom. His physique was extraordinary. Whenever he chose to listen, his hearing was exceptionally acute. Moreover, a faint spiritual boost from his innate entertainer trait subtly enhanced his perception. He had no intention of revealing himself to old acquaintances. Time was scarce, and besides, the 2 men were quite frankly a pair of unrefined fools. Brother, if you sense something amiss, let's dispense with this pretense. That's feigning compliance, not pretense with snakes. If you lack literary cultivation, please refrain from forcing ornate phrasing. Just as Wang Tianba stepped forward, he realized Jiang Chen and his group had already vanished into the distance. The supermarket held no living zombies. Seal its entrance and it would become an elite sanctuary. Thank you. Though I don't know who you are. Seeing Wang Tianba emerge unharmed, the supermarket's survivors rushed outside and hastily gathered wooden planks to barricade the doors. Jiang Chen and the women continued walking, occasionally indulging in behaviors deemed ordinary by pre-apocalyptic standards, strolling leisurely with classmates and teachers, even pausing to take photographs. Amidst the women's utter bewilderment, Jiang Chen stood calmly at the center. Behind him, chaos reigned: shambling zombies, shattered storefronts, smoke-choked streets. And yet he snapped a group portrait, the apocalypse travel photo. Felt like a school autumn excursion. Jiang Chen relaxed, utterly at ease. His nature unwaveringly optimistic, never succumbing to despair or inner turmoil. Even as the world's annihilation loomed just 7 days away, soon Jiang Chen's group went viral online. In a collapsing world drowning in despair, their bold, unhurried promenade through city streets and their cheerful snapshots defied all logic. It was utterly absurd. Holy hell! Is this real? Are they actually strolling down the street? Why aren't the zombies attacking them? In times like these, someone's still mocking reality with forged images. Don't they realize such hoaxes could cost lives? On the 3rd floor of a building along a desolate avenue, a small apartment overlooked the street. A handful of survivors huddled there. 3 men and 1 woman. Sister Leader, I thought you were impressive enough, getting us out of that death trap. But look at this guy online. Holy hell. He's leading 5 women on a casual walk through the apocalypse. Xiao Wu, a woman with a jagged scar across her face and corded muscle, spoke firmly. This is likely fabricated. Stop scrolling through bizarre internet posts. Our priority is securing a vehicle and evacuating the city. Zombies swarm every block. Understood, Sister Leader. Xiao Wu nodded. Her words echoed in his mind. The internet runs too deep. You can't fathom its currents. Indeed, he hadn't expected jokes to persist even in the apocalypse. Sighing, he admitted his own naivety and turned to study the map with his leader and comrades. Yet an absent-minded glance over his shoulder froze him in place. Bush Godmen, it's real? What is? Sister Leader frowned in confusion. Xiao Wu pointed toward the distance. The others crowded to the window and saw it for themselves, a small procession moving slowly, steadily down the street. They laughed and chatted. Occasionally zombies lurched toward them, only to veer away abruptly upon nearing an invisible boundary. How fantastical is this? Xiao Wu murmured. I just downloaded several post-apocalyptic novels to learn survival tactics, but maybe I should switch to Xianxiao instead. Sister Leader fell silent. Below, a high school boy in uniform passed by, eyes half-lidded as if rousing from sleep. Suddenly he halted, tilted his head upward and smiled, waving cheerfully at the group, as if greeting them with a casual good morning. The four stood paralyzed. Astonished he'd spotted them from 3 floors below without ever glancing up. Is this really happening? Even the stern sister leader wore a complex expression, then waved back. As a normal person you greeted strangers warmly, spreading kindness to the world. Identity proficiency 3. N proficiency reached 60. Random card reward granted. And you have obtained a stat allocation card. Jiang Chen turned and walked on. His normal person radius now extended 7 to 8 meters, meaning a safe circle roughly 15 to 16 meters in diameter surrounded him at all times. After a considerable stretch of walking they finally arrived at their destination, Yu Kursen's residence. The upscale Tsuehu Yuan Villa district. Before the gated entrance everyone, except Yu Kursen, stood motionless. How can a person be this wealthy? Chu Siyue whispered, disbelief etched across her face. Even Qin Lan, their composed teacher, was visibly shaken, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The entire compound nestled beside a vast lake. Amidst the urban sprawl such an expanse of greenery existed, like a sprawling public park. No wonder the affluent can dwell in cities yet remain untouched by worldly clamor. Xue Qingqiu too looked stunned. Jiang Chen paused thoughtfully. How dreadfully dull. Let's spend your money together. Yu Kursen sighed with wry amusement and led them in. Lush greenery blanketed the grounds, pathways wide enough for luxury vehicles. Beside the immense Tsuehu Lake stood Yu Kursen's home, a lakeside villa. She paused before its grand entrance, scanned her face, and the gates swung open automatically. As they entered, each step revealed fresh marvels. From the gravel path to the opulent entryway, soft lighting bathed a cavernous living room crowned by floor-to-ceiling windows. Beyond the glass, the lake shimmered in the distance. As a normal person you accompanied your teacher on a student home visit. Identity proficiency 3. Please make yourselves at home. Hearing her friend's words, Chu Siyue dashed to the window, gasping repeatedly. Kursen, you kept this from me? Bai Mei, Aunt Bai, stood quietly amid the extravagance, visibly uneasy. Noticing her discomfort, Qin Lan gently took her hand and guided her to a nearby seat. Jiang Chen spoke up. Miss, where might this humble servant best position himself? Enough! Yu Kursen groaned, seized his hand and pulled him toward the window. Her fingers were delicate and supple, her skin smooth and silken to the touch. Yu Kursen glanced between her closest friend and Jiang Chen. She gently bit her lower lip before continuing, Siyue, I never meant to hide this from you. It's my father's property and our relationship is strained. I was raised from childhood under my father's strict discipline. Not only forced to study countless obscure subjects, but also denied any time for leisure or personal joy. I felt like nothing more than a tool crafted to fulfill his ambitions. Utterly deprived of independent thought or he constantly repeated, flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. So he insisted I devote every moment to what he deemed practical pursuits. Over time, our relationship deteriorated, steadily veering perilously close to open enmity. Jiang Chen and Chu Siyue both leaned in, attentively sensing a pivotal turn ahead. Yu Kursen continued her recollection. One year during a business partnership he was betrayed by his earliest co-founder. An act that shattered his fortune and left him disillusioned. It was then he decided I should transfer schools. I moved to Ningjiang City to attend high school. Having never experienced genuine familial warmth, I developed a temperament that kept others at arm's length. Even in high school I had no friends, until I met Siyue. Only then did we become close confidants. Jiang Chen paused thoughtfully before speaking. Precisely. Most people, seeing your icy demeanor, and knowing you're an academic prodigy, wisely withdraw. Only the truly clueless, prone to wild imagination, persist with unwarranted enthusiasm, mistaking your reserve for mere slowness to warm up. Also, both of you come from single-parent households, so you share at least this faint thread of common ground. Chu Siyue nodded, then abruptly frowned, sensing something amiss. Who exactly called whom clueless? Jiang Chen gazed upon his electronic pet with pitying eyes. Eyes that spoke volumes of compassionate condescension toward the intellectually challenged. I had resolved that once I entered university and secured employment I would quietly save every penny, eventually repaying my father for every cent he'd spent on me over the years. Meanwhile, in another villa within Tsuehu Yuan, Yu Kursen's father held her photograph in trembling hands, praying fervently for her survival. He dared not send messages or make calls, fearing that if her phone wasn't on silent his contact might inadvertently seal her fate. Kursen, I've long wished to beg your forgiveness. To utter those words I owe you. But who could have foreseen the cataclysmic descent of the apocalypse? I was wrong. I should never have burdened you so heavily, exhausted you so utterly. Perhaps even finding a boyfriend would have brought you more ease than the life I imposed upon you. So that's it. Chu Siyue finally understood why Yu Kursen lived so frugally. Even in the campus canteen she never ordered anything costly. They shared identical meal standards. Because she was saving every yuan to repay her father. Well then, everyone must be exhausted after such a long walk. Yu Kursen gently smoothed her hair before continuing, let me assign the rooms. The villa was spacious, 3 stories tall with 5 bedrooms in total. Chu Siyue and her mother shared one room, perfectly sufficient. Jiang Chen felt a fleeting pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he might have gone straight to Chu Siyue's home. Perhaps even shared a room with the beauty. Jiang Chen sprawled across the villa's expansive bed. Whoa! This mattress is enormous and luxuriously soft. A profound sense of relaxation washed over him. As a normal person visiting a classmate's home, comfortably lying in the guest room you've been assigned. Normalcy Proficiency 5. He rolled onto his back, gazing up at the ceiling, and willed his thoughts inward. His identity card materialized hovering midair. Has my normalcy proficiency already reached 70? Not bad. Progress has been steady. He retracted the card, and instantly several others shimmered into existence beside it. Chu Siue's painting Qin Lan's sachet Yu Kursen's pendant. Even Chu Siue's mooncakes. Mooncakes. Yet in this world, the Mid-Autumn Festival falls precisely on day 8 of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen loathed sorrow. He recalled the inscription on his resurrection card: this life I will clear the trial. To revisit familiar places is but to carve a mark upon a passing boat. A futile gesture against time's current. Today's stroll had fulfilled a longing he'd harbored, but failed to realize, on his previous attempt. Like a man etching his vessel's position upon a drifting hull, Jiang Chen now traversed time's river, determined to mend every regret one by one. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. Who the hell coined that nonsense? By damn. Remain forever young. That evening everyone gathered to enjoy a hearty, well-prepared meal. Unlike at noon, Yu Kursen's home was fully equipped with kitchenware, and Xue Qingqiu, Qinlan, and Bai Mei were all skilled cooks. After feasting, Yu Kursen and Chu Siue took charge of washing dishes, using bottled water manifested by Jiang Chen. Last time this water had remained uncontaminated, Chu Siue had used it extensively without contracting infection. Yet Jiang Chen felt a quiet unease. In an instant, only the women, Aunt Bai Qinlan and Xue Qingqiu, remained near the table. By appearance alone, Jiang Chen was clearly the youngest. What possible topic could bridge that gap? An unanticipated silence settled over them. Don't just stand there. Play on your phones. The network still functioned so unlike before. Information flowed freely and unimpeded. Within hours of the apocalypse's onset, widespread horror had taught everyone one irrefutable truth: this fragile tranquility was exceedingly rare. Perhaps unique even within the new world's desolation. Well, look at that, we're trending. Xue Qingqiu scrolled through online posts. Many survivors had captured footage of their group. Couldn't be helped. They stood out starkly. A site like apocalyptic group tourism defied all logic. Shame we went viral only after the collapse. No chance now to shout. Folks, click the link. Jiang Chen sighed wistfully. Meanwhile, in Yu Kursen's father's villa, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit sat upright in his chair, flanked by a manservant in formal livery. Yu Kursen's father scrolled feverishly through the web, searching for actionable intelligence. Countless pleas for rescue flooded every platform. Many survivors even posted their names and addresses, hoping someone somewhere might see and respond. Don't these people fear predators lurking in the shadows? The man shook his head, then froze, spotting a short video soaring in likes and views. The footage was grainy yet unmistakable. A group strolled calmly down a city street, unhurried, almost leisurely. Zombies ignored them entirely. Comments cascaded beneath holy SHT. Respect. Even EU Shi. He scrolled further, finding freshly posted comments with embedded images. I saw them too, and snapped photos, far sharper than this lowers video. Image. JPG. He tapped the file. The resolution was strikingly clear, yet one figure among the group struck him with visceral shock. If my eyes don't deceive me, that's my daughter. His certainty wavered. He urgently gestured for his manservant to verify. Sir, though the image isn't pristine, that is indeed your daughter. But hasn't Miss Kursen always been reserved, rarely smiling? The man stared. His daughter stood beside a boy in school uniform, laughing openly, radiant with unguarded. She's actually dating him. After tidying up, everyone sat together on the large carpet in the living room, gazing at the scenery outside. 7 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon was a crescent resembling a half-yellow pancake. From then on, the moon phase would gradually wax until the full moon on the 15th. Wow, Kursen, the view outside your house is amazing. Chu Siu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The moonlight spilled over the lake, and a gentle breeze stirred the surface, creating shimmering waves that evoked a sense of tranquility and beauty. The moonlight and the autumn lake share the vast sky. The view is indeed quite splendid. Qin Lan's beautiful eyes radiated with delight, clearly having not seen such beauty in a long time. The girls nodded in agreement, as if it were natural for them to be drawn to beautiful things. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. Today had indeed been quite pleasant. He had been busy all day, but he had managed to settle his old friends. Moreover, Xue Qingqiu's culinary skills were truly remarkable. As a self-media influencer, she possessed many talents. Her singing was delightful, she was stunningly beautiful, and she could even cook. However, Jiang Chen had cast a glance at Xue Qingqiu's account and found that she didn't have many followers. Only a few tens of thousands, revealing her status as a small influencer. Having a nice meal and being able to sit here enjoying the view is so much better than before, Jiang Chen said softly. In the past, every time before work, I had to coax myself with the thought I'll treat myself to a nice meal after work. Do you reward yourself after work? Xue Qingqiu asked curiously. The other girls also turned to listen to Jiang Chen's words. Sometimes I do, Jiang Chen chuckled. The phrase treat myself to a nice meal sounds extravagant, as if I were going to spend half a month's salary, and not prepare to continue living like that. Actually, in most cases, it just means raising the takeout standards by 5 yuan. Ah, little Jiang, did this happen when you were working part-time before? Aunt Bai asked in confusion. Well, sort of. It happened a while ago, it feels like a long time has passed since then, Jiang Chen replied. The girls couldn't help but look at him with sympathy, especially Xue Qingqiu. Previously, she always thought this young man was mysterious and composed as if the apocalypse was no big deal in his eyes. To her surprise, he had such a past. She suddenly felt as if she had drawn a little closer to him. Child, you must have endured a lot of hardships, right? Qin Lan sat beside Jiang Chen, extending her arms to pull him into an embrace, her eyes filled with compassion. Jiang Chen had no defenses, or rather pretended not to have any. He buried his face into Qin Lan's chest. Hiss this. It's really big and soft. Jiang Chen didn't reveal to the girls that, before he crossed over, every time he had a day off or a break, he would sleep until noon and then order takeout in the afternoon. In this way, although the takeout cost 10 yuan more, eating just one meal a day was actually more frugal. Everyone chatted until late. This time Xue Qingqiu's restart was essentially their first meeting. Plus, with Aunt Bai and Chu Siyue joining in, they discussed the fear from the onset of the apocalypse, shared hobbies from before, and talked about hopes for the future. I've seen such scenes before. Jiang Chen contemplated. Before the restart of the apocalypse, he had created a simple academy hotel in the classroom. There were also 6 people back then. In the neighboring class, there were 2 girls, one named He Yuan and the other Guo Rui. This time, even though he could intercept them at school to prevent their untimely demise, they still had families. Therefore, Jiang Chen merely hinted tomorrow it's time for a cleanup. The next day, chaos ensued. After chatting late into the night, the girls, utterly exhausted, made do with sleeping on the spot. Fortunately, the carpet was of good quality, spacious enough for 6 people to barely fit. With so many people, their body heat was sufficient, and it was even quite warm. Jiang Chen woke up, first lowering the arm of Yukerson that was wrapped around his waist, then gently moving Qin Lan's long slender leg aside. He stood up, looking at the somewhat disheveled girls, feeling a bit of a headache. It was quite unusual for him to wake up early. With Jiang Chen's current physique, even without sleep for a long time, his body wouldn't feel the slightest fatigue. The reason for sleeping was purely because he enjoyed it. His spirit was very much into it. Once the apocalypse ends, I'll enjoy it properly then. Jiang Chen thought to himself. With a thought, his identity card appeared before him. Role: normal person, proficiency 100, solidified bystander. Name: Jiang Chen. Strength 78, extraordinary. Speed 35, extremely strong. Physique 50, extraordinary. Weapon: plague dagger equipped. Trump card: revival card equipped. 100 seems to solidify the identity, so even if I change identities, my abilities remain the same as before. Jiang Chen nodded. This was indeed good news. Yesterday, when he was admiring the moon with the girls, the proficiency of normal person had already reached 80. But he only received a thank you for your patronage reward, and 100 must have been achieved while he was sleeping. Proficiency reaching 100 grants random card rewards. You have received a prophecy card. Jiang Chen took the card from the card space and found that it was a green quality card. Did I get lucky again? Prophecy card, green quality. Using it can predict a specific piece of information for the next 3 days. Note: this card is only valid in a restartable world. Description: prophet. Got it. Do you wish to use it? Yes, no. Prophecy. There's such a card. This system feels quite impressive. However, Jiang Chen currently had no use for it. After all, having restarted once, even if he slightly altered the course of the world due to his own reasons, it should still be largely similar. There was no place to use the prophecy card. He opened the window and leaped outside the villa. It seems that the identity of unnamed bystander not only increased my speed from 27 to 35, but also enhances my walking ability. Yesterday, because he was concerned about Chu Siyue, and Yukerson, Jiang Chen had refrained from showcasing his extraordinary abilities, fearing he might accidentally hurt someone. But now, having settled them, Jiang Chen felt free as a fish in the sea, soaring as high as a bird in the sky. He first dashed out of the Tsuehu Villa complex at an incredibly fast speed, taking just a few seconds. He had already moved over 1,000 meters. His movement was ghostly in its swiftness. Most importantly, it seems I have already surpassed the speed of sound, yet there was no sonic boom. Although Jiang Chen's learning ability was average, he had come across in short videos that when the speed of an object reaches a certain level, it would encounter a sound barrier. The sound would be left far behind. The sound produced when breaking the sound barrier is incredibly loud, known as a sonic boom. Yet, at this moment, he experienced none of that physical reaction. Let me try jumping again. Jiang Chen focused his mind and stomped 1 foot hard onto the ground. Bang! A tremendous sound instantly reverberated. The ground directly caved in to form a large circular pit with a radius of 3 meters where Jiang Chen's foot had struck as if it had been hit by a small meteor. At the same time, Jiang Chen used the force of this stomp to leap into the air, soaring to over 100 meters high. The gale whipped against his face and his clothes fluttered wildly. It felt as if he was flying. As he ascended rapidly, Jiang Chen quickly took in the breathtaking view of the city below. Countless skyscrapers lay beneath him, the numerous streets intertwined like the veins of the city extending far into the distance. Thousands of zombies heard the loud noise and looked up in confusion. But soon as the sound vanished, they resumed their mindless roams roaring down the streets. Soon Jiang Chen's upward speed began to slow. By now he had ascended several hundred meters into the sky with white clouds right before him, the sky within reach. I feel like I'm about to master the Rulai Divine Palm. Damn brain, hurry up and remember, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Finally his body paused for a moment before he began to fall. Faster and faster. Despite this, Jiang Chen felt as if gravity had vanished. The wind tousled his unruly hair as fresh cool air flooded into his mouth. He didn't rush to adjust his landing position, but instead acted as if he were lying freely in the sky. In the end, Jiang Chen only flipped over a second before hitting the ground, landing on his feet. Bang! Another massive circular pit formed. Dust was violently thrust into the air. In the distance, a horde of zombies was drawn towards the noise. With a thought, Jiang Chen had a sword in hand. He swung it casually, and an invisible sword light spread out in that direction like a drop of water falling onto a still surface, expanding instantly. Countless zombies' heads vanished in an instant. The zombie crystals transformed into invisible energy, becoming resources for upgrading his ordinary longsword. Jiang Chen acted without looking back at the result. He knew these zombies were doomed to die even if there were already one or two evolved ones among them. The green-quality longsword had considerable attack power, and each swing unleashed a torrent of sword light. A full-force strike would be even more terrifying. The sword energy howled forth like a raging silver dragon, akin to thunder descending upon the world. It is conceivable that the blue-quality plague dagger would be even stronger, but as a melee weapon, he had yet to find an opportunity to test its capabilities. Jiang Chen stomped the ground again, instantly leaping into the air. This time he held back slightly. He directly jumped into the upper floors of a skyscraper. The glass curtain wall shattered as easily as paper under Jiang Chen's force. After dispatching a few approaching zombies, Jiang Chen began to observe the world below. With the identity of a spectator enhancing his vision, he felt his sight being further augmented. You are observing zombies as a spectator skill proficiency 3. You are observing zombies as a spectator skill proficiency 5. Ordinary zombie. This is a very ordinary zombie that can transmit the zombie virus through scratching or biting. Immune to this level of virus. Evolved zombie. This is a speed evolved zombie that can transmit the zombie virus through scratching or biting. Immune to this level of virus. Immune. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. It should be due to his strong physique and toxin resistance, making it impossible for the virus to invade and infect. But what about those who were infected at the beginning of the apocalypse? Is it just bad luck for them? He shook his head, preparing to change positions to grind proficiency. Only by witnessing new scenes would the spectator identity react. Although he could wait like last time, Jiang Chen still intended to have breakfast soon. Meanwhile, Yu Kursin rubbed her eyes, waking from her dream only to find the familiar boy had vanished. She felt a flash of panic and quickly got up only to discover Jiang Chen had left her a note. It said he would return shortly. She finally relaxed. She didn't know why, but she felt Jiang Chen's presence growing heavier in her heart. Suddenly Yu Kursin frowned. In her memory, Jiang Chen had a crush on her best friend Chu Siue, constantly sending her messages and checking in on her. He was a dull and timid classmate. However, that impression seemed to be fading. Did Jiang Chen really send those messages? Was he truly my classmate? Why can't I remember what he looked like at school? Siue, you're awake too. I have a question to ask you. The second day of the apocalypse had arrived and zombies had begun evolving, though they were still ordinary strength and speed types. As time passed, the zombies would grow stronger until the world would meet its end on the seventh day. Jiang Chen continued to move between buildings, shattering walls with incredible speed. Since it was already the apocalypse, no one would make him pay for damages. Before crossing over, I always thought that the failure man was quite handsome, never expecting to cosplay in this way. Countless zombies merely glanced at Jiang Chen before being decapitated by his sword. It was a casual matter. These zombies didn't even say thank you. Suddenly Jiang Chen discovered a new type. Elderly evolved zombie. This is an elderly evolved zombie that can transmit the zombie virus through scratching or biting. Immune to this level of virus. This zombie possesses outstanding physical capabilities, incredible defense, and potential for further evolution in life. This zombie was an ambitious elderly man. In his youth, he aspired to great things but achieved nothing in the martial world. In middle age, he claimed he would make a comeback, but it was puzzling when he ever began. Why use the word again? In old age, he still refused to admit defeat, teaching the young not to fear difficulties, believing he still had hope for success. As novels depict elderly characters becoming invincible at 70 or 80, young people advised him to uninstall the Tomato novel app. Critics said not to underestimate the impoverished young and old. One day, they could turn their fortunes around, even if it was only after death. Its weakness is the head. Defeating this zombie yields a zombie crystal which can be used to enhance objects. The item is old but of no use. Let it sink down and settle. After gaining proficiency in the identity, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Let the old man rest in peace. At 8 in the morning, Jiang Chen returned to the villa of Yu Kursin. He changed into a new outfit. His immense strength rendered ordinary clothing utterly incapable of withstanding the force. Jiang Chen visited a clothing store and was astonished by the prices of many items, unable to comprehend how such things could be sold for so much. He even tried to enhance them using zombie crystal cores. He discovered that while the clothes could be strengthened, they felt as if made from some metallic material, clanging noisily and feeling cold and uncomfortable against his skin. He decided to give up. Upon seeing Jiang Chen return, the women were all very happy. For some reason, they inexplicably felt that Jiang Chen was a lazy dog, so when they woke up and found him missing, they were all quite scared. They feared something had happened to him. Fortunately, Yu Kursen kept saying trust him. This calmed everyone's emotions a bit, and they began preparing breakfast. It seemed that indeed people are dressed according to their appearance. Jiang Chen, wearing fitted and high-end casual clothes, looked. He was already naturally handsome, and with his physique reaching 50 points, his body was evolving towards the extraordinary, making him even more attractive. It inexplicably radiated an air of nobility. The women gazed at him with shining eyes. However, when Jiang Chen spoke, he still exuded that lazy dog vibe, as if a celestial being enjoyed eating braised chicken. It was hard to keep a straight face. After breakfast, Jiang Chen suggested visiting Yu Kursen's father. Yu Kursen had no objections. Despite their previously poor relationship, he was still her biological father. Moreover, her father had changed a lot over the past 2 years, rarely forcing her to do anything. Do you want to change your clothes? Jiang Chen considered asking Yu Kursen. Is my school uniform not okay? Yu Kursen blinked. After all, this was the apocalypse, and having food and drink was already good, as she usually had low demands on such matters. Since it's a holiday, I've never seen you wear anything else. Well, okay then. You know, this old Yu is really something, making us all squeeze into one room. A plump woman adorned with numerous expensive jewelry complained softly. Who says otherwise? On the other side of the room, a rotund man holding his mistress agreed. I wanted to exercise a bit, but I can't do anything. It's really frustrating. Don't complain, having food is already a blessing. Besides, with so many people, it's not too bad to be divided into 3 rooms. This old Yu is not from around here. A few years ago, he splurged and bought 2 houses. His background is quite mysterious. A dark-skinned man spoke up to advise. No matter how rich he is, can he compare to me? Just my company shares alone could buy 10 houses here. The plump man scoffed in disdain. Suddenly, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell of the villa rang urgently. Everyone held their breath, feeling a bit tense. This was already the 2nd day of the apocalypse. Survivors were few. It couldn't be a zombie pressing the doorbell, could it? In the villa's office, Yu Kursen's father Yushan wore a serious expression and quickly called the butler, heading towards the entrance. There were smart cameras over there. They could directly see what was happening at the villa's main door. Meanwhile, many survivors inside the rooms had gathered as well. They were let in by Yushan yesterday. At that time, when the apocalypse struck and zombies erupted, Yushan softened when he saw they had no wounds on them. Old Yu, what's going on? Let's take a look first. Yushan's tone was steady as he tapped on the smart door lock screen. On the screen, there were a girl in a white dress, exceptionally beautiful, and a boy in casual clothes. The two were holding hands, calmly standing in place. My goodness, they seemed to be living people. Seeing fellow survivors, the tension among the group eased, and they hurriedly urged old Yu to check at the door. What they didn't notice was that Yushan's expression was a bit unfavorable. Everyone rushed to the door, finally getting a clear view of the girl and boy's appearance. The girl wore a pure white dress that gently swayed in the wind, her long, deep black hair cascading over her shoulders. What was even more stunning was the girl's beauty. Her face was so pure that she seemed untouched by makeup, exuding an innocence that was beyond compare. For a moment, everyone was mesmerized, even forgetting that this was the apocalypse. Kursen, what's this? Hurry up and come in. Yushan was hesitant, but given the special circumstances, there was no time for detailed questioning. He directly opened the door, ready to let the two in. Wait, old Yu, aren't you afraid these two might be infected? A rotund man spoke. What if they turn into zombies? I think we should let the girl in first, check for any wounds on her before deciding. Upon hearing this, Yushan's eyes flared with restrained anger. That's my daughter, I hope. You could think before you speak. Hearing Yushan's words, the fat man felt a moment of panic, but quickly hardened his tone. What if she's your daughter? Old Yu, their potential infection concerns our lives. How can you wish for their luck to be good for our safety? Upon hearing the fat man's words, a heavily made-up, middle-aged woman chimed in. Exactly, you can't let your kin cloud your judgment. Especially since I heard your daughter is still in high school, getting involved with a wild man at such a young age. TSK. You all? Yushan's face turned pale with anger as he spoke furiously. I saved you all before no one said to check for infections back. Yesterday was yesterday, or today is the 2nd day of the zombie outbreak. Who knows how the virus has evolved? Didn't you see the special zombies filmed online today? The fat man pointed at Yu Kursen and retorted loudly. The next moment, his entire hand was severed. With a thud, it fell to the ground. The fat man was initially stunned, then a piercing pain surged through him instantly. He began to wail in agony, rolling on the floor. In the next instant, his head was also severed from his body, leaving him completely still, his face still bearing an expression of disbelief and terror. Who was just talking nonsense? Jiang Chen calmly asked as he covered Yu Kursen's eyes with one hand. However, before anyone could respond, he answered himself, oh, it seems to be you. In the next moment, a woman also met the same fate. No one even saw how Jiang Chen made his move. It was as if his words were like the decree of the king of hell deciding who would live and who would die. Under such pressure, the bodies of the group were so terrified that they froze. Old Deng quickly closed the door to prevent zombies from entering. Then, get someone to clean up. Jiang Chen covered Yu Kerson's eyes and walked towards the room. He initially intended to observe Yu Kerson's father's methods and delayed taking action but ultimately couldn't hold back. Yu Kerson gently lowered his hand. Jiang Chen occasionally assumed the young woman was timid, simply because her beauty was so striking. In truth, she remained remarkably composed and rational at all times, except when locking eyes with Jiang Chen or as now holding his hand when a faint nervousness would surface, prompting her to instinctively tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Compared to Yu Kerson's home, Yushan's villa bore a far more traditional aesthetic. Its entrance gate, crafted from solid wood, exuded weight and gravitas, adorned with intricate, meticulously carved motifs. Upon entering, a subtle, soothing fragrance of aged timber filled the air. Rosewood furniture abounded throughout, elegant, timeless, steeped in classical refinement. At the heart of the living room stood an imposing rosewood carving table, its craftsmanship suggesting extraordinary value. Jiang Chen held Yu Kerson's hand as they sat side by side on a chair in the living room. She wore a long dress. A perilous choice in this apocalyptic world. Should zombies surge forth, her mobility would be severely compromised. Yet she trusted Jiang Chen completely, and he in turn offered that trust without reserve, guiding her hand as they walked beside the serene emerald waters of Tsuehu Lake. Within moments, survivors streamed in one after another, halting instantly against the walls, breaths held, awestruck gazes fixed upon the youth. All except Yu Kerson's father. Yushan sat across from the pair, his heart churning with conflicting emotions: elation at seeing his daughter alive, resignation at her sudden romance, and deep unsettled curiosity about this boy. Most of all, astonishment. When he'd glimpsed the two through the smart door's screen earlier, his sole thought had been to usher them inside swiftly. He'd intended to assess his daughter's judgment carefully, and perhaps test the youth with quiet pressure, gauging whether he truly measured up to Kerson. Now Yushan felt the pressure shifting entirely onto himself. "Kerson, are you all right?" The middle-aged man managed only these few words. "Father, this is Jiang Chen, my classmate." Yu Kerson introduced him calmly, concisely, without flourish. "I'm fine. I returned home safely. My teachers and classmates have all made it here too." "That's good. That's very good." Yushan nodded, a palpable weight lifting. Yet hearing his daughter's even tone stirred a quiet ache within him. Jiang Chen studied the man seated opposite. The man was neither stout nor slender, dressed in a sleek black suit, his eyes deep-set and penetrating, his bearing dignified and commanding. An aura of authority unmistakably forged in the pre-apocalyptic world. Yet before Jiang Chen, such mortal presence held no meaning. Unrestrained, his innate aura alone rendered ordinary people incapable of standing upright in his presence. Yushan clenched, then unclenched his fists before speaking, voice thick with remorse. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have burdened you so heavily before. I shouldn't have forced you to master so many disciplines from childhood. Over these past 2 years, I've come to understand something vital: wealth, status, elite society. They pale beside your happiness. With my financial stability, my duty isn't to compel you down my path, but to grant you boundless choices. Your joy is enough. Even if you never strive, I will always provide for you." His voice trembled. This proud man rarely admitted fault. "But I grasped this truth too late. Now the apocalypse has descended as zombies rage unchecked. We cannot even be certain we'll survive tomorrow. Father failed you." Having spoken, he collapsed into his chair, drained, as though every ounce of vitality had been siphoned away. Silence fell over the villa, absolute, suffocating. Had the youth not earlier displayed extraordinary power, someone among the survivors surely would have stepped forward to mediate, urging reconciliation with gentle words. But now, who dared utter a careless word? Risking their life. Yu Kerson gazed at her father's slumped figure. 10 breaths passed, then 20. She remained silent. At last she lifted her head, meeting Yushan's gaze directly. From childhood she'd known little warmth, little joy. Each day had felt lived not for herself but for others' expectations. Sometimes drifting during class, she'd even imagined the apocalypse arriving. Not as catastrophe, but as release and escape from relentless pain and hollow reality. Then she met an extraordinary youth, though often unreliable, lazily nonchalant and oddly verbose. Yet, on their very first meeting, he stirred within her an inexplicable sense of familiarity and in this treacherous world, merely holding his hand calmed her storm-tossed spirit. No longer forcing composure, no longer trembling with fear, Yu Kerson extended her hand toward Jiang Chen. He seized it instantly. Her palm soft, warm, Yushan blinked in surprise. Kerson turned, smiling at Jiang Chen, her eyes shimmering as if starlight danced within their depths. Jiang Chen froze for a heartbeat, then understood. To Kerson the past had receded, what mattered now was his judgment, his voice. Uncle, Kerson has already forgiven you." Yushan looked up, disbelief etching his face. Emotion surged. Decades of restraint shattered. Tears welled unbidden at the corners of his eyes. Yes. Kerson, I'd planned to apologize on Mid-Autumn Festival. I've kept these ready since then." He bent low, retrieving 2 ornate mooncake boxes from a hidden compartment beneath the rosewood carving table. "These were meant for you that day." Jiang Chen eyed the boxes, his mouth watering slightly. They looked Dad, I'll take them. Sensing Jiang Chen's longing, Curson accepted gracefully, seamlessly bridging his desire and her gesture. Jiang Chen promptly transmuted both boxes into essence. HSS. Even those standing rigidly along the walls, exerting immense self-control to remain silent, could not suppress their gasp. The sight left them stunned. 2 full boxes of mooncakes vanished without touch, without slight, without even a glance beyond the initial one. Was he divine? Excellent. Curson, what would you like for lunch? Yushan's delight was unmistakable. The apocalypse had stripped his fortune of meaning, yet his daughter lived and had forgiven him. For lunch, Curson glanced again at Jiang Chen. Somehow, whenever he was near, her own certainty dissolved, replaced by quiet reliance. Suddenly, if only I'd been accomplished in my youth, free of shame, surrounded by wives and concubines. A phone rang. Jiang Chen answered, unruffled. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is Xiao Wang Jian. You remember me? Experts here wish to speak with you. Yes, about your prophecy. I understand. We won't arrive empty-handed. We're preparing substantial supplies. Braised chicken rice. Pork knuckle rice bowl. Understood. We'll do our utmost to arrange those. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and gazed at you, Curson, asking softly. Curson, the military would like to meet with us to exchange information. Would you like to attend? Yes. You, Curson agreed without hesitation. Jiang Chen nodded and turned to Yushan. Then, until next time, uncle. With that, he led you, Curson, toward her home. Yushan stood before the villa gate, watching the two walk into the apocalypse as calmly as if strolling through their own backyard. Motionless, lost in thought. What the hell? Is this teenager a cultivator? Did he just store that mooncake inside a spatial ring? One survivor muttered. Facing him feels overwhelming. Like an ant standing before an elephant. Old you, your daughter's taste is truly extraordinary. Indeed, in this apocalypse only strength reigns supreme. Old you, you've raised an exceptional daughter. Yushan could only weep inwardly, and retreated silently into his room. Hand in hand, Jiang Chen walked beside Suehu Lake. Thank you, Curson murmured suddenly. If not for you, I might never have seen my father again, or witnessed his astonishing transformation. And whenever I hold your hand, I feel utterly safe. Jiang Chen turned and looked upon the pure, breathtakingly beautiful young woman. What is there to thank me for? Aren't we friends? Friends. The word resonated deeply within you, Curson, as though she had heard it long ago in another lifetime. Yes, we are friends. She beamed radiantly. Later, back at you, Curson's villa, she recounted the morning's events to the other women. All were profoundly moved. Shortly afterward, a military helicopter roared overhead, drawing swarms of zombies from across the neighborhood. Though armed troops aboard swiftly cleared them, 6 figures descended the helicopter's rope ladder. Jiang Chen glanced over and recognized the leader, a stern, square-jawed man named Wang Jian. Behind him stood an elderly man in a white lab coat, and another figure clearly bearing the bearing of a high-ranking officer. The rest were ordinary soldiers. Wang Jian's face broke into a warm smile the moment he saw Jiang Chen. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. They shook hands firmly. And who are these individuals? This is Professor by a virology expert. And this is our commanding officer. After brief formalities, the officer promptly ordered his troops to unload the supplies Jiang Chen had requested. Mr. Jiang, let me speak plainly. Our forces have confirmed that zombies are evolving. Are you aware of Professor Bai? The elderly man in the white coat spoke up. I'm aware of several variants. Today, we commonly encounter strength-type and speed-type evolved zombies. Tomorrow may bring tank-type variants. Fascinating. Professor Bai jotted notes in his small notebook. You're aware that zombie brains contain crystalline cores. Do you know their precise function? Yes. They can reinforce objects provided they're shattered. Jiang Chen saw no reason to conceal this. Should he fail to clear this trial, none of them would have a future. Nor was reinforcement limitless. Even after 99 reinforcements, ordinary materials gained little sharpness, likely ranking as the lowest-tier gray cards in the card rating system. Remarkable. Thank you so much. Is there anything you wish to know? Jiang Chen paused briefly. How long before power, water, and network infrastructure collapse? Professor Bai admitted ignorance. But the officer stepped forward immediately. After your apocalyptic prophecy, some believed you, others dismissed it as alarmist. Those who believed fortified key facilities, power substations, water plants, telecom hubs. Assuming no unforeseen disasters, we expect stability for another 1 or 2 months. Jiang Chen nodded, just as he'd suspected. By the way, our forces plan to deploy drones tomorrow at 9 a.m. to lure zombies, followed by concentrated artillery strikes. What are your thoughts? It'll have limited effect, but achieving permanent eradication is highly unlikely. The officer acknowledged the assessment and noted it down. After exchanging further intelligence, the military contingent departed aboard the helicopter. Sergeant Xing, what kind of mission is this really? Just interviewing some student. Who knows? If I knew, I wouldn't be a mere squad leader. I'd already be running things. This youth looks oddly familiar, like the one in yesterday's viral video. Now that you mention it, he does. I assumed it was deepfake or photo editing. Could it actually be real? Jiang Chen watched the helicopter recede. Unconvinced. After all, the last attempt had failed utterly. The biochemical apocalypse was absurdly brutal. Strength-type evolved zombies emerging as early as day 2 possessed multi-ton force, let alone the later tank-type sphere zombies and growth-type variants. Each evolution grew more monstrous and more despair-inducing. Before the reset, humanity's resistance crumbled long before the cataclysm reached its zenith. Humanity had been utterly defeated. Jiang Chen, dinner's ready. Coming. He converted perishable supplies from the military into cards, preserving their freshness indefinitely. He discovered that once materialized into cards, items retained their original physical state, making long-term storage of fresh produce effortless. Beyond food, the military had also supplied walkie-talkies, flashlights, and similar essentials. After lunch, Jiang Chen resumed training his observer skill. Soon as the sun dipped low on the horizon, Jiang Chen's observer proficiency finally reached 100. Proficiency achieved 100. Random card reward granted. You have obtained a stat boost card. This time, only the final card among 5 was a stat boost card. The rest read, "Thank you for playing." With a gesture, 2 white rarity stat boost cards hovered before him. One carried over from yesterday. Boost strength. Profile ordinary human, solidified observer proficiency 100. Solidified name Jiang Chen, strength 98, tier 1, speed 40, exceptional constitution 56, transcendent weapon plague dagger. Equipped trumps resurrection card. Equipped tier 1. What does that classification mean? Jiang Chen stared intently at his identity card. Until new text, tier 1, a single full force strike can shatter an entire building. In martial cultivation realms, tier 1 corresponds to earthbound immortals, those who have reached the absolute pinnacle of martial arts, becoming legends of the Jianghu, then transcended the impossible. In Western fantasy worlds, tier 1 signifies heroes who, having slain the Demon King, continue refining themselves until they breach the realm of the inconceivable. Each gesture and step wielding power beyond mortal comprehension. So my observer ability has strengthened too, revealing deeper layers of truth. The same had occurred yesterday upon reaching 100 proficiency with ordinary human. Its perceptual radius expanding to roughly 10 meters. Wait, if I can now perceive more, can I observe that green sun? Jiang Chen climbed to the rooftop of a skyscraper and gazed skyward. Moments later, data flickered into existence. Classification: remnant corpse of a deceased entity, tier 6, strength, speed, constitution. Jiang Chen slowly raised a question mark. Isn't it, buddy? The gap is so huge that it's like playing a password game. System, did you never intend for me to pass this level? That's too much. I'm about to send coordinates to the Trisolarians. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he could vaguely see a silhouette spanning the entire sky, occupying his entire field of vision. The silhouette was predominantly green. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be an enormous head. Just how big? As big as a planet. This is even more despairing than the Titans. Jiang Chen silently thought. No wonder his extraordinary physique made it difficult for even missiles to breach his defenses. He had died so easily last time. First stage versus 6th stage, If it were someone else facing such a terrifying gap, they would likely fall into despair and give up, thinking that the world's destruction had nothing to do with them. But Jiang Chen was not that kind of person. Jiang Chen was never pessimistic, never self-destructive, always youthful, and always spoke harshly. It is dead, I am alive, the advantage is mine. He leaped into the steel jungle, dashing between buildings. Countless sword lights flickered, and any zombie that came into Jiang Chen's view met their demise. Is this person in the photo you? No. I think this is you. Chu Siyue held up her phone, pointing at a blurry figure in a photo. The internet is going crazy. Someone said they had to hide for a day, and were so hungry they wanted to go find food, but ended up being chased by a horde of zombies, and just as they were about to die, a flash of light appeared. She paused and continued. These zombies no longer had heads. You curse. Hearing Chu Siyue speak, also approached. On the phone, there was a lot of discussion about this figure. I encountered it too. My family has a ground floor shop. I thought I was safe behind the security door, but who knew a 2-meter-tall zombie could punch it and deform it? I thought I was doomed, but when I opened my eyes, that giant zombie was already dead. Wow, so handsome. This must be a handsome brother. Please save me. My house is in XX Community Building XX Room 302. Upstairs. Are you just a pure romantic? Even in the apocalypse you still want to fall in love. On what basis do you assume his gender? What if it's a handsome sister with supernatural abilities? Chu Siyue looked at the posts in front of her with a worried expression and asked, Jiang Chen, if you go out to save people, didn't the military send people here previously? We could just wait for them to organize a rescue. Jiang Chen shook his head and explained. On the contrary, it's the zombies that are in danger. His actions were entirely to strengthen his longsword. Saving people was merely incidental. He even ran into an acquaintance from last time, the leader of a wicked gang who had just been released from prison and was ready to cause trouble. However, this time, he clearly wasn't lucky, having encountered Jiang Chen. They were going to face dire consequences. Yu Kursen's beautiful eyes were fixed on the young man. Realizing he seemed truly unharmed, she felt relieved. Kids, it's time to eat. Qin Lan's voice rang out. Tonight's dinner was hot pot. Unlike the self-heating hot pot from before, the conditions were clearly better now. Not only were there supplies provided by the military, but Jiang Chen also stockpiled a lot when he went out. A supermarket happened to close for the afternoon. It seemed the owner had to step out for something and never returned. Jiang Chen helped keep an eye on the supermarket. The dual pot was steaming with spicy broth and clear broth, divided in two, emitting an alluring aroma. Yu Kursen bit on a rubber band, gently fixing her hair, revealing her snowy neck extremely enticing. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's identity had nothing to do with vampires, otherwise he would definitely want to see what it tasted like. The girl tied her hair and enthusiastically began eating the spicy hot pot. Everyone was evidently very happy, chatting and laughing as they ate. Aside from not being able to go out, everyone's life was not much different from before the apocalypse. Moreover, they didn't have to go to school or work. It was quite a joyful experience. After dinner, Yu Kursen mentioned that there was a home theater in her basement, and everyone naturally became excited. After cleaning up the dishes, they all headed to the media room. At the front of the room was a projection screen roughly the size of a wall, while the back row featured a spacious sofa perfect for lying down to watch movies. In fact, it could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 people. Except for Yu Kursen, everyone was visiting such a place for the first time, and they were all a bit excited. Wow, Kursen, does your home theater also have karaoke? Yu Kursen shook her head. I'm not too sure. I rarely come here, and my dad renovated this not long ago, probably to help me relax. Zombies seem to be sensitive to sound. Is it safe for us to watch movies here? Qin Lan suppressed her inner excitement and considered a more realistic issue. It's fine because this home theater has about 7 to 8 centimeters of soundproofing, not to mention it's underground. Jiang Chen nodded as well. Even if it made some noise, it was no big deal, because there were hardly any zombies left in this community. This was originally an affluent neighborhood with a very low population density, plus Jiang Chen always took care of some during his outings. When he returned today, he could no longer see any living zombies. Shall we sing some songs first and then watch a movie? Chu Siue exclaimed excitedly. Everyone agreed and Jiang Chen nodded as well. To his surprise, Chu Siue sang quite well, primarily in a sweet girl style. Jiang Chen wondered if all girls could sing. Why couldn't he? Was the creator biased? It made him frustrated. When would boys stand up? Jiang Chen, why aren't you singing? Chu Siue leaned over and asked quietly. Jiang Chen replied, I just thought of a way to get rich. What? I could sing under the overpass. A passers-by would surely give me money. Jiang Chen pondered. Please don't make me sing anymore. Chu Siue responded. All the girls sang beautifully, and even Jiang Chen encouraged Aunt Bai to give it a try. Among those present, she was the oldest, so aside from when she was cooking, she often felt uneasy, thinking she was out of place. She might even feel like a burden to everyone. After Jiang Chen's encouragement, Bai Mei finally became less timid and sang a song called Shepherd's Song. Her voice was melodious and full of storytelling. Everyone applauded. As for Xue Qingqiu, it was safe to say she was indeed a professional. Her voice remained ethereal and captivating. She sang an ancient-style song. There is a fox soft and gentle by the riverbank. My heart is troubled and this child has no clothes. It transported people back to a very distant past. After the girls finished singing, they voted to watch a comedy movie. As for Jiang Chen's suggestion to watch a zombie film, it was completely ignored by the girls. The movie played late into the night. In the dangerous apocalypse, watching a comedy film was indeed a uniquely special experience. However, with Jiang Chen by their side, they had gradually gotten used to this uniqueness. The girls fell asleep. On the second night of the apocalypse and the second night the group spent at Yu Kursen's home, they once again didn't sleep in their own rooms. A night of sweet dreams.